In the celestial realm of Huangtian, within the imperial state of 3,000 Dao provinces, the Jun family's divine island hovers like a city in the sky. Day and night, dragon and phoenix shadows swirl around it, their roars and cries interlacing to shake the imperial state and draw the attention of the celestial realm. The reason lies in a legendary bloodline of the Jun family. After a decade of gestation, a child is about to be born. Unexpectedly, this child's birth heralds a stark contrast between heaven and earth that the heavenly emperor palace. Clan elders garbed in brocade gather in silence, their eyes fixed intently on the infant swathed in cloth. The infant neither cries nor fusses, his eyes clear yet bewildered, his entire being enveloped in golden light, resembling a nascent golden dragon with light and heat surging beneath his skin. Even the most experienced elders sense their hearts tremble, exchanging glances that recognize the telltale signs in the baby's bone structure and vital energy. This is a desolate ancient sacred body. Some breathe uneasily, others feel a sting of emotion, while some turn away to rein in their feelings. The issue isn't a failure to recognize a treasure, but a recognition that the era no longer favors the sacred body as it once did. Since recent antiquity, the laws of heaven and earth have shifted, depriving the desolate ancient sacred body of the necessary cosmic momentum. 10 shackles bound its birth, each step fraught with difficulty, layers of confinement upon it. It was once powerful, once glorious, but now it's deemed an obsolete or wasted body in this era. Within the heavenly emperor palace, silence and sighs align, as complexity and helplessness intertwine. The baby's name is Jun Xiaoyao. His consciousness is clear, yet he cannot speak, only stirs with ripples within. He was originally an orphan from another world, adopted by a fortune teller. The fortune teller had said his life would be impoverished, but in the next life, he'd be favored by the heavens, reaching unparalleled heights. Jun Xiaoyao hadn't believed it then, yet his life suddenly cut short, opening his eyes only to find himself amidst the Jun family, a family that's reached the pinnacle others only dream of. However, his physique is deemed useless, the desolate ancient sacred body confined by 10 locks in this era. He can't help but mentally grumble, would this be another story starting as an underdog? As this thought lingers, a mechanical yet calm voice echoes in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the check-in system. Next, the system prompts reveal a new check-in location, birthplace, the Heavenly Emperor Palace. It also announces a beginner's luck reward with a possibility for rare items rated 5 stars or higher. Would you like to check in? Jun Xiaoyao isn't startled. Rather, he finds himself calmed upon hearing this. He silently thinks, check in. The system promptly responds, ding, check-in successful, reward. Rare 8-star item, 1 fully formed desolate ancient sacred body. In an instant, it's as if a volcano erupts within him, a tide of blood roaring internally. Beneath his skin, 10 semi-illusory golden shackles emerge, ponderous yet unyielding, ancient and oppressive. In the Heavenly Emperor Palace, the clan elders are startled by these phenomena, their gazes converge. In the next moment, the first chain shatters, sounding like a burst of thunder. Another moment passes, and the second chain breaks, blood and vital energy raging like a storm. Followed by the third, fourth, fifth. Each collapse unleashes a potent force. Finally, the 10th chain succumbs to the resonance of light and blood. All 10 shackles break. The skies swirl, the winds and clouds hang upside down, and thunder rumbles fiercely. Countless saintly apparitions appear above, as numerous as the ocean's tide. They all bow toward the Jun family's divine island in solemn worship. The imperial state shakes, the celestial realm is stunned. High-ranking members of ancient forces and eternal dynasties alike are taken aback. The appearance of saintly figures in the heavens, clearly bowing and indicating the direction of the Jun family. This was an event rarely seen throughout history, even comparable to the birth of an ancient emperor. Within the Heavenly Emperor Palace, long-standing clan elders are momentarily speechless. An old man in a gold robe named Jun Xiaoyao, with hair and beard both white, trembles slightly, emotion brimming in his eyes. He cradles Jun Xiaoyao like a joyful old child striving to contain his overwhelming joy. He laughs softly, unable to hide the emotional quiver in his voice. This is his grandson, born with a broken shackle, directly pointing toward an emperor's fate. Jun Xiaoyao looks at his grandfather, feeling momentarily as if an old general on stage is being showered with banners and homage, sweating inwardly, but unable to refuse the warmth. The elders return to their senses, praises echoing in the hallowed, desolate, ancient sacred body, born naturally breaking the shackles, a rarity across epochs. There's an assertion that with this child, the Jun family may contend for an emperor's throne in this era. The topic shifts to point outward. Recently, Long Outyin of the ancient imperial dragon clan, Zulong Nest, had emerged with imperial dragon blood, mocking that there were no worthy successors in the Jun family. In hindsight, such words are laughable. Historically, the Jun family has been at odds with Zulong Nest and Wanhuang Lingshan, and behind the scenes, perilous zones like the forbidden areas and ancient burial grounds threaten. Yet now, those worries and pressures are eclipsed by a bright possibility that with the core of a masterful desolate ancient sacred body, these hidden threats might one day be resolved. Gold-like blood surges through Jun Xiaoyao's veins, like a golden river flowing into the sea, his energy rising in bursts. His body transcends 5 physical barriers in a short time, refining muscles, forging bones, exchanging blood, clearing apertures, and gathering spirit. Jun Zhantian and the elders are left agape, minds shaken. Even the most renowned prodigies need at least 5 years nurtured by sacred medicines to achieve physical perfection. Jun Xiaoyao has shattered 5 realms just moments after birth, a leap in speed that will make many prodigies question their worth. Unable to hold back, one utters in low awe, rough yet sincere, the desolate ancient sacred body breaking shackles. That's practically monstrous. Even more astonishing, the array of saintly apparitions around him rise and fall, chanting softly, all bowing in reverence. This is regarded by the elders as one of the sacred body's anomalies 10,000 saints worship. It is said that a desolate ancient sacred body in full mastery commands 6 such anomalies. When all 6 are awakened, they become a force leveling all enemies. The fervor in their eyes, steadiness in their hearts. Jun Zhantian's smile refuses to fade. Jun Xiaoyao, too, feels deeply. Unparalleled talent, unparalleled background, now enhanced by a check-in system. The contrast is sharp. He had never imagined breaking the stalemate at birth. He even ponders whether to restrain his brilliance, to maintain a low profile. But just as this thought settles, the system's voice resounds once more within the depths of his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. A new check-in location has been refreshed. Well, even the system doesn't want me to keep a low profile. Jun Xiaoyao silently complained to himself. Ding! A mechanical and crisp notification echoed in his consciousness. Sign-in location refreshed. Please sign in at the Taiyue Ancient Monument. The Taiyue Ancient Monument? Where exactly was that? The infant Jun Xiaoyao pondered quietly, but wasn't in a rush to investigate. After all, he was just a newborn baby, and having just signed in to receive the Great Completion Ancient Sacred Body, his starting point was already as luxurious as it could get. The next sign-in location could wait until he was able to walk around and explore. With this thought, his anticipation for the system's next great gift grew even stronger. At that moment, Jun Zhantian, who was holding him, slapped his forehead and laughed heartily. Oh right, I haven't given my precious grandson a name yet. How about Jun Changxing? It symbolizes that he'll achieve immortality in the future. The swaddling clothes swayed gently as Jun Xiaoyao rolled his eyes internally. Jun Changxing didn't sound bad, but he still preferred to use his own name. Ah, this name won't do. To many people are called Changxing. Several silver-bearded clan elders exchanged glances and shook their heads. In this world, everyone sought immortality, so people with the same name were everywhere. Suddenly, a weak but determined female voice came from the direction of the bed. Why don't we call him Xiaoyao? My husband once said that becoming an immortal is easy, but being truly free and unrestrained is difficult. I only wish for our child to live a carefree life. The woman who spoke had a pale complexion but couldn't hide her otherworldly beauty. She was Jun Xiaoyao's birth mother, Jiang Ro. She came from the ancient Jiang family, a prestigious household, so naturally no one dared to dismiss her words lightly. Although the Jiang family wasn't as mighty as the Jun family that dominated all directions, it was still an ancient family of the same caliber with unfathomable foundations. After Jun Zhantian exchanged glances with the clan elders, he nodded in agreement. Very well, then we'll call him Xiaoyao. However, just as Jun Zhantian finished speaking, a trace of worry suddenly crossed his brow, and he sighed softly. Jun Xiaoyao, still in swaddling clothes, noticed this and felt his heart skip a beat. His father seemed to be absent. Could this be another cliché plot of father sacrifice to heaven, boundless power? An elderly woman leaning on a walking stick nearby offered comfort. Family head, don't worry. Jun Wuhui is the white-robed divine king. How could he fall so easily? When this child grows up, he might well be able to go search for his father. That's true. Jun Zhantian's laughter returned. Haha, I still have my precious grandson. Jun Xiaoyao blinked and quietly memorized the title White-Robed Divine, King Jun Wuhui. Just from the name alone, he could tell his old man had quite the impressive reputation. At this moment, one of the clan elders lowered his voice. Xiaoyao possesses the Great Completion Ancient Sacred Body. Once this news spreads, it will surely shake the entire immortal domain. There are many who covet our Jun family in the shadows. You mean we should use methods to conceal the sacred body's fluctuations? Jun Zhantian asked in a grave tone. The other elders nodded in agreement. The tallest tree catches the most wind. Jun Xiaoyao was now the Jun family's priceless treasure, and they couldn't afford even the slightest mishap. Suddenly, a cold snort exploded like divine thunder from the heavens. When has the Jun family's descendants ever needed to hide and skulk about? Can't we even protect a single sacred body? Thunderous pressure descended from all directions, and the entire Jun family instantly went on high alert, with countless gazes turning toward the sky above the heavenly emperor palace. That aura, so powerful. The ancestor sleeping in the ancestral shrine has crawled out of his coffin. His 70-year-old ancestor has been alarmed. Sounds of countless Jun family members gasping in shock came from all directions. That was an ancestral-level figure of the Jun family, someone most Jun family members would never have the chance to meet in their entire lives. Jun Xiaoyao had barely landed in this world without even letting out his first cry when he awakened this being who had slumbered for countless years. The hearts of all clan members surged with shock, their eyes filled with amazement and envy. Deep within the heavenly emperor palace, upon hearing that ancient and resonant voice, Jun Xiaotian and several other clan elders' expressions turned solemn as they simultaneously pushed open their doors and stepped out. Above the palace complex, golden clouds were torn apart by an invisible mighty force, and a pitch-black spatial rift that seemed to stretch endlessly across the sky appeared. Then, a gray shadow stepped out from the crack. It was a gaunt old man in gray robes, his hair and sleeves covered in dust, as if he had just broken out of a coffin from beneath the ancestral shrine. Yet anyone could sense that within his withered body lay power capable of crushing mountains and severing seas, as if he could trample all the heavens and myriad realms beneath his feet. 18th Ancestor, we greet the 18th Ancestor. Jun Zhantian and the others felt their hearts tighten as they immediately bowed respectfully. The gray-robed elder before them was truly an ancestral-level figure of the Jun family, the Jun family's 18th ancestor, who normally slumbered in the ancestral shrine and only awakened during great calamities or extinction-level crises facing the family. They never imagined that a newborn infant could startle the 18th ancestor from his slumber. With a flutter of his gray robes, the 18th ancestor's figure seemed to flicker as he appeared before Jun Zhantian, gently lifting the swaddled Jun Xiaoyao into his arms. Those profound eyes were like the sun and moon in rotation, reflecting the infant's tender face. Jun Xiaoyao did not cry, but opened his dark eyes to observe his surroundings, showing a hint of curiosity instead. So this is my Jun family's ancestor? His aura is ridiculously stronger than grandfather's, he mused silently. Good, excellent. The 18th ancestor laughed heartily, his voice causing the void to tremble slightly. My Jun family has produced another true dragon. You fools actually wanted to conceal this child's brilliance. Jun Zhantian smiled bitterly and steeled himself to explain. 18th ancestor, I was afraid that someone might harm my grandson in the future. Before the 18th ancestor, even these clan elders were merely juniors. The gray-robed elder snorted coldly. I'd like to see who dares. If those old fossils truly lower themselves to target Xiaoyao, this old man wouldn't mind starting an immortal war, killing until the heavens overturn and blood flows for millions of miles. At the words, immortal war, all the clan elders couldn't help but swallow hard. That was a terrifying great war that only ancient aristocratic families, supreme imperial dynasties, and primordial imperial clans could initiate. Once erupted, it would be enough to shake the immortal domain and bring suffering to all living beings. The desolate heaven immortal domain had not witnessed such brutal scenes for many years. The 18th ancestor waved his sleeve and continued his proclamation. From this day forth, this child shall be the divine son of my Jun family. All cultivation resources shall be allocated to him. Even if we must force it, we will forge a perfected sacred body. All the clan elders nodded in agreement. Only a fool wouldn't fully cultivate an ancient sacred body that was born breaking through its shackles. Furthermore, grant him 0 sequence qualification. The 18th ancestor dropped another bombshell. What? Gasps of shock rose from before the hall. The divine son status was merely a symbol of position, but sequence directly related to the future succession battle for the Jun family head. Though the Jun family's younger generation numbered in the tens of thousands, only 10 truly possessed sequence status, each one a top-tier prodigy. Above the 10 great sequences existed the 0 sequence, symbolizing having nothing, yet representing infinite possibilities, even surpassing the first sequence. The previous generation 0 sequence was none other than the white-robed divine, King Jun Xiaoyao's father, Jun Wuhui. An elderly woman with silver hair couldn't help but probe tentatively. 18th ancestor, might this decision be inappropriate? The other sequences may harbor resentment. If they're dissatisfied, let them compete for it themselves in the future, the 18th ancestor said with a casual glance. If they can suppress this child, then they can come talk to me. The certainty in his tone left all the clan elders speechless. Everyone could see that the 18th ancestor had absolute confidence in the infant before him. Jun Xiaoyao listened and sighed inwardly. His grandfather held high expectations for him. The ancestor valued him so highly. And with his father's secrets and the Jun family's potential crises, everything reminded him that dreaming of being a lazy fish was pure fantasy. With invincible talent, an invincible background, plus system assistance, such a perfect start meant that if he still couldn't dominate an entire era, it would only prove he was utterly hopeless. Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. Throughout the Jun family, legends about Jun Xiaoyao continued to circulate. He had shaken 18 generations of ancestors at birth and was immediately granted the title of Divine Son. Only his true identity as Sequence Zero remained strictly classified by Jun Xiaotian's orders. The patriarch had his plans when his grandson turned 10. He would host a grand feast across the 9 provinces, inviting all the immortal forces of the desolate heaven immortal domain, and publicly announce this earth-shattering news. This would help establish Jun Xiaoyao's reputation while securing 10 years of peaceful growth for him. Of course, if other sequences harbored resentment by then, Jun Xiaoyao would have to face them himself. Jun Xiaoyao remained completely unfazed by this prospect. Having absolute faith in his talent 10 years would be more than enough. The cultivation system became increasingly clear in his mind. After the 5 major realms of physical cultivation came the Divine Treasury realm's 5 levels: heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys, corresponding to metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Only after perfecting all 5 treasuries could one gather the spirit sea, condense the divine palace, and transform into a true spirit. Today, deep within the heavenly emperor palace, in a hall constructed from chaos stone, Jun Xiaotian personally explained the essential principles to Jun Xiaoyao. For 3 years, Jun Xiaoyao had been solidifying his foundation. Sacred medicines and divine pills were delivered to him like stacks of cabbages. The ancient sacred body consumed the most resources, but the Jun family, being an ancient clan, possessed exactly the wealth needed to fill this bottomless pit. After 3 years of accumulation, he could now faintly sense the next threshold. Grandfather, how long does it normally take to break through the 5 divine treasury realms? Jun Xiaoyao clenched his fist, feeling the golden blood energy surging within his body. Ordinary prodigies need 5 years, while peerless geniuses still require 2 to 3 years, Jun Xiaotian pondered briefly. With your ancient sacred body, 1 to 2 years should suffice. With the path now clear, Jun Xiaoyao closed his eyes and entered meditation, circulating the Jun family's supreme technique, the supreme mystery scripture. This technique could be cultivated all the way to the supreme realm, making it perfect for his current needs. Boom. Thunder seemed to explode within his body as golden blood energy surged like raging seas. If one could look inside, they would see his heart radiating brilliant light, like an ancient gateway beginning to tremble. He's about to break through already? Jun Xiaotian's eyes widened in disbelief. His words had barely finished echoing when his grandson was already opening the door. Even novels wouldn't dare write something so outrageous. The next instant, boom. The heart divine treasury was forcibly blasted open. Jun Xiaoyao felt his power surge tenfold as his blood energy went wild. I see. It's not that difficult after all. He nodded to himself, immediately launching an assault on the next gateway without pause. Half an hour later, the liver divine treasury shattered. Immediately after, the spleen divine treasury opened as his blood energy surged violently. Moments later, the lung divine treasury also crumbled. As the long day drew to a close, Jun Xiaoyao's entire body erupted with golden light. The 5 elemental energies cycling endlessly the kidney divine treasury finally burst open. The moment the 5 divine treasures within his body opened, Jun Xiaoyao felt as though he had transformed into a war god capable of suppressing all 10 directions of the universe. Golden divine radiance flowed around him in waves, each surge more powerful than the last, creating such a mighty torrent that the entire cultivation hall trembled and roared continuously. Old Master Jun Xiaotian stared at the blazing sea of light before him, completely stunned. His mouth twitched as he muttered in bewilderment. Damn it, when I broke through the 5 realms of the divine treasure back then, it took me a full 2 years. This little ancestor accomplished it all in just 1 day. Comparing people really drives one to death. At this thought, he felt utterly deflated in front of his grandson. He seemed like a complete waste. Apart from being older and having higher cultivation, he appeared to have no other advantages whatsoever. As the radiance gradually subsided, Jun Xiaoyao examined himself and suddenly frowned. Grandfather, something feels off. Jun Xiaotian snapped back to attention and rushed forward nervously. What's wrong? Did something go amiss? Don't scare your grandfather. If something really went wrong, the 18th ancestor would skin me alive. Jun Xiaoyao closed his eyes in concentration, and after a long while said, I don't know why, but I feel the power of the kidney divine treasure is far stronger than the other 4. It wasn't that the other 4 treasures were weak, but rather that the kidney treasure was absurdly powerful. Jun Xiaotian placed his hand on Jun Xiaoyao's back to examine him carefully. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief, though his gaze carried undisguised envy and complexity. Of course there's nothing wrong. After a pause, his tone suddenly became serious. Xiaoyao, you must help grandfather's lineage flourish in the future. When you turn 10, I'll have Jiangrou arrange for their Jiang family's precious daughter to be betrothed to you. This. Jun Xiaoyao was momentarily stunned, then suddenly understood. So the ancient sacred body actually came with such additional abilities? However, arranged marriages held no appeal for him wouldn't casually fall for some so-called Jiang family precious daughter. To change the subject, he suddenly asked, "By the way, grandfather, do you know about the Taiyue Ancient Stele?" For 3 years he had been consolidating his foundation without going to sign in. Now that his cultivation had broken through again, it was time to visit the sign-in location for rewards. Jun Xiaoyao stroked his beard and explained, "The Taiyue Ancient Stele originally stood in the desolate heaven immortal domain as a monument for testing physical strength. Later, our Jun family simply dug it up steely, soil and all, and brought it back to place in the martial arena for our descendants to test themselves." How domineering! Jun Xiaoyao was secretly amazed, though this saved him the trouble of searching for it. "Grandfather, I'd like to give it a try." Jun Xiaoyao hesitated slightly. According to family tradition, the martial arena was only open to descendants aged 10 and above. Jun Xiaoyao was only 3 years old now. Even with the ancient sacred body, he might not be able to compete against those older prodigies. Seeing his grandfather's hesitation, Jun Xiaoyao spoke calmly. "I just want to try. It doesn't matter if I fail." His real goal was simply to sign in. After pondering for a moment, Jun Xiaoyao nodded in agreement. "Very well. It's better for the child to face some setbacks than to become arrogant due to excessive talent." In his heart, he was already prepared to comfort his grandson if he faced defeat. After 3 years of seclusion, Jun Xiaoyao finally emerged from the Heavenly Emperor Palace. Though only 3 years old physiologically, the ancient sacred body had enhanced his physique, making him appear like a 5 or 6-year-old child. His raven hair was lustrous, his skin surpassed jade in quality, and his features seemed carved by divine craftsmanship like a jade statue. Despite his tender age, his temperament was ethereally handsome, like a young banished immortal. It was hard to imagine that when he reached adulthood, he would surely be devastatingly handsome and transcendently elegant. What reward might I obtain from signing in at the Taiyue Ancient Stele? Jun Xiaoyao wondered curiously. The Jun family's martial arena sits atop a massive island suspended in the void. This vast sacred ground for combat spans an enormous area, featuring battle platforms, secret realms, and various zones for testing cultivation levels, where nearly all junior members of the clan come to temper themselves. At the center of the arena stands an ancient Taishan monument that the Jun family forcibly relocated here, suppressed by mighty cultivators using supreme techniques, specifically for clan members to test their physical strength. Before the ancient monument, crowds gathered while consciously leaving a clear space. There, a young girl in crimson palace robes sat with true qi flowing around her, eyes closed in meditation. At 14 or 15 years old, her golden, slightly wavy hair cascaded down like waves, each strand crystal clear under the spiritual light. Her skin was like congealed cream, her cherry lips touched with rouge, and every gesture radiated innate nobility. The form-fitting palace robes outlined her budding graceful curves, causing many peers to swallow nervously. What kind of score will Jun Linglong achieve this time? She has the 7-aperture exquisite heart. Her comprehension defies heaven itself. She masters every body cultivation technique she learns. I heard several sequences wanted to recruit her as a follower, but she rejected them all. Discussions rose and fell around them, all attention focused on the young girl. Jun Linglong, though not among the 10 great sequences, she was quite renowned within the Jun family. Born with the 7-aperture exquisite heart, also called the heart of a saint, as long as she didn't perish unexpectedly, she would most likely achieve sainthood in the future. For the ancient Jun family, saints weren't rare, but across the entire desolate heaven immortal domain, saints remained towering figures at the pinnacle. Due to this potential, several sequences extended olive branches, yet she rejected them all. The young girl took a deep breath, stepped forward gracefully, and raised her delicate hand. Heaven-suppressing golden palm. Her jade palm was covered in golden radiance as tremendous force surged forth. Boom! The Taishan monument trembled, the patterns on its surface activated, and shimmering light gathered into numbers 150,000 gene. 150,000 gene. That's 30,000 gene more than last time's incredible. Ordinary prodigies who cultivate their bodies to the limit only reach 100,000 gene of strength, but Jun Linglong broke right through. Exclamations, burning gazes, and flattering words intertwined in the clearing, yet the girl's snow-white jade face remained calm throughout. Suddenly, a sharp female voice cut through the commotion. "Jun Linglong, after dawdling for so long, you only increased by 30,000 gene?" The speaker wore a blue dress that swept the ground, her waist swaying as she approached with graceful steps. Her eyes were alluring, yet carried 3 parts harsh sharpness. She was called Lan Qingya, a follower of the 10th sequence Jun Zhangjin. More precisely, she held higher status than ordinary followers, as Jun Zhangjin even showed her considerable favor. Lan Qingya wasn't of Jun family bloodline, but was recruited by Jun Zhangjin from the outside world at great expense. Jun Linglong remained silent, but Lan Qingya pressed closer, her voice rising. Young Master Zhang Jian once left a record of 5 million gene of strength on the Taishan monument, dozens of times yours. Yet you refused to join his ranks. Do you now realize how ignorant you were? In Lan Qingya's view, Jun Linglong was nothing but a pretentious, manipulative bitch. Jun Zhangjian is quite impressive, but he's not the best. The one I, Jun Linglong, choose to follow will be someone capable of dominating an entire era, Jun Linglong said indifferently. No one knew that her 7-aperture exquisite heart harbored a mysterious ability to glimpse the future. This heaven-defying power couldn't be actively controlled, and Jun Linglong had only experienced it passively once. In that instance, she saw a blurry vision of the Futuria figure in white robes standing tall before billions of beings and ancient races, with all creatures prostrating themselves and chanting Emperor Jun. From this, she concluded that the Jun family would eventually produce a true dragon capable of suppressing all ages. Doubts arose alongside this revelation which prodigy from the Jun family's ranks would become this revered emperor. Carrying this question, she had never truly pledged herself to anyone, quietly waiting for the person who most resembled Emperor Jun to appear. Though Jun Zhangjian ranked 10th in the sequence and possessed considerable strength, he never gave her that sense of destiny. Lan Qingya, standing nearby, caught the implication and couldn't help but sneer. Ha! Dominate an era? Jun Linglong. That reason is utterly ridiculous. Even the current first-rank prodigy wouldn't dare claim they could achieve that with certainty. In this age of great contention, with myriad races rising and geniuses everywhere, who dares boast of single-handedly suppressing their generation? Before she finished speaking, a crane's cry pierced through the chaotic discussions from the distant sky. Everyone looked up to see a white crane gliding with flowing, luminous feathers. Seated cross-legged on its back was a small yet transcendent figure, Jun Xiaoyao. Having just broken through to the 5th realm of divine treasury, he lacked the ability to fly and could only rely on the white crane for transportation. Who was that? So young yet coming to the martial arena? Discussions arose. Jun Xiaoyao had been hidden in the Heavenly Emperor Palace since birth and had never moved about within the clan. Except for the 18th ancestor, several clan elders, and his birth mother Jiang Ro, no one had truly seen him. Jun Linglong's gaze fell upon that small figure, and her 7-aperture exquisite heart suddenly trembled, as if being triggered. Her heart skipped a beat, pupils gradually dilating. It couldn't be. The white crane landed, and the young boy lightly touched down with his toes, descending gracefully. What a handsome little boy. I want to pinch his cheeks. A young girl's eyes lit up. So cute, I want to ride. Another woman with a voluptuous figure and bold personality stared at him intently, a foolish smile creeping across her lips. Being watched by a group of predatory women, Jun Xiaoyao felt his scalp tingle. Though his constitution was strong, he was still only 3 years old, and he had no desire to be a small horse pulling a large cart. This child's vital energy is more vigorous than ours, a young man couldn't help but exclaim. Little one, which branch are you from? Why have we never seen you? Jun Xiaoyao waved casually. It's normal you haven't seen me. This is my first time leaving the Heavenly Emperor Palace. The Heavenly Emperor Palace. The young man's voice trembled. That was a place where only the Jun family's peak bloodlines could reside. His gaze fixed on the boy in shock. You. Could you be the one from 3 years ago? That's right. I'm Jun Xiaoyao. The boy nodded lazily. Boom. The martial arena instantly erupted. The mysterious descendant born 3 years ago who had alarmed the 18th ancestor and been personally granted the title Divine Son, with status rivaling the 10 great sequences, had actually appeared. We pay our respects to the Divine Son. All Jun family disciples bowed in unison. Jun Linglong's eyes showed unusual emotion as she also bowed respectfully. Lan Qingya's expression changed rapidly, and as a retainer from an external family, she dared not be negligent and quickly followed suit. Watching the respectful clansmen filling the arena, Jun Xiaoyao clicked his tongue inwardly. According to the usual pattern, shouldn't someone jump out to question me, then let me slap them down hard? These people are so well behaved. How am I supposed to show off? He suddenly felt the powerless sensation of punching cotton, and his plan to spar a bit was ruined. Facts proved he had still underestimated the deterrent power of the Divine Son. Titlino, one present, dared show him the slightest disrespect. Forget it. Since no one's provoking me, I'll check in first. He shook his head lightly and walked directly toward the Taiyue Ancient Monument. In his mind, the system's familiar mechanical voice rang out punctually. Ding! You have reached the check-in location, Taiyue Ancient Monument. Would you like to check in? Check in. Jun Xiaoyao silently commanded. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received a 6-star reward, the Divine Elephant Prison Suppressing Force. As the system notification faded, profound incantations surged like a torrent into Jun Xiaoyao's consciousness. A magnificent vision unfolded in his mind. The Divine Elephant Prison Suppressing Force channels Qi to summon divine spirits, transforming spirits into elephants. With every gesture, 100,000 particles within the body move in unison, each particle equivalent to a divine elephant. When all 100,000 particles awaken, one possesses the strength of 100,000 divine elephants. A single punch can split mountains, part seas, shatter stars, and even overturn the sun and moon with but a thought. What an incredibly powerful technique. Jun Xiaoyao marveled silently. He had studied many of the Jun family's finest body cultivation methods, yet none could match the divine elephant prison suppressing force. He had initially thought 6-star rewards were far inferior to 8-star ones, but never expected to obtain such a rare body cultivation masterpiece. System rewards range from 1 to 10 stars in ascending order, with 1 star being most common and 10 star being supreme. Drawing the divine elephant prison suppressing force at the 6-star level was already remarkable. Moreover, he already possessed the unparalleled ancient sacred body. This technique, paired with it, was a match made in heaven. With this realization, he immediately sat cross-legged without hesitation, closing his eyes in contemplation. He had originally come to the Taiyue Ancient Monument merely to check in, not to test his physical strength. Since this opportunity had presented itself, he might as well comprehend it directly. The human body contains 100,000 particles. Particles transform into giant elephants. Awakened giant elephants evolve into dragon elephants. Dragon elephants shed their forms to become primordial elephants, and finally ascend to divine elephants. Jun Xiaoyao focused entirely, immersing himself in this clear yet challenging path of advancement. At this moment, the Jun family disciples before the Taiyue Ancient Monument were all bewildered. What's happening? I thought the divine son was going to test his physical strength. Right? Why did he suddenly sit down? To them, Jun Xiaoyao's behavior was utterly baffling. They had no idea he was absorbed in comprehending the mysteries of the divine elephant prison suppressing force. This tremor, could he really be? Jun Linlong's eyes were clear and bright as she gazed at that small, yet sharp silhouette. Though only a 3-year-old child, he seemed as unfathomable as a young deity. She couldn't be certain yet, but she had her suspicions. The day Jun Xiaoyao was born, he drew worship from 10,000 saints, shaking the entire desolate heaven immortal domain. The Jun family disciples had long speculated about his constitution. While Jun Zhantian and other high-ranking members hadn't deliberately concealed the ancient sacred body, they hadn't publicized it either, so most family members remained unaware of the truth. So this is the much talked about divine son? He doesn't look like he has 3 heads and 6 arms, and he's so small. Does he really want to challenge the Taiyue Ancient Monument? Lan Qingyao was also sizing up Jun Xiaoyao. With the backing of the Jun family's 10th sequence, she had always been arrogant, and even fellow prodigies were wary of provoking her. She silently assessed. Young Master Jianjian had once left a record of 5 million jin at the Taiyue Ancient Monument, ranking among the elite throughout the desolate heaven immortal domain. Given this divine son's current realm and age, he could probably manage 100,000 jin at most. Being favored by Jun Zhangjian was the greatest fortune of Lan Qingyao's life. In her eyes, no one in the world could compare to young Master Jianjian, Jun Xiaoyao included. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao was completely immersed in his cultivation comprehension. The 100,000 particles within his body trembled faintly, like 100,000 embryos nurturing life force, each one gestating a slumbering giant elephant. Boom! Golden chi and blood surged like a blazing sun as the ancient sacred body's potential was fully unleashed. This constitution excelled in body refinement, making the cultivation of the divine elephant prison suppressing force feel natural and effortless. Rumble! The first particle shattered, and a magnificent giant elephant roared within his consciousness, as if ready to shatter the stars. With its awakening came a torrential release of 10,000 pounds of divine strength. One giant elephant, 10,000 pounds of immense power. Jun Xiaoyao's heart trembled with excitement. If all 100,000 particles transform into giant elephants, that would be 1 billion pounds of divine power. Jun Zhangjian only possessed 5 million pounds. The difference is like heaven and earth. Once the awakening began, the rest flowed smoothly. Jun Xiaoyao sat motionless in meditation as golden chi and blood condensed behind him into a divine elephant that could suppress heaven and earth, its trunk gently curling as if capable of grasping the bright moon from the 9 heavens. In the martial arena, countless disciples of the Jun family stood dumbfounded. Such powerful chi and blood. What kind of technique is this? I've never seen anything like it. Boom, boom, boom. The particles within his body continuously exploded, each burst sounding like muffled popping beans as one giant elephant after another was awakened. When the final muffled explosion faded, Jun Xiaoyao's eyes snapped open, his golden chi and blood shooting skyward through the 9 heavens. In that instant, his cultivation realm took a crucial leap, breaking through from the great perfection of the 5th divine treasury realm into the spirit sea realm. Within his body, a golden spirit sea surged into existence, waves rolling and crashing with earth-shaking momentum. I've awakened 1,000 giant elephant particles and broken through to the spirit sea realm. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes blazed like lightning, his aura incomparably profound and mighty. After the 5 physical realms came 3 major realms: the 9 heavens of Spirit Sea, the 9 heavens of Divine Palace, and the 9 heavens of True Spirit, also known as gathering the Spirit Sea, condensing the Divine Palace, and transforming into True Spirit. To enter the Spirit Sea realm at age 3 was unprecedented throughout the eternal history of the immortal domain. Am I seeing this correctly? The Divine Son has broken through to the Spirit Sea realm? Hisses Spirit Sea realm expert at 3 years old. Gasps of amazement rose one after another as the disciples questioned their very understanding of reality. Deep in the void, Jun Xiaoyao secretly protected his grandson's cultivation, originally intending to prevent any failure from devastating the child. Instead, he nearly had his own Dao heart shaken by his grandson's monstrous talent. This grandson of mine is simply abnormal. But this technique, its origins are extraordinary. As a Saint Realm powerhouse, he could see at a glance the terrifying potential of the Divine Elephant prison suppressing force. 1,000 giant elephant particles. Let me test the Ancient Stele's limits. Jun Xiaoyao's gaze fell upon the Taiyue Ancient Stele, his fighting spirit soaring. 1,000 giant elephant particles meant 10 million pounds of immense power, exactly double the record held by Jun Xiaoyan of the 10th sequence. If nothing unexpected happens, Jun Xiaoyan's record is unlikely to survive. He clenched his 5 fingers as divine power surged within him like rolling tsunamis. The Divine Son is going to challenge the Taiyue Ancient Stele. Can he break Jun Xiaoyan's record? Every gaze in the martial arena focused on this moment. In the crowd, Lan Qingyao bit her red lips tightly, murmuring to herself. Lan Qingyao bit her lips, thinking silently. Impossible. Young Master Xiaoyan's record will never be broken by anyone. Jun Xiaoyan's record of 5 million jin had stood at the Taiyue Ancient Stele for quite some time. It wasn't that he was the strongest among the younger generation of the Jun family, but rather that the other prodigies were either training abroad or in secluded cultivation, never having tested their physical strength at the Taiyue Ancient Stele. Now, as everyone watched Jun Xiaoyao step forward, all eyes converged on that white-robed young figure, the one who had been crowned Divine Son since birth, whose every move commanded attention from all quarters. If his performance proved mediocre, even if no one dared mock him openly, they would inevitably harbor doubts in their hearts. Jun Xiaoyan, hidden in the void, felt an unusual tension. Whether Jun Xiaoyao could establish his prestige within the family for the first time depended entirely on this single strike. In contrast, Jun Xiaoyao himself didn't overthink it, merely feeling that having just broken through, this was a perfect opportunity to test himself against the Ancient Stele. He raised his arm and clenched his fist, his posture simple to the extreme, without the slightest flourish. Within his body, it seemed as though 1,000 giant elephants were charging, terrifying power surging through his muscles and bones to his fist. Boom. His heavy punch landed on the Taiyue Ancient Stele, and behind him, the golden phantom of a divine elephant roared and crashed forward with his fist intent. The Ancient Stele shook violently, its thunderous rumbling piercing the sky as a string of dazzling numbers rapidly appeared. 10 million jin. Hiss. All the Jun family disciples were horrified, frantically rubbing their eyes in disbelief. At merely 3 years old, he had unleashed 10 million jin of force. Who would dare believe it if they hadn't witnessed it themselves? Lan Qingya's beautiful eyes widened in shock, her delicate body trembling as her mind suffered a tremendous impact. Though reluctant to admit it, she understood that the Taiyue Ancient Stele had never been wrong. Jun Linglong's beautiful eyes also shook with surprise, further confirming her inner suspicions. Jun Xiaoyan, hidden in the shadows, froze with a comically stiff expression. However, this was far from over. Cracks spread from Jun Xiaoyao's fist imprint, like a spider web. Jun Xiaoyao himself was stunned, could swear he had no intention of destroying public property. Crack. Everyone watched in stunned silence as the Taiyue Ancient Stele shattered inch by inch, finally collapsing completely in a thunderous crash, turning into countless stone fragments. At the moment of collapse, a majestic voice that seemed to echo from ancient times resonated above the Jun family. A new eternal extreme has been achieved, heavenly Dao reward granted. The voice was distant and grand, like the whisper of a great emperor, yet it startled all 10 directions. The meaning of eternal extreme was clear from countless eras until now. No one at Jun Xiaoyao's age had ever surpassed this level of physical strength. Even the ancient emperors and supreme ancient rulers had not matched today's Jun Xiaoyao at 3 years old. A terrifying record was thus born. In comparison, Jun Xiaoyan's 5 million jin achievement instantly paled. The Divine Son has broken the eternal extreme. Exclamations rose one after another. Jun Linglong's eyes blazed with intensity. If before she had only suspected, now she was 50% certain. Jun Xiaoyao might indeed be that invincible figure with his back to all living beings in the future vision. Lan Qingya's face turned deathly pale, the shock beyond her imagination. Recalling how she had previously speculated that Jun Xiaoyao possessed only 100,000 gene of strength, she felt somewhat embarrassed, her face flushing with awkwardness. Haha, grandson, impressive. With hearty laughter, a burly elder stepped out from the void, his silver hair flowing. It was Jun Xiaotian, his face glowing with joy, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes unable to contain his delight. Jun Xiaoyao's mouth twitched slightly as he muttered inwardly. Why does that sound like an insult? Around them, the Jun family disciples bowed in unison. Greetings, elder. Grandfather, the Taiyue Ancient Monument is broken. Jun Xiaoyao spread his hands helplessly, reporting the situation. No matter, let it be broken. Jun Zhantian waved his sleeve magnanimously. The surprise you've brought to our Jun family is worth far more than some stone monument. In his view, compared to the eternal record Jun Xiaoyao had set, a mere ancient monument was nothing. Before his words had fully settled, the void trembled again, and a fist-sized orb of chaotic light descended, hovering above Jun Xiaoyao's palm. A reward for breaking the eternal limit. Jun Xiaoyao's mind sharpened. As the light faded, a warm jade slip appeared. His divine consciousness probed within, revealing characters that coiled like dragons and serpents. Supreme Soul Refinement Method. Chaotic God-Demon Visualization Technique. A gleam flashed in Jun Xiaoyao's eyes. My physical body has already broken its limits. Now to refine my soul. In the future, with both body and soul perfected, who could possibly stand against me? He chuckled softly, storing the jade slip away, planning to study it carefully once he returned to the Heavenly Emperor Palace. At that moment, rainbow lights streaked from the distance as a high-ranking clan elder stood suspended in the air, his voice thundering across the martial arena. The 18th ancestor, moved by the breaking of the eternal limit, rewards divine son Jun Xiaoyao with 3 immortal divine medicines. Boom. The arena instantly erupted. Immortal divine medicine, 3 of them? Countless Jun family disciples' eyes turned red with envy. How precious were immortal divine medicines. Throughout the immortal domain, even first-tier forces typically possessed only 1 or 2. Though the Jun family had deep foundations, they would never bestow such rewards casually. To offer 3 at once was unprecedented in the family's history. However, given that Jun Xiaoyao had broken an eternal record, such a reward was indeed well-deserved. In the viewing stands, Lan Xingyao was already numb with shock. She remembered how Jun Zhangjian had once received a single immortal divine medicine and treasured it like an ancestor, reluctant to even touch it. Yet Jun Xiaoyao simply reached out and accepted 3. Such a contrast that she almost questioned reality itself. Please convey my gratitude to the 18th ancestor for this generous gift. Jun Xiaoyao clasped his hands respectfully, his tone calm, without a trace of arrogance. He was preparing to return to his palace for secluded cultivation to properly absorb these opportunities. In the crowd, a golden figure hesitated for a moment before gently biting her jade lips and stepping forward with graceful steps. Divine Son, please wait. Her clear voice carried barely perceptible nervousness. Jun Xiaoyao turned his head, his gaze falling upon the approaching figure. The young woman wore palace attire that outlined her graceful curves, her golden, slightly curled hair almost transparent in the sunlight, her snow-white jade face flawlessly exquisite, her bearing noble yet aloof. You are? Jun Xiaoyao raised an eyebrow. This humble woman is Jun Linglong. I greet Divine Son Xiaoyao. The young woman lowered her head in salute, her tone somewhat constrained. She who usually carried herself with elegant composure now felt an unprecedented sense of insignificance, her heart beating rapidly. What do you want? Jun Xiaoyao's tone was indifferent. Though the golden-haired maiden was certainly pleasing to the eye, he had never been one to lose his composure at the sight of beauty. Jun Linglong took a deep breath and bowed again. Linglong hopes to become the Divine Son's follower. As her words fell, the martial arena fell into deathly silence. Countless male disciples of the Jun family turned pale as death, their hearts filled with despair. In their eyes, the noble Lady Linglong, who had always been high above and could only be admired from afar, was now bowing humbly, actively requesting to follow another. This feeling was like watching the goddess of their dreams voluntarily offer herself to become someone else's possession. You want to follow me? Jun Xiaoyao was slightly surprised. The girl's gentle voice still echoed in his ears as Jun Xiaoyao lowered his gaze to study Jun Linglong across from him. Those clear, spirited eyes held an unshakable determination that truly caught him off guard. In the Jun family's ancestral grounds, it was commonplace for the strong to gather followers. Each of the Jun family's 10 sequences commanded their own elite forces, either carefully selected prodigies from within the family or talented individuals recruited and tamed from foreign domains. When these leaders truly reached the pinnacle, their followers would become sharp blades, clearing obstacles from their path. Even Jun Xiaoyao's father, Jun Wuhui, had once commanded the renowned 8 divine king guardians that shook the heavens. All 8 could stand on their own, each a hero of their generation. With such precedent before him, Jun Xiaoyao at only 3 years old had no thoughts of recruitment and had never given followers any consideration. Why? He looked at Jun Linglong with interest, initially thinking she was merely awed by his reputation for breaking the ancient extreme realm. But the girl gave him an even more mystical answer, a kind of intuition. Jun Linglong's beautiful eyes grew profound as she gently lowered her head. That glimpse of the future she had witnessed, she dared not reveal a single word. For once spoken, she would bear unbearable karmic consequences. She wasn't qualified for that yet. Intuition. Jun Xiaoyao chuckled. He understood her reservations and didn't press further. He had heard of Jun Linglong before. Born with a 7-aperture exquisite heart, possessing exceptional comprehension, able to grasp techniques faster than others. Barring any accidents, she had the potential to become a saint. Such a heaven's favored daughter was indeed qualified to stand beside him. But then he thought of his current circumstances. His daily needs were all attended to by his grandfather, Jun Jiantian. The old man either lectured him on cultivation or nagged about growing up quickly to spread the Jun family's branches and leaves. It had grown tedious. Having someone attend to his daily needs wouldn't be a bad way to relieve the boredom. Jun Xiaoyao weighed this privately, reaching an absurd yet reasonable conclusion. Having Jun Linglong serve as a maid wouldn't be bad at all, had no intention of deliberately cultivating her. If outsiders knew his thoughts, they'd probably want to crack open this supreme prodigy's skulltop, think of making the Jun family's celebrated pearl into a personal attendant. Even Jun Zhangjian, ranked among the top Jun family sequences, only hoped to win Jun Linglong as an equal cultivation partner, never daring such extravagance. Just as Jun Xiaoyao was about to speak, a crisp but accusatory female voice suddenly intruded. Jun Linglong, you're actually volunteering to follow someone else? The newcomer was Lan Qingya, her brows furrowed in anger. Not daring to be disrespectful to Jun Xiaoyao, she directed her ire solely at Jun Linglong. What of it? Jun Linglong's expression remained calm. She might feel nervous before Jun Xiaoyao, but she saw no need for courtesy with Lan Qingya. Young Master Zhangjian personally invited you, yet you refused him completely. Now you turn around to follow someone elsewhere. Does that leave young Master Zhangjian's dignity? Lan Qingya gritted her teeth, her face ugly with anger. This was clearly slapping Jun Zhangjian's face in front of everyone. Jun Zhangjian may be excellent, but the person I, Jun Linglong, choose to follow will suppress an entire era. The girl's voice carried a trace of fervent devotion. Huh? Suppress an entire era? You mean him? Lan Qingya's tone unconsciously turned sharp. Only after the words left her mouth did she realize her mistake, but it was too late to take them back. Oomph, what an ill-mannered creature. Before Jun Xiaoyao could respond, Jun Zhantian behind him raised an eyebrow and swept out with his wide sleeve. Uffed. Lan Qingya's delicate body was sent flying, crashing hard to the ground with blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. This was Jun Zhantian showing restraint due to his status, too lazy to kill Lan Qingya outright. If there's a chance in the future, I'd like to spar with Brother Zhangjian. As for you, get lost. Jun Xiaoyao's voice was calm, yet brooked no argument, and with a casual wave of his hand at the end, he seemed to be brushing away dust. He couldn't be bothered to deal with such a minor character. Lan Qingya's face instantly turned deathly pale, her fingertips trembling slightly. Her gaze lingered on Jun Linglong's face for a moment, a flash of unwillingness flickering in her eyes before she gritted her teeth, turned around, and disappeared into the crowd within a few steps. Jun Linglong paid no attention to Lan Qingya's hasty retreat. Her clear eyes fixed steadily on Jun Xiaoyao, and her originally cold gaze was now tinged with a pitiful vulnerability. Any man meeting such a gaze would likely be unable to restrain himself. Jun Xiaoyao pondered for a moment, then suddenly looked up and asked, "Can you serve others?" With those words, the surroundings fell silent, and many prodigies exchanged glances. When had a proud female prodigy of the Jun family ever served anyone? Jun Linglong was also stunned for a moment, but still nodded instinctively. She absolutely could not miss this opportunity. Good, I agree. Jun Xiaoyao was straightforward and decisive. Only then did everyone wake up as if from a dream. Jun Xiaoyao wasn't selecting followers, but rather, a maid. In an instant, all the male cultivators were so envious they nearly ground their teeth to dust. Not everyone had the qualification to make Jun Linglong serve as a maid. Jun Linglong herself was also dazed for a moment. A proud daughter of heaven had truly become a servant? But thinking of that glimpse of the future, her eyes regained their determination. She parted her red lips slightly. Divine Son has asked so many questions. May Linglong also ask one? What question? Jun Xiaoyao replied. If Divine Son were to become Heavenly Emperor in the future, what would you do? Jun Xiaoyao was slightly stunned, then smiled faintly and slowly uttered 8 words. As Heavenly Emperor, I shall suppress and kill all enemies in the world. As his words fell, thunder crashed above the firmament, dark clouds churned, fierce winds swept like massive waves, and heaven and earth changed color. Everyone was terrified. many witnessing the phenomenon of words becoming law for the first time. Jun Xiaoyao took a deep breath, his gaze complex. Wu Huwei, your child is indeed like you were back then, full of heroic spirit. He knew this oath had already brought tremendous karmic consequences upon Jun Xiaoyao. At the same time, multiple forbidden zones deep within the immortal domain were also stirred. In a life-forbidden zone where all vitality had ceased, an ancient, hoarse voice echoed. The Jun family's generation has quite the ambition From an ancient spiritual mountain where phoenix feathers drifted and divine phoenixes danced, cold mockery emerged. Suppress and kill all enemies in the world? Jun Wuhui's descendant is actually this arrogant. Deep within an ancient nest where dragon veins converged, indifferent words also arose. The imperial path of this era is about to begin. Our clan's descendants like Long Outyin will make these ancient sacred families understand what it means for prodigies to spill blood and witness utter desolation. Jun Xiaoyao hadn't expected his casual remark to stir up such turmoil. When he came back to his senses, he met Jun Linlong's burning gaze. What? He raised his hand to touch his cheek. Linlong wishes to follow by Divine Sun's side. She bowed respectfully, her voice clear and firm, without a trace of hesitation. Jun Xiaoyao nodded, thinking to himself that this trip had been quite fruitful. He had obtained the Divine Elephant Suppressing Prison Force through Sinan, broken through the myriad ancient extreme realm, and received the Chaos God Demon Visualization Method as a heavenly Tao reward. The 18th ancestor had bestowed 3 immortal divine medicines, and finally, he had even recruited a blonde girl as a maid, truly a complete success. Afterward, Jun Xiaoyao led Jun Linlong and Jun Xiaoyao back to the Heavenly Emperor Palace. Along the way, the Jun family disciples in the martial arena remained rooted in place, watching the 3 figures depart with eyes filled with envy and awe so intense it seemed almost tangible. Everyone understood clearly that if Jun Xiaoyao had shown even the slightest weakness earlier, they would surely be gossiping about it in private. But this young divine son had conquered them all with absolute strength. Even the proud daughter of heaven, Jun Linlong, willingly served as his attendant. Who wouldn't be moved by such glory? Do you think Jun Xiaoyao will try to get his revenge? Someone whispered with a hint of schadenfreude. Unless Jun Xiaoyao has lost his mind, he won't dare provoke the divine son. Another shook his head decisively. The 18th ancestor's favor toward Jun Xiaoyao was well known to all. It would be utterly foolish for the family's future pillar to be targeted over someone like Lan Qingya. Discussions continued in hushed tones, but no one dared cross the line. The subject of their gossip, Jun Xiaoyao, paid no attention to such noise. If Jun Xiaoyao truly came knocking over Lan Qingya, he would welcome another satisfying battle. Crossing the floating bridge, the magnificent Heavenly Emperor Palace complex came into view. The towering golden palaces gleamed in the twilight like colossal beasts overlooking heaven and earth. Standing before the palace gates for the first time, Jun Linlong clutched her sleeves with delicate fingers, unable to hide her excitement. Despite her noble status, she had never been granted permission to enter this sacred place. Relax, there's no need to be so formal, Jun Xiaoyao said casually with a wave of his hand. Thank you, divine son. Jun Linlong bowed gracefully with a sweet smile, her demeanor elegant and refined. Jun Xiaoyao's gaze shifted as he thought to himself. Others wouldn't dare even glance at Jun Linlong, let alone approach her, yet I can casually take her as my attendant. The gap in power and status truly transcends everything. Being born into the right family is indeed a skill. Suddenly remembering something, he turned to Jun Xiaoyao. By the way, grandfather, now that Linlong will be taking care of my daily needs, you won't need to make the trip here every day. You little rascal. Jun Xiaoyao huffed and glared, but could do nothing with his grandson and had to compromise. But I'll still come when it's time for your lessons. His words carried both helplessness and indulgence. Over the following days, Jun Xiaoyao secluded himself in a side hall of the Heavenly Emperor Palace, focusing on comprehending the Divine Elephant Prison Suppressing Force. This body-refining divine technique offered far more than just tremendous strength. It contained various martial applications. 1. Attack Nether God's Spear, drawing upon the ancient divine elephant's power to suppress hell, condensing infernal energy into strikes that could pierce through all techniques. 2. Defense Nether God's Protection, divine elephant phantoms guarding the body, unbreakable and indestructible. 3. Movement Demon Wings, soaring through void space at extreme speeds with beating wings. As his understanding deepened, the abilities he could unlock became increasingly diverse. If cultivated to perfection, he could manifest a true ancient divine elephant and summon the gates of hell, commanding endless demons for his use. This is incredibly practical, Jun Xiaoyao praised sincerely as he closed the jade slip. Though the Jun family possessed countless supreme body-refining methods, none could match the Divine Elephant Prison Suppressing Force in versatility and potential. He couldn't help but anticipate his next sign-in opportunity. Ding! A familiar system notification suddenly rang in his mind. Congratulations, host. A new sign-in location has been refreshed. Please sign in at the 10th birthday banquet. The 10th birthday banquet? My 10th birthday banquet. Jun Xiaoyao was momentarily stunned. Jun Jiantian had mentioned earlier that when he turned 10, the Jun family would host a grand celebration, inviting major powers, ancient families, and supreme clans from across the desolate heaven immortal domain to attend the festivities. Even Jun Xiaoyao's identity as the Zero Sequence would be announced at the 10th birthday banquet. This banquet would mark his official debut into the world. As Jun Xiaoyao pondered the patterns of his sign-in system, he found no logic in the locations or timing, merely chuckling to himself. The Divine Elephant Prison Suppressing Force and Chaos Demon Visualization Technique were sufficient for his current cultivation needs, so he might as well look forward to the excitement of the 10th birthday banquet. Why hasn't Jun Zhangjian made any moves yet? Has he really chickened out? He muttered to himself, his tone carrying a hint of disappointment. Meanwhile, deep within the Jun family estate, a spiritual island floated gently in the void, swaying among clouds and mist. Each of the Jun family's 10 sequences enjoyed independent residences. Some presided over celestial palaces, others dwelt in hidden paradises, and this particular spiritual island belonged to the 10th sequence Jun Zhangjian. At the island's center stood a mountain peak that pierced straight into the heavens like a sword blade, its cold gleam surrounded by fierce sword qi that could be sensed from afar. At the foot of the peak, a blue-skirted maiden named Lan Xingya had been waiting for several days, her delicate face growing increasingly anxious and aggrieved. Has young Master Zhangjian still not emerged from seclusion? The humiliating incident at the martial arena had left her chest burning with suppressed anger, yet she dared not provoke Jun Xiaoyao or Jun Linlong, placing all her hopes on Jun Zhangjian instead. In the past, whenever she caused trouble, she need only seek out this young master, and others would inevitably be the ones apologizing. Was precisely this that had fostered her arrogant temperament. Boom. Suddenly, a circle of spiritual power erupted from the mountain peak, a violent storm shooting straight into the sky and stirring the sea of clouds like a tornado. Young Master Zhangjian has achieved a breakthrough. The attendants on the island all looked up with fervent gazes. The resentment vanished from Lan Xingya's face, replaced by wild joy. Now that the young master's cultivation had advanced another level, surely he could help her regain face. Even if he couldn't deal with Jun Xiaoyao, he could at least handle Jun Linlong. Soon after, a black-robed figure descended from the sword peak through the air. The 13 or 14-year-old youth had flowing black hair and deep dark eyes, his entire being like an unsheathed divine sword with an overwhelming presence. His ability to fly meant he had firmly entered the divine palace realm. This was the Jun family's 10th sequence Jun Zhangjian. Legend had it that on the day of his birth, all sword-bearers in the Jun family had their blades ring in unison, their sword hearts becoming crystal clear. His immortal sword body could contain endless sword qi, revealing his monstrous talent. Though ranked only as the 10th sequence, he was far beyond what ordinary prodigies could compare to. As the youth landed, the attendants bowed respectfully, but he walked straight past them all to look at Lan Xingya. Xingya, have you been waiting for me all this time? Young Master Zhangjian. Lan Xingya immediately squeezed out tears, throwing herself pitifully into his arms. The followers nearby silently cursed her as a green tea bitch, but dared not speak aloud. Tell me, who has upset you this time? Jun Zhangjian smiled gently, his tone completely different from how he treated others. Lan Xingya immediately recounted everything that had happened at the martial arena from beginning to end, finally saying with tears in her eyes, Xingya was only thinking of your reputation, but that Jun Xiaoyao and Jun Linlong. You're saying you offended Jun Xiaoyao? His black hair obscured the youth's expression, making his emotions unreadable. Yes, young master, you must seek justice for Xingya. Slap. A crisp slap sent her staggering. Are you trying to get me killed? Lan Xingya was stunned, completely stunned. She covered her burning cheek where she'd been slapped, staring in disbelief at Jun Zhangjian before her. The man's face was dark as a storm cloud, his gaze cold as ice. Young Master Zhangjian, you hit me? Lan Xingya asked in a trembling voice, her fingers touching the swollen flesh as if to confirm this wasn't a nightmare. In her imagination, Jun Zhangjian had always been obedient to her every whim, even giving her the illusion that the Jun family sequences aren't so impressive after all. She had secretly fantasized that she could completely control this 10th sequence member in the future and he would do whatever she asked. How glorious it would be for an outsider's servant to command a Jun family sequence member. She was confident she could achieve this. However, at this moment, Jun Zhangjian's gloomy expression made him look like a completely different person. Who told you to provoke Jun Xiaoyao? He asked, suppressing his rage, his voice low and hoarse. I was thinking of you, young Master Zhangjian. Lan Xingya hastily explained. You tried to recruit Jun Linlong before, but she ignored you, yet she was willing to follow that Jun Xiaoyao. Fool. Before she could finish, Jun Zhangjian slapped her other cheek. With the crisp sound, Lan Xingya staggered and nearly fell, her lips splitting as blood dripped down her chin. Do you know who Jun Xiaoyao is? Do you know who his father is? Jun Zhangjian's chest heaved violently, as if he wanted to strangle her on the spot. Are you trying to undermine my position in the sequence? He's just that Jun Wuhui's son, and his whereabouts are unknown now. Lan Qingya gritted her teeth, still defiant. You have no right to insult Uncle Wuhui. His fury completely ignited. Jun Zhangjian raised his hand and delivered a series of slaps. Slap, 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 more than 10 strikes. And Lan Qingya's face instantly swelled like a pig's head, blood spattering onto the stone slabs at her feet. The surrounding followers watched in stunned silence, as if the sun had risen from the west. Jun Zhangjian shouted coldly. Never mind that Jun Xiaoyao is Uncle Wuhui's son. His mother is also a divine maiden of the Jiang family, and he has the favor of the 18 ancestors. By provoking him, are you trying to make me lose my position as the 10th sequence? Lan Qingya finally broke down, falling to her knees and kowtowing, her forehead hitting the ground with dull thuds. Young Master Zhangjian, Qingya was wrong. Please spare Qingya. She never would have imagined that Jun Zhangjian would be so wary of Jun Xiaoyao that he would even strike her in public. Get up and go apologize to Jun Xiaoyao with thorns on your back. Jun Zhangjian's voice was ice cold. Young Master Zhangjian. This, Lan Qingya felt as if struck by lightning. If she really had to humble herself like this, how could she maintain her standing in the Jun family? Not to mention apologizing in front of Jun Linglong. That would be more painful than swallowing knives. You won't go. Jun Zhangjian's gaze was sharp as a sword. I'll go. Lan Qingya felt a chill in her heart, overwhelmed by humiliation. The followers quickly found a bundle of thorny branches and handed them to her. The sharp thorns pierced her snow-white jade back, blood seeping out as she gasped from the pain. Jun Zhangjian hesitated slightly, then finally spoke. Forget it. I'll go with you. That way our sincerity will be sufficient. Lan Qingya's despair deepened. This was the first time she'd seen Jun Zhangjian so anxious. Just how powerful was this Jun Xiaoyao to force the 10th sequence into such a state? Thus, Jun Zhangjian left the Spirit Island with Lan Qingya carrying thorns on her back, heading straight for the Heavenly Emperor's palace. Along the way, many Jun family disciples noticed this scene. Is that the 10th sequence Jun Zhangjian? He's come out of seclusion. Jun Zhangjian's strength had improved once again, and he was heading toward the Heavenly Emperor Palace. Could he be looking for trouble with the Divine Son? Wait, look at Lan Qingya. All eyes fell upon Lan Qingya. Her jade-like back was crisscrossed with bloody marks. Her cheeks were swollen red, and blood seeped from the corner of her mouth. She looked utterly disheveled. Could it be that Jun Zhangjian wasn't coming to settle a score, but rather to apologize? The Jun family disciples exchanged glances with one another. The mighty 10th sequence was actually backing down. TSK. Perhaps only the Divine Son could achieve victory without fighting. A young man sighed with emotion. Which of the 10 great sequences isn't arrogantly proud? Only Jun Xiaoyao could make them bow their heads. Inside the Heavenly Emperor Palace, Jun Xiaoyao reclined leisurely against a jade couch, withdrawing his divine consciousness. Jun Linlong was brewing tea beside him, using 10th Ascendier condensed dew as water and tender leaves from the Enlightenment Ancient Tree as tea, something that ordinary prodigies in the outside world could hardly taste once in their lifetime, yet he savored it daily. Young master, please. Jun Linlong offered the cup with a serene posture. Outside the palace doors, a servant respectfully reported, Divine Son, young Master Jun Zhangjian requests an audience. Finally, he's here. I've been waiting for several days. A flash of light appeared in Jun Xiaoyao's eyes as his spirits lifted. The plot was about to begin. According to common sense, Lan Qingya should tearfully complain of being humiliated. Jun Zhangjian would fly into a rage and come knocking, and he could take this opportunity to test the Divine Elephant prison suppressing force he had just comprehended. Jun Linlong's expression remained calm. She knew well that Jun Zhangjian couldn't stir up any waves. Haha. Cousin Xiaoyao, this is the first time we've met since birth, though I never expected it would be under these circumstances. Hearty laughter echoed as Jun Zhangjian strode in with large steps. Behind him, Lan Qingya kept her head lowered, carrying thorny branches on her back, her clothes stained with blood. Oh, Jun Xiaoyao raised an eyebrow. The plot had gone off course. My follower has offended Cousin Xiaoyao, so I've brought her to apologize with thorns on her back. I hope Cousin will be magnanimous. Jun Zhangjian smiled, slowing his speech. Lan Qingya gritted her teeth and knelt on the ground, forcing out words through clenched teeth. I beg the Divine Son, and Jun Linlong, to forgive Qingya. After speaking, she wished she could bury her head in a crack in the ground. Jun Linlong cast a cold glance over, while Jun Xiaoyao remained silent. Jun Zhangjian's heart tightened. If Jun Xiaoyao really brought this matter before the 18th ancestor, his sequence career would likely be over. After pondering for a moment, he gritted his teeth and produced a pale golden token. During my travels, I happened to obtain 2 Yuan Tian Supreme tokens, which seem related to the Yuan Tian Supreme's secret treasure. One extra token is useless to me, so I present it to Cousin. A supreme secret treasure. Jun Linlong's eyes flickered with shock. Above the Saint Realm was the Supreme Realm, standing at the peak of the immortal domain. Immortal and indestructible, the value of such a secret treasure was immeasurable. If this token appeared in the outside world, countless prodigies would fight bloody battles for it. Jun Xiaoyao had originally spent enormous resources to gather 2 tokens. Jun Xiaoyao was also quite surprised. Jun Xiaoyao was actually willing to part with it. Just then, the system's notification suddenly rang in his ears. Ding! Congratulations, host. A new check-in location has been refreshed. Please check in at the Yuan Tian Supreme's secret treasure. Another new check-in location? Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flickered slightly. He had already figured out 2 patterns of the system. First, multiple check-in locations could exist simultaneously. Second, locations would refresh based on triggered events. As soon as he heard about the Yuan Tian Supreme's secret treasure, the check-in point immediately refreshed. It seemed he would have to make this trip in the future, as check-in rewards never disappointed. Cousin Zhangjian, you're too kind. Jun Xiaoyao smiled and raised his hand, reaching out through the void to draw the Yuan Tian Supreme token into his palm with golden magical power. Jun Zhangjian's mouth twitched slightly. I may not be human, but you're truly ruthless. Yet beyond the heartache, he was even more shocked that magnificent magical power was actually golden in color. Could it really be the ancient sacred body as rumored? Thinking of this, Jun Zhangjian was secretly alarmed and became even more wary of Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Zhangjian had once vaguely heard from the clan elders of his lineage that Jun Xiaoyao possessed the ancient sacred body. At the time, he had dismissed it as mere rumor since the near-ancient era. The ancient sacred body had become virtually extinct, and even when one occasionally appeared, they struggled in cultivation due to the decline of spiritual energy and the descent of the 10 Tao shackles, ultimately fading into obscurity among ordinary people. If it truly were such a useless waste of a physique, why would the 18th ancestor treat it so seriously? Therefore, Jun Zhangjian had always speculated that Jun Xiaoyao at most possessed some variant constitution similar to the ancient sacred body. But at this moment, he witnessed with his own eyes as Jun Xiaoyao raised his palm, golden spiritual power surging like a tide. The golden spiritual sea and brilliant sacred blood unique to the ancient sacred body were revealed completely in that instant. Jun Zhangjian's heart trembled as he thought to himself, could it be that Cousin Xiaoyao truly possesses the legendary ancient sacred body? Cousin Xiaoyao, are you truly the ancient sacred body? He couldn't help but ask. That's correct. Jun Xiaoyao nodded lightly, his tone so calm it seemed as if he were stating some trivial matter. He had never intended to conceal it. Receiving personal confirmation, shock flashed in Jun Zhangjian's eyes. Lan Xingya, who was kneeling on the ground, also looked up, and after the initial shock, what remained was an irreconcilable venomous hatred. If he truly possessed the ancient sacred body, why did Jun Zhangjian still fear this useless waste of a physique? She would not forget today's humiliation. In that case, I shall take my leave first. Having paid substantial compensation and been fleeced considerably, Jun Zhangjian truly had no interest in staying any longer and cupped his hands, preparing to depart. Wait! Jun Xiaoyao suddenly spoke. Jun Zhangjian's steps halted, and the corner of his mouth twitched almost imperceptibly. Could this cousin want to push his luck even further? Ahem, Cousin Zhangjian, you misunderstand. Jun Xiaoyao cleared his throat lightly. I'm simply feeling the urge to compete and would like to spar with you, cousin. A strange glint flashed in Jun Zhangjian's eyes. Then he shook his head with a laugh. Cousin Xiaoyao, you're still young, why rush? When you're older, it won't be too late for us to compete. Jun Xiaoyao was only 3 years old, while he was already 13 or 14. If he truly injured Jun Xiaoyao, who would bear the 18th ancestor's wrath? It's merely a spar, I hope cousin won't refuse. Jun Xiaoyao's tone remained gentle, yet carried an undeniable insistence. Sigh, since you insist, cousin, then I'll comply. However, please know your limits. Jun Zhangjian agreed, his expression composed. While he couldn't match Jun Xiaoyao in status, in terms of cultivation, he was confident he could crush this 3-year-old little one. Before long, the two arrived at an open space outside the Heavenly Emperor Palace. The palace walls stood majestically, and the plaza's stone slabs bore clear patterns perfect for combat. Quite a few Jun family disciples had already gathered nearby, craning their necks to discover the outcome of the compensation matter. Seeing the two emerge side by side and assume fighting stances, exclamations arose one after another from the crowd. What's happening? Wasn't this supposed to be an apology? How did it turn into a fight? Don't worry, judging by the divine son Xiaoyao's expression, it seems to be just a spar. Those with keen eyes quickly assessed the situation, and interest appeared on everyone's faces. The divine son, blessed with halos since childhood, facing off against the already renowned 10th sequence. This spar was full of intrigue. Though no one believed Jun Xiaoyao could win due to the age and cultivation gap, betting quietly began in the shadows. What do you think, how many moves can divine son Xiaoyao withstand against Jun Zhangjian? I'd guess 3 moves. No way should be able to last at least 10 moves. Hearing those people's words, Jun Zhangjian couldn't help but curl his lips into a smile. Although handing over a piece of the Yuantian Supreme token made his heart bleed, this seemed like the perfect opportunity to make a name for himself. He looked up at Jun Xiaoyao not far away and whispered a reminder. Cousin Xiaoyao, be careful. Before his words had even finished, the overwhelming aura of the Divine Palace Fifth Heaven exploded forth. Jun Zhongjian wasted no time with preliminaries, directly forming his fingers into a sword and sending a sharp blade of light slicing through the air toward Jun Xiaoyao's forehead. Jun Xiaoyao's expression remained calm. Without any flashy movements, he clenched his 5 fingers into a fist and threw a punch straight forward. Within his body, 1,000 giant elephant particles awakened simultaneously, instantly blessing him with 10 million pounds of terrifying divine power. His fist broke through the air, distorting the void itself, and a massive air cannon exploded violently. The shocking pressure made Jun Zhongjian's face change dramatically. He desperately tried to withdraw his hand, but was ultimately half a step too slow. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted, accompanied by the crisp, bone-chilling sound of fractures. Jun Zhongjian was sent flying like he'd been struck by a massive hammer, his finger bones shattered, landing in a disheveled heap. The watching Jun family disciples were stunned speechless, and even Lan Qingya, who had followed along, stood frozen in shock. Jun Linglong's eyes sparkled as she nodded secretly. She had indeed chosen the right person to follow. Jun Zhongjian coughed dryly twice, suppressing the metallic sweetness in his throat, his heart still reeling with shock. In contrast, Jun Xiaoyao was even more surprised. The 10th sequence only had this much strength? His face darkened slightly, his tone sincere yet cutting. Cousin Zhongjian, you can't go easy on me just because I'm young. That would be insulting to me. With that, he took the initiative to attack. Jun Zhongjian's temple veins bulged as his heart, filled with bitter anguish, really hadn't been holding back. But with more and more whispers around them, he had no choice but to give his all. 9 swords of the rising sun. 9 blazing sword lights fell in succession, tearing the air apart. Nether God's protection. Jun Xiaoyao activated the Divine Elephant Prison Suppressing Force. Dark purple nether light condensing as a nether god's phantom enveloped his entire body. The sword lights struck the phantom and scattered completely into points of light. In the next instant, demon wings spread from his back, and his form became a streak of black lightning that flashed before Jun Zhongjian. Nether God's Spear. Overwhelming divine energy condensed into a purple-black spear, wrapped in nether flames, its tip gleaming with cold light. In his haste, Jun Zhongjian played his trump card. Purple Emperor's Sword Art. A purple sword shadow swept across the sky, but was brutally torn apart by the nether god's spear upon collision. Boom! The spear's momentum didn't decrease, forcing Jun Zhongjian to raise his sword horizontally to block. Under the tremendous impact, the long sword flew from his hands, and he was heavily embedded into the wall beside him, brick and stone debris scattering everywhere. Just 3 moves. The Jun family spectators' eyes nearly popped out. Even if he had been deliberately holding back, it would be impossible to lose so thoroughly. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao finally realized the misunderstanding. He immediately stopped his attack and walked over to Jun Zhongjian, his expression apologetic. Sorry, cousin Zhongjian, I misunderstood you. It turns out you were already giving your all. Hearing these words, Jun Zhongjian nearly spat out the blood he had just swallowed back down. He had some choice words he wasn't sure he should say. Jun Zhongjian's face alternated between pale and flushed. At the start of the battle, he had worried about explaining himself if he seriously injured Jun Xiaoyao with a single strike. Now, however, he was the one left disheveled and covered in wounds. Recalling that ferocious assault, he gritted his teeth and forced out a smile uglier than tears. Cousin Xiaoyao truly possesses the bearing of a divine prodigy. This elder cousin is impressed. Dust still hung in the air around them, and broken stone slabs from the training platform lay scattered in all directions. Jun Zhongjian brushed off his robes. Bitter in his heart, the entire exchange had ended so quickly that he hadn't even had time to activate his immortal sword body before suffering defeat. Even if he had truly unleashed the immortal sword body, he had no confidence he could suppress Jun Xiaoyao. After all, this cousin had triggered the 10,000 saints worship phenomenon at birth, and once his sacred body manifested, who could withstand it? Monster. He sighed inwardly. Jun Xiaoyao was only 3 years old, yet already possessed the combat power to suppress his peers. In a few more years, he might truly be able to challenge the top 5 in the rankings. At this thought, Jun Zhongjian felt another chill in his heart. Around the training ground, the young men and women stared at the devastation in stunned silence. Soon, this battle would spread throughout the entire Jun family through word of mouth. Jun Xiaoyao had just broken the eternal extreme realm at the Taiyue Ancient Monument, and today he had defeated Jun Zhongjian, the first in the rankings. Even the few clan members who had once harbored doubts about him now felt nothing but prostrate awe. Cousin Xiaoyao has limitless prospects. Jun Zhongjian took a deep breath. Once you turn 10, you'll surely enter the rankings, perhaps even surpass me. According to Jun family rules, The younger generation could only compete for rankings after turning 10. Jun Xiaoyao merely shrugged. The 18th ancestor had already privately designated him as Sequence 0, a position above the first sequence, waiting only for the 10th birthday banquet to announce it. He rather looked forward to seeing Jun Zhangjian's expression when he learned the truth that day. Farewell, cousin Xiaoyao. Jun Zhangjian pressed his lips together and turned to leave, wanting nothing more than to enter seclusion for cultivation. After taking just a few steps, Jun Xiaoyao spoke casually. By the way, cousin Zhangjian, as someone in the rankings, there's no need to let just any random nobody follow you around. It damages your dignity. Jun Zhangjian's steps paused slightly, his eyes flashing as he replied, understood. With that, he and Lan Qingya hurriedly left the scene. Hearing the words, random nobody, Lan Qingya's face burned with shame, the humiliation piercing like needles. Clearly, Jun Xiaoyao was referring to her. As the crowd dispersed, Jun Xiaoyao looked at the shattered stone slabs and shook his head. My techniques are still too limited. Though he was currently at the foundation building stage, he should cultivate several martial arts and divine abilities, otherwise his fighting methods were too monotonous. The Jun family, being an ancient clan, possessed rare texts as numerous as stars. She decided to ask his grandfather for some. Meanwhile, Jun Zhangjian had barely walked a few hundred zhang from the training ground before stopping and looking expressionlessly at Lan Qingya behind him. For the sake of past sentiment, leave the Jun family. No, young master Zhangjian, don't drive Qingya away. Lan Qingya's face went deathly pale. Staying in the Jun family meant cultivation resources and prestigious status within easy reach. Once expelled, she would be no different from any common female cultivator. Get lost. Jun Zhangjian swept his arm, sword chi bursting from his sleeve and sending Lan Qingya flying several zhang. She coughed up blood upon landing. Jun Zhangjian said coldly, if not for you, how would I have invited such trouble and lost so much face? With those words, he left without looking back. Watching that retreating figure, the pain on Lan Qingya's face transformed into bone-deep venomous hatred. Jun Xiaoyao, this is all your fault. You abuse your status to oppress others. Lan Qingya staggered backward to the courtyard wall, her hair disheveled and face twisted with venomous hatred. Her mind raced. The ancient sacred body. Could he have already broken through one shackle? If I could get this information to the Jun family's enemies or the primordial imperial clans. With her limited knowledge, she couldn't even imagine that Jun Xiaoyao had already broken through 10 shackles. To her, even just one would be earth-shattering. That's right, he's holding his 10th birthday celebration in 2 years. If I could lure those forces there. Lan Qingya knew that with her own power, she could never get revenge on Jun Xiaoyao in this lifetime or the next. Her only chance was to use others as her blade. Her eyes burned with hatred as she gritted her teeth. Just wait, Jun Xiaoyao. And that bitch Jun Linlong too'll all pay the price. Before she could finish speaking, the Jun family guards had already twisted her arms behind her back and dragged her out of the estate, throwing her out in disgrace. Meanwhile, Jun Xiaoyao didn't even spare Lan Qingya a glance. To him, that woman was less than an ant. He had only reminded Jun Zhangjian because he didn't want to see such an eyesore again in the future. At this moment, in the Heavenly Emperor Palace's training grounds, Jun Xiaoyao looked up at the elderly man before him. Grandfather, I want to learn the Jun family's martial arts and divine abilities. What? You want to learn divine abilities at only 3 years old? Jun Zhangjian frowned, his graying eyebrows furrowing. That's too hasty. You should focus on solidifying your foundation now. Besides, divine abilities require not only talent, but also time. Let me try. If it takes too much time, I'll set it aside. Unable to refuse his grandson, Jun Zhangjian finally nodded, deliberately choosing one of the most difficult and powerful offensive divine abilities, the art of military conquest. When this technique is mastered, you can transform your spiritual power into divine weapons like sabers, spears, swords, halberds, axes, battle axes, hooks, and forks. 10,000 weapons will follow your command, capable of splitting heaven and destroying earth. Perfect, I'll take that one. Excitement flashed in Jun Xiaoyao's eyes. Jun Zhangjian secretly felt pleased. Humph, it took your grandfather a whole year just to grasp the basics. Let's see how many days you can last. Several days later, thunderous roars echoed from the depths of the Heavenly Emperor Palace as golden light shot straight into the clouds. Golden spiritual power churned like a storm, instantly condensing into countless sabers, spears, swords, and halberds that slashed down through the air. Jun Xiaoyao stepped out, shaking his head with a sigh. Grandfather, it's only been a few days and I've barely grasped the basics. This is indeed complex. Jun Zhangjian nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Grandfather, it's nothing. From now on, whatever divine abilities you want to learn, go pick them yourself from the martial pavilion. Grandfather needs some quiet time. The old man turned and hurried away, afraid that looking at this little monster any longer would shatter his Dao heart. 5 years passed in a flash, and Jun Xiaoyao was now 8 years old. The young man had grown taller, with refined features that made him look like a banished immortal. Jun Linlong often sat holding her teacup, staring blankly at his profile, able to watch him for an entire day without growing tired. However, Jun Xiaoyao kept all his attention focused on cultivation. Cultivation method. The Jun family's supreme mysterious scripture. Body refinement. Divine Elephant Prison Suppressing Force. Soul refinement. Chaotic God-Demon visualization method. Plus the art of military conquest, and many other Jun family divine abilities, all progressing simultaneously. In 5 years, he had broken through all 9 levels of the Spirit Sea realm in one go and now stepped into the Divine Palace realm, reaching the same level as Jun Zhangjian had years ago. But due to the special nature of his ancient sacred body, his Dantian contained a vast golden spiritual sea with profound spiritual power unmatched in the same realm, which the Jun family elders marveled at as an endless spirit sea. Only 2 years left until the 10th birthday celebration. Jun Xiaoyao sat cross-legged on a stone platform, his gaze profound. After the celebration, I can venture out for training and search for the 2 check-in locations, Yuan Tian Supreme's secret treasure and the northern desert ancient lands. Having obtained the perfected ancient sacred body and divine elephant prison suppressing force, he was filled with anticipation for the next check-in reward. In a side hall of the Heavenly Emperor Palace, Jun Linlong finished her quiet cultivation when she suddenly felt a stirring in her heart. She took out a message transmission jade slip, swept it with her divine consciousness, and her delicate hand trembled. Is it her? Jun Linlong's beautiful eyes narrowed. Huzhou was one of the 3,000 Dao states within the Huangtian immortal domain. Though its territory was merely 1% the size of the imperial state, it remained vast and expansive, dotted with barren mountains, fire marshes, and spiritual veins. Across this Dao state, there were no towering sects or prominent clans. The sole, true hegemon was the ancient Vermilion Bird Kingdom. The Vermilion Bird Kingdom boasted a long and storied history. While it couldn't compare to those colossal ancient families from primordial times, it still possessed profound foundations and a formidable reputation. Beyond the Vermilion Bird Kingdom, the Huangtian Immortal Domain was also home to the Azure Dragon Kingdom, White Tiger Kingdom, and Black Tortoise Kingdom, collectively known as the 4 Divine Beast Kingdoms, alongside Vermilion Bird. At this moment, deep within the Vermilion Bird Kingdom's imperial palace, candlelight flickered in a resplendent chamber adorned with vermilion bird carvings on its domed ceiling. Upon the bed lay a middle-aged man clad in crimson gold vermilion bird robes, his complexion sallow and a spreading darkness emanating from between his brows. His aura was as fragile as a candle, and the window was none other than the sovereign of the Vermilion Bird Kingdom. Beside the bed stood a woman in red robes. Her fiery red hair cascaded down her back like flames, and her slender legs were barely visible beneath a battle skirt adorned with intricate feather patterns. A cinnabar mark between her brows complemented her crystal-clear crimson eyes, while her snow-white skin and vermilion lips made her as beautiful as peach blossoms. She was the Vermilion Bird Princess Baiyuer. Father Emperor, Yuer will surely find the immortality elixir and save you, Baiyuer said, gently biting her lower lip while her voice remained firm as steel. Yuer, you've suffered so much for this, the Vermilion Bird Sovereign whispered weakly. The immortality elixir cannot be forced. Such a precious treasure even the supreme orthodox sects and those immortal powers couldn't possibly hoard many, let alone freely gift them to our Vermilion Bird Kingdom. He sighed, his eyes reflecting both unwillingness and despair. Though the Vermilion Bird Kingdom possessed several top-grade sacred medicines, they couldn't produce a single immortality elixir. In the outside world, whenever an immortality elixir appeared, it would inevitably trigger bloodbaths as various powers fought desperately for it. Though, could anyone possibly sell such a thing? I will definitely succeed. Baiyuer raised her gaze, her flame-like eyes blazing with intensity. Since childhood, she had harbored the Vermilion Bird divine fire between her brows, possessing exceptional talent, and her beauty had countless prodigies throughout the Huangtian immortal domain vying for her attention. Being constantly elevated and praised had shaped her into someone with a noble and proud disposition. Yet when she truly needed these prodigies to act, they proved to be all talk. Baiyuer sneered inwardly. They all followed her around like lapdogs, but when it truly mattered, not one could produce an immortality elixir. Thinking of her fiancé Xiao Chun made her expression even colder. He was the eldest prince of the Azure Dragon Kingdom, her childhood companion, whom she had known since they were young, yet even he couldn't offer a single immortality elixir. Stepping out of the chamber, the flying eaves of the Vermilion Bird Palace cast crimson silhouettes in the setting sun. Baiyuer's beautiful face was somber. Her father had been afflicted with this illness for several years, and the kingdom's power had been gradually declining. The Azure Dragon Kingdom had initially extended an olive branch proposing marriage, promising repeatedly to gift an immortality elixir. After weighing considerations of both family and state, she had finally agreed, and the marriage contract was sealed. Yet even now, with the wedding date approaching, the medicine remained nowhere to be found. In the current Vermilion Bird Kingdom, weakened as it was, lacked the power to demand anything from the Azure Dragon Kingdom. Therefore, Taiyue had to search for the elixir of immortality on her own. The illness of the Vermilion Bird Kingdom's ruler weighed on her heart like a heavy boulder, and the thought that her father might collapse filled her with restless anxiety. Suddenly, a name surfaced from the depths of her memory: Jun Linlong. The two had met by chance in a secret realm and got along well. Though they had little contact afterward, given Jun Linlong's nature, she would never stand idly by, especially since the Jun family surely possessed elixirs of immortality. With this connection in mind, Taiyue's breathing quickened as she immediately took out a jade slip and carved her plea for help into divine light. In a side hall of the Jun family's heavenly emperor palace, Jun Linlong had just dismissed her maid when a jade slip came spinning before her eyes. The Vermilion Bird Kingdom's ruler was gravely ill and needed an elixir of immortality. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly. If not for Taiyue's plea for help, she would have almost forgotten about this close friend. In terms of status, Taiyue was indeed noble, but Jun Linlong was the pride of an ancient family, a daughter of heaven. Even though she now served as Jun Xiaoyao's maid, she remained a sought-after noble lady of the Jun family when she ventured into the outside world. To ask for an elixir of immortality right off the bat, what an appetite. Yet considering their past friendship, she still pondered carefully, though she had no elixir of immortality at hand. At that moment, an indifferent soul transmission fell into her consciousness. Linlong, prepare tea. It was Jun Xiaoyao summoning her. Jun Linlong dared not delay and immediately rose. In the misty hot spring pool, 80-year-old Jun Xiaoyao sat bare-chested, his skin glowing like immortal jade, his form already showing signs of becoming tall and slender. Jun Linlong walked in with light steps, carrying a cup of enlightenment tea, and presented it to him. Watching the young man's features grow more handsome by the day, she inexplicably felt a subtle sense of raising a young master. What's wrong? Something on your mind? Jun Xiaoyao sipped his tea, his tone calm. Nothing. Jun Linlong's eyelashes trembled. Speak up, you can't hide it from me. Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly. Jun Linlong bit her lip and honestly told him about Taiyue's request for an elixir of immortality. After listening, Jun Xiaoyao shrugged. Elixir of immortality? I'm not lacking in those. Years ago at the Taiyue Ancient Monument, he had obtained 3 stalks. After returning home, the 18th ancestor had successively sent him 5 more. By now, he had only refined 3 stalks and still had 5 remaining. Since she's your close friend, giving her 1 stalk is no problem. Have her come personally to collect it. Jun Xiaoyao waved his hand dismissively. Jun Linlong was stunned. Just like that? The logic of the wealthy, she could never learn it. She nodded and sent a reply to Taiyue. Jun Xiaoyao sipped his tea lightly, a faint curve appearing at the corner of his lips. He wasn't being generous out of kindness, but calculating his own schemes. Let the pillars of righteousness bear the light of righteousness. He wouldn't play the saint. Though he agreed casually, an elixir of immortality was priceless, and he wouldn't give it away for nothing. Each major sequence of the Jun family had affiliated orthodox lineages behind them. For instance, Jun Zhangjian had won over forces like the Ancient Sword sect. That wasn't submission to the Jun family, but personal allegiance. Though the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom was declining, a lean camel was still bigger than a horse. If he could make it a vassal and incidentally bring the other 3 ancient kingdoms under his wing, it would be perfect for him as the zero sequence. Having status, but no power would be rather pathetic. As for Taiyue, if she wanted to get an elixir of immortality for free, dream on. Upon receiving Jun Linlong's reply, Taiyue was overjoyed, like encountering sweet rain after a long drought. But reading more carefully, she was stunned. The one agreeing to give the medicine wasn't Jun Linlong, but a prodigy of the Jun family. Could he have taken a fancy to me? Taiyue couldn't help but let her imagination run wild. She had always been confident in her appearance. Known as the most beautiful woman in the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom and quite famous throughout the desolate heaven immortal domain. In her view, any man willing to generously give away an elixir of immortality was mostly coveting her beauty. So even the Jun family's prodigy was just another ordinary man. She felt somewhat disappointed. However, saving her father was the priority. Other matters could wait. Taiyue shook her head and set off for the imperial province. Within the Jun family's celestial emperor palace, the secret chamber's bronze stone walls were embedded with countless runic patterns, spiritual light coursing through them like electric serpents. Jun Xiaoyao sat cross-legged at the center of the stone platform, surrounded by towering piles of supreme-grade divine sources. The fist-sized crystals emanated spiritual energy, so dense it nearly liquefied, turning even the air into swirling rainbow vortexes. In the immortal domain, ordinary cultivators used nothing more than common source stones. First-rate lineages occasionally brought out precious heavenly sources. As for ancient families, supreme lineages, and even immortal dynasties, only they could afford divine sources for body tempering and spirit nourishment. Above divine sources existed the legendary immortal sources, so rare that even ancient families possessed few. All source stones were classified into 4 grades. inferior, middle, superior, and supreme, each tier ascending in quality. What Jun Xiaoyao casually grasped during cultivation was supreme-grade divine source, second only to immortal source. If thrown into the outside world, it would trigger desperate battles among countless powerhouses. At this moment, he sat with eyes closed, a faint golden light flickering at his brow. A brilliant divine palace formed from pure soul power floated in the depths of his consciousness sea. The 5 realms of physical body and 5 realms of divine treasury focused on tempering the flesh. The 9 heavens of spiritual sea concerned Danteon magical power, while the current 9 heavens of divine palace specialized in soul cultivation. Once one stepped into the true spirit realm, a true spirit would be born within the divine palace, causing soul power to surge dramatically. In the future, this true spirit could even be refined into a primordial spirit, capable of leaving the body to roam the 4 seas and 8 wastelands. He circulated the chaos god-demon visualization technique, his consciousness sea transforming into a chaotic realm of newly opened heaven and earth. Within the gray-white mist, a heaven-covering chaos divine millstone thunderously rotated, its edges stained with dark red marks as if dripping with ancient god-demon blood. As the divine millstone ground forward, his soul was torn apart and reforged again, becoming more solid with each cycle. Ordinary people practicing this technique would suffer tremendously, but for Jun Xiaoyao, whose soul power already far exceeded his peers, such pain was insignificant. Instead, it rapidly strengthened his soul. When his cultivation advanced further, he could directly manifest the chaos divine millstone with soul power, turning it into a weapon against enemies. This technique brings unbearable suffering to others, yet for me it becomes another trump card. Jun Xiaoyao mused silently, his lips curving slightly. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away above Huang Province, a fire spirit sparrow with a wingspan of dozens of zhongs soared through flames, pulling a golden chariot across the sky. Its tail flames traced a long crimson rainbow, drawing countless cultivators to look up in wonder. Oh, that chariot bears the vermilion bird Totmus, that the imperial chariot of the vermilion bird ancient kingdom? I heard the vermilion bird royal family traditionally uses fire spirit sparrows to pull their chariots. Could it be that princess renowned for her beauty Taiyue? Looking at the direction, it seems to be heading straight for the Jun family. Discussions arose everywhere. Moments later, the chariot stopped outside the Jun family's territory. This airspace had always been heavily guarded except for Jun family descendants. Anyone who dared trespass would be considered an invader and instantly annihilated. The golden curtain of the chariot lifted slightly, and a slender jade hand wrapped in red feathered garments emerged first. Following it, a woman of stunning beauty with a tall, graceful figure and long, elegant legs stepped down from the chariot. Her flame-colored feathered robes fluttered in the wind, accentuating her snow-white skin and a temperament both fiery and noble. This was none other than Taiyue, princess of the vermilion bird ancient kingdom. She had come alone this time, bringing no attendants. Taiyue gazed out at the Jun family's territory, where countless divine islands floated in the void, and various blessed lands emanated radiant light. The entire ancient domain unfolded like a mythical scroll across the heavens. Such a sight left her heart shaken. Though the vermilion bird ancient kingdom was a first-rate power with far-reaching fame, compared to the ancient Jun family, it was still like a small witch meeting a great witch. After a brief moment of distraction, she lifted the corner of her mouth in a confident, yet faintly disdainful smile. So, what if the Jun family was so transcendent? Wasn't that rumored Jun family prodigy still coveting her beauty, willing to gift her an immortal medicine? However, she had secretly decided that she would never easily give away her body. She still had a marriage contract, and if any scandal arose, wouldn't that put a green hat on the great prince of the Azure Dragon ancient kingdom? With this thought, she composed her emotions and stepped forward. At the Jun family's entrance, 2 guards stood like towering iron pagodas, their blood energy surging around them. "Halt, state your name," came a cold voice. "I am Princess Taiyue of the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom, here to visit Jun Linglong," she said in a flat tone. "Visit the young lady? Do you have a token? If not, get lost." The guard remained cold and harsh. Taiyue's delicate face stiffened slightly. A princess of an entire kingdom was being scolded by a gatekeeper, but since she had come with a request, she could only suppress her anger and produce the jade slip she used to communicate with Jun Linglong. After the guard verified it, he waved his hand. "Go in." Stepping into the Jun family grounds, Taiyue's heart was once again filled with mixed emotions. The identity of a vermilion bird princess was so insignificant within the Jun family. Meanwhile, Jun Linglong found Jun Xiaoyao. "Divine son, she has arrived. Let's go meet this princess." Jun Xiaoyao rose. At 8 years old, he wore white robes, his figure tall and graceful, divinely handsome and elegant. On the other side, Taiyue arrived at a courtyard that seemed like a fairyland as agreed. Green hedges provided cover, spiritual springs babbled, everything was serene and ethereal. Suddenly footsteps approached, and she looked up. A young man with composed steps appeared at the end of the stone path. His skin was like immortal jade, surrounded by a faint radiance, his handsome face flawless, as if he were the son of a deity. Taiyue was momentarily stunned. She had seen countless prodigies, but compared to the person before her, they all paled in comparison. Even her fiancé, the great prince of the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom, was instantly overshadowed. What shocked her even more was that Jun Linglong, dressed in palace attire, followed half a step behind the young man, clearly in a servant's position. Jun Linglong was someone even she had to curry favor with, yet now she was merely the young man's attendant. This young man's identity, could he be one of the sequence? Taiyue's heart was in turmoil. You are Taiyue? Jun Xiaoyao asked indifferently. That's correct, she bowed slightly, her expression reserved. No matter how stunning he was, the other party had ulterior motives, so she need not lower herself. You wish to obtain an immortal medicine to save your father? Exactly. I hope the young master will show mercy and extend a helping hand. Taiyue replied calmly, without the slightest hint of humility. Jun Xiaoyao raised an eyebrow. Her attitude didn't seem like she was asking for medicine, but rather demanding it as if it were her right. Oh, then can you give me a reason? Immortal medicines don't just fall from the sky. Taiyue's lips curved into a mocking smile. As expected, you came with an agenda, she thought coldly, but her face remained calm. Young master, as a Jun family prodigy with extraordinary status, you surely don't lack immortal medicines. If you would bestow one, it could save my father's life and rescue the billions of subjects of the entire Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom. This would be but a simple gesture for you, yet it would earn you merit and a good reputation. Wouldn't you be willing? She stood on moral high ground, her words resounding. With great power comes great responsibility. Since Jun Xiaoyao could save them, why wouldn't he? Hearing this familiar rhetoric, Jun Xiaoyao actually wanted to laugh. So even I have a day of being morally blackmailed? Jun Xiaoyao felt speechless. He studied Taiyue carefully, taking in her flawless jade-like complexion, crystalline skin, and slender legs. She was indeed worthy of her reputation as a renowned beauty. The cinnabar mark between her brows blazed red like fire, resembling a hidden divine flame that added an alluring mystique to her already exquisite features. Jun Xiaoyao silently assessed that this woman possessed decent talent. Originally, if she had been obedient and compliant, he might have reluctantly taken her under his wing to help govern the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom. Unfortunately, the Taiyue before him was clearly a pampered, arrogant beauty spoiled by countless admirers, believing that all men in the world would revolve around her. An ordinary transmigrator might have already become a bootlicker, but Jun Xiaoyao simply shook his head slightly. I was not that kind of person. As someone blessed with invincible talent, invincible status, and an invincible background, a true rich and handsome elite should be others who came to curry favor with him. Yet Taiyue lacked Jun Linlong's wisdom and dared to put on airs before him. A flash of coldness flickered in Jun Xiaoyao's eyes, though his tone remained indifferent. May I ask, how long have we known each other? Taiyue was momentarily stunned, not understanding the purpose behind this sudden question, but she still answered. You and young master are meeting for the first time. First meeting, yet you immediately ask for an immortality elixir. Jun Xiaoyao's smile gradually faded as his tone turned cold. Did I promise you anything? Did I ever say I would give it to the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom for free? What does the rise and fall of the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom have to do with me? How important is your father Emperor's life and death to me? These three consecutive questions left Taiyue's face alternating between pale and flushed, her mouth opening but unable to make a sound. She remembered that Jun Linlong had mentioned a Jun family prodigy willing to help her, but never said it was a free gift. Moreover, the survival of the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom truly had no connection to Jun Xiaoyao. Yet she still tried to claim the moral high ground. Young master does not lack immortality elixirs. Casually giving away one plant could save a life, even billions of living beings. Why are you unwilling? Jun Xiaoyao's expression turned completely cold. Very simple, the immortality elixir is mine. As long as I'm willing, I could even reward it to a dog. This statement pierced Taiyue's heart like a sharp blade. Her delicate body trembled lightly, her face turning deathly pale as humiliation surged through her. He was clearly implying that her father was worth less than a dog. Overwhelmed by rage, she blurted out. Why must young master make excuses? Isn't it just because you have designs on me? Unfortunately, you already has a fiancé, so I cannot comply with this condition. As her words fell, Jun Linlong's jade face changed dramatically, never expecting Taiyue to speak so recklessly. Taiyue herself instantly sobered up, feeling coldness seep into her limbs as her face turned white as paper. She had voiced her true thoughts completely. Jun Xiaoyao chuckled softly. The laughter fell upon Taiyue's ears like bone-chilling wind, making her even more terrified. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes held mockery, yet were coldly stern. You should look in the mirror. Does this divine son have any such necessity? This divine son. These three words exploded like thunder in Taiyue's mind. the Jun family's divine son. A storm instantly raged in her heart, her slender legs weakening uncontrollably as she couldn't help but collapse to the ground. A divine son of an ancient primordial family represents the absolute pinnacle of status and prestige. Baiyuer had initially assumed the white-robed young man before her was merely an outstanding prodigy from the Jun family, until the truth was revealed and she discovered in shock was actually a divine son. Divine son, please forgive Baiuer's disrespect. She dropped to her knees abruptly, her fiery red hair sweeping across the ground, becoming covered in dust that she dared not brush away. Jun Xiaoyao remained coldly indifferent throughout, his gaze settling on those panicked and ashamed eyes as he merely shook his head slightly. No effort, no reward. Even children understand this principle, yet it seems you do not. His voice was clear and crisp, yet carried a coldness that kept others at 1,000 miles distance. For Baiyuer to expect an immortality elixir without offering anything in return was truly wishful thinking. With those words, Jun Xiaoyao flicked his sleeves and turned to leave. Jun Linglong sighed softly, her gaze complex as she looked at Baiyuer, who remained prostrate on the ground. Having shown such disrespect before the divine son, even I cannot help you. No, please. Baiyuer cried out in despair. My father the emperor is gravely ill and dying. With only a few years left, the immortality elixir is his only hope for survival. Regret and terror surged within her simultaneously as she cursed her earlier arrogance, knowing she should have acted differently from the start. Jun Linglong offered no further persuasion, simply shaking her head and departing. However, Baiyuer pressed her forehead hard against the stone steps outside the divine son's palace, her fair skin beginning to bleed. I am willing to kneel here indefinitely, begging for the divine son's forgiveness. For the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom, for her father, and for her own future, she had to obtain Jun Xiaoyao's pardon. Soon after, the Jun family disciples passing through the Heavenly Emperor Palace witnessed this scene. Before the palace gates, a red-robed beauty knelt motionless, her exquisite face filled with remorse and determination. Hey, isn't that the princess of the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom? What's she doing kneeling there? Shoo, I heard she offended the divine son. Let's not get involved. The crowd whispered among themselves before quickly distancing themselves, treating Baiyuer as if she were invisible. Meanwhile, deep within the palace beside a spirit pool shrouded in ethereal mist, Jun Xiaoyao reclined against the pool's edge with his eyes closed in meditation. The water's reflection on his jade-like profile made him appear even more transcendent. Jun Linglong approached with quiet steps. Divine son. What? You wish to plead for her? Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly. She brought this upon herself. Linglong is not pleading on her behalf. Jun Linglong shook her head, her eyes gleaming. It's just that the resources behind the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom still hold value for exploitation. Despite possessing the 7-aperture exquisite heart, she remained perceptive yet still dared not presume to fully understand the person before her. Her character is stubborn. Let her stew for a while. Jun Xiaoyao's tone was casual yet concealed sharp edges. He held no fondness for Baiyuer herself, but using her as a bridge to manipulate the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom would prove more convenient. As for her fiancé, I hope he has some self-awareness. Background and status? He couldn't care less. Baiyuer was someone Jun Xiaoyao was determined to control, as she still held utility. As for her fiancé, regardless of how powerful his backing might be, he remained unconcerned in the desolate heaven immortal domain. How many among the younger generation possessed backgrounds more prestigious than his own? In the blink of an eye, more than half a year had passed. The restrictions around the Heavenly Emperor Palace still blazed bright as daylight, and from time to time, waves of magical power and thunderous roars erupted from between the halls, rolling like muffled thunder and causing the entire Jun family estate to tremble lightly. With each disturbance, the clan members would simply exchange knowing smiles. Jun Xiaoyao had broken through again. Initially, the family disciples had marveled at this 80-year-old boy's cultivation speed, but now they had grown accustomed to it. If a day passed without hearing any commotion, they would actually feel uneasy. During these 6 months, Princess Baiyuer of the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom had remained kneeling on the stone steps outside the Heavenly Emperor Palace. Through the changing seasons, her robes were soaked by night dew and dried by the morning sun. Her complexion had changed from snow white to ashen gray, and her once full figure had withered into a frail silhouette. Though cultivators could survive without food, prolonged abstinence from spiritual nourishment would still weaken one's vital energy. She no longer possessed the noble bearing of a princess from days past. Jun Xiaoyao treated her presence as if it were invisible. Even when he occasionally emerged from the palace and passed by her, he never spared her a single glance. Baiyuer could only lower her head with a bitter smile. This was her own doing. Deep within the Heavenly Emperor Palace, in a secret chamber where light flowed across the walls, Jun Xiaoyao sat cross-legged in meditation. Spiritual energy surged within his body like a rising tide. Suddenly, a muffled explosion rang out, shaking dust from the eaves as his aura soared to its peak, the ninth heaven of the Divine Palace realm. He murmured in confirmation, "I've broken through to the ninth heaven of the Divine Palace realm. From the 5 stages of physical body, through the 5 stages of divine treasury, the 9 heavens of the spiritual sea, to now the ninth heaven of the Divine Palace. In just 8 years, he had crossed 28 major realms. Even the most exceptional prodigies would need over 20 years to complete this journey, yet he had accomplished it in merely 8. It's still not enough. By my 10th birthday banquet, I must at least step into the true spirit realm," the young man muttered to himself, his gaze calm and steady. He had a vague premonition that his 10th birthday would not be peaceful. With this thought, he recalled the matter of the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom's ruler being gravely ill. With a mental command, he transmitted directly through divine consciousness, "Linglong, come here." Moments later, Jun Linglong pushed open the door and entered, her graceful figure moving like an elegant orchid. Jun Xiaoyao raised his hand with a flick, and his spatial ring flashed with a faint light. A medicinal herb wreathed in purple mist and bearing patterns resembling a qilin materialized, its ethereal fragrance filling the air. The qilin immortality medicine. If this item were to appear in the outside world, it would surely incite countless powerful beings to fight to the death. "Young master, you intend to..." Jun Linglong's beautiful eyes trembled slightly as she guessed his intention. "Make a trip to the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom for me," Jun Xiaoyao said, extending the herb. "Tell their ruler that if he's willing to submit, this qilin immortality medicine will be his life-saving elixir." "Understood. Should I also inform Bai Yuer of the result?" Jun Linglong asked instinctively. "Not yet." Jun Xiaoyao waved his hand. "Let her continue kneeling. Don't allow the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom to reveal anything about this medicine to her either. Wait until she has knelt for a full year, and when she's in complete despair, let her hear the news of her father's recovery. Only then will she serve me with absolute devotion." After speaking, he stroked his chin and chuckled self-mockingly. "Why do I feel like I'm becoming more and more like a villain?" Jun Linglong, clever as she was, immediately grasped the sophistication of this strategy, and the admiration in her eyes deepened. A prodigy with only martial prowess would find it difficult to reach the very end. Only those prodigies who possess both martial prowess and strategic wisdom are qualified to ascend to the pinnacle. After leaving the Heavenly Emperor's palace, Jun Linglong, draped in her gold-embroidered white dress, vanished within a few steps among the towering jade pavilions and celestial towers. Without delay, she immediately sought out her lineage's guardian, an elderly woman called Granny Hua, whose hair was streaked with gray and whose back was slightly hunched. The wind howled through the palace corridors as Granny Hua followed beside Jun Linglong. Watching the young lady rush about everywhere for Jun Xiaoyao over the years, her eyes were filled with pity. "Miss, is it truly worth it to do this? The divine son, perhaps he only sees you as a servant girl." Jun Linglong stopped in her tracks, gently smoothing her sleeve, her expression resolute. "Granny Hua, please don't say such things again. The divine son's future achievements are beyond your imagination. Even if I were merely a servant girl, Linglong would be content." Upon hearing this, Granny Hua sighed deeply to herself. She had no idea that Jun Linglong had once glimpsed a fragment of the future. If she could serve as the future Heavenly Emperor's attendant, it wouldn't be so bad after all. The two spoke no more and boarded a spirit vessel, rushing toward the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom without stopping. Meanwhile, in Song Province, one of the 3,000 Dao provinces in the Desolate Heaven Immortal Domain. This province bordered Fire Province and was comparable in size, ruled by a top-tier Dao lineage, the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom. Unlike the gradually declining Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom, the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom's national power was flourishing, showing signs of becoming the foremost among the 4 great ancient kingdoms. At this moment, deep within the palace of the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom, in a great hall where candlelight illuminated the gilded pillars and walls, a young man wearing a fork-clawed azure dragon-patterned robe knelt on both knees. He had delicate features and was about 16 or 17 years old, yet had already cultivated to the Divine Palace realm a top-tier genius even among the ancient aristocratic families, let alone in the outside world. This person was none other than Bai Yuer's fiancé, the first prince of the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom, Xiaochun. He raised his head, his eyes bloodshot, and cupped his hands toward the figure on the high throne who was shrouded in endless magical radiance, saying in a deep voice, "Father Emperor, please grant your son an immortal medicine to send to the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom." Upon the imperial throne, the Azure Dragon Kingdom's ruler was surrounded by surging magical power, with dragon forms faintly visible, his overwhelming pressure filling the sky. "My son, the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom possesses only one Azure Dragon immortal medicine passed down from our ancestors. How can we give it to the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom?" Xiaochun clenched his 5 fingers tightly, his nails piercing his palm without his notice. "But Yuer is kneeling and suffering humiliation at the Jun family. As her fiancé, how can I endure this?" News of Bayuter kneeling before the Jun family's divine son's bedchamber had already spread throughout all provinces. Others were both curious about that mysterious divine son and treated the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom as a laughingstock, having one's fiancé kneel before another man's bedchamber. What humiliation could be greater? Moreover, Bayuer was Xiao Qin's childhood sweetheart. How could he swallow this insult? The Azure Dragon Kingdom's ruler said indifferently, "My son, you must be patient. Regarding the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom's affairs, I have my own considerations." Xiao Qin's anger was difficult to contain as he growled. What's so remarkable about that Jun family's divine son? Relying on his status and background to bully others. He even humiliates a womanese, he even human. Silence. How dare you speak carelessly about the Jun family? Withdraw. The Azure Dragon Kingdom's ruler's brow furrowed deeply. Xiao Chun gritted his teeth, rose to his feet, and turned to leave. Upon stepping out of the hall, he lowered his head to caress the coiled dragon ring on his finger, his breathing hot and heavy. Just wait. Once I master that technique, I'll personally go to the Jun family to bring Yuer back and properly teach that divine son a lesson. This coiled dragon ring was left by his deceased mother. Several years ago, the ring had suddenly transmitted powerful cultivation methods and pure magical power to him, causing his talent to advance by leaps and bounds. With the coiled dragon ring left by my mother, even that Jun family's divine son can be trampled under my feet in the future. Xiao Qin's expression turned cold and stern as he spoke with mysterious confidence. Within a bedchamber of the ancient Vermilion Bird Kingdom, dim lamplight cast shadows across the sandalwood bed where the kingdom's ruler lay. His temples were streaked with gray, and his chest rose and fell with labored breathing. Beside the bed, more than 10 alchemists and imperial physicians took turns checking his pulse, all wearing grim expressions. Years ago, he had accompanied the Azure Dragon Kingdom's ruler to explore ancient ruins, where he was wounded by the 9-fiend serpent demon, an ancient primordial beast comparable to a saint-level cultivator. The serpent's venom was sinister and domineering. Even saints could barely resist it, let alone the Vermilion Bird ruler who was merely at the quasi-saint realm. Now the poison had invaded his vital organs, destabilizing his spiritual energy, and despite everyone's efforts to treat him, it remained uncontainable. Alas, the princess went to the Jun family seeking the elixir of immortality, but not only did she return empty-handed, she was also humiliated. One alchemist sighed quietly, his voice filled with helplessness. The Jun family is an ancient primordial clan. We simply cannot afford to provoke them. How dare we seek retribution? Throughout the hall, ministers and physicians shook their heads, the atmosphere so oppressive it seemed water could drip from the air. Upon hearing this, the Vermilion Bird ruler coughed up another mouthful of turbid breath, his complexion ashen, though his eyes still burned with unwillingness. Suddenly, a guard rushed in from outside the palace, announcing loudly, "Your Majesty, distinguished guests have arrived and request an audience." Are you blind? The ruler is gravely ill. How can we allow outsiders to disturb him? A minister in crimson robes angrily rebuked with a wave of his sleeve. Before he finished speaking, a gentle yet slightly cool female voice came from the doorway. The Vermilion Bird ruler has not yet reached his deathbed. If that's the case, what harm is there in meeting? Insolent. Who dares show such disrespect? The minister's face turned iron gray, and just as he was about to scold further, an elderly figure suddenly stepped inside, raising her sleeve high. Boom. Quasi-saint level pressure crashed down like a torrent. The minister felt his internal organs churning, and with a "oof," blood sprayed from his mouth as he was sent flying several yards, collapsing to the ground unable to move. The great hall fell silent instantly, everyone feeling as if they had plunged into an ice cave. Even the strongest warrior of the Vermilion Bird Kingdom was merely at the quasi-saint level, yet this newcomer had revealed the same cultivation realm with just a casual strike. Under everyone's watchful gaze, an expressionless old woman in hemp clothing walked into the hall. This was Granny Hua. Following closely behind, a golden-haired woman in palace attire moved with graceful steps. Her golden hair cascaded like a waterfall, her skin was white as jade, and her features were exquisite. This was the Jun family's noble daughter, Jun Linglong. My lord, are you from the Jun family? Several ministers who recognized Jun Linglong were shocked to their core and hurriedly bowed. The minister who had been scolding earlier had blood at the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with terror, not daring to raise his head. On the bed, the Vermilion Bird ruler struggled to sit up, his face bearing the pallor of illness, yet his tone remaining calm. Cough, cough. So it's the Jun family's noble daughter who has graced us with her presence. Could it be you've come to punish us for Bayuer's actions? Recently, news of Princess Bayuer kneeling outside the Jun family's divine son's bedchamber begging for medicine had spread far and wide, shocking everyone in the Vermilion Bird Kingdom. If the Jun family harbored resentment, the ancient Vermilion Bird Kingdom would surely be unable to bear the consequences. Jun Linglong gently covered her lips, revealing an elegant smile. Is my family's divine son such a great demon who would exterminate entire clans at the slightest provocation? Ruler of the Vermilion Bird Kingdom, you should be grateful for the divine son's mercy. Upon hearing these words, everyone in the hall looked bewildered. If the Jun family hadn't come to settle scores, then what was their purpose? Jun Linglong said no more, taking lotus steps forward as her jade hand swept across her spatial ring. Instantly, purple mist surged forth, and medicinal fragrance filled the air as a herb shaped like a qilin appeared before everyone's eyes. That is, an immortality elixir. All members of the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom held their breath, their eyes widening in shock. Even the Vermilion Bird Sovereign's expression turned pale with horror every time an immortality elixir appeared in the desolate heaven immortal domain. It would trigger bloodshed and chaos. Yet Jun Linglong had casually produced one with a mere gesture, shocking them as much as a pauper stumbling upon a mountain of gold. Granny Hua caught sight of their reactions, undisguised contempt floating in her aged eyes. Jun Linglong's voice was calm, yet undeniable. Vermilion Bird Sovereign, you now have only two paths. First, submit to the Divine Sun and receive this immortality elixir. Second, refuse and face your own destruction. Before Jun Xiaoyao, she was gentle as water. Toward outsiders, she resumed the lofty bearing of a noble daughter of the Jun family. Within the great hall, the ministers' faces instantly stiffened. They heard clearly the submission was to the Jun family's divine son personally, not to the Jun family itself. The former meant bowing beneath one individual, while the latter was merely an alliance between powers. The difference was vast. Are you unwilling? Jun Linglong raised her delicate brows, her tone turning cold. Do you realize that serving the divine son is a tremendous honor? The Vermilion Bird Sovereign's gaze struggled for a long while before he finally sighed deeply. This emperor agrees. Please convey to the divine son that I only hope he will not make things difficult for you. At this moment, he had no retreat left. Rest assured, the divine son merely wishes to teach a small lesson and won't truly harm her. Jun Linglong casually agreed, extending the qilin immortality elixir. The Vermilion Bird Sovereign received it with both hands, trembling slightly from excitement. Who would choose death when they could live? Especially one who ruled a kingdom. Improve your cultivation quickly. Jun Linglong spoke as if instructing a subordinate. This medicine will not only heal your injuries, but may also help you break through realms. Then you'll be of greater value to the divine son. The ministers exchanged glances. These words clearly treated the Vermilion Bird Sovereign as a mere tool. Yet the sovereign only nodded respectfully, excitement evident on his face. Above quasi-saint lay sainthood. With this medicine, perhaps he truly could achieve breakthrough through destruction and rebirth. Jun Linglong reminded them once more in an icy voice. Remember, this is the divine son's grace. Should you harbor even the slightest treacherous thought? Her unfinished words sent chills down everyone's spines. Carrot and stick, she wielded this strategy with masterful precision. Naturally, from today forth, the divine son shall be the true master of our Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom. The Vermilion Bird Sovereign's attitude was humble and respectful. He understood clearly that offending the Jun family's divine son meant offending the entire Jun family. And before the Jun family, the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom was merely a slightly larger ant. Good that you understand. Jun Linglong stepped forward, departing with Granny Hua. Thus, the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom completely became Jun Xiaoyao's vassal. Several months later, within the Heavenly Emperor Palace, Jun Xiaoyao rose gracefully, smiling faintly. It's about time. That Taiyue has knelt for a year time to subdue her. At the same time, within the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom's territory, a flood dragon carriage soared skyward, racing swiftly toward the Jun family. Seated within the carriage was none other than the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom's first Prince Xiaochun. That technique is finally mastered. Time to bring Yuer home. Xiaochun's gaze burned with intensity. Challenge the Jun family's divine son again. If I can defeat him, I'll surely shake the entire desolate heaven immortal domain. Even the Jun family wouldn't dare make things difficult for a junior like me. A confident arc curved his lips. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. He, Xiaochun, would storm the Jun family alone, rescue the beauty, trample the Jun family's divine son underfoot, and spread his fame far and wide. Wasn't this exactly how those legendary protagonists of destiny operated? At the thought of such a scene, Xiaochun felt his blood boiling with excitement, barely able to contain his eagerness. At the gates of the Heavenly Emperor's palace, Taiyue remained kneeling on the bluestone steps, having maintained this position for an entire year. Her vermilion bird feather robes, once vibrant and brilliant, were now covered in dust. Her previously snow-white, delicate cheeks had lost all color, taking on a sickly pallor. Though she possessed the protective divine fire of the vermilion bird, having gone without food or water while kneeling continuously, her body had long since reached its limits of weakness. Throughout the year, Jun Xiaoyao had entered and exited the Heavenly Emperor's palace numerous times, yet he never bothered to spare her even a glance. Day after day, Yuer's heart gradually sank to the depths of despair. She had almost resigned herself to the belief that forgiveness was impossible, no longer daring to hope for the elixir of immortality from Jun Xiaoyao's hands, let alone saving the critically ill ruler of the Vermilion Bird Kingdom. Following Jun Linlong's instructions, the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom had kept the news that their ruler had already obtained the elixir of immortality strictly secret. Yuer still believed all was lost, as if she were being dragged into the deep sea where even breathing became difficult. Only despair remained in her crimson crystal eyes. Suddenly, light footsteps broke the deathly silence. She instinctively looked up, her breathing abruptly stopping. That figure she had longed for day and night was truly approaching. Jun Xiaoyao wore robes whiter than snow, his garments spotless, his skin emanating a faint divine radiance. Though only 9 years old, his frame already showed signs of becoming tall and slender, his features carved as if by divine craftsmanship, revealing the early signs of breathtaking handsomeness. His expression remained indifferent as he approached step by step, with Jun Linlong quietly following behind. Greetings to the divine son. Yuer was both shocked and delighted, her voice hoarse from prolonged kneeling. Jun Xiaoyao's gaze swept over her emaciated form, confirming that she had indeed shown sincere repentance, yet he made no verbal response, simply gazing down at her in silence. Sensing his silence, Yuer bit her silver teeth lightly and suddenly kowtowed 3 times with resounding thuds. Divine son, Yuer knows she was wrong. Please forgive Yuer this once. Jun Xiaoyao spoke indifferently. Good that you know your mistake. Rise. I'm not some demon. Jun Linlong, listening from the side, thought to herself. If you're not a demon, how could you let someone kneel for an entire year? You've already given the elixir of immortality, yet you deliberately kept it from her, letting her continue kneeling. Thank you, divine son. Yuer struggled to stand, her numb legs barely able to support her, causing her to sway. Jun Xiaoyao raised his hand and flicked his fingers, sending a top-grade sacred pill flying through the air to land steadily in her palm. A top-grade sacred pill could fetch astronomical prices in the outside world, yet Jun Xiaoyao bestowed it casually. Yuer was overwhelmed with gratitude, all traces of resentment replaced by appreciation. She immediately swallowed the sacred pill, feeling spiritual energy surge through her body as her weakness rapidly dissipated. A faint cold smile curved Jun Xiaoyao's lips, the stick followed by the Karota technique he knew all too well. After her strength returned, thoughts of the Vermilion Bird ruler's critical condition weighed heavily on Yuer's mind once more. Though she wanted to request the elixir of immortality again, she felt too ashamed to speak. After a moment's hesitation, she took a deep breath and bowed respectfully to Jun Xiaoyao. Thank you for your forgiveness, divine son. Yuer takes her leave. Yuer sighed deeply in her heart. In the end, she still couldn't bring back the elixir of immortality. At this moment, Jun Linlong chuckled softly and said, Yuer, don't you want the immortality elixir anymore? Upon hearing the words, immortality elixir, Yuer smiled bitterly and replied softly, being forgiven by the divine son is already a stroke of luck. How dare Yuer ask for more? Jun Linlong's beautiful eyes shifted slightly, with ripples seeming to dance in her gaze. Then why don't you contact the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom? Yuer was momentarily stunned, then quickly took out a communication jade slip and probed it with her divine consciousness. Moments later, a reply from the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom arrived. The Jun family delivered the immortality elixir some time ago, all thanks to the divine son's grace. Not only has our ruler's injuries healed, but he is now in seclusion, attempting to break through to higher realms. Everything is due to the divine son's benevolence. As streams of information flooded her mind, Yuer felt a buzzing sensation and stood frozen in place. Then her face flushed with excitement, hardly daring to believe it. Divine son, it was you. She looked at Jun Xiaoyao with burning eyes, her voice choked with emotion. This divine son told you I'm no devil. Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly. That understated expression etched itself deeply into Yuer's heart, like a drowning person suddenly glimpsing heavenly light. Yuer suddenly dropped to her knees hitting the stone slabs heavily as she declared with unwavering resolve. Yuer is willing to serve the divine son for life, as servant or maid, never daring to disobey. Should I break this oath, may heaven strike me down. If her earlier kneeling was for mercy, this moment was one of willing submission. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, an angry shout rolled in from outside the Jun family's mountain gate. Where's the Jun family's divine son? What kind of skill is bullying a weak woman? If you have the guts, fight me. The voice thundered like lightning, cracking the clouds and startling many Jun family members. A guard hurried over and reported with cupped fists, reporting to the divine son, there's an insolent youth outside the gate, apparently from the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom. Jun Xiaoyao's lips curved slightly. Heh, it seems this fiancé still lacks self-awareness. Let him in, I'll handle this matter. Yes. The guard departed to carry out the order. Bai Yuer, still kneeling on the ground, turned pale just as Jun Xiaoyao had shown mercy. Her fiancé immediately came to provoke him. Wouldn't this ruin everything? Resentment toward Xiao Chun began stirring in her heart. Divine Son, Bai Yuer began anxiously, trying to explain. No matter, Jun Xiaoyao waved dismissively. Before long, a youth in azure dragon robes with delicate features strode in boldly. When he saw Bai Yuer kneeling before Jun Xiaoyao, his eyes instantly turned cold, murderous intent erupting. No man could tolerate seeing his fiancée prostrating at another's feet. Yuer, get up quickly. How dare this person force you into such a position? Xiao Chun roared angrily. Xiao Chun, hold your tongue. How dare you show disrespect to the Divine Son? Bai Yuer immediately scolded him sharply. Xiao Chun stood frozen, looking at Bai Yuer in disbelief. Yuer, I came to rescue you. Why are you speaking for him? Enough. I knelt willingly. The Divine Son was gracious enough to forgive me. I am overjoyed. Why are you making trouble? Bai Yuer's voice turned cold. Her childhood sweetheart, for whom she once harbored some affection, but the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom had broken their promise, repeatedly delaying the immortality elixir for the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom. She had also asked Xiao Chun for help. He had promised repeatedly, but never delivered results. If not for Jun Xiaoyao providing the immortality elixir, her father the Emperor would probably still be gravely ill. The distinction between kindness and grievance was crystal clear. Yuer, how can you think this way? Did he force you to become like this? Xiao Chun gritted his teeth, his anger burning even fiercer. Watching Xiao Chun's mindless rage, Bai Yuer felt increasingly disappointed. When comparing people, the differences became starkly apparent. She had once thought Xiao Chun was exceptional, but compared to Jun Xiaoyao, Xiao Chun suddenly seemed like a mudfish wallowing in dirt, utterly repulsive no matter how she looked at him. The thought that she had actually considered this man her fiancé made Bai Yuer shake her head in dismay. Taking a deep breath, her voice was calm, yet resolute. All of this is my own choice. Xiao Chun, please leave. These words struck Xiao Chun's chest like a hammer blow. His chest heaved violently as he glared at Jun Xiaoyao with a livid expression. Your name is Jun Xiaoyao, isn't it? It must be you. What kind of spell did you cast on you? He roared like an enraged lion. But Jun Xiaoyao merely glanced at him indifferently, his gaze settling on the dragon-coiled ring on Xiao Chun's finger. Having cultivated the Chaos Divine Mill visualization technique, Jun Xiaoyao's soul perception far exceeded that of ordinary people. From that ring, he detected an unusual aura and soul fluctuation. No way, it's actually this kind of cliché. Jun Xiaoyao's heart stirred the old master in the ring, the betraying fiancé, a familiar recipe with the original flavor, except this time the roles were reversed. Is this Xiao Chun trying to come here and slap my face? He chuckled inwardly. Bai Yuer spoke again, her tone decisive. Enough, Xiao Chun. My mind is made up. I will serve the Divine Son for life, as his servant and maid. Our engagement ends here. At this moment, her eyes held only Jun Xiaoyao, her one and only master in this lifetime. As for her childhood bond with Xiao Chun, it had long been worn away by repeated disappointments and lies. The immortality elixir Xiao Chun had promised her had never materialized. No. How can you do this, you? Xiao Chun trembled all over, as if a green cloud of humiliation hung over his head. He was convinced that Bai Yuer had sold her dignity to earn Jun Xiaoyao's favor. At this thought, his anger turned to cold laughter and icy mockery. Haha, so that's how it is? You shameless woman. Bai Yuer was stunned. The once steady and caring Xiao Chun had actually spoken such vicious words. Jun Xiaoyao wasn't surprised by this. In the protagonist's logic, those who follow prosper while those who oppose perish. Anyone who betrays the protagonist meets a terrible end. If their positions were reversed, he too would strike down Bai Yuer without mercy. But now, Bai Yuer was his pawn, and he would never allow Xiao Chun to harm her. This was also a perfect opportunity to perform, ensuring Bai Yuer's complete devotion. Jun Xiaoyao stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Bai Yuer, shaking his head with a sigh. To think you're Bai Yuer's fiancé, yet you slander her reputation like this. Even I, an outsider, feel heartbroken for her. Divine Son. Bai Yuer's heart trembled violently, her crimson crystal eyes growing misty. She hadn't expected Jun Xiaoyao to step forward and defend her. At this moment, Bai Yuer's feelings toward Jun Xiaoyao had evolved beyond mere respect and admiration, now tinged with emotions she couldn't quite name or understand. That fleeting glimmer in her eyes didn't escape Xiao Chen's noticito him. It was nothing short of naked affection. Damn you, you shameless woman. Xiao Chen's chest heaved with rage that seemed almost tangible. Bai Yuer was actually flirting with Jun Xiaoyao right in front of him. This wasn't just being cuckolded, it was like having an entire prairie planet on his head. Jun Xiaoyao, do you dare face me in fair combat? Xiao Chen spoke through gritted teeth, his voice harsh as metal scraping against stone. Only by completely crushing Jun Xiaoyao before Bai Yuer could he vent the flames in his heart and make her kneel before him in regret. Jun Xiaoyao's expression remained indifferent, his lips curving with mockery. I'm only 8 years old, while you're already 15 or 16. What a fair fight indeed. Xiao Chen's face stiffened, but he pressed on stubbornly. So what? You're the divine son of the Jun family with countless resources that makes it fair. Or are you too afraid to fight me? His chin lifted defiantly, his provocation unmistakable. During this time, he had mastered the martial arts and divine techniques taught by the Dragon Ring, his confidence soaring. Among his peers, few could match him, not even the Jun family's divine son. Very well. To the martial arena. Jun Xiaoyao clasped his hands behind his back and strode forward, his tone as calm as if discussing the weather. For these self-important protagonist types, he always believed in the principle of a good slap to wake them up. Taiyue and Jun Linlong flanked him on either side. Jun Linlong glanced at Xiao Chun, her eyes filled with cold mockery and pity. At 3 years old, Jun Xiaoyao had already defeated Jun Zhangjian of the 10th sequence. Even she couldn't accurately gauge how strong he had become now. Watching the two beauties accompany Jun Xiaoyao, jealousy blazed like wildfire in Xiao Chen's heart. He clenched his teeth silently. If I had been born into an ancient family, I wouldn't be inferior to Jun Xiaoyao. Besides, I have the Dragon Ring's assistance. Soon, they arrived at the Jun family's martial arena. Their appearance immediately drew countless gazes from Jun family disciples. It's the divine son. What's he doing at the martial arena? I heard some fool wants to challenge the divine son. That prince from the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom? How utterly stupid. The divine son condescending to fight is already his good fortune. The stream of mockery pierced Xiao Chen's ears like needles, making his fists clench until his knuckles cracked. He recalled legendary tales where protagonists faced the world scorned before ultimately rising triumphant. His lips curved with arrogance. So what if you're born into an ancient family? I'll show you what it means to defy fate itself. At the center of the arena, Jun Xiaoyao and Xiao Chun stood facing each other. Below the platform, Jun Linlong, Taiyue, and numerous Jun family members watched. In the shadows, Jun Zhantian and other clan elders also observed, not from worry that Jun Xiaoyao might lose, but to gauge his current limits. All right, you may make your move. Jun Xiaoyao clasped his hands behind his back, his posture relaxed. Once I strike, you won't have a chance to retaliate. Xiao Chen sneered, battle intent blazing in his eyes. He considered himself among the elite of the Divine Palace realm's younger generation, and facing an 80-year-old boy, he felt no fear whatsoever. Is that so? Very well then. Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly and raised his palm in a gentle strike. He moved with simple elegance, his palm striking out as golden qi and blood surged skyward, making even the void tremble. Around Jun Xiaoyao, golden qi and blood surged like towering waves, roaring and thundering with tremendous force. The mighty blood energy burst forth from his body, as if it could ignite the entire martial arena. With each thunderous heartbeat, 20,000 giant elephant particles within his body awakened like dawn breaking, all glowing with golden radiance. Years ago, when he first cultivated the Divine Elephant Suppressing Force, he could only mobilize 1,000 particles. Now the number had explosively increased to 20,000, meaning his casual strike contained the force of 200 million pounds, powerful enough to shatter celestial bodies with a single palm. Majestic golden spiritual power churned and formed a heaven-covering golden hand behind him, its patterns like thunder, pressing down like a mountain. 200 million pounds of force carried overwhelming pressure, dominating the heavens. Facing this earth-shaking momentum, Xiao Chun felt a chill run down his spine, his face instantly turning deathly pale, yet he found himself with nowhere to retreat. The golden hand descended like an ancient deity raising its palm. Xiao Chun roared. Impossible. Having his own foundation, he refused to await death passively and desperately channeled all his spiritual power, surging it into his fist. Azure Dragon Heaven-breaking fist. His fist shot forward with a dragon's roar piercing the air, an Azure Dragon Phantom wrapped in violent force charging straight at the golden hand. However, Boom thunder crashed like colliding stars. The golden giant hand crushed the Azure Dragon Phantom to pieces with devastating force, then continued its relentless descent toward Xiao Chun. A muffled sound came from his chest as if kicked by an ancient giant elephant. Xiao Chun spewed blood violently, flying backward like a broken kite, leaving a trail of blood before crashing into a pit several feet deep. Dead silence. In the martial arena, all the Jun family disciples stood frozen in place. They had expected Xiao Chen's challenge to Jun Xiaoyao to be overreaching, but they hadn't anticipated such complete domination. This wasn't a duel, it was utter annihilation. Good heavens, young master has reached the 9th level of the Divine Palace realm. He's probably close to breaking through to the true spirit realm, someone gasped. Absolutely terrifying. Xiao Chun is at least a somewhat renowned prodigy in the outside world, yet he was defeated with a single palm. Don't forget, young master is only 8 years old, while Xiao Chun is 15 or 16, twice his age, and still can't win. I'm embarrassed for him. Mocking voices rose one after another, instantly filling the air. Taiyue also covered her red lips, her crystal-like, beautiful eyes wide with shock. She had been certain Jun Xiaoyao would win, but she hadn't expected Xiao Chen to be unable to even resist, adding to her amazement as her gaze lingered on Jun Xiaoyao with growing admiration. How is this possible? How could this happen? Xiao Chun lay at the bottom of the pit, his mind reeling. In his imagination, today should have been his moment of triumph, defeating Jun Xiaoyao, trampling him underfoot, and making Taiyue regret for life. Yet now, it was he who had been ground into the dirt. Letting you strike first was merely giving you a chance to struggle, to avoid making it too boring. Jun Xiaoyao stood with his hands behind his back, slightly shaking his head, his star-like eyes indifferent. Now it seems I still overestimated you. Jun Xiaoyao, don't be so arrogant, our duel isn't over yet. Hearing this, Xiao Chen's face flushed red with shame and rage. When a protagonist gets angry, their power inevitably grows stronger. This is an eternal truth. Xiao Chen was experiencing exactly that at this moment. He staggered to his feet from the shattered ground, wiping his hand across his mouth, his fingertips stained crimson. His blood-soaked palm burned slightly, as if reminding him of the humiliation and rage he had just endured. In the next instant, a ferocious dragon energy surged wildly from his dantian, like a slumbering ancient dragon awakening with all its scales bristling. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Chen's cultivation realm skyrocketed. Second heaven of the divine palace. Third heaven. Fourth heaven. Fifth heaven. Sixth heaven. Breaking through 5 minor realms consecutively, his aura exploded upward like a violent storm sweeping across the entire arena. Around the fighting platform, disciples of the Jun family cried out in surprise. Well, this prince from the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom has some real skill. Someone couldn't help but mutter under their breath, eyes flickering with interest. Several figures hovered in the sky above, with Jun Zhantian and other clan elders focusing their gazes on Xiao Chun. Jun Zhantian raised an eyebrow in mild appreciation. Interesting, this boy actually possesses dragon energy. He has considerable fortune and blessing, quite a promising seedling. Another elder shook his head with a knowing smile. Hee, too bad he's provoked your grandson. His fate won't be pleasant. Dragon energy or not, Jun Xiaoyao possesses the ancient sacred body that naturally broke through 10 shackles. The third elder's voice was deep and resonant, as if he had already pronounced the verdict. At the center of the arena, Jun Xiaoyao was also sizing up Xiao Chun. He brushed his sleeve and raised an eyebrow casually. Are you seriously cheating right in front of me? Jun Xiaoyao himself was the ultimate cheat, so he was all too familiar with this kind of battlefield power surge. Unfazed, with a hint of mockery at the corner of his mouth, he added, using cheats in front of the biggest cheat, isn't that like showing off your axe skills to a master carpenter? Jun Xiaoyao, you didn't expect this, did you? Did you really think you were invincible? Watch me defeat you with one move. Xiao Chun roared furiously, dragon energy erupting like a tidal wave as azure gold patterns rapidly spread across his skin. He brought his arms together with a thunderous crash. Azure Dragon Heavenly Throne Seal. Boom. The void was torn apart as an ancient seal formed from condensed dragon energy, carrying the momentum to suppress all heavens. The mountain-like shadow cast below even distorted the light itself. This was a martial divine technique that Xiao Chun had been secretly cultivating for ages, originally planned to be revealed on a grander stage, but now forced to deploy prematurely. Jun Xiaoyao, kneel before me. Xiao Chun soared into the air, controlling the Azure Dragon Seal as he brought it crashing down toward Jun Xiaoyao, without hesitation. Jun Xiaoyao looked up, facing the descending shadow with complete composure, silently uttering 2 words in his heart. Pitiful. He flicked his sleeve, and endless golden magical power surged forth like a 1,000-mile golden curtain unfurling. Blades, spears, swords, halberds, axes, battle axes, hooks, forks, tens of thousands of golden divine weapons instantly materialized, circling around him with chilling gleams, as if the Lord of all weapons had descended from the heavens. This was the Jun family's divine technique, the art of military conquest. Go! Jun Xiaoyao pushed out with one palm, and the myriad divine weapons converged into a golden torrent, carrying the power to split heaven and earth as it collided directly with the Azure Dragon Heavenly Throne Seal. How is this possible? Xiao Chen's eyes filled with shock, but with no time to retreat, he could only grit his teeth and urge his seal forward to meet the attack. Boom! The collisions sounded like war drums, as if the entire universe had been struck by a giant hammer. The Azure Dragon Heavenly Throne Seal's scales shattered and cracks spread across its surface before it finally exploded into countless fragments of light. The golden weapon torrent's momentum remained unabated as it whistled past Xiao Chen's form. Splurt. Blood bloomed. Xiao Chen's shoulder was pierced through, and his thigh and waist were punctured by several divine spears, creating wounds so deep that bone was visible. His dragon energy scattered, and though he remained defiant, he was swept away by the impact, falling from the sky like a kite with a broken string and crashing into the arena's edge with a bang, sending dust flying everywhere. That's it. Jun Xiaoyao tilted his head, his tone flat, as if commenting on a boring training exercise. Act. Xiaoqin could no longer suppress the surging fury and humiliation in his chest, spitting out a mouthful of heart's blood that splattered across the broken stones. He looked up, catching sight of Bai Yuer's expression in his peripheral Visiona complex look, mixing disappointment with pity, piercing the most tender part of his pride like a needle. Shame. Ultimate shame. Xiaoqin's knuckles bled as madness churned in his eyes. There are always people beyond people, and heavens beyond heavens. Before this divine sun, even if you're a dragon, you must coil up, and even if you're a tiger, you must lie down. Jun Xiaoyao's gaze looked down from above like a son of the gods, speaking with cold indifference. With the system's blessing, unparalleled talent, and an invincible background, Jun Xiaoyao sought to dominate this era. All the prodigies and protagonists could only serve as his backdrop. Their brilliance completely overshadowed even a minor character like Xiao Chun, with his meager fortune, was no exception. At the center of the martial arena, the young man's robes were torn and tattered. Xiao Chun clenched his fists so tightly that veins bulged, his teeth grinding audibly. He had never imagined such a complete and humiliating defeat. Shame churned in his chest, nearly turning into bloody foam. Yet he could no longer muster a single arrogant retort. Facts spoke louder than words. Xiao Chun, that's enough. Bai Yuer stepped quickly from the crowd, her voice low but clear. Given the divine sun's strength, killing you would be effortless. He has already shown you mercy. She and Xiao Chun had once been childhood sweethearts, but their engagement was broken and little affection remained. Still, she couldn't bear to see his current pitiful state. Unfortunately, her good intentions were cut short by a furious roar. Shut up, you wench. Do I need Jun Xiaoyao's mercy? Xiao Chen's eyes were bloodshot, rage driving away his earlier dejection. Bai Yuer's kindness only served as salt in his wounds. Jun Xiaoyao stood with his hands behind his back, a faint smile playing at his lips. This foolish girl is drawing hatred toward me, though it suits my purposes perfectly. His mind was already brewing new schemes. You? Bai Yuer's face turned ashen, the last traces of their past affection erased by those two words. Fine. I should have known better than to cast pearls before swine. Xiao Chen's chest heaved as blood dripped between his fingers. He knew there was no hope of turning the tables today, yet refused to bow his head. Casting cold glances at both Bai Yuer and Jun Xiaoyao, he suppressed the urge to cough up blood and spoke each word with venom. Jun Xiaoyao, don't get too cocky. Fortune turns like a wheel 30 years east of the river, 30 years west. Don't look down on the poor youth. In 3 years, we'll fight again. His bloodied but handsome face, combined with that tragic determination, stirred the hearts of some Jun family maidens watching at this moment. Xiao Chen's unyielding spirit did shine with a certain brilliance. Having delivered his threat, he turned to leave, each step leaving deep bloody prints on the ground. Even Bai Yuer felt a tremor in her heart, as if glimpsing his future rise to greatness. However, a cold voice rang out behind him. Wait. Xiao Chen's steps came to an abrupt halt. Did I say you could leave? Jun Xiaoyao's voice was calm, yet tinged with amusement. Did he think he could just deliver some classic lines, leave a cool silhouette, and walk away? How naive. You, what do you want? Xiao Chun turned back stiffly. He had assumed the Jun family's divine son would magnanimously let him go, waiting for the face-slapping in 3 years, but found his opponent completely off script. In my Jun family territory, you threaten this divine son, and then think you can just walk away? What do you take my Jun family for? What do you take me for? Jun Xiaoyao sneered. Then what more do you want? Are you afraid I'll defeat you in 3 years? Panic flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes as he forced himself to remain calm. Spare me the provocation. Jun Xiaoyao's smile was faint. However, I indeed don't plan to kill you right now. Then what do you want? Hearing this, Xiao Chun breathed a slight sigh of relief, though wariness still flickered in his eyes. You may escape death, but you cannot escape punishment. I've taken a liking to your dragon aura. As Jun Xiaoyao's words fell, he raised his hand, and the golden spiritual sea within him churned violently. Boiling magical power surged like a tide, condensing into a massive golden palm that covered the sky as it descended toward Xiao Chen's head. You despicable scoundrel. Xiao Chen's face instantly turned deathly pale. In terror, he spun around to flee, but after taking just one step, the golden palm struck him, sending him flying backward to crash heavily onto the martial arena floor. In the next moment, Jun Xiaoyao slightly curved his 5 fingers and clenched the void. Suddenly, a resonant dragon's roar echoed from within Xiao Chen's body as a semi-ethereal azure dragon struggled within his blood essence, only to be forcibly extracted. This was precisely the dragon aura that Xiao Chen took such pride in. Know me, dragon aura. Xiao Chen's eyes turned blood-red as he screamed hoarsely. How noisy. Jun Xiaoyao's palm descended again with thunderous crashes accompanied by the dense sound of cracking bone. Most of Xiao Chen's skeleton shattered inch by inch as blood gushed wildly from his mouth. You actually destroyed all my meridians. Through excruciating pain, Xiao Chen's face turned ghastly pale, nearly grinding his teeth to powder. Jun Xiaoyao didn't deliver a finishing blow, yet showed no mercy either. He knew that after destroying his opponent's meridians, whether it took 3 years, 300 years, or even 3,000 years, Xiao Chun would never again be able to contend with him. Jun Xiaoyao. Xiao Chun spoke each word separately, his hatred reaching the heavens. Around the martial arena, numerous disciples of the Jun family were shocked by this scene and couldn't help but shudder. An elder hidden in the void chuckled softly. Zhan Tian, Xiaoyao's actions are truly swift and decisive. Zhan Tian stroked his beard and laughed heartily. The more ruthless his methods, the more at ease I feel. After the Imperial Road opens, there will be countless brutal competitions ahead. What happened today is merely an appetizer. Jun Xiaoyao grasped the dragon aura and, without the slightest hesitation, sat cross-legged before Xiao Chun to refine it. As the dragon aura flowed into his body, continuous explosive sounds erupted from within the awakening sounds of mammoth particles. After refining half of it, he had activated another 10,000 mammoth particles, bringing the total to 30,000, equivalent to 300 million pounds of terrifying strength. Beyond the surge in power, the azure dragon aura also nourished his ancient sacred body, causing his physique to undergo further transformation. Beneath his skin, a layer of azure light moved like scales, capable of transforming into dragon-scale inner armor for protection when necessary. Not a bad harvest. Jun Xiaoyao nodded with satisfaction. The remaining undigested dragon aura, he raised his hand and sent entirely into Baiyuer's body. Divine Sun You. Baiyuer looked completely bewildered. You possess the vermilion bird divine fire within you. Combined with the azure dragon aura, they complement each other perfectly. Jun Xiaoyao explained indifferently. This gesture was meant to win hearts in the future. The vermilion bird ancient kingdom would need someone to manage it on his behalf, and Baiyuer's talent absolutely could not hold him back. Thank you, Divine Sun. Baiyuer was so moved that her eyes reddened, as if she had been granted new life. This scene was like a knife cutting through Xiao Chen's heart. His chest felt suffocated with pain as he spat out another mouthful of heart blood. His dragon aura had been seized and immediately transferred to his former fiancée, while Baiyuer regarded Jun Xiaoyao with utmost reverence and submission. Humiliation and rage surged through him, nearly causing him to faint on the spot. Jun Xiaoyao spoke with seeming concern. Xiao Chun, don't be angry. My seizing your dragon aura and destroying your cultivation is for your own good. Which protagonist hasn't endured countless hardships and tribulations? Without having one's cultivation destroyed, one wouldn't even have the nerve to call oneself a protagonist. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Chun trembled with even greater fury. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, he looked up to the heavens and let out a tragic roar of impotent rage before spitting blood and collapsing unconscious to the ground. Looking at Xiao Chun, who had fainted from sheer rage, all the Jun family disciples in the martial arena shuddered. From the recent confrontation, everyone had witnessed firsthand that Jun Xiaoyao not only possessed unfathomable cultivation, but could also drive his enemies to collapse with just a few words. Truly a master of both physical and psychological warfare. Jun Xiaoyao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, sighing softly as his gaze fell upon Xiao Chun with what seemed like regret mixed with helplessness. I was merely speaking the truth. Indeed, everything he had said was fact. Protagonists like Xiao Chun, blessed with destiny's favor, would often experience explosive comebacks once their cultivation was crippled and talent stripped away. They would encounter endless fortuitous opportunities, rising from rock bottom to eventually sweep across all opposition. It was precisely for this reason that Jun Xiaoyao felt his current assistance to Xiao Chun was actually paving the way for his opponent's future. Someone, throw him outside the mountain gates, he commanded with a casual wave of his hand. Several Jun family guards immediately stepped forward, dragging the unconscious Xiao Chun away. Their armor gleamed coldly in the sunlight as they hauled him toward the gates within moments. Just as the guards' figures disappeared, a powerful aura emerged from the void, revealing Jun Xiaotian's form. Grandfather, Jun Xiaoyao bowed respectfully, having long sensed that Jun Xiaotian and several clan elders had been observing from the shadows. Xiaoyao, do you know the saying, wildfire cannot burn at all, spring winds bring new growth. When cutting weeds, one must remove the roots, Jun Xiaotian said with a grave expression, worried that his grandson might develop habits of arrogance, and underestimating enemies. Releasing a tiger back to the mountains would inevitably lead to future trouble. Jun Xiaoyao smiled without answering, though his expression remained confident. Please don't worry, grandfather. I have my own plans. He certainly understood the principle of eliminating threats completely, but at this moment, Xiao Chun was like an immature leek to him. This time, he had only harvested a strand of dragon chiha, was still far from completely draining Xiao Chen's fortune. Wouldn't it be more profitable to harvest crop after crop? When the boy lost all utility, it wouldn't be too late to swat this fly. Jun Xiaotian nodded slightly upon hearing this. In that case, prepare yourself well for the coming year. He was referring to Jun Xiaoyao's approaching 10th birthday celebration. The Jun family would invite all major powers from the desolate heaven immortal domain, ensuring a spectacle that would capture worldwide attention. Jun Xiaoyao's maternal clan, the ancient Jiang family, would also send representatives. Jiang Rou even intended to betroth the Jiang family's precious daughter to him. Additionally, the family would announce his Sequence Zero status at the banquet, inevitably causing upheaval among other sequences. Jun Xiaoyao's expression remained composed. Rest assured, grandfather, I will never disappoint you, mother, or the 18 ancestors. He also hadn't forgotten that the banquet day would bring another system check-in opportunity, and the rewards might cause his strength to surge once again. Jun Zhantian laughed heartily upon hearing this, his mind at ease. With the disturbance settled, he dissolved into a phantom and vanished. Jun Xiaoyao returned to the Heavenly Emperor Palace and began thoroughly refining the Dragon Qi. Taiyue remained temporarily in the palace. She had also received a small amount of Dragon Qi, which combined with the vermilion bird divine fire already nurtured within her body, would bring a tremendous leap in both talent and strength. More importantly, after this battle, she had become utterly devoted to Jun Xiaoyao. Compared to Jun Xiaoyao's bountiful harvest, Xiao Qian's situation was utterly miserable. After an unknown amount of time, he slowly opened his eyes to find himself discarded outside the Jun family's mountain gates. Cough, cough. Struggling to rise, he looked down at his blood-stained body. Meridians completely destroyed, bones fractured, internal injuries severe. His condition could only be described as absolutely wretched. Outside the Jun family's mountain gate, many cultivators had gathered to watch the spectacle. Not long ago, Xiao Chun had arrogantly stormed into the Jun family residence, but now he was being beaten bloody and stumbling out in disgrace. The dramatic reversal drew mocking laughter from the crowd. Has that prince from the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom been crippled? Looking at him like this, it's pretty much certain. He looks just like a beaten dog. Serves him right. Who told him to dare provoke the Jun family's divine son? I heard even his fiancée ran away. Cold mockery and ridicule came from all directions as the onlooking cultivators gazed at him with contempt. Xiao Chen clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white as he silently pushed through the crowd. Once he was completely away from prying eyes, he suddenly threw back his head and roared at the sky. The fury in his chest exploded with his howl as he frantically pounded his fists against an ancient tree before him, sending bark fragments flying in all directions. Damn you, Jun Xiaoyao. If I ever get the chance, I'll repay today's humiliation 1,000-fold. Blood flowed down his arms and seeped through his fingertips into the coiled dragon ring. Are all descendants of my Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom so lacking in backbone? An aged, deep voice thundered in his ears. Who's there? Xiao Chen looked around warily, his gaze finally settling on the blood-soaked ring. Azure light suddenly flashed, and the phantom of an elderly man appeared, wearing azure dragon robes with white eyebrows hanging down to his chest, two dragon horns clearly visible atop his head. Xiao Chen's pupils contracted as he instinctively stepped back half a pace. You are. The old man smiled faintly. Heh, have my descendants already forgotten this old man completely? In a flash of realization, the face of the statue in the palace overlapped with the elderly man before him. You are the founding ancestor of the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom Azure Dragon Sage. Xiao Chun gasped sharply, trembling with excitement as he knelt and kowtowed. Great Prince Xiao Chun of the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom greets the ancestor. He was overjoyed the coiled dragon ring among his mother's relics actually housed the soul of this quasi-supreme being who was just half a step away from reaching the supreme realm. Truly, heaven never seals off all paths. Azure Dragon Sage stood with his hands behind his back, speaking in a calm voice. I awakened several years ago and sensed that you are the child of destiny for the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom. I've been secretly channeling power and resources to you, but unfortunately, you still lost to the Jun family's divine son. Xiao Chen's expression turned sinister as he asked through gritted teeth, Ancestor, why didn't you personally strike down Jun Xiaoyao at that time? Foolish, Azure Dragon Sage coldly rebuked. If I had acted then, neither of us would have left the Jun family alive. Do you think an ancient aristocratic family is as simple as you imagine? Moreover, my current strength is less than 10% of what it once was. Even at my peak, I couldn't shake the Jun family's foundation. Xiao Chen's heart sank as he clenched his fists in anguish. Then will I never have a day of revenge. Don't lose heart. You are the child of destiny, and the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom still needs you to revive it. This old master won't let you fade away in defeat. Xiao Chen looked up, his voice firm. As long as I can wash away this great shame, I'm willing to pay any price. Azure Dragon Sage showed satisfaction, turning his palm as azure light condensed into a scroll marked with dragon patterns. Your meridians have been crippled, but this is precisely an opportunity to be reborn from destruction. This quasi-supreme cultivation method at Azure Heaven Dragon Transformation Artist, what I've cultivated my entire life, and today I pass it on to you. Azure Heaven Dragon Transformation without destruction, there can be no rebirth. The blazing light reignited in his previously despairing pupils as Xiaoqin seemed to resurrect from ashes, his fighting spirit boiling over. Jun Xiaoyao, your greatest mistake was being too arrogant and complacent, letting me escape with my life. This grudge I, Xiaoqin, will repay it 100-fold. Seeing Xiaoqin regain his fighting spirit and confidence, the Azure Dragon ancestor nodded with satisfaction. Such an unyielding character is truly befitting of a child of destiny. His voice, though aged, resonated powerfully throughout the dim, secret chamber. He then reminded, you must diligently cultivate the Azure Heaven Dragon transformation art. I predict that in a few years, the Supreme Yuan Tian's hidden treasure will emerge. Supreme Yuan Tian. Could he be a supreme-level powerhouse? Xiaoqin held his breath, his eyes burning with intensity. Exactly. The Azure Dragon ancestor's gaze grew profound. Supreme Yuan Tian possessed tremendous strength and an extremely domineering personality. Legend has it that he once invaded the ancient imperial clan, the Ancestral Dragon Nest, and forcibly seized several ancient dragon bones. When mentioning ancient dragon bones, a flash of fervor crossed the Azure Dragon ancestor's eyes. The dim firelight reflected that gleam, causing Xiaoqin's heart to tremble. Ancient imperial clan. Xiaoqin took a deep breath, his mind conjuring images of that legendary imperial dragon clan. He was secretly shocked. To dare provoke even the ancient imperial clan, Supreme Yuan Tian was indeed domineering to the extreme. Then, realizing the implications, he looked up tentatively. Could it be that ancestor intends to? The Azure Dragon ancestor nodded directly. Precisely. You must find a Supreme Yuan Tian token, then find a way to enter the secret treasure and seize the ancient dragon bones. If your Azure Heaven Dragon transformation art obtains dragon bones, it can be cultivated to perfection. I too can use an ancient dragon bone to reconstruct my physical body. Xiaoqin clenched his fists until they turned white, his heart pounding wildly, as if he could already see the gushing dragon blood and soaring dragon shadows. He bowed respectfully, his tone resolute. Rest assured, ancestor. I will definitely break into Supreme Yuan Tian's secret treasure and seize the ancient dragon bones. And Jun Xiaoyao, and that wench by you all just wait for me. As his words fell, he threw back his head and laughed heartily, the laughter echoing off the stone walls as if trying to break through the heavens. The dawn of revenge lay ahead. Meanwhile, at the Jun family's heavenly emperor palace. Achoo! In the spacious divine hall, Jun Xiaoyao raised his hand to touch his nose, murmuring to himself, someone's cursing me. Is it Xiaoqin? He casually leaned against the jade steps, his eyes gleaming with amusement. Following the usual pattern, he should have already obtained some fortuitous encounter by now, plotting how to get revenge on me later. Jun Xiaoyao chuckled softly. Last time he gifted me Dragon Qi and a fiancé. I wonder what good things he'll bring next time. He didn't mind how many prodigies came his way, there are only poorly harvested leeks, never exhausted farmers. With this thought, he put away his smile, his gaze falling upon the rolling sea of clouds beyond the hall. Xiaoqin's matter can wait. He won't amount to much in just a few years. Right now, I should prepare for my 10th birthday celebration and go into seclusion to break through. After all, this would be his first true public appearance, showcasing his talents before the numerous forces of the immortal domain. If his performance were mediocre, it would truly be beneath his dignity. When news of the Divine Sun entering seclusion spread, the entire Jun family was instantly in an uproar. Heavens, the Divine Sun is actually going into seclusion. I remember, the Divine Sun has never gone into seclusion before in all his cultivation, right? His cultivation speed is already so terrifying without seclusion. What will happen when he does? He'll probably break straight through to the true spirit realm. Discussions arose from all directions, nearly overwhelming the Heavenly Emperor Palace. All clan members were curious. If Jun Xiaoyao, who had never gone into seclusion before, emerged after a year, just how powerful would he become? Time passed like falling grains of sand, and a year quietly went by. Simultaneously, news that the Jun family will host a 10th birthday celebration for the Divine Sun spread rapidly, sweeping across the desolate heaven immortal domain. 10 years ago, the shocking 10,000 saints paying homage phenomenon was still vivid in everyone's memory. Therefore, all major forces paid close attention, eagerly inquiring about the celebration's details. After all, the 10,000 saints paying homage phenomenon from 10 years ago had been too terrifying. Many important figures and ancient beings were still speculating about what kind of heaven-defying constitution the Jun family's mysterious divine son possessed. The father of that divine child was none other than the white-robed divine king, a figure of legend, a forbidden existence. It's safe to assume that the divine child inherited no ordinary constitution, considering his lineage. Jun Wuhui, the white-robed divine king, was once recognized by countless powerhouses of the ancient eras as one of the most likely to achieve emperorhood or even touch upon the immortal path. Yet, he mysteriously vanished a decade ago. At this moment, a silent discussion was unfolding in the intangible void, where the figures of major, ancient forces exchanged thoughts through divine consciousness. They shared the same curiosity. What kind of shockwaves would the son of the Jun family cause, debuting under the halo of such a remarkable parent? Hangzhou, one of the 3,000 Dao provinces of the desolate immortal realm, falls under the dominion of the primordial royal clan known as the Ancestral Dragon's Nest. The 3,000 provinces are largely divided among various hegemonic powers. The Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom holds exclusive control over the Fire Province, while Hangzhou is merely one of over 50 provinces controlled by the Ancestral Dragon's Nest. This single branch of the primordial royal clan commands just over 50 provinces. In contrast, the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom governs a mere one, an imbalance that speaks volumes. What's even more terrifying is the Jun family, which controls over 100 Dao provinces, double the reach of the Ancestral Dragon's Nest. For the Jun family, the imperial province is little more than their headquarters. Deep in the heart of Hangzhou lies a bustling, resplendent city ablaze with light. Its streets are broad, its buildings densely packed, and humanoid beings of various forms move through it. Some with obsidian horns on their heads, others with wings sprouting from their backs, or scales embedded in their foreheads, and some even with beast-like, primal eyes. Here, the myriad tribes of the primordial era gather in all their diversity, with color and aura varying greatly even within the same race. In territories dominated by the ancient human clans or eternal dynasties, human numbers would naturally increase significantly, whereas, in regions ruled by primordial royal clans or other powerful races, these lands became true melting pots. Still, even among this dense mix of races, a semblance of outward peace was maintained. At a street corner, a woman cloaked in a blue gown and hood walked lightly, garnering more than a few stares. In this part of the realm, governed by a primordial royal clan, her rare human identity made her conspicuous. With a slight lift of her chin, the woman revealed a face both alluring and delicate. She was none other than Lan Qingya, the woman expelled from the Jun family. Her gaze rested on a magnificent, ornate tavern with gilded carvings and dazzling lamplight shining under the night sky. That must be the place, Lan Qingya muttered to herself as she instinctively clutched at her sleeves. The gathering of that lord is happening today. I must reveal the secret that Jun Xiaoyao possesses the sacred human constitution. Her eyes flickered with growing hatred at the thought. Jun Xiaoyao, Jun Linglong. I, Lan Qingya, am powerless to seek revenge myself, but others will deliver it in my stead. Her fall from a life of luxury to one of hardship had left her bitter and enraged, yet she never reflected on her own actions. All the pain she endured, she shifted onto the siblings, blaming them entirely. In the tavern's topmost floor, the glow of lanterns bathed the space in splendor. Around a sprawling table of gold and jade, dozens of young elites made merry with wine in hand. Some had wings on their backs, others had scales adorned on their skin, and still others were as burly and imposing as bears or tigers. And yet, regardless of their outstanding appearances, they all directed their attention toward the young man at the center of the gathering. That young man wore a golden robe that shimmered brilliantly, his sharp, curved horns projecting a commanding presence. His features radiated arrogance, his eyes like two cold stars, occasionally flashing with a dangerous glint. Beneath his skin, a faint trace of golden dragon scales emerged, exuding an oppressive aura that sent shivers down the spine. He was none other than Long Haoyan, one of the peerless prodigies of the Ancestral Dragon's Nest. And his elder brother? None other than the Ancestral Dragon's Nest's ultimate taboo, the first-generation genius who bore the blood of the Emperor Dragon Long Haoyan. The Ancestral Dragon Nest stands as an ancient imperial clan with profound foundations. Their ancestors once produced the ancient ancestral dragon, who attained the position of ancient emperor, overshadowing several human emperors and commanding respect throughout the immortal realms for countless ages. Even today, the ancestral dragon nest remains unfathomably deep in heritage, while Long Haoyan serves as the most dazzling prodigy of this generation, hailed as the forbidden first generation. In comparison, though Long Haoyan may not match his elder brother's monstrous talent, his strength remains formidable, otherwise he could never have earned the title of Dragon Son, a status roughly equivalent to direct lineage within the Jun family hierarchy. Congratulations, young Master Dragon Son, on successfully fusing with the Dragon Core and advancing your cultivation further. Before the palace hall, dozens of young beings from various clans gathered around, their faces filled with reverence and their words brimming with praise and flattery. It's merely one Dragon Core. Long Haoyan waved his sleeves casually, a confident smile playing at his lips. Though it's decent enough, my elder brother has already fused with 3 Dragon Cores. The surroundings fell instantly silent, followed immediately by a chorus of sharp intakes of breath. The so-called Dragon Core represents the crystallized essence formed after the death of the Dragon Clan's mightiest warriors, condensed from their flesh and blood. These cores not only contain vast draconic bloodlines, but also compress various dragon clan talents, divine abilities, and runic imprints. Their value is immeasurable, while the difficulty of refining them is enough to intimidate countless prodigies. Even within the ancestral dragon nest itself, many talents struggle to fuse with even a single dragon core, often barely managing to endure the process. One careless moment could result in being torn apart by the violent energies. Long Haoyan's successful refinement of one core was already worthy of great boasting. Yet Long Haoyan had suppressed 3 dragon cores within his body in just a few short years. Such talent truly inspired awe and worship. Seeing everyone's shocked expressions, Long Haoyan felt invigorated and added loudly, "That's not even all. My brother's true goal is to gather 7 dragon cores and supplement them with imperial dragon blood. When that moment arrives, the heavenly mandate of this era will surely be dominated by my elder brother." When speaking of his elder brother, he showed no trace of jealousy, only eyes full of admiration. Haha, then let me congratulate Brother Long in advance. From within the crowd, a robust young man, nearly 10 feet tall with black bull horns growing from his head, clasped his fists and laughed heartily. He hailed from the ancient royal clan of Bull Demon Mountain. Though royal clans were inferior to imperial clans, they still possessed formidable foundations sufficient to dominate entire regions. The burly man's tone shifted. "However, I hear that the 10th birthday celebration of the Jun family's divine son is approaching as well." The moment the words "Jun family's divine son" were spoken, the previously lively atmosphere suddenly grew quiet. 10 years ago, the 10,000 saints' worship that shook the desolate heaven immortal domain remained fresh in everyone's memory. Since then, Jun Xiaoyao had never truly appeared before the world, yet no one dared underestimate this low-key and mysterious youth. After all, he was the descendant of the white-robed divine king. Long Haoyan snorted coldly, his brows carrying disdain. The Jun family's divine son hasn't even emerged into the world. Who knows what he's truly capable of? Is the 10,000 saints' worship really so impressive? When my elder brother was born, he similarly triggered the ancestral dragon phenomenon, no less magnificent. Moreover, there's no need for my brother to act personally. I alone am sufficient to suppress him. The ancestral dragon nest and Jun family had harbored deep grudges for ages. The most recent blood feud occurred when the white-robed divine King Jun Wuhui, while still in the Saint realm, publicly skinned and extracted the tendons of a quasi-supreme from the ancestral dragon nest. For the ancestral dragon nest, this represented an absolute humiliation that would be forever nailed to their pillar of shame. A quasi-supreme being utterly crushed by a saint, what a humiliating disgrace. From that battle onward, the ancestral dragon nest and the Jun family became mortal enemies. As night fell, the tavern operated by the ancestral dragon nest in the desolate heaven immortal domain blazed with lights, gathering powerful beings from various races. Outside, fierce winds howled, yet inside, laughter echoed continuously. Giggle, that's true. I believe that Jun family's divine son could never be a match for young Master Dragon. A winged woman from the feather race, with snow-white wings on her back, sipped her fragrant wine and laughed with a clear, bell-like voice. But the question is, what kind of physique does that Jun family's divine son actually possess? A primordial royal being wrapped in bronze beast armor shook his head, lightly tapping the table with his left palm, clearly puzzled by this matter. Before his words had faded, a gentle yet naturally arrogant female voice suddenly interjected. "I know what physique the Jun family's divine son has." All the beings turned their gazes toward the entrance of the pavilion. Under the candlelight, a slender woman in a blue dress ascended the steps, her skirt creating ripples of pale blue, her countenance cold and aloof. A human? How did she end up here? A young, burly man from Bull Demon Mountain shook his horns, his brow filled with displeasure. "Stay calm." Long Haoyan raised his palm in a calming gesture, golden scales on his palm flowing with light that dispersed the restless energy, instantly quieting the entire elegant chamber. The young man's figure was imposing, with dragon horns slightly visible. He looked down at the blue-dressed woman, a hint of interest flashing in his eyes. "You say you know that Jun family divine son's physique?" "Correct." The blue-dressed woman's expression was confident. "Because I was once a follower of a Jun family sequence member." Lan Qingya. What? A chorus of gasps erupted, cups and saucers clinking. A follower of a Jun family sequence member had actually ventured alone into a gathering of primordial races? Lan Qingya spoke unhurriedly, recounting her grievances with Jun Xiaoyao. How she was once dismissed, harbored resentment, sought backing for revenge, and thus came to the ancestral dragon nest. "I see." Long Haoyan raised his eyes, signaling her to continue. "Then tell us, what physique does he have?" "Ancient sacred body." Lan Qingya uttered these 4 words. The air suddenly froze. The beings first paused, then burst into roaring laughter. "Haha, are you joking? The once invincible sacred body is now worse than useless." Long Haoyan's golden pupils flashed with light. dragon might faintly emerging. If you dare deceive me, this dragon son will personally teach you the consequences. Lan Qingya straightened her spine, her gaze burning bright. I dare not deceive you. He indeed possesses the ancient sacred body, and moreover, he has already broken through one shackle. What? The laughter abruptly ceased, the building falling silent as death. Several primordial beings' faces instantly turned pale. A sacred body capable of breaking shackles was no longer a waste physique, but a monster that could grow into a major threat. Long Haotian tapped the table with his fingertip, creating crisp sounds as if weighing his options. The Jun family has deep foundations. Forcibly piling resources to help him break shackles isn't impossible. But at most, 3 shackles. After 3, the path is completely sealed. He sneered coldly. So the ancient sacred body remains a waste physique. Lan Qingyan nodded lightly, assuming Jun Xiaoyao had only broken 1 shackle, never imagining the truth that all 10 shackles had been broken was far beyond her imagination. Long Haotian raised his head, a dragon tail phantom faintly visible behind him, laughing heartily. Interesting. It seems I must personally attend that Jun family's 10th birthday banquet. When the time comes, I'll trample him underfoot in front of everyone. Heh, just thinking about it is exhilarating. Hee hee, with young Master Dragon taking action, that 10th birthday banquet will surely become a humiliation feast. Several primordial royal beings chimed in, clinking their wine cups, turbid wine splashing bright droplets. Lan Qingya's gaze turned cold as frost. Jun Xiaoyao, you forced me to this point. When the time comes, don't blame me for standing by and watching. Before the words had even faded in the pavilion, deep within the Jun family of the imperial province, 10,000 golden flying swords broke through the clouds. Each sword carried a crimson gold invitation, transforming into dense streams of light that swept across all directions of the desolate heaven immortal domain. That's the Jun family's sword-carried message. Invitations. Is that mysterious divine son of the Jun family finally going to appear in the world? In an instant, the desolate heaven immortal domain, which had been quiet for so long, once again boiled with excitement due to the Jun family's sword-carried messages. The Jun family stands as one of the supreme powers in the desolate heaven immortal domain. Their every breath could stir the very essence of the entire desolate heaven immortal domain, let alone when the protagonist of this banquet is none other than the Jun family's divine son, shrouded in an aura of mystery. As the only child of the white-robed divine King Jun Wuhui, 10-year-old Jun Xiaoyao's first emergence into the world would cause a sensation with the slightest whisper, making this 10th birthday celebration naturally become the center of universal attention. In Qing province, one of the 3,000 Dao provinces, mountains and rivers stretch endlessly under rolling clouds and mist. This is the ancestral land of the ancient Jiang family, and the hometown of Jun Xiaoyao's mother, Jiang Ro. Jiang Ro was once the divine maiden of the Jiang family, holding a revered position, and remains the pride that family elders speak of to this day. Deep within Jiang family territory, in a blessed paradise where auspicious light rises and ethereal mist swirls, spiritual springs tinkle, and ancient trees tower skyward. Beside the spring, a young woman in snow-white robes stands quietly on a stone platform, her gaze distant. Her skin is lustrous white as jade, her tall and slender figure untouched by worldly dust. Her dark hair cascades like a waterfall to her curved waist and hips. Her brows arch like crescents, her eyes clear as autumn water, and her crimson lips make her pearly teeth appear even more crystalline. Such beauty seems like a fairy descended to earth, impossible to look away from. My nephew is having his 10th birthday celebration, yet I've never met him. The woman murmurs to herself, then smiles softly. Her name is Jiang Xingyi, a distant cousin of Jiang Ro. Though their blood relation is thin, she is Jun Xiaoyao's nominal aunt. At 24 years old, Jiang Xingyi is the youngest in Jiang Ro's lineage, in the prime of her breathtaking beauty. Suddenly, clear laughter like silver bells rings from the distant sky. Sister Xingyi, what did you call me here for? A slender figure glides over, treading on ripples in the void. The newcomer appears to be around 12 or 13, petite and lively, her twin ponytails bouncing gently with her movements. Beneath curled lashes, a pair of large eyes sparkle with spirit, her delicate nose is perfectly shaped, and when her cherry lips part, they reveal 2 adorable canine teeth. Dimples appear on both sides of her pretty face, making her seem like a sprite of heaven and earth. Luoli, you possess the primordial spirit Dao body, most compatible with the origin of heaven and earth, yet instead of focusing on cultivation, you're still running around everywhere. Jiang Xingyi extends a slender jade finger to tap the girl's forehead. Hee, with Sister Xingyi, who has the innate Dao embryo, keeping watch. What does Luoli need to cultivate for? Jiang Luoli covers her forehead and blinks with a smile, appearing utterly playful. This Jiang Luoli is precisely the treasured pearl of the Jiang family that Jiang Ro and Jun Zhantian spoke of. Xingyi withdraws her finger, her expression turning serious. stop fooling around. There's important business. In a few days, come with me to the Jun family to attend the 10th birthday celebration. The Jun family divine son's banquet? Jiang Luoli blinks curiously. Yes, you'll finally get to meet your future husband. Jiang Xingyi's lips curve upward, her tone teasing. What husband? Sister Xingyi, don't talk nonsense. Jiang Luoli immediately stamps her foot, her small face flushing red. She hasn't even seen that Jun family divine son's face. How could she casually accept an engagement? My nephew must be a dragon among men. You're so eager to object now, but don't let it come back to bite you later. Jiang Xingyi's smile grows even brighter. Humph, I oppose arranged marriages. I, Jiang Luoli, would rather die, would rather jump off a mountain, than ever accept a casual engagement. Jiang Luoli declares indignantly, puffing up with righteous determination. Jiang Xingyi covered her mouth and chuckled. All right, I think I heard cousin Jiang Ro mention that my nephew is extraordinarily handsome, elegant, and otherworldly, like an immortal descended from heaven. Really? Jiang Luoli's eyes sparkled as her bright, limpid gaze immediately lit up with curiosity and anticipation. Just kidding, I don't actually know. Jiang Xingyi burst into laughter, well aware that her cousin was a complete looks enthusiast who was extremely picky about appearances. Any man who wasn't stunningly handsome simply couldn't catch Jiang Luoli's eye. Perhaps this was the instinctive pursuit of perfection inherent to the primordial spirit constitution. Humph, any man who catches my Luoli's fancy must be the most handsome in the immortal domain. Jiang Luoli puffed out her petite chest and declared confidently with pursed lips, secretly wondering just how attractive this mysterious divine son of the Jun family might be. Don't worry, you'll get to see him soon enough. Jiang Xingyi gently patted Luoli's head, signaling her to be patient. The Jun family's invitation wasn't limited to the Jiang family alone. Other ancient families, supreme clans, immortal dynasties, and other transcendent powers were also invited. Slightly lesser first-tier forces would receive invitations as well, though less formal than those sent to top-tier powers. Second-tier forces of even lower standing weren't qualified for direct invitations, but the Jun family wouldn't refuse their voluntary attendance. They could only remain in the outer halls as observers, unable to enter the main venue. As time passed, all 3,000 provinces of the desolate heaven immortal domain buzzed with excitement. A year flew by in the blink of an eye, and the divine son's 10th birthday celebration finally began. On this day, the heavens thundered as countless forces, ancient warships, flying vessels, and spirit beast mounts took to the skies, transforming into myriad streams of light converging on the Jun family in imperial province. The Great Shang dynasty, one of the ancient human imperial dynasties with profound foundations and long-standing heritage, launched ornately decorated tower ships from the royal capital's harbor, heading straight for imperial province. Look, that's Princess de Shang's tower ship. She's also attending the Jun family divine son's 10th birthday celebration. Of course, this banquet is a golden opportunity. Who wouldn't want to curry favor with the Jun family? After turning 10, arrangements for future Dao companions can begin. Though the divine son has never appeared publicly, his status alone is enough to make countless imperial daughters, princesses, and heaven's pride daughters swoon and offer themselves. Once favored by the divine son, not only would she rise to great heights, but her backing force would also ascend with her. Thus, beauties from all major families set out, hoping to seize this rare opportunity. The great Yin Holy Land also launched golden palanquins skyward, heading straight for the Jun family. The last time the Jun family held such a grand 10th birthday celebration was for that first sequence member. Now it's the divine son's turn, and the spectacle surpasses even that. Someone murmured beside the palanquin. From the ancient Yi family, a divine bird spread its wings, trailing rosy clouds as it pulled a bronze chariot into the sky. I heard Luoli will be there, so naturally I can't be absent. Inside the chariot, a blue-robed youth smiled softly. He had delicate features with sword-like brows and starry eyes, his words carrying a hint of brightness. The youth was named Yi Xingyun, a top-tier prodigy of the ancient Yi family, possessing the star-sovereign physique ranked within the top 500 among the 3,000 constitutions, capable of containing the power of the 9 heaven stars within his body. Young Master Xingyun, the master has ordered that we're only attending the banquet, not causing trouble. If you act recklessly at the Jun family celebration, even the master won't spare you. Outside the chariot, an elderly man with a goatee spoke sternly, his quasi-saint aura faintly perceptible. For someone of such status to serve as a servant showed just how high the youth's position was. Haha, don't worry, Uncle Fu. I'm going to see Luoli, not to provoke the Jun family's divine son. Yi Xingyun laughed heartily, though his gaze held unwavering determination. During a secret realm trial years ago, he had encountered Jiang Luoli once. Since then, that spirited and beautiful girl had remained etched in his heart, though he'd had no opportunity to see her again. The Jun family's 10th birthday celebration was the perfect chance to approach her. Luoli, you will definitely be my woman, he silently vowed. lightly tapping the chariot window as if gazing into the distant sky. Yi Xingyun's eyes flickered with firm confidence. Outside the mountain gates of the Jun family in Huangzhou, as dawn broke, the sky was already filled with countless flying beasts and creatures. Azure-winged rock birds spread their wings like clouds, four-armed divine apes galloped through lightning, and even ancient armored rhinoceroses pulled golden war chariots with resounding clangs. Ornate carriages adorned with jade railings and carved decorations shuttled through the air, drawn by spiritual birds and giant beasts, weaving together rays of dawn light and mist in a magnificent display. In the distance, a massive ship hundreds of zhang long broke through the sea of clouds, its spiritual runes blazing as it crossed the void like a floating city. At this moment, the Jun family's mountain gates stood wide open, with hundreds of guards clad in dark gold armor lined up on both sides. Drums thundered like war beats, ceremonial cannons roared like thunder, welcoming guests from all directions. Should anyone harbor ill intentions, they would be instantly locked onto by the mountain protecting formation that flickered faintly in the void. Each subtle flash of the array patterns emanated a chilling aura that even saints would fear, immediately severing all malicious thoughts. For this very reason, no force dared cause trouble at today's Jun family banquet. The Dao Ji heavenly sect arrives presenting Divine Sun congratulatory gifts, 9 volumes of sacred texts. Following the loud announcement, a group of blue-robed Taoists stepped forward steadily, led by an elderly man with crane-white hair and a youthful face, his sleeves embroidered with the 8 trigrams cloud patterns of the Dao Ji heavenly sect. This person's reputation was considerable, drawing whispered discussions from the surrounding guests. The Great Yin Holy Land arrives presenting 1 bottle of spirit-gathering jade marrow and 100 pieces of supreme divine source. As the jade bottle was unsealed, a wisp of milky white spiritual liquid released ethereal vapors, divine radiance swirling around it, even producing faint dragon roars that made many eyes burn with desire. Spirit-gathering jade marrow could nourish the true spirit of one's divine palace. Such an extremely rare treasure was now being given as a congratulatory gift, making many powerful cultivators feel envious. The Great Shang dynasty arrives presenting a supreme treasure, 1 mountain and river diagram. As the announcement ended, a radiant woman entered gracefully. She wore a crimson gold phoenix-patterned palace dress, a jade flute hanging at her waist, and carried a landscape scroll in her arms, her charming smile and flowing beautiful eyes captivating all. Her peerless elegance made many male prodigies sigh inwardly. Such a heavenly daughter was beyond even their ability to admire, yet she actively showed favor to the Jun family's divine son, truly making their hearts heavy. Subsequently, forces like the far north Snow Wind Empire and the far south Tianya Dao Academy arrived one after another, their congratulatory gifts piling up like mountains. Every first-tier force and above that had received the sword-delivered invitation was present without exception. Meanwhile, those families and sects that barely qualified as second-tier obediently followed protocol, delivering their gifts through disciples before consciously remaining at the outer seats set up beyond the mountain gates. Without a single complaint, they knew their place, given their insufficient strength. Suddenly, a long announcement rang out from the high platform. The ancient aristocratic Jiang family arrives presenting 1 ancient saint weapon, 3 immortality herbs, 100 top-grade saint pills, 1,000 pieces of supreme divine source. The gift announcer's voice trembled slightly, as this lavish display shocked the entire gathering. Someone quickly reminded their companion. Don't forget, the Jun family divine son's mother is from the Jiang family. With generations of intermarriage, the 2 families are practically joined at the hip naturally. Their congratulatory gifts must make a resounding impact. Following these words, 2 graceful figures stepped through the mountain gates side by side. The first wore snow-white robes with a jade pendant at her waist, her features refined to perfection, every gesture naturally carrying an immortal aura. This was the Jiang family's divine daughter, who possessed the innate Dao embryo, Jiang Xingyi. The second was slightly smaller in stature, with light lotus steps and lively eyes that sparkled like an elf dancing in the morning light. She was the Jiang family's treasured pearl, who possessed the primordial spirit Dao body, Jiang Luoli. The 2 women, one serene and one vivacious, had completely different styles, yet were both so beautiful they made heaven and earth pale in comparison. Gazing at these 2 beauties, one tall and one petite, the men present found themselves unable to look away. Almost at the same moment, another announcement rang out. The ancient Yi family arrives presenting 10 supreme sacred herbs, 100 divine sources, and 3 royal weapons. Murmurs immediately rippled through the crowd. Though the Yi family enjoyed a prestigious reputation, their gift list appeared particularly modest compared to the Jiang family's overwhelming display of wealth. Even among first-tier forces, it could only be considered mediocre. Everyone understood the Yi family had always maintained lukewarm relations with the Jun family, so modest gifts were understandable. Haha, Miss Lolly, please wait. At the Jun family's mountain gate, 2 figures entered side by side. The leading youth in blue robes had handsome features, followed by an elderly servant with a goatee who bowed respectfully. This was the Yi family's prodigy, Yi Xingyun, who possessed the stellar king physique. You are. Jiang Luoli turned around, her gaze lingering on Yi Xingyun's face for a moment, still puzzled. Yi Xingyun's expression stiffened slightly as he cleared his throat. Miss Luoli, have you forgotten? In the Falling Moon's secret realm. Only then did Jiang Luoli vaguely remember, nodding indifferently. Oh, you're that. What's his name? I am Yi Xingyun of the ancient Yi family. He had no choice but to introduce himself, feeling increasingly embarrassed. Jiang Luoli pursed her lips, speaking flatly. Sorry, I don't remember people with ordinary looks. The moment these words fell, the surroundings instantly fell silent. Yi Xingyun felt his face burning in terms of appearance. He had sword-like brows and bright eyes, considering himself no less handsome than his peers, yet he was dismissed as having ordinary looks. He still forced a smile. Miss Luoli, after our long separation, could we perhaps sit together later? Everyone immediately understood. This Yi family divine son's intentions weren't focused on the banquet. Jiang Xingyi's willow brows furrowed slightly. Jiang Ro had always wanted to match Jiang Luoli with Jun Xiaoyao, and now Yi Xingyun was clearly trying to interfere. Luoli, let's go find cousin Jiang Ro. Jiang Xingyi took Jiang Luoli's small hand. Okay. Jiang Luoli agreed and left directly, not even sparing Yi Xingyun a glance. Watching the two graceful figures gradually disappear, Yi Xingyun took a deep breath and encouraged himself silently. It's fine, I still have a chance. Meanwhile, a magnificent golden hall of the Jun family slowly opened. Only the most distinguished guests and leaders of top-tier traditions could enter, while other first-tier forces were arranged on various divine islands outside. Representatives from the Jiang family, Yi family, and other ancient families, supreme clans, and top-tier dynasties filed in. Jade plates of delicacies and fine wines were arranged before them, their fragrance filling the air. The Jun family's important figures haven't appeared yet. Where is the divine son? A top-tier tradition elder looked around. Before the words finished, a man and woman stepped through the hall entrance. The black-robed youth was sharp as a sword. Jun Zhangjian, the Jun family's 10th sequence, who had specially emerged from seclusion to attend Jun Xiaoyao's 10th birthday celebration. The woman accompanying him wore a light blue dress with flowing tassels that swayed with each step, cold qi circulating around her. Her ice-blue pupils were clear, and an ice-blue phoenix hairpin held up her dark hair, her skin like congealed cream. Jun Xiefeng, the Jun family's 7th sequence with the ice spirit physique. Legend said that with a single thought, she could freeze thousands of miles and make snow fall from the heavens. All the guests turned to look. The Jun family's 10 sequences were always elusive, so having two appear together was already rare. You also specially emerged from seclusion to attend cousin Xiaoyao's 10th birthday celebration? Jun Zhangjian asked with a smile. Jun Xiefeng raised her eyes, her voice indifferent. I just wanted to see with my own eyes how strong that divine son who defeated you at age 3 has become. Jun Zhangjian's expression immediately became awkward. She had to bring up his old wound. Just then, another figure appeared at the hall entrance. Is that him? When they saw this figure, both Jun Zhangjian and Jun Xiefeng felt their hearts tighten, their expressions growing grave. The beings capable of making two Jun family sequence members look so grave could only be even stronger sequences. Silver light flickered as a young man clad in form-fitting silver battle armor strode up the central jade steps of the Great Hall. The surrounding torchlight reflected off his armor, casting sharp, cold gleams. His square-jawed face bore crisscrossing scars that made him appear even more severe. His eyes resembled deep, thunderous lakes, crackling with electric arcs as they opened and closed, while the laws of thunder silently manifested around him, striking fear into onlookers' hearts. It's actually him. Many prodigies from major powers in the crowd instantly fell silent, their expressions growing heavy. Even Yi Xingyun, who prided himself on his exceptional abilities, couldn't help but whisper, he's here too. The Jun family's 5th sequence, Jun Wanjie. Jun Wanjie's background was practically legendary within the clan. Born into a branch family, his status was low in his youth, and he was long assigned to manage clan businesses in outer provinces, enduring countless cold stares. Until one fateful encounter, he obtained the inheritance of the tribulation-crossing divine art, awakening his hidden constitution, the Thunder Tribulation Battle Body. This constitution ranked among the top 300 of the 3,000 known constitutions, truly top tier. With this opportunity, Jun Wanjie rose through the ranks, forcibly breaking into the Jun family's 10 great sequences at 5th place. All 10 Jun family sequences were exceptional talents, yet a barrier still existed between the top 5 and bottom 5. Jun Wanjie's 5th place ranking already demonstrated his terrifying combat power. However, he was arrogant and domineering, having faced exclusion since childhood, so his relationships with the other sequences were hardly harmonious. Even his seat choice in the Great Hall is the farthest from the crowd, Jun Zhangjian muttered under his breath, clearly unwelcoming toward this branch family legend. Jun Xiaoyao gently waved her feather fan, looking thoughtful. Given his personality, his attendance at young Master Xiaoyao's 10th birthday banquet must mean he wants to personally witness the Divine Sun's strength. After all, the Divine Sun will very likely join the 10 great sequences in the future. Neither of them knew that Jun Xiaoyao had already been internally designated as the Zero Sequence by the clan. Jun Wanjie took his seat alone at a side table near the center, his silver armor producing crisp sounds as it touched the jade table. The surrounding guests tactfully maintained their distance, and the Great Hall gained an additional layer of oppression due to his presence. With the appearance of the three sequences Jun Zhangjian, Jun Xiaoyao, and Jun Wanjie, the banquet atmosphere suddenly intensified. Suddenly, several powerful auras approached from outside, like mountains pressing down, causing the hearts of major power guests to tighten as they rose to greet the newcomers. The Jun family elders filed in, each with imposing presence, their sleeves billowing with surging true essence. Following closely behind was Jun Xiaoyao's mother, Jiang Ro, whose gentle features carried an undeniable dignified bearing. Everyone, thank you for gracing my grandson's 10th birthday banquet with your presence. This old man expresses his gratitude here. The golden-robed elder in the center spoke loudly. It was Jun Zhangtian. He cupped his hands in salute, his voice carrying both boldness and pride. Elder, you're too kind. The seated guests returned the courtesy in unison, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Just then, an elder from a Dao lineage cupped his fists and asked hesitantly, "May I ask where that divine sun is at present?" As his words fell, the hall immediately quieted, everyone pricking up their ears. The banquet had begun, yet the guest of honor had not appeared, naturally arousing curiosity. After all, these people had come largely to catch a glimpse of the Jun family divine sun's true appearance. My apologies, everyone. My grandson has been in seclusion and hasn't emerged yet, though it should be soon. Just as Jun Zhangtian's words fell, the heavenly emperor palace deep within the Jun family suddenly trembled violently. Thunder tore through the sea of clouds, radiant light shot skyward, and auspicious colors cascaded like waterfalls to the mortal realm, emanating intense breakthrough fluctuations. In the hall, powerhouses from various major forces listened intently, their expressions changing in unison. The Jun family's divine son was only 10 years old, yet could trigger such terrifying celestial phenomena? Boom. Golden radiance erupted from the heavenly emperor palace as the phantom of an ancient divine elephant appeared, its overwhelming pressure enveloping the 9 heavens and 10 earths. What kind of cultivation technique could make even my heart tremble? Yi Xingyun, who prided himself on his stellar king physique and had always been arrogant, found his palms sweating and his brow furrowed, deeply resented this oppressive feeling. Before the crowd could recover from their shock, a massive hand covering the entire sky suddenly appeared in the distant heavens, casually pressing down and instantly isolating all light and phenomena. A supreme? Hoarse exclamations rose one after another. Only a supreme realm expert could erase such heaven and earth phenomena with a single gesture. The name of the Jun family's 18th ancestor surfaced in many minds. Before the discussions could fade, the gates of the heavenly emperor palace burst open with a thunderous roar. From the blinding divine radiance, a white-robed figure slowly emerged, drawing every gaze in an instant. The youth possessed an elegant stature, surrounded by immortal light, his robes white as snow, like a celestial being banished to the mortal world. His hair was crystalline, his bones and flesh like the finest immortal jade, his features so handsome they seemed beyond mortal realm. Heaven and earth fell silent, even breathing became sparse. Like jade upon the path, the divine sun is unparalleled in this world. A young lady from the Jun family whispered dreamily, as if even her heartbeat had stopped in that moment. Jun Xiaoyao raised his eyes and looked around, slightly surprised to realize it was already time for his 10th birthday banquet. After a year in seclusion, his cultivation had soared to the peak of the 9th level of the true spirit realm, far exceeding his initial goals. Looking across the desolate heaven immortal domain, few of his age could match him. Divine Son, the banquet has already begun. Jun Linlong, who had been waiting faithfully, stepped forward to remind him. Baiyuer had long since returned to the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom. Let's go to the main hall first. Jun Xiaoyao nodded lightly, walking through the air with his robes fluttering like an immortal treading upon waves. Only after his figure disappeared into the palace complex did people regain their senses. I don't know about his strength, but in terms of appearance and temperament, he must be first in the immortal domain. A saintess who had come to attend the banquet couldn't help but whisper. In the main hall, all the guests had already received word. Before long, a gentle and serene voice came from the entrance. Thank you all for coming to attend Jun's banquet. The white-robed youth stepped into the hall, his sleeves swaying slightly, the sound like wind through bamboo. All clamor ceased in that moment. Everyone present was mesmerized by Jun Xiaoyao's stunning appearance and ethereal temperament. All the young ladies gazed at him with infatuated eyes, their souls seemingly captivated by this fairy-like youth before them. Jun Xiaoyao appeared like an immortal descending from heaven, his aura transcendent and otherworldly. So this is the divine son of the Jun family? Seeing him in person surpasses all rumors, truly a godlike figure. Everyone marveled silently. In this moment of profound silence, a delicate cry suddenly rang out. Wow, wow, wow. Are you really the Jun family's divine son, Jun Xiaoyao? A graceful young girl exclaimed excitedly, her beautiful eyes sparkling brightly, crystal clear drool trickling from the corner of her tender red lips. And you are? Jun Xiaoyao raised an eyebrow, looking toward the elegant young girl. His first impression was short. Indeed, although Jiang Loli had bright eyes, white teeth, and was utterly charming with dimples appearing on her jade cheeks when she smiled, her petite frame made her appear to be only about 5 feet tall. I'm called Jiang Luoli. Jiang Luoli's pretty face flushed slightly. Jiang Loli. Jun Xiaoyao tilted his head slightly. No, it's Jiang Loli, no. It's Jiang Luoli. Jiang Luoli's face reddened, and her heart raced, leaving her somewhat incoherent. Jun Xiaoyao suddenly understood. She must be from his mother Jiang Ro's family clan. With this realization, Jun Xiaoyao smiled gently at Jiang Luoli and said, "Thank you, Miss Jiang, for gracing us with your presence at this banquet." Thump. Seeing Jun Xiaoyao's handsome face shrouded in celestial radiance with that subtle smile, Jiang Loli felt her whole body tingle, as if struck by Cupid's arrow in her heart. For someone so obsessed with beautiful faces like her, Jun Xiaoyao's appearance hit every one of her excitement points. This was truly divine-level beauty. Meanwhile, Jiang Xingyi watched this nephew whose looks seemed almost inhuman, her mind slightly shaken and wavering. She had originally intended to tease Jiang Luoli, but now found herself stunned as well. The moment Jiang Xingyi saw Jun Xiaoyao, an indescribable emotion surged in her heart. Her innate Tao embryo constitution seemed to stir with some inexplicable resonance. What is happening? Jiang Xingyi was alarmed, touching her slightly flushed, fair jade face. Xiaoyao, come over here. This is mother's distant cousin, your aunt Jiang Xingyi. And Loli is the precious pearl of our Jiang family, perfect for you two to get acquainted. Jiang Ro said with a smile, beckoning Jun Xiaoyao over. Jun Xiaoyao was speechless. So this petite little girl was the Jiang family's precious pearl that Jiang Ro and Jun Zhantian had been constantly mentioning, wanting him to form a marriage alliance with. Aunt, Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly. That title makes me sound old, call me sister instead, Jiang Xingyi said, seemingly trying to mask her inner turmoil by acting casual on the surface, revealing her pearly teeth with a captivating smile as she teased him. At the same time, she was observing Jun Xiaoyao, wondering what kind of constitution he possessed. As for Jiang Luoli, her small face had remained flushed red ever since Jun Xiaoyao appeared. Though normally lively and spirited, she now felt unusually restrained. This scene, witnessed by the other guests, brought knowing expressions to their faces. It seems this precious pearl of the Jiang family has already fallen for him. Face-obsessed girls are just that shallow. At one table, Yi Xingyun watched Jiang Luoli's shy expression, his body trembling slightly with rage, his face turning ashen. How can this be? Dark clouds seemed to gather between Yi Xingyu's brows. Honestly, he really didn't want to provoke Jun Xiaoyao. Witnessing this scene before him, Yi Xingyun felt his heart pierced with pain. Jiang Luoli was the woman he had long set his sights on. Setting aside her beauty, he believed that in terms of talent, strength, and family background, he was in no way inferior to Jun Xiaoyao. Moreover, they had shared some interactions in the Falling Moon secret realm. Yet now, Jun Xiaoyao hadn't even uttered a single flattering word, relying solely on his face. He was about to make Jiang Luoli completely surrender. How could Yi Xingyun swallow this humiliation? Could being handsome really allow one to act with such impunity? On the other side of the hall, Jun Zhongjian raised his cup with a light sigh. After just a few years apart, cousin Xiaoyao has already reached such heights. Recalling how he had once presented the primordial supreme token to make peace with him, he now savored the memory endlessly. That was perhaps the wisest decision of his life. Beside Jun Zhongjian, Jun Xuehuang quietly gazed at Jun Xiaoyao, who was shrouded in divine radiance and mist, her ice-blue eyes flickering with momentary bewilderment. Unlike Jiang Luoli, who had completely fallen for his looks, she had to admit at this moment. This divine son truly lived up to his reputation. His aura alone was unfathomable. Meanwhile, many in the hall cast sidelong glances at Jun Wanjie. From the moment Jun Xiaoyao appeared, Jun Wanjie's gaze had never shifted, his eyes filled with undisguised scrutiny and coldness. Born into a branch family, he had endured countless cold stares in his youth, believing he had earned his current position through painstaking effort step by step. Yet Jun Xiaoyao had been born with a golden spoon. Why should the things Jun Wanjie had to fight desperately for come so easily to Jun Xiaoyao? It seems Jun Wanjie finds cousin Xiaoyao rather disagreeable. Jun Zhongjian muttered under his breath, then added with a bitter smile. To be honest, I'm somewhat envious, even jealous of this divine son's treatment. Fortunately, Jun Wanjie merely observed coldly without making any moves. As the atmosphere grew slightly tense, the chief steward's announcement rang out, officially beginning the banquet. Everyone raised their cups, yet still focused most of their attention on Jun Xiaoyao. The princess of the Great Shang dynasty gazed at Jun Xiaoyao with rippling eyes, yet gently shook her head, murmuring softly, "This princess is not worthy of the divine sun." This single sentence left the surrounding powers secretly astounded. Even the renowned princess of Great Shang considered herself unworthy? Who knows how much real ability that Jun family divine son actually possesses? Perhaps he's just a pretty face. In a corner of the hall, someone whispered in a lowered voice. Following the sound, it was Yi Xingyun of the Yi family, the stellar king body. Some guest's eyes flickered. Was he expressing dissatisfaction? Yet the Jun family divine son seemed to have never provoked him. "Young master, you must not speak carelessly." The Kwasa-saint's servant beside Yi Xingyun's face changed slightly as he hurriedly advised restraint. Yi Xingyun snorted coldly, his expression dark. Couldn't a prodigy of the ancient Yi clan even speak his mind? On the other side, Jiang Rou pulled Jun Xiaoyao along, beaming as she introduced Jiang Loli to him. "Xiaoyao, you're not young anymore. It's time for mother to hold a grandchild." As her words fell, a drop of cold sweat slid down Jun Xiaoyao's temple. Not young? Though he appeared to be 14 or 15 years old in stature, he was actually only 10. Looking at Jiang Loli again, the little girl's pretty face was flushed red, not daring even to look directly at him, like a perfect little pink dumpling. If they truly arranged a marriage, Jun Xiaoyao felt as if he were committing some crime. Jiang Xingyi watched from the side with great amusement, teasing softly. "Hiske, who was it that said they'd rather jump off a cliff than accept an arranged marriage?" "Sister Xingyi, don't talk nonsense. When did I ever say such a thing?" Jiang Loli puffed out her fragrant cheeks, shaking her little head like a rattle drum. Though she denied it verbally, her heart was secretly stirring. This divine son was truly the most handsome man she had ever seen. An arranged marriage didn't seem so terrible after all. How wonderful. The scene of Jun Xiaoyao and Jiang Luoli's gentle conversation and light laughter was particularly grating to Yi Xingyun's eyes. His jealousy nearly drove him to lose control as he suddenly slammed his wine cup on the table with a crack, the crisp sound reverberating throughout the hall, instantly silencing all conversation. In the sudden quiet, Yi Xingyun slowly rose, his eyes dark as a stormy night sky. "The Jun family divine son, I presume? I am Yi Xingyun of the ancient Yi family. I wonder if I might have the honor of exchanging a few moves with the divine son." Yi Xingyun's words instantly silenced the entire bustling hall. Flickering candlelight danced as guests lowered their wine cups, and gazes from all the major powers fell upon the young man clad in star-patterned robes. Their expressions were stunned, as if they were looking at a madman who had lost his mind on the spot. Isn't that the stellar king physique from the ancient Yi family? What is he trying to pull? At the 10th birthday celebration of the Jun family's divine son, he dares to openly provoke. I heard that Yi Xingyun seems quite taken with the precious daughter of the Jiang family. The surrounding murmurs were kept extremely low, yet remained clearly audible. Everyone knew that the Yi family was also an ancient clan with countless years of heritage and unfathomable foundations, so they were reluctant to easily interfere in such turmoil that might spark conflict between two major powers. Beside Yi Xingyun, the white-haired old servant Uncle Fu's expression changed drastically as he urgently whispered, "Young master, you mustn't act rashly." "Enough, Uncle Fu." The young man waved his hand dismissively and looked up toward the high seat. "I'm not here to cause trouble. I simply felt the thrill of the hunt upon seeing the Jun family's divine son." His chest rose and fell slightly, suppressing jealousy and rage. He could no longer endure watching the girl he admired display such infatuated expressions toward Jun Xiaoyao. Even on the Jun family's home turf, he needed an outlet for himself. "How about it, divine son of the Jun family? I wonder if this Yi might have the honor of exchanging pointers with brother Jun." Yi Xingyun tried his best to keep his voice steady, though his tone carried an unmistakable edge. Above in the hall, Jun Zhantian and other Jun family elders exchanged glances, merely frowning slightly, without voicing any rebuke. It wasn't out of deference to the Yi family, but rather because they too wanted to take this opportunity to see how much the Jun Xiaoyao who had been in seclusion for a year had progressed. Jun Xiaoyao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, black hair falling gently, his expression remaining calm throughout. "You are Yi family, Yi Xingyun." The young man straightened his spine, staring directly into those pale golden pupils that seemed to reflect the starry sky. "Ah, so you're that stellar king physique." Jun Xiaoyao nodded lightly with understanding. What made the younger generation of the immortal domain most wary of the ancient Yi family was that legendary reincarnation of the sword demon Yi Guchen. Rumors said he wielded the emperor-slaying sword and swept through his generation undefeated, never needing a second strike because no one could withstand his first. In comparison, though Yi Xingyun was also a Yi family descendant with the stellar king physique, he was far from comparable to Yi Guchen. If it were Yi Guqin standing here today, Jun Xiaoyao might have shown some interest. As for Yi Xingyun, he truly couldn't muster even half a fighting spirit. No need. This Jun's abilities are utterly ordinary, so there's no necessity for sparring. Jun Xiaoyao shook his head gently, casually offering what could hardly be a more perfunctory excuse. At these words, strange glints flashed in the eyes of many important figures in the hall. Upon his entrance, Jun Xiaoyao's profound aura and immortal-like bearing had indeed shocked them. But now facing provocation he claimed to be utterly ordinary. Could he really be nothing more than a pretty face? Jun Zhangjian and other young members of the Jun family secretly broke into cold sweats. What the hell do you mean, utterly ordinary? Jun Zhangjian muttered internally. If cousin Xiaoyao is utterly ordinary, then shouldn't I just bash my head against a block of tofu? However, Yi Xingyun had no idea of Jun Xiaoyao's true strength. The previous breakthrough phenomena from Jun Xiaoyao had at most earned a bit of attention from Yi Xingyun. Seeing that Jun Xiaoyao still refused to make a move, Yi Xingyun grew anxious and secretly stamped his feet in frustration. How could he show off properly in front of Jiang Luoli if Jun Xiaoyao wouldn't fight? Suppressing his impatience, he spoke loudly. Divine Son, there's no need to be modest. If the difference in cultivation realms concerns you, I can suppress my cultivation to the peak of the Divine Palace realm to battle with you. In his view, even if the 10-year-old Jun Xiaoyao was a prodigy, he would only be at the Divine Palace realm at most, while he, Yi Xingyun, was already 16 or 17 and had long reached the 5th level of the true spirit realm. As soon as he said this, everyone in the Great Hall turned to look at Jun Xiaoyao, waiting for his response. If Jun Xiaoyao refused again, it would inevitably invite gossip. Jun Xiaoyao sighed inwardly. He hadn't wanted to slap anyone's face, yet someone insisted on offering their face to be slapped. His gaze swept toward Jiang Luoli, and he instantly understood Yi Xingyun's motivation of beauty causing trouble. You're so annoying. Why do you keep pestering Brother Xiaoyao? Jiang Luoli jumped out directly, her face full of displeasure. She had been hoping to chat more with Jun Xiaoyao, but Yi Xingyun kept interfering. Luoli, I just wanted to. Yi Xingyun's face turned pale, but before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted. Wanted what? If you actually hurt Brother Xiaoyao's handsome face, could you afford to compensate for it? Jiang Luoli waved her hand dismissively. Yi Xingyun's throat tightened, and he nearly cursed aloud. Could being handsome really allow someone to do whatever they wanted? Jealousy churned in his heart. Jun Xiaoyao could only shake his head speechless like this little girl could practically be the president of a looks-obsessed fan club. Fine. Jun Xiaoyao clasped one hand behind his back and spoke calmly. Since you insist on sparring, then make your move. Brother Xiaoyao. Jiang Luoli hesitated, clearly worried that Yi Xingyun might overpower Jun Xiaoyao. TSK. Is Luoli already worrying about her future husband? Jiang Xingyi chuckled nearby, revealing her pearly white teeth. That's not. Jiang Luoli's pretty face flushed red as she protested softly. Yi Xingyun hesitated no longer. Eager to prove himself, he directly suppressed his cultivation to the 9th level of the Divine Palace realm. Jun Xiaoyao reminded him mildly. You can attack first, and there's no need to suppress your realm. No need. Yi Xingyun refused decisively. If he didn't suppress his cultivation and won, Jun Xiaoyao could still use the realm difference as an excuse, and he didn't want to miss this perfect opportunity to show off and slap faces. Jun Xiaoyao sighed softly and said no more. The Divine Elephant Suppressing Prison Force within his body roared into motion. During his year of seclusion, he had awakened another 10,000 elephant particles, bringing his total to 40,000 elephant particles equivalent to 400 million pounds of tremendous force. What did 400 million pounds of force mean? A single palm strike could shatter ancient mountains and sweep across the 9 heaven stars. Rumble. Golden sacred blood boiled as golden chi and blood shot skyward, vaguely forming the phantom of an ancient divine elephant that gazed down upon the firmament and suppressed all directions. Jun Xiaoyao merely pushed forward casually with his palm, but his palm force was like an ancient god opening up new territory. Space trembled, and the entire Great Hall roared as if about to collapse. The young prodigies and older generation experts attending the banquet all rose in shock, their gazes dazed and their hearts turning cold. That terrifying pressure even made many of the older figures feel genuinely frightened. As for Yi Xingyun, he was struck as if by lightning, his face changing dramatically in horror. How is this possible? Your power. Yi Xingyun let out a roar of disbelief. Jun Xiaoyao approached with measured steps, his overwhelming presence descending like divine authority from the 9th heaven. Yi Xingyun felt his scalp tingling, as if his head might explode at any moment. Terrifying. Shocking. Unbelievable. How the hell could this be called ordinary? He was on the verge of cursing internally. The guests around them stood frozen like stone statues. The phrase, ordinary, that had floated from the lips of the Jun family's divine son, now carried an inexplicable mockery and wit. Yi Xingyun's heart pounded violently, but as a prodigy of the ancient Yi family, he possessed decent mental fortitude. he instantly forced himself to regain composure and respond. Star-plucking palm. Without any reservation or hesitation, he thrust out his right palm. Vast stellar power poured forth, condensing into a magnificent hand radiating brilliant light. Starlight blazed as the trajectories of countless stars appeared like branded marks. A martial divine technique that only the Stellar King physique could unleash, possessing terrifying might. The stellar giant palm carried thunderous momentum as it collided with Jun Xiaoyao's golden palm. In an instant, golden power crushed the starlight like a bursting dam. The stellar giant palm crumbled, and the remaining force struck Yi Xingyun's chest without obstruction. Crack! A series of crisp, bone-breaking sounds pierced the hall's silence. Yi Xingyun was violently sent flying, crossing the threshold and carving a deep groove in the bluestone ground outside the great hall, blood spattering along the way. Dead silence. Countless prodigies felt their hair stand on end, fear written deep in their pupils as they looked toward Jun Xiaoyao. A monster. A true little monster. Yi Xingyun was no ordinary person, was a prodigy of the ancient Yi family with the Stellar King physique. Yet such a figure was sent flying by a single palm from the 10-year-old Jun Xiaoyao. What else could he be but a monster? Not only the onlookers, but peers like Jiang Luoli and Jiang Xingyi also stood frozen with their red lips parted in disbelief. Then, Jiang Luoli's crystalline eyes sparkled with strange light. Her first criterion for choosing a partner was handsome, and if he was also powerful, even better. Jun Xiaoyao met both requirements perfectly. Jiang Xingyi's clear eyes also flickered slightly. That golden blood energy was undoubtedly the ancient sacred body. Many important figures exchanged glances, light flashing in their eyes. The phenomenon of 10,000 saints paying homage 10 years ago now seemed to have its reason: the human race sacred body. But rumors claimed the ancient sacred body had become a useless waste physique. Why was the Jun family's divine son still so terrifying? Perhaps the Jun family had expended vast resources to break several sacred body shackles for him? Maybe so, but even then, the path of the ancient sacred body was ultimately limited. However, this single palm strike was enough to prove Jun Xiaoyao was indeed the extremely rare ancient sacred body. In ancient times, this physique was sufficient to reign supreme, rival great emperors, and battle ancient sovereigns. Entering the recent era, its reputation had awkwardly declined. Though it still ranked in the top 10 among 3,000 physiques, it no longer possessed its former invincible deterrent power. You're actually the ancient sacred body. Outside the Great Hall, Yi Xingyun struggled to his feet, feeling intense pain in his chest. However, he possessed the star's sovereign physique after all, making his constitution far superior to that of ordinary prodigies. As I said, there's no need for a sparring match because the outcome is already certain. Jun Xiaoyao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, shaking his head slightly. It's not over yet. I wasn't prepared before. Yi Xingyun gritted his teeth, his chest heaving as he refused to admit defeat so disgracefully. Young master, you. The old servant Uncle Fu showed concern on his face, yet couldn't bear to dampen his master's fighting spirit. Yi Xingyun suddenly erupted. Chaotic star finger. Starlight cascaded like a waterfall from his fingertips, and an ancient, magnificent stellar finger materialized in the void, carrying the power to crush celestial bodies. Boring. Jun Xiaoyao casually extended his hand and patted lightly. Golden qi and blood surged like a tide, forming a massive golden palm that crushed the stellar finger into fragments with a single press. In the next instant, he clenched his 5 fingers together. Purple-black spiritual energy churned as hellish nether flames rose, condensing into a spear burning with underworld fire. This was the ultimate technique, Spear of the Nether God, from the Divine Elephant Suppressing Force. The spear shot through the air with a piercing shriek, creating rippling waves in space. Yi Xingyun's expression changed drastically as starlight exploded around him. Celestial Star Shield. A brilliant star-radiant princely weapon appeared before him. However, when the Spear of the Nether God, empowered by 400 million pounds of force, struck the shield, the starlight shattered, and the celestial star shield was pierced through, crumbling to dust. A chill ran from his spine to the top of his head, as Yi Xingyun could no longer hide his terror. He roared and activated his trump card, Star Devouring Black Hole Palm. The stellar spiritual sea in his dantian churned as he thrust out his palm, manifesting a rotating black hole that swallowed the spear of the Nether God. But the black hole trembled violently, and he suffered backlash, retreating dozens of steps while blood gushed from his mouth, and his striking arm convulsed uncontrollably. It's over. Jun Xiaoyao reversed his hand seals and executed the military conquest art once more. Golden radiance surged forth, condensing into a torrent of weapons, swords, spears, halberds, axes, and hooks that roared through the air, their oppressive force causing many young prodigies in the hall to pale. Yi Xingyun threw back his head and howled, Star's sovereign true form. He no longer suppressed his cultivation, and the aura of the 5th level of the true spirit realm exploded forth as starlight condensed into substantial armor. Jun Xiaoyao remained calm, and likewise released all restraints. Boom. His ninth level true spirit realm cultivation blazed like golden flames. This, ninth level of the true spirit realm. The Jun family's divine son is only 10 years old. The hall fell into stunned silence. Yi Xingyun's heart turned cold. Younger than him, yet at a higher realm. Even surpassing him in appearance, how could he not feel rage, fear, and hatred? Their auras clashed once more. The absolute power of the primordial sacred body overwhelmed the star's sovereign physique, and combined with the cultivation advantage, the outcome was no longer in doubt. Bang! Yi Xingyun's ribs shattered, his body covered in blood as he was sent flying like a torn sack, crashing heavily outside the hall. Young master. Uncle Fu's expression changed drastically as he rushed over. After examining him briefly, the old servant finally breathed a sigh of relief. The injuries were severe, but hadn't damaged his foundation. Yi Xingyun's face was deathly pale as he stared at Jun Xiaoyao with unwillingness. Brother Xiaoyao is so handsome. Jiang Luoli's eyes sparkled with little stars as she gazed at Jun Xiaoyao without blinking, nearly drooling, not sparing Yi Xingyun even a glance. This scene became the final straw that broke the camel's back. Yi Xingyun felt his chest tighten, spat out a mouthful of heart's blood, and his vision darkened as he fainted on the spot. In his hazy consciousness, he seemed to arrive in a vast starry sky. A magnificent and imposing star palace stood among the celestial bodies, and before the palace, a figure draped in sun, moon, and stars stood with their back to all living beings, as if standing alone at the peak of all heavens. However, before Yi Xingyun could investigate further, his consciousness completely plunged into darkness. The entire great hall fell into deathly silence. Yi Xingyun, the proud son of heaven from the ancient Yi family, spat blood from the corner of his mouth in rage and collapsed on the spot. If they hadn't witnessed it with their own eyes, who would believe that a mere 10-year-old boy Jun Xiaoyao defeat Yi Xingyun so thoroughly with just a few moves, leaving him utterly defenseless? What made it even more striking was the contrast. Yi Xingyun's robes were torn and he looked utterly disheveled, while Jun Xiaoyao remained pristine in his snow-white garments without even a wrinkle. A friendly spar? This was clearly a one-sided crushing defeat. The Jun family's divine son is terrifyingly powerful. Many felt a chill in their hearts. An elderly man with an immortal bearing and flowing white beard sighed softly. A great era approaches, and the Jun family's divine son will surely be the most brilliant rising star, destined to be remembered in history. The speaker was none other than the old Taoist from the Daoji Heaven sect, who had once preached at North Mountain. His high praise left everyone even more shocked. The beautiful princess of the great Shang dynasty stared with vacant eyes, her lovely gaze trembling as she whispered to herself. One glimpse of the divine son ruins me, for no other man can catch my eye now. As her words fell, many men in the hall felt their hearts turn to ash. For a princess to make such a declaration, Jun Xiaoyao's excellence needed no further words. All eyes turned to Jun Xiaoyao. The young divine son remained composed, as if defeating Yi Xingyun had been effortless. Thank you for your mercy, divine son. My young master acted impulsively and meant no offense. Yi Xingyun's old servant, Butler Fu, hurried forward with fear in his voice, terrified of offending the Jun family. I know it was just a simple spar. Jun Xiaoyao responded with a smile. Yet looking at Yi Xingyun, severely injured and coughing up blood, everyone thought to themselves, this is called a spar? He nearly killed the man. Even Butler Fu's mouth twitched, but he forced a smile. The divine son is magnanimous. This old servant will take the young master and withdraw first. Jun Xiaoyao nodded casually. Yi Xingyun was, after all, from the ancient Yi family. He wasn't afraid, but couldn't be bothered to pursue the matter further, was just a fool acting impulsively over a woman. Butler Fu helped the unconscious Yi Xingyun and slunk out of the Jun family's great hall in disgrace. My apologies for spoiling everyone's mood. Allow me to offer a toast and apology. Jun Xiaoyao raised his cup and drained it in one gulp. The divine son is too kind. Such a spectacular battle has truly opened our eyes. The powerful figures from various forces, whether from the older generation or the younger, not a single person dared remain seated. They all rose to return the toast. Jun Zhangjian and Jun Shuahuang also raised their cups in acknowledgement. Only one figure remained seated, Jun Wanjia. His expression was stern, with lightning flickering in the depths of his dark eyes and gravity written across his features. He had watched the entire battle between Jun Xiaoyao and Yi Xingyun. To be honest, Jun Xiaoyao's strength far exceeded his expectations. At such a young age, he already possessed the combat power of a top-tier prodigy. What would happen in a few more years? Jun Xiaoyao also noticed Jun Wanjia. So that was the fifth sequence, Jun Wanjia? Born into a branch family, enduring countless cold stares, he later accidentally obtained the supreme law, the tribulation crossing divine art, awakened the thunder tribulation battle body, and rose to power, becoming the fifth sequence. Why did this plot sound so familiar? Jun Xiaoyao mused to himself. Wasn't this just the classic underdog to hero story of finding a supreme cultivation technique? It was even more cliched than Xiao Chen's ring grandfather template. However, Jun Xiaoyao didn't pay too much attention. As long as Jun Wanjie didn't provoke him, he wouldn't actively target him either. Brother Xiaoyao, you looked so handsome when you made your move just now. Jiang Luoli stared at Jun Xiaoyao with burning eyes, liking him more and more as she looked. I suppose, Jun Xiaoyao replied while sipping his tea. He wasn't particularly interested in such little girls, especially since he possessed the ancient sacred body, and his kidney divine treasure was exceptionally powerful. Jiang Ro smiled from the side. Has our little girl fallen for him? Should we arrange the engagement now? Upon hearing this, Jiang Luoli's pretty face turned slightly red, and she fidgeted with her jade fingers, looking rather embarrassed. Mother, cough cough. Jun Xiaoyao nearly spat out his tea. However, to maintain his image, he swallowed it down and coughed twice. Xiaoyao, what's wrong with you? I think Luoli is wonderful, Jiang Ro said. Heaven covers earth with tiger, but Luoli is only 5 feet tall. Jun Xiaoyao sighed softly. What? Brother Xiaoyao, you actually called me short. Jiang Luoli's pretty eyes widened as she raised her snow-white neck, looking up at Jun Xiaoyao. She was only 12 years old, 2 years older than Jun Xiaoyao, but her height only reached his chest. It was truly the most adorable height difference. Isn't that the truth? Jun Xiaoyao raised an eyebrow. Jiang Luoli gritted her crystal-like little canine teeth and puffed out her fragrant cheeks. Her big, dark eyes rolled around, revealing a hint of mischief. Then she opened her cherry-like mouth and bit toward Jun Xiaoyao's arm. She wanted to leave a mark on Jun Xiaoyao's body, a mark that belonged exclusively to her, Jiang Luoli. That way, Jun Xiaoyao wouldn't ignore or forget her. Then, after taking a bite, it hurts. Jiang Luoli cried out in pain. One of her little canine teeth had chipped, and she covered her mouth, tears welling up in her eyes from the pain. You knew I had the ancient sacred body and still tried to bite me. Are you part dog? Jun Xiaoyao said helplessly. He possessed the ancient sacred body, with flesh comparable to divine weapons. At his current stage, he could bare-handedly resist and even shatter princely weapons. How could Jiang Luoli possibly leave tooth marks on him? Jun Xiaoyao casually grabbed Jiang Luoli's waist and then delivered a slap. To deal with such a mischievous little girl, he had to discipline her properly. Smack! A crisp sound rang out. Jiang Luoli froze, staring with disbelieving, watery eyes. Jiang Xingyi's expression also became rigid. Jiang Ro wore a proud expression that seemed to say, "That's my son." All the influential figures present awkwardly averted their gazes. Fortunately, Yi Xingyun had already fainted and been taken away. Otherwise, seeing his goddess being spanked by Jun Xiaoyao would have made him so angry that his soul would have left his body. Jun Xiaoyao snapped back to his senses, realizing his public display was somewhat inappropriate, and released his hold on Jiang Luoli's waist. Jiang Luoli's face turned crimson as if blood might drip from it. Flustered and at a loss, she lowered her head before letting out a soft whimper and burying herself in Jiang Xingyi's embrace, hiding her face completely like a little ostrich with its head buried in the sand. As the treasured pearl of the Jiang family, having her waist embraced by a man in her maiden state left her burning with shame and indignation. Jiang Xingyi gently stroked her hair and shot Jun Xiaoyao a charming yet reproachful glance. This nephew of hers possessed an ethereal, immortal-like temperament, as if he were a banished celestial, yet he carried a mischievous streak. Only after receiving that look did Jun Xiaoyao truly notice this nominal aunt of his. That fluctuation, it's indeed the innate Dao embryo. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes narrowed slightly as he confirmed his suspicions. Previously, Jiang Ro had told him that Jiang Luoli possessed the rare primordial spirit Dao body, ranking among the top 100 of the 3,000 constitutions, while Jiang Xingyi, the divine maiden of the Jiang family, possessed the even rarer innate Dao embryo. Such a constitution was no less remarkable than the ancient sacred body. The ancient sacred body, the innate Dao embryo. Jun Xiaoyao thought of that ancient emperor who had once touched the realm of immortality and possessed the innate sacred body Dao embryo. His heart stirred, though he didn't dwell on the thought. At that moment, Jun Zhantian stepped forward, cleared his throat, and announced in a booming voice, "I thank all the esteemed seniors for attending my grandson's banquet. Today, there is another matter to announce." His expression grew solemn, and seeing this, everyone present showed surprise. As you all know, our Jun family has 10 great sequences, all peerless prodigies. But above these 10 sequences, there exists one more position. The atmosphere in the Great Hall instantly froze. Many seemed to realize something, their faces changing color. Jun Zhangjian and Jun Xuehuang shot to their feet, shock filling their eyes, while Jun Wanjie's expression grew even more grave. Our Jun family's divine son, Jun Xiaoyao, shall be designated as Sequence 0, ranking above all 10 sequences. Jun Zhantian declared with finality. After a brief, deathly silence, every gaze in the hall trembled with shock. Everyone understood what Sequence 0 meant. The previous generation Sequence 0 was none other than Jun Xiaoyao's father, the white-robed divine, King Jun Wuhui. This news was like a massive boulder crashing into the ocean, enough to stir up towering waves throughout the desolate heaven immortal domain. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, Sequence Zero would become the true core and pillar of the Jun family, with even the first sequence's status falling slightly behind. Cousin Xiaoyao has already been designated as Sequence Zero. Jun Zhongjian took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil in his chest. Previously, he had thought Jun Xiaoyao would participate in the sequence competition after turning 10, never imagining that he wouldn't need to compete at all and would be directly established as the highest sequence. Though Jun Zhongjian felt shocked by this, he harbored no jealousy. After all, he had personally experienced Jun Xiaoyao's strength and knew he was indeed qualified to become the Zero sequence. As his words fell, the entire ancient and magnificent ancestral hall instantly fell silent, as if time itself had been frozen. Moments later, sounds of shock, awe, and speculation rose one after another. One had expected that the 10-year-old divine son had already been confirmed as the Jun family's supreme Zero sequence. Jun Xiefeng's chest heaved dramatically, her delicate brows furrowing slightly, clearly shaken by this sudden news. On the other side, fifth sequence Jun Wanjia's fists had already clenched white, with electric arcs crackling between his knuckles, revealing the turmoil in his heart. Why? He muttered coldly in his mind. An identity that would require him to shed countless blood and fight through trials to possibly earn, Jun Xiaoyao had obtained simply by standing there. The title of Divine Son was one thing, but now even the Zero sequence had been directly bestowed upon him. Recalling how he had endured difficult trials for a sequence position, finally standing out among many Jun family prodigies. Yet now the unwillingness, injustice, and resentment in his heart almost transformed into thunder, rolling in the depths of his eyes. On the high seat, Elder Jun Zhantian stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze slowly sweeping across the entire hall. Seeing the many powerhouses both shocked and awed, he nodded with satisfaction. This was exactly the effect he wanted. After the 10th birthday banquet, Jun Xiaoyao would enter the world, and before that, the Jun family must build momentum for him. Granting the Zero sequence identity was the fastest and most direct way to establish Jun Xiaoyao's reputation. Is this inheriting his father's legacy? Someone whispered in the Great Hall. Jun Xiaoyao's father, the white-robed god King Jun Wuhui, was the previous generation's Zero sequence. Now with father and son both holding the Zero position, combined with the Divine Son identity, almost no one dared to provoke them easily. Among the seats, Jiang Loli poked out her little head, her bright large eyes blinking constantly. One of her most admired figures was Jun Wuhui, and now that Jun Xiaoyao had inherited the mantle, he became even more charming. But thinking of how that guy had patted her bottom and complained about her height earlier, the little girl pouted and muttered, "Brother Xiaoyao is so mean, but still so handsome." Even while sulking, she couldn't escape the law of true fragrance. Jiang Ro gently stroked her long hair, reminiscence and relief floating in her eyes as she whispered to herself, "Wuhui, can you see? Our child has now also become the Zero sequence." Before the shock and awe had subsided, a cold voice suddenly cut through the silence. "Elder, I have a question." Before the words finished, both sequence members Jun Zhongjian and Jun Xiefeng tensed up, and Jun Zhantian also frowned slightly. Looking toward the source, the speaker was fifth sequence Jun Wanjia. Jun Xiaoyao's gaze remained indifferent as he stood with hands behind his back. He was determined to obtain the Zero sequence position, and if Jun Wanjia dared to interfere, he would not yield an inch. Jun Zhantian asked in a deep voice, "What is your question?" "May I ask, has Jun Xiaoyao participated in sequence competition?" Jun Wanjia asked solemnly. "He has not," Jun Zhantian answered. "Has he made significant contributions to the family?" "He has not." "Has he fought through trials and seized a sequence position himself?" "Still no." Jun Zhantian's voice already carried coldness. If an outsider dared to question like this, he would have slapped them away long ago. Unfortunately, Jun Wanjia was the Jun family's fifth sequence, so he couldn't act directly. Jun Wanjia suddenly stood up, lightning flashing in the depths of his pupils as he demanded sternly, "If that's the case, what virtue and ability does Jun Xiaoyao possess to become the Zero sequence for no reason?" Rumble invisible pressure spread, and the ancestral hall instantly fell deathly silent. Even Jun Zhantian was momentarily speechless, blocked by this rapid-fire questioning. In the silence, the white-robed youth stepped forward, his robes fluttering like an immortal descending to earth. His expression was calm, yet carried an unquestionable sharpness. "Since you have doubts," Jun Xiaoyao's voice wasn't loud, yet it clearly reached every corner of the hall. "Then let me answer." He raised his eyes, calmly sweeping toward Jun Wanjia and everyone present. The Zero sequence identity was personally bestowed by the 18th ancestor. He did so for one reason alone: he believes in me. With me here, why should the Jun family worry about not producing a great emperor? With me here, why should the Jun family worry about not producing a great emperor? Jun Xiaoyao's voice rang out like clashing steel and thundering hooves. Rolling forth from the center of the Great Hall, as if swallowing 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers in one breath. Before his words had even settled, their magnificent echo reverberated along the vermilion-lacquered pillars, spreading throughout the entire Jun family estate. The guests from various major powers seated in the hall instantly froze. Some held their cups suspended in midair, others found their breathing labored, leaving only the thunderous sound of heartbeats resonating through the air. Rumble. The sea of clouds above the nine heavens churned as lightning crackled like silver serpents above the jade towers and pavilions, as if confirming the weight of this oath. Everyone present understood deeply that words should not be spoken carelessly, especially such vows concerning the great Tao and karmic consequences, which required staking one's entire destiny. The Jun family's divine son, what invincible courage! An elder powerhouse exclaimed in amazement. Could he truly have confidence in attaining the position of great emperor? This generation's imperial path has become interesting indeed. Those eyes that had weathered countless years flickered with rare fervor. Meanwhile, the beauties from various clan powers felt their hearts pierced by this sharp brilliance. Who wouldn't wish to stand alongside a hero? The princess of Great Shang gently touched her hair, sighing softly. A true man should be like this. Her heart's lake was already surging with hidden currents. Jiang Luoli's lips turned pale, nearly drooling, instantly losing the composure befitting the treasured pearl of the Jiang family. Jun Xiaoyao paid no heed to the outside world's shock or admiration, merely gazing down at Jun Wanjie below with an indifferent tone. Are you satisfied with this answer? This rhetorical question left Jun Wanjie's throat blocked and his lips stiff. The overwhelming, invincible aura that had just struck him nearly made this proud prodigy retreat. Good. From the depths of the Jun family estate, an ancient and authoritative voice suddenly emerged. Just one word, yet it struck like a heavy hammer to the heart. The hall filled with sharp intakes of breath. It's the 18th ancestor. Jun Zhantian's eyelids twitched, his voice trembling slightly. The 18th ancestor was an ancestral-level existence of the Jun family. His last manifestation had been on the day of Jun Xiaoyao's birth. Even now, without showing himself, his single word, good, clearly expressed his appreciation and recognition of Jun Xiaoyao. An oath to become emperor was not something ordinary prodigies dared speak lightly. But the 18th ancestor's attitude undoubtedly stabilized Jun Xiaoyao's fortune and silenced all doubts. Under this overwhelming pressure, the usually cold and proud Jun Wanjie had no power to retaliate. He bowed with cupped fists. It was Wanjie's discourtesy. I have urgent matters to attend to, so I take my leave. After speaking, he cast a cold glance at Jun Xiaoyao, flicked his sleeves, and strode quickly from the hall. To continue staying would only add to his humiliation. Only then did Jun Zhantian secretly breathe a sigh of relief. Wanjie was arrogant, but not foolish. By not attacking publicly, he had at least preserved the Jun family's dignity. Jun Xiaoyao watched that departing figure, recalling the icy look in his eyes before leaving, and felt a chill in his heart. Jun Wanjie, I hope you won't be as foolish as Xiao Chun. Otherwise, even if we share the same clan, I will show no mercy. Those who blocked his path, whether external enemies or clan members, he would sweep away without exception. With Jun Wanjie's departure, the oppressive atmosphere that had shrouded the Great Hall was lifted, and the jade lamps once again illuminated everyone's expressions. Jun Xiuhuang rose and raised her cup, her skirt swaying like dancing flames. Congratulations, divine son. She bore no grudge against Jun Xiaoyao, only hidden envy. Thank you. Jun Xiaoyao smiled slightly, raising his jade cup in return. He had always appreciated those who understood the bigger picture. From the crowd, several more voices chimed in. Congratulations to the divine son. Jun Zhanjian also rose to offer his congratulations. He no longer addressed Jun Xiaoyao as cousin Xiaoyao, for he understood clearly that he had lost the qualification to interact as an equal. With the divine son status combined with the zero sequence rank, virtually no one among the Jun family's younger generation could stand shoulder to shoulder with Jun Xiaoyao. Even that first sequence who had been in seclusion, or the second and third sequences currently training abroad, all fell short in terms of status. Thinking of this, Jun Zhanjian secretly speculated. How would those few react upon learning that cousin Xiaoyao had become the zero sequence? Though they were all part of the Jun family sequences, he lacked even the courage to draw his sword against those ranked higher. Each of those figures either possessed the divine double pupils or carried some forbidden inheritance, with none being weak. Jun Xiaoyao naturally understood the extraordinary nature of the top sequences, but confident in his talents and deep reserves, he paid no mind to potential troubles. The banquet continued its lively atmosphere, with cups and dishes clinking, yet Jun Xiaoyao pondered why the system had yet to prompt a check-in. Suddenly, from the horizon beyond the Jun family's mountain gates, a voice filled with wild arrogance and cold mockery thundered forth. Jun family's divine son, your words are indeed brazen, but I wonder if your strength matches that arrogance. As the voice faded, everyone in the great hall trembled slightly. Someone actually dared to provoke so boldly at the Jun family divine son's 10th birthday banquet? What was this if not seeking death? All the guests turned their gazes toward the hall's exterior in unison. In the distant sky, a dragon with azure wings sprouting from its back came tearing through the air, with a group of foreign races standing upon its back. Some bore twin horns on their heads, others hovered with spread wings, and still others were covered in scales. Anyone could see they were not of the human race. At the forefront stood a youth in dazzling golden robes, with azure horns and defiant eyes. The provocative words had come from his mouth. That is, the primordial imperial clan, a dragon son from the ancestral dragon nest. An elder of tremendous power drew in a sharp breath. The foundations of the primordial imperial clans rivaled those of the immemorial families, supreme sacred grounds, and immortal divine dynasties. Their ancient emperors could stand equal to the human race's great emperors, even dominating the immortal domain alone in certain eras, looking down upon countless beings. The ancestral dragon nest was among the top-tier forces, ranking alongside the myriad phoenix spiritual mountain and the Chilean ancient cave. Now that a dragon son had appeared at the Jun family's birthday banquet, anyone with eyes could understand these visitors came with ill intent. Thinking of the entanglements between the ancestral dragon nest and the Jun family, many observers' eyes flashed with excitement. A good show was about to begin. Ancestral dragon nest? Jun Xiaoyao murmured softly. He remembered Jun Xiaotian mentioning this hostile force. In this world, the ancestral dragon nest had given birth to a forbidden primogenitor bearing imperial dragon blood Long Haoyan, who had once crushed multiple Jun family prodigies. Of course, the Jun family sequences had also counter-killed ancestral dragon nest prodigies, and the two clans had long been irreconcilable. His father, the white-robed god king Jun Wuhui, had once slain a Quasi Supreme from the ancestral dragon nest while still in the Saint Realm, that battle establishing his renowned reputation. How inauspicious. Jun Xiaotian's face darkened like water. Clearly the Jun family had not invited the ancestral dragon nest. Upon the dragon's back, that youth Long Haoyan looked down upon the Jun family's gates, his voice still arrogant. What's this? Does the mighty immemorial family, the Jun clan, lack even the courage to open their doors? At these wild words, the sequences like Jun Zhangjian and Jun Xiaohuang felt anger surge in their hearts. This dragon son truly regarded no one. Grandfather, let them enter. They're nothing more than a few mudfish anyway. Jun Xiaoyao stood with hands clasped behind his back, his expression calm and composed. Jun Xiaoyao didn't hold back and spoke directly. As his words fell, the grand banquet hall suddenly became eerily silent. All the cultivators seemed frozen in place, their gazes fixed upon him. Everyone marveled inwardly. Truly worthy of the Jun family's divine son, daring to publicly demean the dragon son of the ancestral dragon nest as a mere loach. Long Haoyan's hearing was exceptional, naturally catching every word of that mockery. He narrowed his eyes slightly, a cold glint flashing briefly. His purpose in coming here was to step on Jun Xiaoyao at the Jun family divine son's 10th birthday banquet, thereby restoring the ancestral dragon nest's reputation. After all, not long ago, news had spread throughout the desolate heaven immortal domain that Jun Wuhui, at the Saint Realm, had torn apart a Quasi Supreme of the ancestral dragon nest, making them the laughingstock of casual conversations. While no one dared discuss it openly, they all mocked it privately. Long Haoyan intended to return the favor since Jun Wuhui had once brought shame to his ancestral dragon nest. He would settle the score with Jun Wuhui's descendant. His confidence was indeed well-founded. He had already fused with the dragon essence, and though he hadn't completely refined it yet, it was enough to place him at the pinnacle of the younger generation. Except for a few truly supreme prodigies, he looked down on everyone else. With Jun Zhangtian's tacit approval, the Jun family guards didn't intervene, allowing Long Haoyan to swagger into the banquet. Accompanying him were several young prodigies from ancient royal clans. Compared to ancient imperial clans, these royal clans had slightly weaker foundations, yet they remained top-tier forces in the desolate heaven immortal domain. However, these followers felt somewhat uneasy challenging the Jun family. The premier among the ancient aristocratic families was no trivial matter. But with Long Haoyan as their pillar to hold up the sky, they steeled themselves and followed him in. Inside the hall, Jun Xiaoyao's expression remained calm as his gaze swept over Long Haoyan's group. Suddenly, he paused on a blue figureal woman in a blue-green dress with alluring features, standing behind Long Haoyan and staring at him, and Jun Linlong with venomous eyes. Is that her? Jun Xiaoyao raised an eyebrow. It was clearly someone he thought he'd never see again in this lifetime. Lan Qingya? What was going on? On the other side, Jun Zhangjian also spotted the blue figure, his expression freezing momentarily before he couldn't help but shout in questioning. He had already expelled Lan Qingya from the Jun family back, then why was she now following behind Long Haoyan? As soon as his shout ended, Long Haoyan's lips curved into a playful smile. Right in front of Jun Zhangjian, he reached out to lift Lan Qingya's snow-white chin, his tone provocative. What did you say? She's my female slave now. Isn't that right? Lan Qingyao lowered her head, her voice submissive yet carrying an inexplicable satisfaction. Yes, Qingyao is Dragon Sun's female slave. You shameless woman. Jun Zhangjian's hair flew wildly, killing intent flickering in his eyes. Out of old sentiment, he had merely banished Lan Qingyao without harming her. But now, she had led people from the ancestral dragon nest here, delivering a harsh slap to his face at the Jun family's birthday banquet. One must know, she had once been Jun Zhangjian's follower. With this incident, how would the Jun family's upper echelons view him? Not to mention Long Haoyin using her to publicly humiliate the Jun family sequence. Where could Jun Zhangjian put his face now? At this thought, Jun Zhangjian's heart sank. From the corner of his eye, he could already faintly see that several elders of the Jun family wore rather grim expressions. Conflicts among the younger generation should not involve interference from the older generation, or it would invite criticism. Jun Zhangjian felt a chill in his heart. If this situation wasn't handled properly, he might even lose his position as a sequence member. Just as Jun Zhangjian's expression wavered between light and dark, Jun Xiaoyao stepped forward. His voice was calm, yet powerful enough to drown out all the noise in the arena. How unexpected that the dragon son of the ancestral dragon nest would have such unique interests. Long Haoyin frowned slightly, his gaze falling upon the excessively handsome young man his target to crush underfoot today. So you have a hobby of picking up discarded goods, Jun Xiaoyao said with casual indifference. Someone my Jun family's sequence rejected, yet you gladly accept her. What a seasoned scavenger you are. With those words, Long Haoyin's eyes darkened abruptly, his face turning green with rage, as if his dignity had been publicly stripped away. Lan Qingya's face went deathly pale, trembling with fury, and no woman in the world would willingly be called discarded goods. In just 2 sentences, the situation had completely reversed. Long Haoyin, who was supposed to humiliate the Jun family's sequence member, now found himself the target of everyone's silent mockery. Though the various factions dared not laugh openly, they couldn't hide the contempt in their eyes. Divine Son. Jun Zhangjian's heart trembled. Jun Xiaoyao was helping him out of this predicament. Realizing this, his gaze toward Jun Xiaoyao now carried gratitude. We're family, no need for excessive words. Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly. Jun Zhangjian nodded solemnly, making his decision. Jun Xiaoyao was worth following. The Divine Son is truly unfathomable, breaking the deadlock with just a few words. Jun Xiaohuang silently admired. Jiang Loli also blinked her bright eyes, whispering in amazement. Wow, I'm seeing another new side of Brother Xiaoyao. Long Haoyin's face darkened as he said coldly. The descendants of Jun Wuhui only know how to use their sharp tongues? How disappointing. Lan Qingya leaned against Long Haoyin, adding with bitter sarcasm. A mere ancient sacred body dares to show off before the dragon's son? A mere insect dares to chatter? Jun Xiaoyao's gaze turned cold. To him, Lan Qingya was already dead. It was just a matter of time. Since she was so eager to meet her end, he didn't mind obliging her. Boom. Jun Xiaoyao raised his hand, golden divine energy surging forth as a massive palm materialized in the air, pressing down directly toward Lan Qingya. This strike caught everyone off guard. How dare you attack in front of me? Too arrogant. Long Haoyin's golden vertical pupils suddenly appeared as he moved to intercept. When this divine son wants to kill someone, no one can stop me. Jun Xiaoyao's voice was cold as a deity's. His other hand reached out, summoning countless divine weapons that roared through the air. The military conquest art instantly took shape, transforming into a torrent that crashed violently toward Long Haoyin. Boom. Long Haoyin was forced to retreat repeatedly, his arms trembling with shock. Jun Xiaoyao's strength far exceeded his expectations. Meanwhile, the golden giant palm had already covered Lan Qingya's head. No dragon son, save me. Lan Qingya's face was white as paper as she screamed desperately. But as the golden giant palm thundered down, her screams came to an abrupt halt. Boom. A golden palm of magical energy, vast as a piece of the heavens themselves, came crashing down. Accompanied by a bone-chilling crack, blood mist exploded outward, crimson droplets splattering across Long Haoyin's robes and face, instantly staining him with gore. Stunned silence. Shock. The entire venue fell quiet in an instant. No one had expected Jun Xiaoyao to strike so decisively over a mere disagreement, killing Lan Qingya with a single palm strike right before Long Haoyin's eyes. Many onlookers also noticed that Jun Xiaoyao's casual move had sent Long Haoyin staggering backward. Even accounting for Long Haoyin being caught off guard, the fact that he was repelled by a single strike silently demonstrated the gap in their abilities. As the golden palm dissipated, only a pool of mangled flesh and blood remained on the ground, reeking with a foul stench. One moment she had been a beauty of unparalleled grace. The next she was reduced to nauseating remains. The stark contrast tore at everyone's nerves. Many now looked at Jun Xiaoyao with barely concealed awe. His decisive killing intent and iron-hard heart, showing no mercy even to women, truly befitted the title of Divine Son. Had he shown weakness because she was female, it would have invited contempt instead. In the shadows of the viewing stands, ancient powerhouses from major factions whispered among themselves, nodding in approval. Jun Xiaoyao's performance truly lived up to his reputation as the Jun family's divine son in the Zero sequence. You deserve to die. Long Haoyan's eyes burned with fury, though he couldn't hide his shock. Jun Xiaoyao's casual blocking move had made him feel an almost irresistible force. His arms trembled violently, his bones seeming ready to shatter at any moment. As a dragon son of the ancestral dragon nest, he had always prided himself on his physical strength that surpassed top-tier prodigies, but this strike chilled him to the bone. Even if his opponent possessed the ancient sacred body, he shouldn't be this overwhelmingly powerful. Several primordial royal clan prodigies who had come with Long Haoyan stepped forward, shouting angrily. Jun family divine son, how despicable of you to launch a sneak attack. If you hadn't struck underhanded, how could Dragon Son have been forced back? They were clearly trying to save face for Long Haoyan. Insolence. How dare you insects dare to criticize our Jun family's divine son? Jun Zhongjian's hair whipped up as the sword on his back flew into his hand with a resonant hum, its edge gleaming as sword intent swept across the area like a violent storm. Since Jun Xiaoyao had helped him earlier, he naturally had to return the favor. Jun Xiefeng also shifted slightly, ice blue currents rolling in the depths of her pupils as she said coolly, in our Jun family's territory, it's not your place to act presumptuous. In an instant, the Jun family sequences faced off against the young primordial royal clan prodigies, battle intent interweaving as killing intent filled the air. On one side, Jun Xiaoyao stood with hands clasped behind his back, expression cold and indifferent, while Jun Zhongjian and Jun Xiefeng were ready for battle. On the other side, Long Haoyan's blood roiled as his expression darkened, with a crowd of primordial royal clan beings behind him radiating fighting spirit. Let me, Niu Dingtian, test just how capable this supposedly legendary Jun family divine son really is. With this rough but confident voice, a tall, broad-shouldered young man stepped forward. Two black horns sprouted from his head, and with each step he took, the very ground seemed to tremble. That person is Niu Dingtian, a young powerhouse from the ancient royal clan of Bull Demon Mountain. Rumor has it that he once fought 10 human prodigies single-handedly and held them all back. Among the crowd, many young talents from various factions whispered among themselves about this Niu Dingtian, who enjoyed considerable fame among the ancient royal clans. You're not qualified to fight the divine son. Jun Zhongjian stepped forward, his form transforming into a streak of light as his sword swept across the sky. Humph. So what if you're the Jun family's divine son? So what if you're the Zero sequence? Today's banquet will be your Jun family's disgrace. The feathered clan's proud daughter sneered coldly, spreading her wings as brilliant white feathers cascaded down. My Jun family is not something any random nobody can provoke. Jun Xiefeng spoke with indifferent tone, raising her jade hand as the surrounding cold air instantly condensed into dozens of ice spears. Almost simultaneously, several other renowned ancient royal clan beings made their moves. Tremendous magical power stirred up fierce winds, divine light crisscrossed, the void exploded with sound, and the entire banquet platform trembled incessantly. Jun Zhongjian and Jun Xiefeng took the lead, directly confronting the crowd of ancient royal clan prodigies. 9 swords of the rising sun. Jun Zhongjian, with his crystal-clear sword heart, unleashed 9 sword beams like dawn's first light, striking down in an instant. One ancient royal clan being couldn't defend in time and was immediately cut into several pieces, blood raining through the air. Cold mist surged around Jun Xiefeng as ice spears pierced through the air, penetrating another royal clan being's chest, their agonizing screams echoing throughout. The Jun family sequence members are so powerful. Many guests in the stands cried out in shock. Though Jun Xiaoyao should be the most dazzling at this moment, the brilliance of these 2 sequence members, Jun Zhongjian and Jun Xiefeng, was equally blinding. Jun Zhongjian ranked only 10th among the Jun family's 10 great sequences, and Jun Xiefeng was merely 7th. Yet, even so, they left people astounded. I heard that among the top 5 sequences, there are those with double pupils and supremes who've obtained forbidden inheritances, with heaven-defying strength. Some factions would be proud to have just one such prodigy, yet the Jun family has a full 10 of them, not to mention the Zero sequence divine son. Several old monsters from first-rate factions sighed with both admiration and envy as the profound foundation of this ancient aristocratic family was fully revealed at this moment. Blood stained the platform below as the ancient royal clan prodigies retreated repeatedly, and Long Haoyan's expression grew increasingly grim. He had originally planned to trample Jun Xiaoyao underfoot today, but now his own side was suffering heavy casualties. Immortal sword body, 10,000 swords returned to 1. Jun Zhongjian activated his innate sword body talent. manifesting 10,000 sword energies that converged into a single, heaven-severing sword strike. Uft. Niu Dingtian couldn't dodge in time, and was actually split in half by the sword, blood gushing like a fountain. Ice Heaven Snow Lotus. Jun Xiaofeng raised her delicate hand, gathering bone-chilling magical power to form a crystalline snow lotus, its blooming petals radiating cold that pierced to the marrow. Go! The snow lotus transformed into a meteor, shooting straight toward the feathered clan's proud daughter. Oh no! The feathered clan girl's face turned deathly pale, knowing she absolutely couldn't block this attack. At this critical moment, a figure suddenly burst through the air. It was Long Haoyan, his brow furrowed tightly, golden dragon pupils surging with fury as he fully activated the ancestral dragon nest's secret arts. Boom! A golden dragon claw materialized from thin air, dragon roars shaking the ears, the claw's shadow seeming capable of tearing apart heaven and earth. Dragon intercepting hand. Cries of shock erupted from the stands. This was the ancestral dragon nest's top-level divine technique that was never taught to outsiders. Bang! The dragon claw first shattered the snow lotus, scattering cold mist everywhere, then continued with undiminished force, striking directly at Jun Xiaofeng's chest. Not good, be careful, Jun Zhongjian shouted, wanting to rescue her, but already too late. Jun Xiaofeng also showed surprise in her eyes, dodging with all her might, but still unable to escape the attack's range. Just as the golden dragon claw was about to strike, a human figure swept in front of Jun Xiaofeng faster than lightning. The golden dragon claw struck without deviation, slamming hard into that person's chest. Divine Sun. Jun Xiaofeng's expression changed dramatically. Boom. A thunderous collision erupted, sending shockwaves and dust spiraling skyward, as if heaven and earth had been violently torn apart. All the guests fell silent as death, their eyes locked onto the white-robed figure who had taken the dragon's severing palm, Jun Xiaoyao. Long Haoyan's sudden attack was shocking enough, but Jun Xiaoyao's lightning-fast response left everyone even more stunned. Yet they mustn't forget what Long Haoyan had just unleashed was the ancestral dragon nest's supreme divine technique, the dragon's severing palm. This strike could severely wound even those protected by royal weapons, let alone someone taking it barehanded. Long Haoyan had used this great divine technique to personally slay dozens of top-tier prodigies from major orthodoxies. His fearsome reputation spoke for itself. Young master. Jun Xiaoyang's face drained of color at a visible pace. If Jun Xiaoyao suffered serious injury while saving her, she knew she'd bear unforgivable guilt within the Jun family. Her importance paled compared to Jun Xiaoyao's. Brother Xiaoyao. Jiang Luoli's beautiful face changed dramatically. Jiang Rou, Jiang Xingyi, Jun Zhantian, and others all wore equally grim expressions. The current Jun Xiaoyao was undoubtedly the core of the Jun family's younger generation. Should anything happen to him, the consequences would be unthinkable. Could the Jun family's young master's 10th birthday celebration turn into a bloodbath? Will the legend end before it even begins? Someone whispered in dismay. The faces of guests from all quarters grew rigid. If this truly came to pass, the Jun family's prestige would plummet while the ancestral dragon nest's reputation would soar. Heaven and earth fell into deathly silence as countless gazes focused on that peerless figure in white robes. Something's not right. The old Taoist from the Tao Ji heavenly sect frowned in confusion. By all logic, taking the dragon's severing palm Hedon should have caused explosive injury or at least sent the victim flying while coughing blood. Yet Jun Xiaoyao remained completely motionless, his expression unchanged, those deep eyes like ancient wells showing only indifference. People finally noticed the anomaly. His reaction was terrifyingly calm. His body hadn't moved even an inch. Is the young master forcing himself to endure? Some speculated privately. Only Long Haoyan could truly feel the strangeness of the situation firsthand. His dragon eyes filled with shock as his palm strike had clearly landed solidly on Jun Xiaoyao's chest, yet it felt like striking primordial, immortal metal. Not only had he failed to budge his opponent, but the recoil had left his own hand aching. He was of the Dragon Clan. The Dragon Clan's physical strength was already acknowledged throughout the immortal domain as supreme. Yet now Jun Xiaoyao seemed like an immovable deity. How could this be? That's it. Jun Xiaoyao tilted his head slightly. Though he hadn't finished speaking, these words alone made Long Haoyan's face flush red with surging fury. What's wrong with you? Are you too proud to admit defeat and forcibly suppressing your internal injuries? Long Haoyan gritted his teeth, offering the only explanation he could muster. You're overthinking it. Jun Xiaoyao replied coolly, his eyes suddenly flashing with icy killing intent. In the next instant, he reached out and grasped the arm still pressed against his chest, as 40,000 mammoth particles within his body simultaneously roared to life. 400 million gene of tremendous force erupted like a bursting dam. Rip! With a twist of his wrist, he yanked violently. Accompanied by a blood-curdling scream, Long Haoyan's arm was torn clean off by Jun Xiaoyao. Blood sprayed through the air as dragon blood splattered everywhere. Long Haotian was sent staggering backward, clutching the gaping wound where his severed arm had been, his face drained of all color and his eyes filled with utter disbelief. The entire banquet hall fell silent in an instant, all the guests frozen like statues. No one had anticipated such a dramatic reversal. Before everyone's eyes, Jun Xiaoyao had forcibly blocked Long Haotian's dragon-severing hand, emerging completely unscathed while domineeringly tearing off his opponent's arm. The Jun family's divine son stood in place, breathing steadily, showing not the slightest trace of injury. The Jun family's divine son is indeed unharmed. The old Taoist from the Dao Ji Tian sect murmured in amazement. Only after his words did the powerful figures from all sides snap back to reality, their gazes toward Jun Xiaoyao resembling those of people observing a primordial beast. Throughout the Huang Tian immortal domain, there were precious few prodigies who could withstand the dragon-severing hand of a dragon son from the ancestral dragon nest and emerge completely unscathed, let alone Jun Xiaoyao, who showed no signs of even having to exert himself. The ancient sacred body, even while constrained by heaven and earth, remains terrifyingly powerful. Many young prodigies felt their hearts shake. Divine Son. Jun Xiaoyao quietly breathed a sigh of relief, her eyes filled with genuine gratitude as she looked toward Jun Xiaoyao. Step back. Leave this mudfish to me. Jun Xiaoyao commanded indifferently. Yes. Jun Xiaoyao nodded respectfully. At this moment, she no longer carried herself like the lofty seventh sequence of the Jun family, but rather like Jun Xiaoyao's attendant. Long Haotian's face was ashen as he continued pressing against his severed arm, his eyes filled with wariness. If he still dared to underestimate Jun Xiaoyao now, he would truly be a fool. Jun Xiaoyao shook his head lightly, azure light surging beneath his skin. Having once refined Xiao Qin's dragon qi, he had formed dragon-scale inner armor within his body, which combined with the natural toughness of his ancient sacred body, allowed him to block the dragon-severing hand. Without a scratch, hadn't even bothered to activate the Nether God's protection from his Divine Elephant Prison Suppression Force. Jun Xiaoyao, regardless of what methods you used, if you think this is over, you're far too naive. Long Haotian shouted coldly. Tremendous blood qi suddenly surged from within his body, and before everyone's eyes, the flesh at his severed arm began to writhe, as a new limb grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. That's possible. The young prodigies stared in stunned amazement. No matter how vigorous Dragon Clan blood qi is, direct limb regeneration shouldn't be possible. Could it be related to that dragon core he fused with? Someone realized. Hearing the words, dragon core, Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flashed as he looked at Long Haotian with the gaze of a hunter locking onto prey, seeking death. Provoked to fury by that gaze, Long Haotian could no longer contain himself. He had always treated the human race as prey. How dare a human treat him as prey? Boom. He threw a punch with overwhelming blood qi. Everyone seemed to hear dragon roars as a massive dragon phantom coiled around his fist light, tearing through the void as it blasted toward Jun Xiaoyao. That fluctuation was like a true dragon emerging into the world, soaring through the heavens. Dragon Fist, someone cried out. This was a great divine ability of the ancestral dragon nest, as renowned as the dragon-severing hand. Long Haotian's attack shocked many young prodigies. Even those who despised his arrogance had to acknowledge his terrifying strength. Jun Xiaoyao sneered coldly, raising his hand to form seals as golden divine energy surged like a tide. Behind him, a vast figure that seemed to support heaven and earth began to manifest. That is, the guests' pupils contracted in unison, that overwhelming mighty presence making their hair stand on end and sending chills down their spines. Jun Xiaoyao extended his hand and formed a mystical seal. In the next instant, a towering figure rose from behind him, reaching almost to the heavens themselves, emanating the overwhelming presence of an emperor suppressing the universe. Upon seeing the outline of this phantom, an elder cried out in shock. The Jun family's martial divine technique, the Human King Seal. As one of the ancient aristocratic families, the Jun family had inherited countless eras of profound legacy that struck fear into hearts, with martial arts, divine techniques, and secret methods as vast as the ocean. Over the years, Jun Xiaoyao had naturally cultivated more than just the military conquest art. With his heaven-defying talent and comprehension, he had casually mastered another supreme divine technique, the Human King Seal. At this moment, the young divine son raised his hand and unleashed the Human King Seal, instantly commanding heaven and earth to bow. The Human King Phantom bore the momentum to suppress sun and moon, while Jun Xiaoyao's white robes fluttered like an exiled immortal descending to the mortal realm, his single seal suppressing the firmament as if to overturn the universe. Across from him, Long Haotian roared in fury, his dragon fist striking out with radiance that illuminated the cosmos, accompanied by a dragon-shaped phantom's thunderous roar. Boom. The two attacks collided heated like two massive stars crashing together, or meteors annihilating each other. The void trembled violently as waves of magical power spread outward in all directions. At the critical moment, Jun Xiaoyao stepped forward and grasped with his hand, causing the surrounding space to transform into a cage that contained all the residual waves. A Saint Realm mighty one truly. None of the Jun family elders are weak. The ancient powerhouses observing from all sides felt their hearts tremble. Those above the Saint Realm were called mighty ones, and any ordinary force possessing even one Saint Realm expert could rank among the first tier. Yet no one could say how many Saint Realm experts the various branches of the Jun family commanded. Perhaps even the Jun family itself couldn't provide an accurate count. The imprisoned violent magical power continued churning in the void as all eyes focused intently. Cough, cough. A staggering figure retreated, none other than Long Haoyan. His pupils contracted sharply, his face filled with disbelief. The arm that had thrown the punch was cracked and bleeding, with blood continuously dripping as the entire limb trembled uncontrollably. That single collision had nearly caused Jun Xiaoyao to cripple his arm once again. Even with the dragon essence within him, infinite regeneration was impossible. Your strength. Long Haoyan gritted his teeth, his heart sinking completely to the bottom. He had indeed underestimated this 10-year-old divine son of the Jun family. Jun Xiaoyao maintained his seal formation with one hand, while keeping the other behind his back, his white robes pristine as snow, his aura serene like a true immortal untouched by worldly dust, showing no signs of having just engaged in fierce battle. So handsome. Jiang Luoli stared fixedly, unable to help drooling. Many proud daughters and princesses from various forces present also had their beautiful eyes shining. To suppress the dragon son of the ancestral dragon nest with such casual grace among the young generation under heaven, how many could possess such bearing? Long Haoyan's expression grew increasingly dark. He had come here to step on Jun Xiaoyao and raise the prestige of the ancestral dragon nest, but instead of succeeding in his show of force, he was being thoroughly humiliated. No, no matter what, I cannot be defeated today. He took a deep breath as terrifying power suddenly surged from within his body. As that power exploded outward, his cultivation skyrocketed from the true spirit realm, forcibly breaking through to a new level, the divine bridge realm. Cultivators who reach this realm construct a divine bridge within their bodies, connecting the spiritual sea in their dantian with the divine palace in their minds, instantly surpassing the true spirit realm by an entire level. I originally planned to solidify my foundation before breaking through. Jun Xiaoyao, this is all because of you. Long Haoyan roared. In the next moment, the dragon essence within his body erupted violently, his aura exploding like a volcano. He resembled an unsheathed divine sword, radiating sharp brilliancy, forcibly stepped into the divine bridge realm. Originally, he had planned to return to the ancestral dragon nest after the great battle to break through steadily, but without advancing now, he couldn't possibly defeat Jun Xiaoyao. This hasty breakthrough made his realm slightly unstable, yet it also escalated his hatred toward Jun Xiaoyao. What began as mere intention to suppress had now become murderous intent. True dragon heaven-binding technique. Overwhelming dragon might swept forth like breaking chains. A blazing dragon essence rose within Long Haoyan's body like a scorching sun, its power reaching the ultimate peak. Not only had he entered the divine bridge realm, but he also activated his dragon essence, pushing an offensive technique derived from the true dragon's great divine ability to its limits. On the sidelines, the young prodigies from various major forces turned pale. The mere aura made them feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. That's a derivative divine ability of the true dragon's great divine ability, too terrifying. Even some elder powerhouses felt chills down their spines. The true dragon's great divine ability was the supreme technique of the ancestral dragon nest, ranking among the most elite even throughout the desolate heaven immortal domain. Though this was merely a secondary divine ability, its might remained horrifying. Roar! The phantom of a majestic true dragon coiled around Long Haoyan, soaring skyward. Cold scales, sharp dragon horns, heaven-covering dragon claws. The massive claws extended, crushing down toward Jun Xiaoyao from above, causing space to ripple in layers wherever they passed. Too powerful. The prodigies from various forces gritted their teeth, as if ice water had been poured over their heads. Long Haoyan, the dragon son of the ancestral dragon nest, seemed utterly invincible at this moment. Divine Son, Jun Zhangjian, and Jun Xiaoyang's expressions tensed, their chests tight with worry. Jiang Luoli's breathing became irregular, while Jiang Xingyi and Jiang Rou also showed concern between their brows. Even Jun Zhantian, who knew Jun Xiaoyao's depths best, unconsciously clenched his fists, ready to intervene at any moment. The Jun family's reputation was far less important than Jun Xiaoyao's life. Jun Xiaoyao die. Long Haoyan's face twisted with savagery, as if he could already see a bloody future. Quite interesting. Jun Xiaoyao remained calm and indifferent, his composure unchanged even as Mount Tai collapsed before him. Just as he was about to activate his sacred body phenomenon to meet the attack, a cold, mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! You are now at the 10th birthday banquet. Would the host like to sign in? Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flashed, and the corner of his mouth curved upward so the system hadn't malfunctioned after all, and its timing was perfect. Sign in. His thoughts raced as he wondered what opportunity today might bring. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a 7-star reward supreme bone. As the system's voice faded, Jun Xiaoyao's chest suddenly blazed with light, erupting with a terrifying aura that shook heaven and earth. Within Jun Xiaoyao's chest, terrifyingly immense energy was gathering, as if a blazing sun had been forcibly stuffed into his body. Deep within that brilliant radiance, a crystal-clear bone slowly emerged, its surface covered with countless intricate Tao patterns crisscrossing like a web, as though infinite Tao principles were imprisoned within the supreme bone. Among the 3,000 constitutions, the supreme bone ranked within the top 30, a truly terrifying talent worthy of its reputation. The so-called 3,000 constitutions weren't limited to just titles like King Body, Divine Body, or Sacred Body Double Pupils. Innate Tao Embryo, 7 Aperture Exquisite Heart were equally renowned, and the supreme bone stood as one of the most outstanding among them. Possessing just this single bone, even without the ancient sacred body, would be enough for any prodigy to sweep across the 8 wastelands and 6 directions, ascending to the pinnacle. A 7-star reward. It seems my luck isn't too bad, Jun Xiaoyao observed with calm eyes, smiling lightly. The sudden transformation shocked the entire venue. Many young prodigies instinctively looked up at that blazing light, their faces quickly turning pale. What's happening? The Jun family's divine son's chest is glowing. Such a terrifying aura. It's like facing a true supreme. My legs are going weak. The young prodigy's voice trembled as he spoke, nearly collapsing to his knees. At the same time, the brilliant light from Jun Xiaoyao's chest exploded outward, Tao runes directly imprinting themselves in the void, causing heaven and earth to seem reborn as supreme pressure spread across the sky. Many prodigies with weaker cultivation couldn't withstand it, dropping to their knees with thuds, cold sweat beading on their foreheads. Could that be the supreme bone? An elderly Taoist from the Tao Ji heavenly sect suddenly cried out, his normally rock-steady composure shaken, his bell-like old eyes fixed intently on that light. The Jun family's divine son not only has the ancient sacred body, but also harbors a supreme bone in his chest. Shock rippled through the crowd like a tide. The ancient sacred body and supreme bone, either one alone could make peers despair, yet both now belong to a single person, completely overturning common sense. Xiaoyao actually has a supreme bone. Jun Zhantian, Jiang Ro, and other Jun family relatives all widened their eyes simultaneously. Even they had never heard that Jun Xiaoyao possessed this bone, let alone outsiders. On the other side, Long Haoyan, who had been charging forward in battle, was also frozen midair by this overwhelming presence, his pupils suddenly contracting. The supreme bone? How is this possible? Lan Qingya had never told him that Jun Xiaoyao harbored this fortune alongside his ancient sacred body. He naturally understood the difference. The ancient sacred body had been considered useless waste in recent ages, while the supreme bone remained one of the most supreme talents to this dia, single bone capable of nurturing an invincible young supreme. At this thought, Long Haoyan's killing intent intensified. So what if it's the supreme bone? I'll still kill you. Since he dared to come alone and provoke the Jun family, he had naturally prepared his escape route. As long as he could slay Jun Xiaoyao, any price would be worth it. Gritting his teeth, he activated the dragon essence within his body, suddenly unleashing the true dragon heaven-binding technique. A lifelike true dragon phantom writhed forth, its massive claws tearing through the air, carrying destructive storms as it pressed down toward Jun Xiaoyao. Yet Jun Xiaoyao remained motionless, that faint smile still gracing his lips. He had changed his mind. No longer would he call upon the ancient sacred body's phenomenal power, but instead wanted to test the might of this supreme bone. Jun Xiaoyao murmured to himself. The golden spiritual sea within his body suddenly erupted into a boiling frenzy, as torrential magical power surged like a flood into the supreme bone in his chest. In an instant, divine radiance exploded forth, and Jun Xiaoyao's chest seemed to give birth to a blazing sun. 10,000 rays of light pierced through the heavens, shaking the 9 skies and shattering the clouds layer by layer. The overwhelming might swept across the area, causing everyone present, whether prodigies or veteran powerhouses, to feel their hearts race wildly as chills crept up their spines, nearly forcing them to their knees. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao appeared like an ancient true immortal descending to the mortal realm, baptizing the world with divine radiance. That divine light was none other than the first terrifying divine ability contained within the supreme bone, the heavenly tribulation light. It was as if the heavens themselves were bringing down tribulation, seeking to annihilate the world with the purest light. With just one glance, many prodigies felt their souls tremble and despair take root in their hearts, abandoning any thoughts of comparison. Long Haoyan's face turned deathly pale under this overwhelming power, his heart filled with uncontrollable terror. Boom! The true dragon heaven-binding technique collided with the heavenly tribulation light in midair. There was no suspense. The tribulation light pierced through the dragon's shadow, tearing it to shreds, and continued its assault toward Long Haoyan. No, he frantically activated his dragon essence, causing pale golden scales to emerge across his body as he tried to dodge. But how terrifying was the speed of light! He had barely taken half a step when the tribulation light struck. Splurt! Half of his body along with one arm was brutally severed, dragon blood splattering toward the sky. Excruciating pain assaulted him as Long Haoyan's eyes turned blood red, letting out a piercing wail toward the heavens. As a dragon son of the ancestral dragon nest, he had never experienced such humiliation and agony. Even with his dragon essence, such severe injuries couldn't heal in a short time. Terror finally appeared in his gaze as he looked at Jun Xiaoyao. In contrast, Jun Xiaoyao's eyes remained coldly indifferent. He activated the Divine Elephant Suppressing Prison Force, spreading his demonic wings behind him. With a single beat of his wings, he instantly appeared beside Long Haoyan. One hand grasped the remaining arm and yanked violently. Blood scattered like rain as agonized screams shook the heavens. The entire venue fell into deathly silence. Everyone watched with their own eyes as the Jun family's divine son literally tore apart the ancestral dragon nest dragon son. This wasn't an exaggeration, but a truly bloody spectacle. In the past, the white-robed divine King Jun Wuhui had extracted dragon tendons and peeled dragon skin. Now the Jun family's divine son Jun Xiaoyao was tearing dragons apart with his bare hands. Could this truly be a hereditary skill? Several veteran powerhouses stood frozen in place. Were the Jun family naturally born dragon slayers? Like father, like son, the Jun family's divine son truly lived up to his father's reputation. The remaining feathered race prodigy had already turned pale as a sheet, her legs trembling as if her soul had fled her body. Jun Xiaoyao looked down at Long Haoyan with the gaze of a butcher examining meat on a chopping block. Sensing the crisis, Long Haoyan retreated while roaring, "Jun Xiaoyao, you dare! What would this divine son not dare to do?" Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly as golden magical power surged forth. His palm strike descended like a mountain, crashing down with tremendous force. The air suddenly condensed as all the cultivators collectively gasped. The Jun family's divine son truly intended to kill Long Haoyan. They had to remember that he wasn't just the ancestral dragon nest dragon son, but also the younger brother of the forbidden initial generation Long Haoyan. If Long Haoyan died, the desolate heaven immortal domain would surely be thrown into chaos. Yet they still underestimated Jun Xiaoyao's resolve. He not only wanted to kill Long Haoyan, but also intended to refine the dragon essence from his body on the spot. Just as the palm strike was about to land, from the distant depths of the azure void, a majestic and resonant voice filled with cold authority rolled forth. "Jun family Jr., how dare you?" That voice shook the very foundations of heaven and earth, causing the universe to tremble. Terrifying dragon might crashed down from above, making all the powerful experts look up with their scalps tingling. Then, a muscular black dragon claw emerged from the sky, its joints massive as mountain peaks, dark scales gleaming with cold, deadly light. As the dragon claw swept through, the void was torn like fabric, leaving gaping black rifts while violent waves swept in all directions. Such overwhelming power. This was at least a quasi-supreme. The veteran experts cried out in shock. In the immortal domain, Supreme stood at the absolute pinnacle, while quasi-supremes ranked just below them, the ultimate foundation of the great immortal lineages. Now that a quasi-supreme had appeared, no wonder Long Haoyan had been so arrogant earlier truly had a powerful backer protecting him. Everyone suddenly understood. No matter how reckless Long Haoyan was, he would never dare assault the Jun family alone, just as no Jun family prodigy would venture solo to provoke the ancestral dragon nest. Excellent. Elder Yulong has made his move. Long Haoyan's despair transformed into the smile of one who had narrowly escaped death. As long as he lived, he could rise again another day. Today's humiliation could eventually be washed away. What? Yulong Supreme? Someone recognized the implications, their expression shaking. Yulong Supreme was a renowned quasi-supreme of the ancestral dragon nest, a black dragon by nature who had once fought a human supreme with his quasi-supreme cultivation, becoming famous in a single battle and earning renown across the 3,000 Dao provinces. Since then, he had secluded himself in the ancestral dragon nest, rarely appearing, yet his return to the world still stirred up storms. High in the sky, Yulong Supreme spoke with cold indifference, his voice looking down upon all living beings. "Jun family youngster, don't be too absolute in your actions. Today's matter ends here." Clearly, it was Long Haoyan who had initiated the provocation, attempting to use Jun Xiaoyao as a stepping stone to fame. Yet Yulong Supreme wanted to dismiss everything with a single sentence. In truth, he could only take Long Haoyan away. Now trying to kill Jun Xiaoyao at the Jun family stronghold would be nothing but a fool's dream. Even if he was a quasi-supreme, even if a true supreme from the ancestral dragon nest descended, They couldn't harm a single hair on Jun Xiaoyao's head while he was under the Jun family's protection. Hearing these words, Long Haoyan finally breathed a sigh of relief, yet he raised his head with cold, venomous eyes. Never in his life had he suffered such a crushing defeat, requiring his clan's elder to swallow his pride to save him. This humiliation made him hate Jun Xiaoyao to his very bones. Jun Xiaoyao noticed that gaze and curved his lips in a cold smile. What? Are you going to say something like 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river? Umph. My elder brother Long Haoyan will make you taste bitter defeat. Long Haoyan said coldly. He no longer dared boast of personal revenge against the ancient sacred body combined with supreme bone. He was utterly powerless. Unfortunately, no matter what happens, you won't be around to see it. Jun Xiaoyao chuckled lightly, thunder surging in his palm as he pressed down with suppressive force once more. Jun Xiaoyao, are you insane? You still dare attack me? Long Haoyan cried out in shock and alarm. Long Haoyan's expression changed drastically as he retreated rapidly. Audacious. From the heavens above, the Dark Dragon Supreme's voice thundered like lightning, shaking the 9 heavens and 10 realms. Even though he held the esteemed rank of Quasi-Supreme and roared with his own voice, Jun Xiaoyao couldn't even be bothered to lift an eyelid. Boom. Dark clouds churned as a massive black dragon claw that blotted out the sun descended from the sky, gleaming with cold light. Deep within the void, the Jun family's protective formation had already been activated, countless runes transforming into waterfall-like beams of light to intercept the attack. Each of those beams possessed enough power to instantly kill a saint, yet now they shattered one after another as the dragon claw swept past, unable to block it even slightly. The Dark Dragon Supreme's target at this moment wasn't Jun Xiaoyao, but rather to forcibly take away the severely injured and fleeing Long Haoyan. The black dragon claw swept across, causing the formation runes to explode and riddling the void with countless holes. The might of a Quasi-Supreme pierced through the sky, chilling people to the bone. Does the Jun family have no reaction at all? The guests from all directions changed color dramatically, retreating while casting their gazes toward Jun Zhantian and several other clan elders. But those elders merely stood with their hands behind their backs, cold mocking smiles playing at the corners of their lips, as if waiting for something. Under the dragon's pressure, ordinary prodigies would have already knelt in submission, yet Jun Xiaoyao remained utterly indifferent. He casually reached into the void, condensing the Hades god spear into a dark arrow that flashed with cold light and pierced through Long Haoyan's chest. Before anyone could react, he spread his demon wings, transforming into black lightning to catch up, then raised his hand to strike down heavily. Crack! The horrifying sound of breaking bones formed a continuous line as Long Haoyan's entire skeleton shattered inch by inch, causing him to cough up blood and crash to the ground. In the next breath, Jun Xiaoyao stepped down with one foot, the power of 40,000 giant elephants surging forth. Long Haoyan's chest exploded on the spot, blood and flesh spraying out along with shattered organs. That once proud dragon clan physique proved as fragile as paper before such absolute power. Elder brother, won't let you go. Long Haoyan's eyes bulged with a mixture of hatred and regret. Before he could finish speaking, he breathed his last, dying with eyes wide open. The dragon son of the ancestral dragon nest had fallen. From the dragon claw's descent to Long Haoyan's death took only a brief instant. Even the Dark Dragon Supreme hadn't expected Jun Xiaoyao to act so decisively. Damn you! An furious roar shattered the clouds. The Dark Dragon Supreme flew into complete rage, his pressure crashing down like a tsunami. The earth cracked, and nearby guests collapsed to their knees with thuds, unable to move. In contrast, Jun Xiaoyao still stood with his hands behind his back, his handsome face as calm as an ancient well, as if facing not a Quasi-Supreme, but some insignificant passerby. At that moment, a light, cold snort came from the deepest part of the Jun family estate. When did a mere Quasi-Supreme dare to act so brazenly in my Jun family? Before the words finished echoing, a vast sword light burst forth through the air. That sword light was brilliant as the blazing sun, yet cold as frost, reflecting terrifying phantoms of fallen immortals. Wherever it passed, the void was torn with pitch-black cracks as spatial turbulence and sword chi howled wildly. Flash! As the sword light swept past, the Dark Dragon Supreme roared in fury. From the depths of the sky, a thick dragon arm along with rolling dragon blood fell down. With just one sword, a Quasi-Supreme's arm had been severed. The spectators felt their scalps explode. The sharpness of this sword could destroy all heavens. It's the Jun family's immortal slaying sword art, one of the 5 great divine techniques. The one attacking is the Jun family's 18th ancestor. Someone cried out in shock. Jun family's 18th ancestor. You just wait. From high above, the Dark Dragon Supreme roared with a sinister voice. Since you've come, then stay here. The 18th ancestor replied indifferently. Whoosh! 2 more blazing immortal slaying sword lights followed, slashing across the sky with sword intent, carrying world-destroying momentum. The Dark Dragon Supreme cried out in terror. No. Do you want to start an immortal war between the ancestral dragon nest and the Jun family? An immortal war? So what? The Jun family has stood in the immortal domain for countless years. When have we ever feared anyone? The 18th ancestor's tone was domineering, showing no retreat. Splurt. The sword light struck again, and blood rained down. Heaven and earth shook and twisted like a torn painting as a massive black dragon corpse plummeted from the sky, crashing through the cloud layers like a fallen deity. The Jun family's 18th ancestor had slain the ancestral dragon nest's quasi-supreme with 3 swords. Heaven and earth fell into deathly silence, and the multitude lost their voices. What began as a celebration for the young prodigy Jun Xiaoyao's 10th birthday banquet had now transformed into a blood-soaked stage that shook the entire immortal domain. Hundreds upon thousands of guests stood frozen in place, their eyes reflecting the crimson rain cascading from the Hevensa, celestial phenomenon triggered by the death of a quasi-supreme from the ancestral dragon nest. This dark dragon quasi-supreme, who had once contended with the human race's supreme sovereign, had now been utterly annihilated in both body and soul beneath 3 sword strikes from the Jun family's 18th ancestor. Those 3 sword lights, like lightning that transcended time and space, had directly reduced a terrifying existence capable of founding his own sect to mere ashes. A single thought arose simultaneously in everyone's minds. If quasi-supremes served as the foundational pillars of many immortal lineages, then the Jun family's 18th ancestor was definitely no ordinary supreme. Just how many ancient monsters are buried in the Jun family's ancestral shrine? A young prodigy's Adam's apple bobbed as he spoke with a hoarse voice. The Jun family has stood in the immortal domain for countless eons, their foundation as deep as an ancient well with no visible bottom. An elderly white-haired man whispered. Any ancestor who casually emerges from their ancestral shrine could make the entire immortal domain tremble with a single stomp. Legend has it that the last great emperor of the recent ancient era Emperor Qi, Jun Xiaoyao, also hailed from the Jun family. Discussions rose and fell like waves, weaving together awe and shock. Blood rain drifted from the high sky, as if all living beings were weeping softly. At the center of the banquet, space trembled as the 18th ancestor's voice echoed from the depths of the Jun family estate. Xiaoyao, come see me after the banquet. Yes. Jun Xiaoyao cupped his hands respectfully, his eyes blazing with intensity. The immortal slaying sword art that the 18th ancestor had displayed lived up to its name with its devastating sharpness, stirring even his heart. Such a divine technique couldn't be found even in the Jun family's martial pavilion. He secretly calculated whether he might request this inheritance when he met with the 18th ancestor. Meanwhile, the primordial imperial clans who had come to provoke had suffered almost complete annihilation. From the dark dragon quasi-supreme to princes and princesses of various clans, all had perished. The sole survivor was Yuzhu, the proud daughter of the feathered human clan. At this moment, Yuzhu's knees had given out, her wings trembling slightly, her lower body soaked with cold sweat and urine from extreme terror. She recalled how she had once declared that the Jun family's divine son would surely fall to Long Haoyan. Yet now she had witnessed with her own eyes the bloody scene of Jun Xiaoyao tearing Long Haoyan apart with his bare hands, replaying like a nightmare in her mind. Jun Xiaoyao looked down, his eyes cold as blades. You should join them on their journey as well. No, no. Yuzhu crawled and rolled, kowtowing heavily with hoarse, crying voice. I beg the Jun family's divine son for mercy. Yuzhu is willing to serve as slave and servant, attending to you for life. Feathered human clan women were naturally enchanting, and Yuzhu's snow-white wings trembled lightly, her crystalline skin gleaming with magnificent luster under the blood rain's reflection. She would surely fetch an astronomical price at any auction house. However, in Jun Xiaoyao's eyes, she was nothing more than an insignificant bargaining chip. Jun Xiaoyao spoke with cold indifference. To be my female slave, are you even worthy? Even by Yuer, the princess of the ancient Vermilion Bird Kingdom, was nothing more than his slave girl. To Jun Xiaoyao, a mere proud daughter of the feathered tribe had no right to kneel at his feet. As his words fell, he raised his palm like a canopy pressing down from the heavens. No, Yuzhu screamed, never imagining that in Jun Xiaoyao's eyes, she wasn't even worthy of being called a slave. The palm wind descended, and the sound of shattering bones mixed with spurting blood. The last proud daughter of the ancient royal clan fell just like that. The guests at the scene quietly swallowed their saliva, cold sweat dripping from their foreheads. The Jun family was indeed a group of ruthless people. But the most ruthless part was yet to come. Several clan elders led by Jun Xiaotian directly carried over the massive corpse of the nether dragon quasi-supreme, casually tossing it into the center of the banquet. With a wave of their sleeves, Dao fire rose up, roasting the black dragon meat as oil sizzled and fragrant aromas spread everywhere. The entire area fell silent, everyone looking at each other in bewilderment. The corpse of the ancestral dragon nest quasi-supreme was actually being barbecued on the spot? According to human customs, anything non-humanoid could be consumed. But this was still the flesh and blood of a powerful expert from the ancestral dragon nest who would dare to use their chopsticks? If they caught the attention of the ancestral dragon nest, these second and third tier forces simply couldn't withstand the consequences. Ancient families like the Jun, Jiang, and Yi clans could bear such pressure, but they absolutely could not. Everyone, please help yourselves. Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly, as if hosting the most ordinary family feast. Wow, 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 we can eat dragon meat. Little Jiang Luoli clapped her hands in excitement. Even though she was the precious pearl of the Jiang family, she had never had the chance to casually taste quasi-supreme level dragon meat. With the Jiang family backing her, and no fear of the ancestral dragon nest, she was already eager to begin. Jun Xiaoyao also intended to start eating, but before that, he had important business to attend to. Walking to Long Haoyan's corpse, he spread his 5 fingers wide as vast golden magical power surged like a tide, penetrating directly into the body to extract and refine the dragon essence. Once a dragon essence was completely refined, it could never be extracted again, but Long Haoyan hadn't fully digested it before his death. In an instant, a fist-sized golden dragon essence was forcibly drawn out, within which coiled the shadow of a miniature divine dragon, roaring and snarling at Jun Xiaoyao. A mere dragon essence thinks it can stump this divine son? Jun Xiaoyao's lips curved into a cold arc. As he activated the Divine Elephant Prison Suppressing Force, a pitch-black furnace appeared above his head, swallowing and exhaling dark light, as if it could refine heaven and earth itself. The young prodigies were all shocked. What technique is the Jun family's divine son using? It feels like our souls are being drawn toward that furnace. After a year of seclusion, the Divine Elephant Prison Suppressing Force had advanced further. Strongest attack, Spear of the Nether God. Strongest defense, Protection of the Nether God. Strongest speed, Wings of the Demon. Now, he was displaying the 4th transformation, Strongest refinement, the Hell Furnace. As the furnace descended, the dragon essence was almost powerless to resist, instantly devoured. The lifelong essence of dragon blood and flesh, along with runic divine abilities, were all condensed within it. Even Long Haoyan could only barely integrate it while alive, yet within Jun Xiaoyao's body, it was easily refined completely. His ancient sacred body was as solid as eternity itself. No energy could ever hope to burst it apart. The moment the dragon essence was completely melted down, the qi and blood within Jun Xiaoyao's body roared like thunder, his aura climbing steadily upward. Rumble the sea of clouds in the sky churned, thunder gathered and surged, and tribulation clouds quietly pressed down from above. Could it be? Was the Jun family's divine son about to break through again? Jun Xiaoyao was only 10 years old, yet he had already reached the 9th level of the true spirit realm, a feat that could shake the entire region. The crowd thought this was already the biggest surprise of the day, but when the young man's aura surged once more, the grand banquet fell into instant silence. With all eyes fixed upon him, as if frozen in place, was he about to break through again? Jun Zhantian suddenly looked up, seeing the churning dark clouds in the sky, his brow furrowing deeply. This is bad. Could this be the tribulation of the ancient sacred body? For ordinary cultivators, advancing from the true spirit realm to the divine bridge realm brought no heavenly tribulation, but the ancient sacred body was an existence that heaven and earth could not tolerate. Besides the 10 innate shackles within the body, every major realm breakthrough would inevitably bring divine punishment. The transition from true spirit realm to divine bridge realm was precisely such a crucial threshold. The current phenomenon made all the guests' faces change dramatically. The legendary tribulation of the ancient sacred body had truly arrived. For all cultivators, surviving tribulation was truly a matter of life and death. Once failed, death would follow with the complete destruction of one's cultivation, all efforts wasted. Moreover, the lightning tribulation summoned by the ancient sacred body was far more powerful than ordinary heavenly tribulations. Even common prodigies might not withstand the first bolt of lightning. At this thought, the crowd's hearts tightened, their eyes showing both awe and worry. Xiaoyao, don't worry, grandfather and the others will protect your path. Jun Zhantian led a group of clan elders forward, their sacred realm pressure rising like an invisible barrier. This scene was not uncommon throughout history. Whenever an ancient sacred body faced tribulation, forces would deploy all their high-level combat power to protect the path, trying to weaken the tribulation's killing intent as much as possible. However, the young man's ethereally handsome face remained as calm as still water, his eyes showing no ripples whatsoever. Grandfather, there's no need. A mere heavenly tribulation is nothing worth mentioning. Let your grandson handle it alone. These casual words left Jun Zhantian and the clan elders stunned, while the surrounding cultivators also froze, as if they had been choked. At that moment, the rolling tribulation finally condensed into a torrent of lightning, tearing through the sea of clouds and crashing down with thunderous force. The overwhelming purple-black lightning carried a spine-chilling aura of destruction as it pressed downward. Jun Xiaoyao stood suspended in midair, his black hair flowing like silk in the wind, emanating traces of divine radiance. His snow-white robes fluttered, making him appear like an immortal about to ascend on the wind. He extended one palm, and the hell furnace manifested with a thunderous roar, its pitch-black walls covered with flowing runes and churning dark gold flames. The lightning torrent was forcibly swallowed by the furnace, erupting in deafening rumbles. Simultaneously, golden qi and blood surged skyward from within Jun Xiaoyao's body, and the phantom of an ancient divine elephant rose into the air, its magnificent presence seeming capable of suppressing the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The elephant raised its trunk high and inhaled forcefully, drawing all the rolling thunder into its mouth and nose. 100,000 lightning tribulations shall forge my immortal sacred body. The young man's voice was clear, yet carried unmatched confidence. No matter how violent the lightning became, it could only force him back a few steps, but could not tear his flesh. Millions of electric serpents danced around his body, only to be devoured and refined by the divine elephant phantom and the furnace, transforming into divine power for body tempering. In the viewing stands, people from various factions were dumbstruck, their minds shaken which prodigy didn't face tribulation as if walking on thin ice, wishing they could flee at any moment. Yet Jun Xiaoyao was using the heavenly tribulation as a whetstone, turning thunder into nourishment. Such monstrous methods left everyone speechless. Jun Zhantian and the other clan elders exchanged glances and smiled, bitter yet proud. Sigh. It seems I still underestimated Xiaoyao. If even they felt this way, one could easily imagine the feelings of those young prodigies who had come to attend the banquet. I feel like I'll never catch up to the Jun family's divine son in my entire lifetime. Indeed, this age of great contention seems to be the stage of the Jun family's divine son alone. The top prodigies from various major forces watching the battle all smiled bitterly, their Dao hearts developing subtle cracks at this moment. In the end, the lightning tribulation could do nothing to Jun Xiaoyao. Disperse. He raised his palm and pushed forward. Golden radiance exploded from his palm as the phantom of an ancient divine elephant leaped out from his palm's edge, roaring toward the heavens. The elephant's cry shattered the firmament, and the rolling thunder fell back like a 10th Sanshang waterfall. The pitch-black tribulation clouds filling the sky were scattered in one strike. The lightning extinguished, light once again poured down upon the earth, and heaven and earth fell silent, with only rolling echoes reverberating in the clouds. After the tribulation, Jun Xiaoyao sat cross-legged and carefully examined himself. His gains were shockingly abundant. 1. Cultivation. He directly skipped through the early and middle stages of the Divine Bridge realm, stepping into the late stage in one go. The Divine Bridge realm was divided into early stage, middle stage, late stage, and great perfection. At great perfection, the divine bridge within the body would be completely constructed. After that came the unity realm, spirit and flesh combined, the Dao merging realm fusing Dao seeds and immortal seeds, the nirvana realm seeking fire seeds to temper the divine palace, transforming the true spirit into primordial spirit, then the heaven-reaching realm, and finally igniting divine fire to step onto the ladder of the saint realm. Divine bridge, unity, Dao merging, nirvana, heaven-reaching, divine fire. This was the middle section of the cultivation system, while the saint realm lay even higher. To stand at the late stage of the divine bridge realm at merely 10 years old, such talent could truly be called an absolute monster. Ordinary prodigies of the same age were still wandering in the divine palace realm and true spirit realm, while Long Haoyan, even with the power of dragon essence, had only barely stepped into the divine bridge realm. 2. Physical body. Through the lightning tribulation and dragon essence, he awakened another 10,000 giant elephant particles, causing his physical strength to surge to a full 500 million gene. Ordinary prodigies had limits of merely hundreds of thousands of gene, while top-tier prodigies only reached millions to tens of millions of gene. Yet he had entered the 100 million gene tiara, truly terrifying number. 3. Supreme Bone. The Supreme Bone in his chest absorbed the tribulation lightning and dragon essence, quietly undergoing transformation. Jun Xiaoyao secretly judged that the heavens tribulation light was definitely not the complete form of this bone's divine ability, would need to find ways to continue nourishing it in the future. The Supreme Bone, like the ancient sacred body, had limitless potential but consumed vast amounts of resources. They were both bottomless pits. Fortunately, he was born into an ancient family. Otherwise, cultivation resources alone would be enough to drag anyone down. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sigh again. Reincarnation truly was an art. 4. Spoils of war. He suddenly remembered there was still quasi-supreme flesh and blood that hadn't been refined. Come, brother Xiaoyao, eat dragon meat. Jiang Luoli approached carrying a plate of golden, glistening roasted dragon meat. Wisdom light flowed across her snow-white forehead, and her pair of limpid eyes blinked repeatedly, her face full of, "I'm very well-behaved" expression. She had been carefully observing Jun Xiaoyao's changes from beginning to end. "Thank you." Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly, his chopstick movements even more composed and elegant than Jiang Luoli's. The Quasi Supreme level dragon meat's life essence was so rich that visible radiance could be seen with the naked eye. With each bite he chewed, the supreme bone in his chest lit up with dense golden patterns, frantically absorbing the essence. Jun Xiaoyao looked forward to the day when the bone would complete its transformation. If the heaven's tribulation light alone was already this powerful, he wondered just how strong it would become after complete evolution. The 10th birthday banquet sign-in was complete. The next destination was the Yuan Tian Supreme's secret treasury sign-in, and he secretly calculated the preparations he should make. The previous sign-in rewards the great completion ancient sacred body, divine elephant prison suppressing force, and supreme bone were all tremendous aids, making him even more curious about the upcoming rewards. As for Shao Chun, he pondered for a moment. I wonder if that person still has any value for me to harvest. After the 10th birthday banquet ended, Jun Xiaoyao could finally step into the mortal world and walk through the vast immortal domain. He raised his head toward the boundless sky, his divine consciousness reaching toward the unknown. This age of great contention, I hope it won't bore me too much. Jun Xiaoyao stood with his hands behind his back, sighing toward the heavens, quite feeling the loneliness of being truly invincible. Jun Xiaoyao's 10th birthday banquet came to a close amidst such dramatic upheavals and shocking revelations. Outside the great hall, the ceremonial lanterns still flickered as the sect masters, elders, and accompanying prodigies from various major powers stepped through the Jun family's mountain gates with unsteady steps, their faces still bearing traces of astonishment and shock that had yet to fade. What they witnessed at the banquet completely overturned their understanding of what it meant to be a prodigy. In their eyes, the Jun family's divine son was like a young emperor. Whether it was the Yi family's stellar king physique or the ancestral dragon nest's dragon son, all were casually suppressed by him, crushed like soft persimmons in his grasp. Many young prodigies who had locked gazes with Jun Xiaoyao from afar now felt their hearts filled with irrepressible sighs and despair that ancient sacred body, combined with supreme bones, was a talent that could no longer be described as merely monstrous, but rather seemed born with the bearing of an emperor. In this lifetime, where is there still a place for us to stand? Some secretly asked themselves. Even some veteran powerhouses couldn't help but whisper. Given Jun Xiaoyao's current cultivation speed, in just a few more years, even they would be left far behind. Besides Jun Xiaoyao, Jun Zhangjian, and Jun Xuehuang also displayed their brilliance, each capable of annihilating the pride of the primordial royal clans with a single sword strike or palm technique. But what truly chilled everyone to the bone was that Jun family 18th ancestor, who never showed himself an ancestral-level figure, who had slumbered in the ancestral shrine for countless years. With merely 3 sword strikes, he killed the ancestral dragon nest quasi-supreme from across the banquet hall, leaving all witnesses trembling in their souls. All the powerhouses understood. After the 10th birthday banquet concluded, the desolate heaven immortal domain, peaceful for many years, would surely see storms rise again. Not long after the banquet ended, at the ancestral dragon nest's main stronghold far away in Hong Province, a furious dragon roar suddenly shot up to the heavens, shaking the cosmos and causing stars to fall. All living beings throughout Hong Province trembled, feeling a world-ending divine might sweep across the 9 heavens. Why is the ancestral dragon nest supreme being enraged? Many cultivators turned pale, yet none knew the truth. News of the banquet would still need time to reach Hong Province. Deep within the ancestral dragon nest, several magnificent divine consciousnesses communicated rapidly. Calm your thunder for now. What good does this anger do? Do you truly intend to attack the Jun family? That Jun family little beast dared to kill one of our dragons. Sun Shi deserves death. And Jun Shi, he actually dared to kill Yulong. Does he not fear our ancestral dragon nest? The most violent divine consciousness responded coldly. Jun Shi is a madman. Killing him would be too difficult. Should we inform Outyin about this matter? Another voice asked cautiously. No need. Long Outyin is currently in seclusion refining the 5th dragon core. Once all 7 dragon cores are fused and supplemented with imperial dragon blood, he can sweep through the young generation of the immortal domain. Even that Jun family divine son can be killed with a casual gesture. Good. This lord will wait for the day Outyin slays the Jun family's divine son. The blood debt owed by the Jun family will eventually be repaid in blood. Meanwhile, in the depths of the sky, a purple-feathered divine bird pulled an ornate carriage through the air. Inside the carriage, a blue-robed youth with sword-like brows and starry eyes slowly opened his eyes. It was Yi Xingyun. It hurts so much. Just moving his body slightly, he felt as if his bones were about to fall apart, cold sweat instantly soaking his hair. Young master, you're awake. The accompanying Uncle Fu quickly bowed. I am. Yi Xingyun was confused for a moment. Then scenes from the banquet suddenly flooded back. Being suppressed, being toyed with. being forced to retreat. Humiliation surged through his heart like a tide. As the pride of the ancient Yi family, when had Yi Xingyun ever suffered such a loss? Let alone losing face in front of his goddess. Yi Xingyun clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white, feeling like molten lava was pressing against his chest. Young master, that divine son of the Jun family must not be provoked. Uncle Fu hurried forward, lowering his voice. This old servant just received intelligence that divine son not only possesses the ancient sacred body, but was also born with a supreme bone. Even the dragon sons of the ancestral dragon nest were casually slain by him. What? Yi Xingyun felt as if struck by lightning, his eardrums buzzing. Recalling his battle with Jun Xiaoyao, he realized his opponent had actually held back. Not even using the supreme boni wasn't even worthy of being a sparring partner. Shame and resentment surged through his heart, making Yi Xingyun's breathing rapid. Just then, a blurry image flashed through his mind. A magnificent star palace standing in the boundless sea of stars, with a figure draped in sun, moon, and stars standing with their back turned, silent and solitary. Is this a dream? Or? Yi Xingyun murmured in his heart. He knew well that this world indeed had reincarnated saints and great emperors. Such destined heroes possessed vision and cultivation far beyond ordinary prodigies. For instance, the forbidden prodigy of the ancient Yi family Yi Gachen was rumored to be the reincarnation of the ancient sword demon Duga Wubai, who had once used the emperor-slaying sword to cut down a quasi-emperor, terrifyingly powerful. Could it be that I, like Yi Guchen, am also the reincarnation of some supreme being? That star palace might just be the inheritance treasure left for me. This speculation ignited Yi Xingyun's passion. As his memories gradually awakened, he might truly be able to find that star palace and inherit all its opportunities. Jun Xiaoyao, fortune turns like a wheel. Once I fully awaken, I will surely rise powerfully. And Luo Li'll make her know who truly deserves her. With this thought, his dejected mood was swept away, his eyes blazing with intense light, as if he were about to soar to great heights the next moment. On the Jun family's side, the 10th birthday celebration had ended, but Jun Xiaoyao found himself under siege. Jiang Luoli, who should have returned to the Jiang family with her parents, stubbornly refused to leave. The girl that Yi Xingyun desperately desired but couldn't obtain was now like sticky candy, clinging to Jun Xiaoyao, so he couldn't move an inch. Brother Xiaoyao, do you need a maid to serve tea and water? There's Ling Long for that. Jun Xiaoyao remained expressionless. Then do you need someone to wash and fold clothes? Still Ling Long. Then do you need someone to warm your bed and serve? Ahem. Jun Xiaoyao coughed to interrupt. What nonsense are you talking about? Nearby, Jiang Ro listened with an amused smile. Actually joining in the matchmaking, Luo Li isn't wrong. An early engagement would be good too. Mother, the 18th ancestor is looking for may have important matters. Jun Xiaoyao dropped this line and flashed away, temporarily escaping this female alliance army. Brother Xiaoyao, Luo Li will never give up. Jiang Luoli clenched her small fists, looking exactly like a devoted fangirl. Escaping the commotion, Jun Xiaoyao walked into the deepest ancestral grounds of the Jun family. In the dim void, the 18th ancestor sat cross-legged with his gray robes flowing and white hair like snow, positioned above a space rift resembling a stellar abyss. Around him, visions of rotating sun and moon, inverted star rivers, and collapsing heavens faintly appeared, with pressure like the heavens themselves. No wonder he could slay a quasi-supreme with 3 strikes. Jun Xiaoyao silently marveled. Each of the Jun family's ancestors was formidable, and this one was ranked 18th. There were still 17 more above him. Seeing Jun Xiaoyao's arrival, the 18th ancestor rarely showed a smile. Excellent. He was clearly extremely satisfied with his performance at the birthday celebration. Defeating Yi Xingyun was one thing, but tearing apart the ancestral dragon nest dragon son had truly brought great honor to the Jun family. Ancestor summoned me, but this junior doesn't know for what purpose. Jun Xiaoyao cupped his hands slightly, his expression composed. Many clan elders would feel constrained and trembling before the 18th ancestor, yet Jun Xiaoyao stood calmly, steady as Mount Tai. The 18th ancestor felt increasingly gratified the more he looked. The ancient sacred body and supreme bone were heaven-defying enough, but his steady temperament was even more precious. Don't you want to learn the immortal slaying sword art? The 18th ancestor asked with a smile. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes lit up. Jun Xiaoyao could never forget the immortal slaying sword art. The image of that single sword sweeping across the heavens, its blade bringing down countless immortals, was burned into his heart like a brand. Even the quasi-supreme from the ancestral dragon nest had been completely annihilated in body and soul under just 3 strikes from the 18th ancestor. Jun Xiaoyao understood deeply that while the 18th ancestor's heaven-reaching cultivation was one factor, more importantly, it was the terrifying power of this sword art itself. The 18th ancestor stroked his beard, his tone calm, yet certain. The desolate heaven immortal domain has countless sword arts, but only 5 divine arts truly stand at the pinnacle, and our Jun family's immortal slaying sword art is one of them. 5 divine arts. Jun Xiaoyao murmured to himself. He had known the immortal slaying sword art was extraordinary, but he hadn't expected it to rank among the pinnacle arts. No wonder he had searched through every jade slip in the Jun family's martial pavilion without finding a single clue. The 18th ancestor chuckled softly. This art is extremely difficult. Even ordinary geniuses in our clan might not master the basics after decades of bitter cultivation. Making it public would only waste their time in cultivation. Jun Xiaoyao silently agreed cultivators without extraordinary comprehension would only waste their years forcing themselves to practice the immortal slaying sword art. Unfortunately for others, he happened to possess heaven-defying talent. He cupped his fists, lowering his voice. Ancestor, this immortal slaying sword art. He stopped mid-sentence. I didn't give it to you before because I feared it would scatter your focus. Now that you're about to leave home for training, you truly need a trump card. Though the ancient sacred body and supreme bone are powerful, without matching martial arts and divine abilities, their potential remains unfulfilled. The 18th ancestor's tone grew solemn. With that, he raised his hand and pointed, sending a brilliant divine radiance into Jun Xiaoyao's brow. The complete mysteries of the immortal slaying sword art instantly unfolded in his sea of consciousness. The sword art consisted of 3 forms. The first form, Immortal Fall, was the sword of magical power, specialized in breaking flesh and blood. The second form, Immortal Extinction, was the sword of the soul, directly targeting the divine palace and primordial spirit. The third form, Immortal Slaying, unified spirit and flesh, piercing through heaven and earth with a single sword. It was with these 3 swords that the 18th ancestor had once slain Aquasa Supreme, shocking all heavens. The 18th ancestor's gaze grew distant. If you can master the first form within 3 years, you'll have hope of completely mastering this art. Yes, Jun Xiaoyao responded, though inwardly he thought. 3 years? Too slow. The 18th ancestor saw through his thoughts and, after pondering for a moment, spoke again. Xiaoyao, there are 2 more matters. Please speak, ancestor. First, when you reach your 18th birthday comingafage ceremony, I will tell you the true origins of the Jun family, as well as matters concerning your father. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flashed with shock. What secrets lay hidden behind the supremely powerful Jun family? And regarding his father Jun Wu with that white-robed divine king, he was even more puzzled. What had his father experienced, and why had he never returned? The 18th ancestor shook his head. Now is not yet the time for you to know. After your comingafage ceremony, I will naturally inform you. Jun Xiaoyao nodded without pressing further. Though he currently dominated his peers, he still lacked the power to touch upon these secrets. In the following days, he remained by the 18th ancestor's side, with the 18th ancestor personally explaining every mystery of the immortal slaying sword art. The 18th ancestor had once been praised as a stunning genius for mastering the basics in 1 year. However, after merely 3 months, at the Jun family's ancestral grounds, before the ancient altar, Jun Xiaoyao raised his hand. Without even drawing his sword, vast golden magical power surged forth. He pointed his finger like a sword, and a brilliant, dazzling sword light burst forth across the sky, with ethereal shadows of immortals and gods manifesting around him. The sword light roared as it swept across the heavens, as if to cleave the stars beyond the realm. The void trembled, and the cloud layers shattered instantly. Thunder rolled, booming sounds echoed as vast seas of clouds were cleanly sliced apart. Residual sword energy scattered in all directions like flying blades through the air, immediately alerting numerous clan elders and important figures of the Jun family. That is, the aura of the immortal slaying sword art? Could the 18th ancestor be making a move? No. Though the sword light is strong, it hasn't reached the 18th ancestor's level. It's the divine sun. Everyone was stunned. It had only been 3 months since the divine sun entered seclusion, yet he had not only mastered the basics, but could actually execute the first form of the immortal slaying sword art. Deep within the ancestral grounds, the 18th ancestor watched Jun Xiaoyao within the sword light, a flash of bewilderment crossing his expression, unsure whether to feel joy or sorrow. Jun Xiaoyao lowered his finger and stood in place, shaking his head lightly. The first form actually took me 3 whole months. This technique is truly difficult to master. He wasn't being deliberately pretentious in the past. Mastering any martial art or divine technique had never taken him more than 7 days. Compared to that, these 3 months could indeed be called slow. The 18th ancestor coughed lightly, his expression somewhat unnatural. Jun Xiaoyao asked with concern. Ancestor, are you feeling unwell somewhere? No, nothing. The 18th ancestor waved his hand. This old ancestor wants to lie back in his coffin and sleep a while longer. Staying too long with this freak of nature had caused even the 18th ancestor's Tao heart to waver, requiring meditation to recover. Thank you for bestowing this technique, ancestor. Xiaoyao takes his leave. Jun Xiaoyao tactfully cupped his fists and turned to leave the ancestral grounds. Exiting the ancestral grounds, He headed straight for the Heavenly Emperor Palace, secretly breathing a sigh of relief. Jiang Loli had finally left. Such a little girl truly couldn't spark his interest. Stepping through the palace doors, Jun Xiaoyao was already waiting in the center of the Great Hall. You've learned the immortal slaying sword art? Jun Xiaoyao got straight to the point. Barely managed it just the first form. Jun Xiaoyao replied. Jun Xiaoyao sighed inwardly. What a little monster. Then he moved to the main topic. Grandfather never expected you to be hiding another supreme bone. Jun Xiaoyao's expression remained calm, though he chuckled inwardly. That bone was obtained through sign-ins, no different from being born with it. What instructions does grandfather have? He cut to the chase, as Jun Xiaoyao never visited without purpose. Xiaoyao, you possess 2 top-tier constitutions, doubling the mental effort required for cultivation. Especially the ancient sacred body, you awakened the first phenomenon at birth, 10,000 saints paying homage. However, the ancient sacred body has 6 great phenomena in total, and unlocking the subsequent ones is even more difficult than the supreme bone. Jun Xiaoyao's words made Jun Xiaoyao ponder. Indeed, progress with the ancient sacred body wasn't easy, and triggering phenomena couldn't be achieved through simple seclusion. Grandfather might know of a place that could help you comprehend the second phenomenon faster. Jun Xiaoyao raised an eyebrow. I'm all ears. Have you heard of the Panwu Divine Dynasty? That's one of the most supreme immortal dynasties in the desolate heaven immortal domain. Jun Xiaoyao had read extensively and was well informed. Correct. The founder of the Panwu Divine Dynasty, Emperor Panwu, was said to also possess the ancient sacred body. Deep within his imperial palace lies the Panwu Mausoleum, which is very likely connected to him. Just as Jun Xiaoyao finished speaking, a mechanical voice suddenly rang in Jun Xiaoyao's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. A new sign-in location has been refreshed. Please sign in at the Panwu Mausoleum. Jun Xiaoyao maintained a composed expression on the surface, though he felt somewhat surprised inside. He hadn't expected the check-in system to refresh with a new location. Panwu Mausoleum. Unlike the previous Yuantian Supreme Secret Repository, which was a forbidden ground belonging exclusively to the Panwu Divine Dynasty that outsiders could never access. Grandfather, surely the Panwu Divine Dynasty won't allow other forces to intrude into their secret realm? Jun Xiaoyao shook his head slightly, his expression remaining calm. That's the general rule, but nothing in this world is absolute. Jun Xiaoyao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his voice confident and sharp. When the time comes that something blocks your path, forcing our way through isn't out of the question. Hearing this bold declaration, Jun Xiaoyao could only sigh inwardly. The Jun family's domineering nature was truly ingrained in their bones. However, if given the opportunity, he still hoped to resolve matters through his own means. After all, Emperor Panwu also possessed the ancient sacred body, so if he could obtain even a fragment of cultivation insights from Panwu Mausoleum, it would save him from many detours. The ancient sacred body was extremely rare, with perhaps only a few appearing in any given era, and those who could achieve enlightenment and become emperors were even rarer than phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Although Jun Xiaoyao had broken through 10 shackles from birth, that was ultimately due to his cheat ability. In Emperor Panwu's era, even with more favorable conditions, it would have been impossible to easily cultivate to the great completion sacred body. Thus, he made a firm decision in his heart. If the opportunity arose in the future, he would definitely visit Panwu Mausoleum personally. After determining his direction, Jun Xiaoyao returned to the Heavenly Emperor Palace for secluded cultivation. His intuition told him that the Yuantian Supreme Secret Repository would likely open within a few years, so he had to enhance his strength to the utmost before then. 1 year passed in the blink of an eye. At 11 years old, Jun Xiaoyao had already grown to resemble a 15 or 16-year-old youth, with a tall, slender frame and an otherworldly temperament. Anyone who met his gaze would feel the illusion that their own eyes might defile something sacred. During this year, his cultivation steadily advanced to the great perfection of the Divine Bridge realm. Though his realm seemed to have progressed only half a step, he had devoted almost all his time to refining his techniques and divine abilities. 1. Immortal Slaying Sword Art. He completely mastered the second form. His speed was so remarkable that even the 18th ancestor was secretly amazed. 2. Supreme Bone. After absorbing massive amounts of divine essence, it transformed and produced the complete great divine ability, Hand of Heaven, which was the perfected form of heavenly tribulation light. 3. Dragon Origin. He completely refined it, and the vast dragon blood allowed him to awaken another 20,000 giant elephant particles, bringing his total to 70,000, equivalent to 700 million pounds of tremendous strength. This didn't even account for the innate divine power of the ancient sacred body itself. In daily practice, he primarily used the pure brute force of the Divine Elephant Suppressing Force. Once he truly unleashed the power of his ancient sacred body, the might would be even more terrifying. 4. Dragon Clan Martial Arts. He extracted techniques like Dragon Severing Hand, dragon fist, and true dragon heaven-binding art from the dragon origin, though unfortunately he lacked the unique true dragon great divine ability. After reviewing his gains from the past year, Jun Xiaoyao leaned against the jade steps and exhaled softly. Constantly secluding myself for cultivation is rather tedious. I actually find myself missing Xiao Chun. He seemed to envision a field of lush green leeks, so bright it made one's eyes dizzy. Kuan Province was one of the 3,000 Dao provinces in the desolate heaven immortal domain. This remote state was located in a desolate region with barren lands, roaming bandits, and sky-prowling demonic beasts, making survival extremely harsh. Due to these dangers, no major powers were willing to interfere, turning this place into an abandoned wasteland. However, this very abandonment made it a popular training ground for young cultivators, with disciples from various major sects frequently coming to Kuan State to seek adventure. At this moment, deep within the heartland of Kuan State, in the depths of a mountain range notorious for its treacherous cliffs and poisonous miasma, a thunderous roar suddenly erupted. Azure Dragon Heaven-rending Palm. Boom. A half-human, half-dragon figure spread its azure wings, transforming both palms into claws, one striking horizontally, the other diving straight down. Over 100 azure dragon light patterns tore through the sky like giant palms, instantly shredding the Unity Realm demonic beast before him into bloody fragments. Scalding blood rained down as shattered bones splattered against the mountain walls, leaving mottled crimson stains. The dragon scales receded and wings folded back, revealing a handsome and refined young man Xiao Chun. 3 years had passed since Jun Xiaoyao had humiliatingly expelled him from the Jun family, and the once naive youth had shed all traces of immaturity. Though his meridians were destroyed, this misfortune became a blessing in disguise. Using the Azure Heaven Dragon Transformation Technique to rebuild his body, he had now reached the middle stage of the Divine Bridge Realm. With the Azure Dragon Transformation, he could now slay Unity Realm demonic beasts. Excellent. To cultivate the Azure Heaven Dragon Transformation to the 4th level, in just a few short years you truly deserve to be called the destined child of our Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom. In the void, the phantom of an elderly figure in azure robes with dragon horns appeared, none other than the remnant soul of the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom's founding ancestor, Master Azure Dragon. It had taken him many years to reach this level, yet Xiao Chen's progress far exceeded his own, earning his admiration and firm belief that Xiao Chun would one day shake the 9 heavens across the 3,000 Dao states. However, Xiao Chen's expression remained cold and fierce, his fists clenched so tightly they creaked. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. When I said we'd fight again in 3 years, Jun Xiaoyao treated me like a joke. Now that 3 years have passed, it's time to show him who the real joke is. In his mind, he envisioned himself trampling Jun Xiaoyao underfoot, crushing even by Yuer's image along with his regrets. Just as he was lost in fantasies of revenge, the sound of chaotic footsteps echoed from the distance. Xiao Chun, there's movement over there. Be careful. Master Azure Dragon quickly retreated into the coiling dragon ring, transmitting his warning. Xiao Chun composed himself and stealthily approached the source of the commotion. On the mountain path ahead, a woman in silk robes with a white veil covering her face was being pursued by over a dozen bandits. These bandits belonged to Kuan State's infamous Demon Wolf bandits, and their leader emanated a sinister aura. He had already reached the Unity Realm. Hee, beauty, keep running. In Kuan State, no one has ever escaped from us Demon Wolf bandits. The bandit leader licked his lips with a sinister laugh. The woman bit her lip in silence, secretly frustrated having snuck out on her own. If she used her sect's inherited techniques, her guardian would immediately sense her location, forcing her to suppress her cultivation. Scream, beauty. Even if you scream your throat raw, no one will come to save you. The bandit leader pressed closer step by step, a cruel smile plastered across his face. Before he could finish speaking, a figure burst through the air, his voice cutting like ice. Release that young lady. Xiao Chun activated his Azure Dragon Transformation, Azure Dragon scales spreading across his body as Azure Dragon wings extended from his back. He threw a devastating punch. His fist roared through the air, unleashing over 100 Azure Dragon light patterns that surged forward like raging waves. The Demon Wolf bandit leader's chest exploded on impact, blood mist spraying everywhere. The remaining bandits' eyes blazed with fury as they roared. Damn it! How dare you attack our boss? Where did this fool come from? Die! Xiao Chun fearlessly charged forward, Azure fist light covering the sky. In an instant, brutal carnage erupted. His Azure Dragon wings stirred fierce winds like crashing tides, shattering all blade lights and sword shadows around him. Within moments, bandit corpses lay scattered everywhere, their bloody stench carried away by the night wind. In the distance, a veiled woman in white gauze watched this scene, her eyes slightly narrowing. Since childhood, she had witnessed countless sect heirs and heaven's chosen ones, yet those who could overturn heaven and earth at such a young age were few and far between. What was even rarer was that this youth lacked the arrogance and disdain typical of top-tier lineage prodigies, which stirred a hint of favorable impression in her heart. As the battle ended and his azure dragon wings faded, Xiaochen wiped the blood from his hands. The next moment, Azure Dragon Elder's voice echoed in his mind. Xiaochen, that woman has an extraordinary background. She possesses secret treasures that can shield her from my detection. She likely comes from some immortal lineage. Befriending her would greatly benefit you in future confrontations with the Jun family's divine son. Xiaochen's spirit sharpened. For the sake of Jun Xiaoyao, to wash away the humiliation from 3 years ago, he wouldn't hesitate to utilize any available power. He restrained his sharp aura and approached the woman, revealing a clean and handsome smile. Miss, are you all right? The woman looked up, her crystalline eyes reflecting the night as she gently nodded. During their conversation, she concealed her true origins, merely mentioning she was out for training. Xiaochen also briefly introduced himself as the Great Prince of the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom. One of the 4 symbols ancient kingdoms, the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom. The woman mused silently. It was indeed a first-rate power in Kuan province, but compared to the immortal divine dynasty behind her, the gap remained vast naturally. She wouldn't voice such thoughts. In the following days, the two traveled together through Kuan province, supporting each other through life and death. Due to propriety between men and women, the woman always maintained appropriate distance from Xiaochen, yet they could discuss anything freely. Azure Dragon elders secretly marveled. Xiaochen truly was a child of destiny, never lacking romantic opportunities. One night at their mountain campsite, the bonfire crackled. Xiaochen rotated bamboo skewers by the fire, grease dripping onto the coals and sending sparks flying. He had learned the woman's name was Wu Mingyue. Here, Mingyue for you. He tore off a sizzling, oil-dripping chicken leg and offered it to her. Wu Mingyue extended her jade-like, delicate hand to accept it, gently removing the white veil from her face. In that instant, the firelight revealed a dreamlike, breathtakingly beautiful countenance. Eyes like autumn waters, long delicate lashes, and skin whiter than snow. Xiaochen couldn't help but stare, having never seen such a stunning beauty in his life. What are you looking at? Wu Mingyue's jade-like face flushed slightly red as her delicate fingers tore at the chicken meat, her heart racing uncontrollably. To be honest, compared to the other young talents Wu Mingyue had encountered before, Xiaochen held no advantage in terms of background or appearance. Yet somehow, Wu Mingyue was drawn to his straightforward and unpretentious nature. At this moment, Xiaochen's heart suddenly leaped. That wretch by Yuer abandoned me, but it led me to someone even better. Could this truly be destiny? With this thought, his determination to win over Wu Mingyue grew even stronger. He deliberately let out a soft sigh, his brow furrowing with rare melancholy. Xiaochen, what's wrong? Wu Mingyue noticed his mood shift and looked up with concern. It's nothing, just suddenly remembering that heartless former fiancé of mine. Xiaochen sighed deeply, perfectly embodying a man betrayed by love. So he too had a story. Wu Mingyue felt her heart stir. Then Xiaochen began embellishing his tale, recounting his past with dramatic flair. How he had once loved Bai Yuer with all his heart, only for her to throw herself into his enemy's arms. How he had gone to demand an explanation, only to be brutally suppressed by that man's power, his meridians completely destroyed on the spot. Since then, he had been alone, secretly grinding his teeth through cultivation, living only for revenge. This was clearly the kind of tragic backstory reserved for destined protagonists in storybooks. Xiaochen, I never imagined you had endured such hardships. Wu Mingyue listened with growing sympathy, while simultaneously feeling disgust for the enemy who had abused his power. Who is your enemy? Which faction does he belong to? If needed, I can take action. Her tone was serious. Xiaochen rejoiced inwardly. Elder Qinglong had mentioned that Wu Mingyue might be backed by some immortal lineage, a force capable of rivaling the Jun family. But outwardly, he maintained his resolute expression. There's no need. My revenge is mine to claim. How could I rely on others? This stubbornness only made Wu Mingyue admire him more. Her resolve to help him grew stronger. Xiaochen, say no more. Whoever he is, I fear him not. If he dares abuse his power again, I'll make him regret it. Her words carried an air of nobility and dominance. She was, after all, the eldest princess of an immortal divine dynasty, her status among the most exalted in the desolate heaven immortal domain. Mingyue, truly thank you. Xiaochen showed a moved expression. Wu Mingyue nodded slightly. If she ever encountered Xiaochen's enemy, she wouldn't mind eliminating him in passing. In Huang province, at the Jun family stronghold, within the majestic heavenly emperor palace, Jun Xiaoyao, who had been cultivating, suddenly felt his mind stir as his eyes opened. Someone's plotting against me, he murmured. It could be the ancestral dragon nest, Xiaochun, Yi Xingyun, or even Jun Wanjie. But regardless of who it was, none posed a threat to him, so he couldn't be bothered to care. Just then, a voice came from outside the hall. Jun Zhangjian requests an audience with the divine son. Come in. Jun Xiaoyao spoke indifferently. Immediately, Jun Xiaoyao strode into the hall, his expression barely containing his excitement. Cousin Xiaoyao, what brings you here? Jun Xiaoyao looked up with a smile. Divine Son, there's news about the Yuan Tian Supreme's secret treasury. Jun Xiaoyao's face lit up with excitement. He had obtained a Yuan Tian Supreme token years ago, but had never found an opportunity to use it. Now, at last, he had received definitive news of the secret treasury's emergence. Oh, the secret treasury is about to emerge. Jun Xiaoyao raised his eyes, his gaze remaining calm and unperturbed, as if everything was within his expectations. Exactly. Jun Xiaoyao nodded solemnly. Reports say that strange phenomena have been appearing frequently in Nanyuan province, with supreme aura permeating the air. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be the Yuan Tian Supreme's secret treasury. Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly. Very well. After some brief preparations, we shall depart. Jun Xiaoyao added, Young master, for prodigies from our Jun family possess Yuan Tian Supreme tokens. 4. Jun Xiaoyao raised an eyebrow. You have one. Young master, I have one. And there's also Jun Xiaoyao, as well as. Jun Xiaoyao's voice trailed off, showing some hesitation. Who? Jun Xiaoyao's tone remained indifferent. Jun Wanjie. Jun Xiaoyao uttered these 3 words, knowing well that Jun Xiaoyao and Jun Wanjie had never gotten along. So it's him. That's fine then. Jun Xiaoyao smiled casually. With his invincible bearing and supremacy among his peers, a mere Jun Wanjie posed no concern. Several days later, news of the Supreme's secret treasury appearing in Nanyuan province swept across the 3,000 provinces. A Supreme's secret treasury contained the lifetime accumulation of an unparalleled Supreme, holding tremendous appeal even for immortal orthodoxies, let alone lesser powers. In an instant, the desolate heaven immortal domain was stirred into turmoil, with prodigies from all sides eager for action, making a grand gathering inevitable. Outside the continuous mountain ranges of Kuan province, Xiao Chun and Wu Mingyue stood side by side at the mountain pass, with rolling clouds surging in the distant sky. Xiao Chun had already learned of the Yuan Tian Supreme's secret treasury emergence, and Elder Qinglong had repeatedly instructed him to obtain the ancient dragon bones within. He had decided to head to Nanyuan province. Mingyue, would you be willing to accompany me? Xiao Chun gazed at Wu Mingyue with tender eyes, his words filled with deep affection. During this period, though they had no substantial physical contact, they had become quite compatible, and Xiao Chun believed his courtship was more than halfway successful. Wu Mingyue's face was covered by a thin veil, her autumn water-like eyes gazing back at Xiao Chun with subtle tenderness, yet she still shook her head gently. I'm sorry, Xiao Chun. With the secret treasury's emergence, forces from all directions will gather. If I appear, my identity could easily be exposed, and I would certainly be taken back. Her words darkened Xiao Chen's expression. Some way already knew Wu Mingyue's true identity, the eldest princess of the Panwu Divine Dynasty, holding an exalted position. She had fled alone because she refused to be forced into participating in the selection of a consort, unwilling to have her marriage used as a political transaction. Mingyue, someday I will come to the Panwu Divine Dynasty to marry you. Xiao Chen's mind heated up as he blurted out these words. Upon hearing this, Wu Mingyue's jade-like face instantly flushed with 2 patches of rosy color, like morning sun reflecting on snow, breathtakingly beautiful. Xiao Chun, what nonsense are you speaking? This rare display of bashfulness made her even more enchanting. The saying that women in love lack rationality might indeed be true, though Wu Mingyue hadn't completely fallen. She had already developed feelings for Xiao Chun. However, she also understood that despite Xiao Chen's abilities, they were mismatched in social status. The Panwu Divine Dynasty would never allow their eldest princess to marry a mere prince from the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom. Haha, don't worry. When I, Xiao Chun, give my word, I keep it. Under the slanting rays of the setting sun, Xiao Chun laughed heartily. The pale golden light fell across his defined profile, his smile confident and bright like a rising sun, making Wu Mingyue's heart flutter. Wu Mingyue silently compared him to those noble yet arrogant sect prodigies, was completely different. The determination in his brow and the faint scent of dust on his robes spoke of simplicity and authenticity. Despite their reluctance, the 2 parted ways at the palace gates. Xiao Chun, I cannot openly travel with you, but if you encounter danger in the Yuan Tian Supreme's secret treasury, I will come to your aid. Wu Mingyue stood still, her gaze following his retreating figure as she silently made this vow in her heart. She had a vague premonition that this journey to the Yuan Tian Supreme's secret treasury would be fraught with peril. Thus, the eldest princess decided to remain hidden in the shadows, protecting him along the way. The ancestral dragon nest headquarters Hongzhou. Endless mountain ranges lay coiled like sleeping dragons, their peaks winding endlessly. Dense dragon qi churned through the clouds and mist like the beating wings of true dragons. Deep within the mountain's belly, a magnificent and resonant voice echoed off the stone walls. Bichi, that Yuan Tian Supreme was once tyrannical and overbearing. stealing several priceless ancient dragon bones from our ancestral dragon nest. Now that the secret treasury opens, you must retrieve those dragon bones. As the voice faded, a woman emerged from the mist. She wore azure armor, her tall frame moving with crisp, decisive steps. The sleek armor plates clinked softly with each movement. Between her raven-black hair, two jade-green dragon horns curved slightly, clearly revealing her identity. She was not human, but a dragon maiden of the ancient imperial bloodline. Her name was Long Bichi, blessed with exceptional talent and ranked among the dragon sons of the ancestral dragon nest. More importantly, her ancestral line had once produced an azure dragon ancient emperor, a supreme existence comparable to human great emperors. Though diluted by countless years, Long Bichi still carried a trace of ancient imperial bloodline, enough to command the respect of countless peers. Yes, Bichi respectfully accepts the ancestors' command and will surely bring back the ancient dragon bones. She lowered her chin and cupped her fists in acknowledgement, her voice clear and resolute. The magnificent voice spoke again. Also, be sure to watch out for that divine son of the Jun family. He will likely enter the world to compete when the secret treasury opens. Is that divine son of the Jun family really so powerful? Long Bichi's willow brows furrowed slightly. Recently, rumors about this person had been overwhelming, making her ears nearly numb from hearing about him. What do you think of someone who could easily kill Long Haoyan? The voice asked indifferently. Long Haoyan had once shaken all domains with a single dragon core, yet in the ancestors' words, he was merely someone who could be easily killed by the Jun family's divine son. Long Bichi lifted her snow-white chin slightly. Long Haoyan only fused with one dragon core. He's not weak, but Bichi has completely refined two dragon cores. In terms of strength, he's definitely no match for me. They were all 1/10 geniuses. None would submit before being truly defeated. The pride in her heart dispelled her initial concerns. In any case, caution is paramount. The magnificent voice reminded her again. Understood. Bichi takes her leave. Long Bichi cupped her fists, her armor chiming softly as she departed decisively, not truly taking the word caution to heart. As the high clouds gradually dispersed, that voice in the mountain's depths sighed softly. Alas, my azure dragon ancient emperor's lineage once had another direct descendant sealed in divine source, but now her whereabouts are unknown, and the complete azure heaven dragon transformation art was lost with her. If we could find her and break the seal to bring her into the world, our ancestral dragon nest would have another Long Haoyan. Then, with both a forbidden dragon son and forbidden dragon maiden emerging together, what would that Jun family divine son amount to? In Nanyuan province of Dao State, the emergence of the Yuan Tian Supreme's secret treasury stirred up storms across all directions. Within just a few days, carriages, ancient beasts, and flying ships from major top-tier lineages and first-class forces continuously tore through the sky. Colorful imperial carriages dragged rainbows in their wake. Flying ancient beasts spread their wings and whipped up hurricanes, and massive ships cloaked in runic light pierced through the heavens, creating an endless thunderous roar, an extraordinary spectacle in the void. All those rushing to the secret treasury understood clearly the biggest slice of the cake would ultimately be devoured by those immortal lineages with profound foundations. The Yuan Tian Supreme's secret treasury was destined to become an excellent trial ground for them to train their younger generations. For instance, from the ancestral dragon nest lineage came an azure Qilin flying dragon soaring across the sky, its scales like jade and blood energy boiling. Standing on the dragon's back was a heroic young woman, with dragon horns emitting azure gold radiance. Someone immediately recognized her as the renowned dragon maiden from the azure dragon branch of the ancestral dragon nest, whose combat prowess was unmatched among her peers. The ancient aristocratic Ji family also made their appearance. A golden divine steed shattered cloud layers, its mane blazing with golden flames, and lightning surged wildly wherever its hooves touched. Upon the divine steed sat a young man with an upright posture, his right arm wrapped in brilliant divine radiance. Someone exclaimed in shock, "That's the Ji family's little Saint Ji Xian." The primordial royal clans were not to be outdone. A golden lion with 9 massive heads came treading through the void, its roar shattering flowing clouds, fierce and majestic. This was precisely the 9-headed lion clan, one of the most prosperous among the primordial royal clans. Though this clan's bloodline was rare, their foundation was profound, and they were recognized as one of the races most likely to ascend to primordial imperial status. Piercing through the heavens were also the pitch-black, sky-devouring Sparrow clan. Black feathers blotted out the sky, and wherever they passed, the earth turned ashen gray with all vital energy drained, resembling a dead zone after being devoured. Similar top-tier forces emerged endlessly, their scales so vast that ordinary forces could only mock themselves for coming to pick up scraps. In Imperial Province, at the Jun family estate, after thorough coordination and preparation, Jun Xiaoyao was finally ready to depart. This would be his first true entry into the world. His stunning debut at the 10th birthday banquet could only be considered an announcement of his existence to the world. Now, he would traverse the immortal domain bearing the dual identity of the Jun family's Divine Sun and Sequence 0. Xiaoyao, keep these items safe. Jun Xiaotian handed him a guardian divine talisman emanating ancient luster and a great teleportation talisman flowing with spatial patterns. The guardian divine talisman was personally refined by the 18th ancestor, and the great teleportation talisman can instantly transport you 1,000 miles in life or death moments. If those old fossils shamefully make a move against you, our Jun family will never let them off easy. Thank you, grandfather. Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly and tucked the talismans into his sleeve. If peer prodigies come to challenge you, you'll have to rely on yourself. This is also the trial you must face, Jun Zhantian reminded him once more. Naturally, Jun Xiaoyao's expression remained calm, a smile playing at his lips. If anyone can defeat me, then I'm unworthy of representing the Jun family's honor while walking the immortal domain. These divine sons, and holy daughters emerging from their respective mountain gates each represented their clan's honor. If they suffered public defeat, the prestige of their backing forces would also be damaged. Jun Zhantian reminded him. With your status, there will be no shortage of people wanting to step on you to make their name. Those who wish to use me as a stepping stone must first see if they have the life to do so. Jun Xiaoyao stood with hands clasped behind his back, his tone indifferent, yet revealing an unquestionable sharpness. With all instructions complete, Jun Xiaoyao prepared to depart with the clan elders. This journey would be personally escorted by Jun Zhantian and several other clan elders. Outside the Jun family's mountain gate, 9 white jade dragon horses had long been waiting quietly, pulling an ornately carved jade carriage. Their bodies were crystal clear, and a trace of white dragon bloodline made scales faintly visible on their forms as they rode clouds and mist with extraordinary divine grace. A top-tier prodigy would be able to boast among his peers if he could obtain a single white jade dragon horse. But now, 9 white jade dragon horses with bodies like jade and scales gleaming with soft light stood shoulder to shoulder, treading on clouds as they pulled an ornately carved and jewel-inlaid imperial carriage in perfect formation. Their hoofbeats thundered deafeningly, making the carriage appear even more magnificent, naturally prepared for Jun Xiaoyao. On both sides of the carriage, Jun Zhangjian and Jun Xiefeng stood motionless like pines, their vigilant gazes sweeping the surroundings. Behind them, a group of young talents from the Jun family who had returned from their training expeditions waited respectfully with solemn expressions. The carriage curtains parted, and Jun Xiaoyao emerged with his hands clasped behind his back, his dark robes fluttering slightly, as Jun Linglong silently followed. Greetings to the Divine Sun. Led by Jun Xiefeng and Jun Zhangjian, everyone bowed in unison, the fervor in their eyes almost tangible. His stunning performance at the 10th birthday banquet had already won their complete admiration, and now they eagerly anticipated him creating new legends in the Suntupan Yuan Tian Supreme Secret Treasury. Rise. Jun Xiaoyao's gaze swept over them as he asked casually. Someone is missing? Divine Sun, it's Jun Wanjia, Jun Zhangjian replied. He has already departed for Nanyuan province with his followers. Jun Xiaoyao chuckled softly, his eyes indifferent. Dissatisfied with me? If he's unconvinced, I'll beat him into submission. If one punch doesn't solve it, I'll throw another. With the order given, the Jun family's procession set off with banners flying, their carriages and flying ships soaring toward Nanyuan province. Meanwhile, Xiao Chun was also racing toward the same destination at full speed. For him, the Yuan Tian Supreme Secret Treasury represented a heaven-defying opportunity. The ancient dragon bones alone were crucial for his cultivation of the Azure Heaven Dragon Transformation Technique and key to Qinglong Shangren's physical reconstruction. This secret realm expedition was something he was determined to succeed in. Nanyuan Province, one of the 3,000 provinces in the desolate Heaven Immortal Domain, was governed by the top-tier force Dao Jitian sect. The sect had already sent representatives to observe Jun Xiaoyao's 10th birthday banquet, where their elder had praised him highly. At this moment, the province's major city Nanshan City was bustling with unprecedented activity due to its proximity to the Yuan Tian Supreme Secret Treasury. Major forces, ancient royal clans, exotic beings, demon races, all mingled together in a sea of people. Suddenly, cultivators in the city looked up to see an expanse of azure robes spreading across the sky as disciples and elders of Dao Jitian sect appeared in formation, their auras imposing. The white-haired, white-bearded old Taoist leading them held a position even above the sect master. Everyone wondered in amazement. What distinguished personage could warrant such a personal reception from this elder? Before the discussions could settle, distant rumbling filled the air as flying ships broke through clouds, war chariots crossed the sky, and 9 white jade dragon horses pulled an imperial carriage that crushed through the heavens. On the fluttering banners, a single character, Jun, displayed its proud dominance. Holy shit, it's the ancient Jun family. No wonder Dao Jitian sect is being so cautious. Even the old Taoist came personally. Did the Jun family's divine son come? I'm sick of hearing about his legends. I heard that divine son is so handsome, he doesn't seem of this world, like a banished immortal. Many female cultivators' eyes sparkled brilliantly with anticipation. Jun Xiaoyao, though venturing out for the first time, had already made his name resonate throughout the desolate heaven immortal domain. From the desert tribes to the cloud sea plateau, virtually everyone knew of him. Yet those who had truly seen his face were few and far between, and this mystery only heightened the anticipation among cultivators from all quarters. Today, clouds and mists surged before the mountain gates of the Dao Ji Heaven sect. News of the Jun family ancestors' personal arrival spread, instantly setting the entire sect ablaze with excitement. The old Taoist of the Dao Ji Heaven sect emerged from the mountain gates, smiling as he cupped his hands. I never expected the Jun family ancestor to come personally this time. This truly brings great honor to our Dao Ji Heaven sect. With hearty laughter, Jun Zhantian strode through the air, his gray robes billowing. You're too kind, old Taoist. During their pleasantries, the old Taoist glanced around and couldn't help but ask, by the way, that divine son. There were extremely few young juniors who could leave an impression on him, and Jun Xiaoyao was the most profound among them. The imperial carriage came to a halt before the mountain gates, with 9 white jade dragon horses standing quietly, their manes rippling like waves. The pearl curtain was gently lifted by Jun Linlong's jade-like delicate hand, and Jun Xiaoyao stepped out. Clad in snow-white robes with a tall, slender figure, he moved like a gentle breeze through a bamboo grove. His skin was lustrous as jade, each strand of hair gleaming with light, naturally emanating Dao essence with hazy immortal mist surrounding him. The innate phenomenon of his supreme bone made his entire being seem wrapped in pale golden divine radiance, his features veiled by thin mist, yet all the more heart-stirring. Haha, I'm flattered that Senior still remembers me, he said with a gentle smile and cupped hands, his voice warm and melodious. Within Nantian City, the crowds suddenly erupted in excitement. My heavens, is that the Jun family's divine son? That looks... I'm in love. I am dying. Female cultivators' gazes clung to him like chains, and quite a few male cultivators also stared in bewilderment. A proud daughter of heaven from a first-rate lineage looked up and murmured in distress. Why did the heavens let me see the Jun family divine son's face? For the rest of my life, who else could possibly catch my eye? Another saintess arranged her dark hair, speaking to herself. I'll keep my hair long for you in this lifetime. If I cannot marry you, I'll never cut my hair, spending my days with only a lamp and Buddha, remaining unmarried till death. Similar infatuated words rose and fell throughout the city. In terms of status, position, appearance, and strength, Jun Xiaoyao was beyond reach in every aspect, making jealousy impossible to arise. Only reverence remained. Jun Xiaoyao swept his gaze lightly across the scene, reminded of the fervent fans chasing celebrities in his previous life. Even with immortal radiance veiling his face, allowing only a vague, stunning glimpse, it still left countless female cultivators dizzy and dazed. The old Taoist cupped his hands slightly. Divine son, please follow me. Your accommodations have been prepared. Under his guidance, Jun Xiaoyao's group took to the air, leaving Nantian City in thunderous commotion with waves of discussion surging. Compared to the appearance of any other faction's prodigy, the Jun family divine son's emergence was clearly far more shocking. At this moment, within a secluded mansion in Nantian City, a young man sat cross-legged on a couch, silver battle armor fitting closely to his body, gleaming with cold light. His face was square and resolute, with scars crisscrossing his cheeks like knife cuts, adding several degrees of bone-chilling coldness. Lightning coiled around his body, with thunder runes manifesting in the void, emanating waves of devastating destruction. This man was naturally the 5th sequence of the Jun family, Jun Wanjie. In the dim, quiet chamber, he stood with his hands clasped behind his back, lightning flickering in the depths of his eyes, radiating a chilling coldness. Before him, his follower Haitu was shrouded in rolling black mist, kneeling on one knee as he reported, "They have arrived." Jun Wanjie's expression remained unchanged, but his heart thundered like muffled lightning. When he had arrived in Nantian City days earlier, the Daoji Heaven sect had sent only a few ordinary disciples to receive him perfunctorily. Yet when Jun Xiaoyao's group appeared, sect elders, elite disciples, and even ancient Taoists of higher seniority than the sect master himself all came out to welcome them. The disparity was glaringly obvious. Those people from the Daoji Heaven sect are truly blind. Haida said indignantly, "How can a mere fledgling compare to you, my lord?" Haidu was originally a prodigy from the outer domains. Hailing from the Black Cloud clan, legend had it that their ancestor achieved enlightenment through a mass of black clouds and became a supreme sovereign. Jun Wanjie had conquered him during his campaigns across various realms and made him a follower. Jun Wanjie spoke indifferently. No one is born to stand above others, not even Jun Xiaoyao. I will make the Jun family understand that he doesn't deserve the 0 sequence. To obtain the mere 5th sequence, he had endured countless injuries and struggled through hardships. Yet, Jun Xiaoyao sat securely in the 0 sequence with effortless ease. Anyone else would have been consumed by rage long ago. Jun Wanjie considered himself remarkably restrained. Haida secretly felt indignant for his master. My lord has been too wronged. Several days passed in a flash, and Jun Xiaoyao's group had settled in Nantian City. Though the Yuan Tian Supreme's secret treasury had shown signs of manifestation, its true emergence would still require several more days. During this time, Jun Zhantian went out to negotiate with the high-ranking members of various immortal sects, preparing to designate the secret treasury as a training ground for the younger generation, strictly forbidding the older generation of powerhouses from entering. With nothing pressing to attend to, Jun Xiaoyao leisurely enjoyed tea in his residence. Young master, the maid Jun Linglong smiled as she bowed. Nanyuan Dao province produces a type of heart-clearing spirit tea. Linglong will go purchase some for you. Linglong was intelligent and considerate, having long known of Jun Xiaoyao's fondness for tea and specifically inquired about this particular variety. Linglong is so thoughtful. Whatever fortunate man marries you will surely be blessed, Jun Xiaoyao joked casually. Linglong's pretty face flushed red as she shot him a playful glare. She had long decided to serve the young master for life. Being his personal maid was enough for her. What need was there to speak of others? If the young master were willing to marry her, she would desire nothing more. As for the age difference of over 10 years, it meant nothing among cultivators. Before long, Linglong left the residence and walked through the bustling marketplace, arriving at Nantian City's largest spirit plant market. Various rare teas and spiritual medicines were displayed, with spiritual energy swirling in the air. She soon discovered an entire case of heart-clearing spirit tea with a full 10,000 years of age at an ancient, elegant tea shop. Just as she was about to pay with spirit stones, a young figure wrapped in black mist blocked her path to the counter, his voice cold yet tinged with mockery. Sorry, but I'll be taking this heart-clearing spirit tea. Jun Linglong's delicate eyebrows furrowed slightly as her beautiful eyes gazed ahead. The lights flickered in the grand hall, and she wore an elegant light purple palace gown with tasseled jade ornaments at her waist that reflected a gentle glow. Her status as a noble daughter of the Jun family had always commanded respect in this realm. Though her reputation might not be as thunderous as Jun Xiaoyao's or the 10 sequences, it was still enough to make most cultivators keep their distance. However, at this moment, the young figure across from her, shrouded in rolling black mist, showed no intention of retreating. Within the dark fog, his pupils gleamed with an eerie blue-green light. This was Haitu, a prodigy of the Black Cloud clan and follower of Jun Wanjie. You are from the Black Cloud clan? Jun Linglong focused her mind slightly. Her 7-aperture exquisite heart guided her spiritual awareness, and through her clan's secret records, she recognized Haitu's bloodline characteristics at a glance, though she didn't yet know he served under Jun Wanjie. Haitu inhaled the fragrance of the clear heart spirit tea, his gaze wandering over her form as a provocative smile curved his lips. I'll be taking this pot of tea. Noble Lady Linglong, do you have any objections? Jun Linglong's eyes flickered as her thoughts raced. This person wasn't here by chance, but with deliberate provocation in mind. She raised her gaze, her tone distant yet elegant. Do you know who I am? Except when in Jun Xiaoyao's presence, where she maintained the gentle demeanor of a devoted attendant, she was always the proud noble daughter of the Jun family in all other circumstances. Haida spread his hands with a laugh. I am, after all, a follower of Lord Wanjie. How could I not know the great name of noble Lady Linglong? So that's how it is. Jun Linglong instantly understood the source of his confidence with the 5th sequence, Jun Wanjie backing him. Haida naturally didn't need to worry about her status. This pot of clear heart spirit tea is for the divine son. Do you dare obstruct it? Her voice turned cold. My apologies, but my lord also wishes to taste it. And furthermore, use the divine son as your shield. My lord is no weaker than him. Haida's smile faded as he responded with a cold snort. Before his words had finished echoing, a sharp sword light tore through the distant sky, like thunder splitting the heavens, striking directly at the black mist. Simultaneously, an ice-cold rebuke pierced the air. What blind fool dares show such insolence? Let me teach you some manners on Jun Wanjie's behalf. Haida's expression changed drastically as his flesh instantly vaporized into rolling black clouds. The sword light pierced through the mist and crashed into the ground with tremendous force, splitting the floor with cracks several feet deep. When Haidu reformed, his face was pale and his aura weakened. Though vaporization was a natural talent of the Black Cloud clan, it consumed enormous amounts of spiritual energy. Under the firelight, a tall figure carrying a long sword strode forward, his robes billowing. It was the 10th sequence, Jun Zhangjian. He had once sought to serve Jun Xiaoyao as master, but was politely declined. Though he held no official title, he considered himself a follower and naturally protected the divine son's dignity. Deep wariness flashed in Haida's eyes. If he only faced Jun Linglong, he would fear nothing. But a sequence was still a sequence. Even the 10th ranked one was not to be insulted lightly. Who gave you the audacity to provoke those close to the divine sun? Was it Jun Wanjie? Jun Zhangjian questioned coldly, his thumb slightly pressing against the sword sheath, concealing deadly intent. Haida's mouth twitched, his face alternating between pale and flushed, unable to retreat, yet struggling to resist. The sword intent in the air condensed like solid matter, pressing down on him until sweat beaded on his back like fine rain. Just as tensions reached their peak, a voice cold as ice rang out from the distance. Jun Zhangjian, you're one of the sequences after all, yet you're willing to become Jun Xiaoyao's follower. What exactly is so charming about him that makes you all submit to him? A sudden rebuke thundered through the air. Jun Zhangjian's expression shifted slightly as he recognized Jun Wanjie's voice. In the next instant, a towering figure wrapped in lightning divine radiance came striding across thunder from the distant sky. Violent arcs of electricity swirled around him, his black hair flying wildly, his eyes shooting forth lightning beams several feet long, and thunder patterns covering his body like golden armor. It was the Jun family's 5th sequence, Jun Wanjie. The surrounding cultivators were immediately startled. That's Jun Wanjie? Even the 5th sequence has arrived. The 10th sequence, Jun Zhangjian, is on the other side, with Lady Linglong beside him. The Yuan Supreme's secret treasury hasn't even opened yet, and the Jun family is already about to fight among themselves. Amid the chaotic discussions, Jun Wanjie's aura grew increasingly explosive. Jun Zhangjian frowned deeply, knowing well the other's perverse and domineering nature. Countless clan members had suffered his discipline. A dignified Jun family sequence, actually fallen to become a mere follower. Jun Wanjie's voice was ice cold. If you truly feel this way, why not strip yourself of your sequence status? As his words fell, he raised his palm. Boom. Purple-black thunder surged forth like a catastrophic flood pouring down from heaven. Jun Wanjie cultivated the Supreme Technique, Tribulation Crossing Heaven Art, and had awakened the Thunder Tribulation Battle Body ranking within the top 300 among the 3,000 constitutions, with offensive power far exceeding Yi Xingyun's Stellar King Body. Lightning swept forward as Jun Zhangjian instantly drew his sword light bursting forth like the Milky Way to clash against the thunder flood. Jun Linglong also acted, condensing spiritual light into a glazed barrier. However, both defensive lines still struggled to block that destructive aura. Thunder exploded as dust waves rolled. Jun Zhangjian's form shook as he retreated several steps, shattered stones exploding beneath his feet. Being the 10th sequence, his foundation was still solid. But Jun Linglong was knocked back dozens of steps, her snow-white jade face turning pale as a trace of blood seeped from the corner of her lips. Jun Wanjie looked down at the two with indifferent expression. Today is merely a reminder. Tell Jun Xiaoyao to behave himself. With that, he withdrew his power and turned around, clearly not intending to seriously injure his own people, only wanting to suppress their arrogance first. Master's strength truly dominates the world. Not far away, the accompanying Haida's eyes blazed with fervor. He walked before Jun Linglong with mockery at the corner of his mouth. Tell your master that my lord is the true pillar and hope of the Jun family's younger generation. As his words fell, he quickly caught up with Jun Wanjie, and with a flash of lightning, their figures disappeared into the distance. Jun Linglong covered her lips and coughed up another mouthful of fresh blood. Jun Zhangjian hurried forward to support her, his voice filled with helplessness. You're badly injured. I'm fine. She shook her head lightly, still concerned about the jade box in her hands. I still need to buy the heart-clearing spirit tea for young master. Seeing that she still cared only about Jun Xiaoyao, Jun Zhangjian sighed softly. He knew very well that Jun Xiaoyao would never let this slide. Having offended someone close to him, Jun Wanjie would likely face dire consequences next. Before long, Jun Linglong and Jun Zhangjian returned to where Jun Xiaoyao was staying. Young master, I brought back the tranquil heart spirit tea. Jun Linglong held the jade jar, a faint smile returning to her slightly pale face. Good, Jun Xiaoyao nodded, but his peripheral vision caught something unusual in their expressions. His brow furrowed slightly as he stood and stepped before Jun Linglong. Young master, Jun Linglong's voice faltered, her fingers tightening around the jar. Jun Xiaoyao raised his hand, his fingertip gently brushing the corner of her lips, wiping away a trace of blood she hadn't had time to clean. The faint crimson spread across his fingertip, subtle yet strikingly conspicuous. Such an intimate gesture made Jun Linglong's ears burn red instantly. What happened? Jun Xiaoyao's tone was calm, yet carried an underlying chill. While he couldn't claim to love Jun Linglong, he considered her one of his own. Attacking his people was a direct provocation against him. Forgive me, divine son. Tu couldn't stop that Jun Wanjie. Jun Zhangjian lowered his head, his voice filled with guilt and self-reproach. Explain clearly. Jun Zhangjian immediately recounted every detail of their encounter with Jun Wanjie at the market, from his sudden appearance and oppressive aura to how both he and Jun Linglong were injured. After hearing the account, Jun Xiaoyao's gaze fell upon them both. Noticing how Jun Linglong's slender wrist beneath her sleeve still trembled slightly, her eyelashes lowered. You were both injured, yet still thought to buy me tea. How foolish. He sighed softly, his tone unconsciously gentle. If young master wishes to drink it, Linglong naturally must procure it. Jun Linglong's voice was barely above a whisper, yet couldn't hide her sweetness. The almost doting quality in Jun Xiaoyao's words made her heart feel as if it had been soaked in honey. Jun Xiaoyao turned with a sweep of his sleeve. Let's go. Where to? Jun Zhangjian asked instinctively. To find that Jun Wanjie, naturally. Jun Xiaoyao's lips curved upward in an icy smile. Forget about a gentleman's revenge can wait 10 years, or we're all Jun family members. Think of the bigger picture, none of that applies. Revenge doesn't wait overnight. His steps were unhurried, yet carried an undeniable authority. Since Jun Wanjie had provoked him first, he would show no mercy. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Jun Wanjie sat in his pavilion, fingers lightly tapping the armrest, while Haida stood nearby, still bearing traces of excitement and unwillingness. My lord, since your strength is so formidable, why didn't you directly suppress Jun Xiaoyao? The scene of Jun Wanjie's domineering display replayed repeatedly in Haidu's mind, and he firmly believed his master could completely overwhelm their opponent. Jun Wanjie shook his head slightly, his eyes deep with thought. First, Jun Xiaoyao possesses the ancient sacred body, plus supreme bonus talent, is considerable. If not for my advantages in human bloodline and realm due to age, I might not be able to steadily suppress him. Second, the Yuantian Supreme's secret treasury is about to open. Internal conflict with him would only affect my condition and might draw criticism from the clan elders. Having risen from the bottom of a branch family, Jun Wanjie had always been meticulous in his thinking. Earlier, he had merely used overwhelming force to suppress Jun Zhangjian and Jun Linglong, slightly diminishing Jun Xiaoyao's prestigium measured approach that achieved its effect while leaving room for maneuvering, avoiding elder censure and not interfering with the treasury competition. Hearing this, Haidu's admiration grew. Your strategic wisdom is truly superior, my lord. This subordinate is ashamed of his inadequacy. Jun Wanjie stood with hands behind his back, a cold smile playing on his lips. Moreover, I dare assert that Jun Xiaoyao will temporarily swallow this insult. At the very least, he'll wait until after the treasury matter before daring to move against me. Before his words finished, tremendous tremors suddenly erupted outside the pavilion. What's happening? Jun Wanjie's brow twitched. Almost simultaneously, a golden seal descended from the heavens above, trailing brilliant traces like a falling star. The Human King Seal. Jun Wanjie's expression changed drastically as he shot out like lightning. Haida's face turned ashen as he quickly transformed into black smoke, following in panic. Boom. Heaven and earth shook. The attic where Jun Wanjie resided was instantly reduced to nothingness, leaving behind a massive crater with thick cracks spreading in all directions. Billowing dust and smoke shot skyward as fragments of wood and tiles were pulverized into powder by the violent divine power. The bricks and stones suspended at the crater's edge still radiated residual heat, so scorching that the air itself seemed to shimmer and distort. This extraordinary phenomenon immediately drew the attention of countless cultivators throughout Nantian City. What's happening? Did someone just make a move? It looks like something happened at the Jun family's 5th sequence territory. My god, someone actually leveled Jun Wanjie's residence. Voices of discussion surged like a tide. Everyone knew that was the forbidden territory of the mighty Jun family's 5th sequence, where even passers-by would hold their breath and tread carefully. Now it had been obliterated in a single strike, sending the entire Nantian city into an uproar. Suddenly, a cultivator looked up and pointed toward the heavens. Look there. Could that be the Jun family's divine son? High above, 4 figures stood upon the clouds. Jun Linglong, Jun Xiefeng, and Jun Zhangjian occupied the rear positions, each wearing different expressions, while Jun Xiaoyao stood at the front with his hands clasped behind his back. His other hand had just finished forming seals, with golden traces of spiritual power still dancing at his fingertips clearly. The Human King seal that had just destroyed the attic was his doing. Jun Xiaoyao. A cold shout accompanied by billions of lightning bolts exploded as a figure wreathed in thunderous radiance shot up from the crater Jun Wanjie. He glared fixedly at Jun Xiaoyao in the sky above, his gaze like 2 churning pools of thunder with lightning dancing endlessly within. Just moments ago, he had confidently declared that Jun Xiaoyao would never act before the secret treasury ended, only to be slapped in the face immediately. Beside him, Haido also revealed his form. His already dark face now appeared even more ghastly pale, with terror written in his eyes. His first encounter with the legendary Jun Xiaoyao had left such a profound impression. Their residence had been reduced to nothingness in a single strike. Jun Xiaoyao, what is the meaning of this? Jun Wanjie suppressed his rage, his voice like cold iron hitting the ground. Who gave you the audacity to touch my people? Jun Xiaoyao's words were calm, yet carried an undeniable dominance. Jun Linglong's heart pounded rapidly, while many female cultivators around them blushed with excitement. wishing they could replace her as the graceful figure behind the divine sun. Jun Xiaoyao sneered coldly. I merely disciplined them slightly without truly harming them. Is the divine sun's magnanimity really so limited? You're right. My magnanimity is indeed quite limited. In that case, Jun Xiaoyao nodded lightly, then shifted his gaze toward Haitu. Haitu's heart plummeted into an icy abyss. You were the one who started trouble, weren't you? A brainless follower like you might as well be killed. Before his words finished, magnificent golden spiritual power erupted from Jun Xiaoyao's palm, instantly condensing into a massive golden hand covered in dense runes, descending like the five-finger mountain to cover heaven and earth. No, impossible. Haida cried out in horror. Facing Jun Xiaoyao for the first time, he finally understood the other's terrifying nature. That overwhelming presence was like confronting a young great emperor. Enough, stop. Jun Xiaoyao also raised his hand, weaving lightning and divine radiance into a thunderous giant palm to intercept the attack. When this divine sun wants to kill someone, can you really stop me? Jun Xiaoyao sighed softly. His other hand extended, dragon chi roaring as it transformed into golden dragon claws that collided heat-in with the thunderous giant palm. This was the divine technique he had refined from Long Haoyan's dragon essence, the dragon severing hand. Heaven and earth exploded as lightning and dragon chi tore countless dazzling rifts through the air. Meanwhile, the golden giant hand continued pressing down toward Haitu. Gritting his teeth, Haitu activated the Heiyun clan's secret arts, transforming into rolling black mist to avoid the direct killing blow. The giant hand struck, scattering the black mist in all directions, but failed to kill him outright. Hee, so this is the zero sequence? Nothing special, you can't even kill me. How do you expect to compete with my lord? Haitu's form reconstituted, his face deathly pale but tinged with relief. Jun Xiaoyao tilted his head slightly, as if looking at a clown. Are you truly brainless? As his words fell, he raised his palm again, and the divine elephant prison-suppressing force within his body erupted thunderously. A pitch-black hellish furnace descended from the heavens, breathing sinister ghostly flames like the maw of some demon-refining beast, its terrifying suction causing the elemental chi of heaven and earth to hum and vibrate. No, what is this? Haitu's soul nearly fled his body as he transformed into mist again, only to discover all the black mist was instantly sucked clean into the furnace. Agonized screams pierced the clouds and tore at eardrums. Within the furnace, flames churned and surged, revealing Haitu's twisted, anguished silhouette. Moments later, the screaming abruptly ceased. The world fell into deathly silence. Watching Haida being obliterated in just 2 moves, cultivators both inside and outside Nantian City collectively swallowed hard, their Adam's apples bobbing audibly. As a prodigy of the Heiyun clan, Haidu should have possessed extraordinary combat prowess, capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with the pride of many great sects and orthodox lineages. Otherwise, he would never have qualified to become Jun Xiaoyao's follower. Yet now, Jun Xiaoyao had effortlessly destroyed this prodigy's body and soul with a mere flip of his palm. The cultivators witnessing Jun Xiaoyao's power for the first time felt a chill run down their spines, waves of shock surging in their hearts. The Jun family's divine son, Sequence 0, truly lived up to his reputation. Jun Xiaoyao. A sudden roar exploded like thunder on flat ground. The voice belonged to Jun Xiaoyao, whose hair stood on end, 3-foot lightning bolts bursting from his eyes, his fury almost taking physical form. Having his trusted subordinate killed before his very eyes was a slap in the face he couldn't hide. Boom. Without another word, Jun Xiaoyao could no longer contain himself, his thunderous magical power erupting in full force. He thrust out his palm, lightning transforming into 10,000 cascading waterfalls, tearing scorched marks through the air. This was the formidable lightning-type Divine Technique 8 Desolation's Thunder Palm. Under the enhancement of his Thunder Tribulation battle body, this technique's power increased several-fold. Any divine bridge realm prodigy who dared take it heat-in would either die or be severely injured. Divine Son, be careful. Jun Xiaoyao couldn't help but call out in warning, though his voice suddenly caught in his throat. Having previously joined forces with Jun Linglong, yet failing to withstand even one of Jun Xiaoyao's moves, he thought he understood that terrifying power. But what he saw before him, Jun Xiaoyao merely clenched his 5 fingers and threw a seemingly effortless punch, devoid of any earthly aura. Yet when his fist struck out, it seemed to carry the roar of dragons, with the phantom of a true dragon coiling around his arm. This was the ancestral dragon nest's Divine Technique Dragon Fist. Simultaneously, 70,000 giant elephant particles within his body moved in unison, 700 million gene of divine power pouring forth like a torrential flood. With these dual forces combined, the air pressure seemed ready to flatten 100,000 li of sky. Rumble. Ripples of magical power spread outward like a small nuclear bomb detonating above Nantian City, causing the entire city to shake violently 3 times. Under countless watchful eyes, a figure was sent flying from the impact center like a kite with severed strings, spraying blood across the sky. It was Jun Xiaoyao. He crashed down in a sorry state, his right arm twisted at an unnatural angle, bones completely shattered. Though his face was deathly pale, he stared fixedly at Jun Xiaoyao, his gaze filled only with bottomless shock and disbelief. Many things cannot be understood by mere observation. Only through personal experience can one truly comprehend them. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao finally understood where that despair had come from when Yi Xingyun and Long Haoyan faced Jun Xiaoyao. His opponent was like a young emperor incarnate, simply not someone a human could oppose. Jun Xiaoyao, your strength. Jun Xiaoyao stopped his retreat, pupils trembling violently, his voice hoarse. All the cultivators in the city were dumbstruck. Jun Xiaoyao's face was rigid. Though he knew the Divine Sun wasn't afraid of Jun Xiaoyao, he hadn't expected such complete domination. Jun Xiaoyao sighed softly. Lord Divine Sun truly possesses an invincible bearing. Jun Linglong's eyes sparkled even more brightly. Reverence and adoration fully displayed. This was her master, destined to be invincible in this world. I don't believe it again. No matter how formidable Jun Xiaoyao might be, he had risen from the bottom after all, making his willpower far more resilient than those like Yi Xingyun. He would never surrender just like that. In the next instant, lightning burst across his skin as his shattered arm bones snapped back into place with crackling sounds, healing completely. His muscles swelled, blood color returned, and in the blink of an eye, his arm was restored as if tempered by heavenly tribulation. Truly worthy of the Thunder Tribulation battle body. Legend says this physique uses heavenly calamities to forge the flesh, making it incredibly powerful. The cultivators in the crowd watched with burning eyes. The Thunder Tribulation battle body ranks among the top 300 of the 3,000 physiques, naturally extraordinary. But no matter how strong the physical body, it was still shattered by a single punch from the Jun family's Divine Sun. Compared to the primordial sacred body, it's nothing but trash. Several female cultivators snorted coldly, their eyes filled with worship for Jun Xiaoyao. With both looks and strength at their peak, how many in the desolate heaven immortal domain could compare? High in the sky, Jun Xiaoyao stood upon thunderlight, electric arcs dancing through his black hair. He gazed at Jun Xiaoyao, all contempt fading from his eyes, leaving only battle intent and solemnity. I cultivate supreme techniques and possess the Thunder Tribulation battle body. I shall act on heaven's behalf, controlling myriad thunder tribulations. 8 Thunder Forbidden Annihilation, Desolate Thunder God. His furious roar echoed as billions of thunder pillars erupted from within his body. Dark clouds churned, and a phantom resembling a thunder deity raised its head among the clouds, its oppressive presence causing the very air to explode with muffled thunder. Act on heaven's behalf? Ridiculous. Jun Xiaoyao's expression remained indifferent. Even heaven must bow before this divine sun, let alone you. His golden spiritual sea boiled as sacred blood roared within him. A golden divine elephant capable of suppressing all ages materialized behind him. The divine elephant prison suppressing force, pushed directly to its limit. In his left palm, the military conquest art unfolded. Sabers, spears, swords, halberds, axes, battle axes, hooks, forks. Countless divine weapons refracted from the void, their cold gleams singing in harmony, their killing intent shattering heaven and earth. In his right palm, the ancestral dragon nest divine ability true dragon heaven binding technique. Rolling dragon chi gathered into lifelike dragon shadows that roared toward the sky, their voices shaking the 9 heavens. Both techniques unleashed simultaneously. The true dragon shadows charged into the clouds, clashing directly with the thunder deity in the black tribulation clouds, instantly shattering the firmament. Meanwhile, countless divine weapons transformed into a storm of flowing light, smashing directly toward Jun Xiaoyao. How can this be? Jun Xiaoyao only managed a cry of shock before the raging tide arrived. Even with full defensive effort, he was still pierced by the sharp edges, blood spraying wildly as bones broke and tendons snapped. The next moment, dark red demonic wings spread from Jun Xiaoyao's back. Space flickered, and he had already swept to high altitude. Looking down from above, he stomped down viciously, his force like a divine king suppressing heaven. Boom! His foot landed solidly on Jun Xiaoyao's chest, and both plummeted like meteors as the earth roared and exploded into a massive crater. When the dust settled, Jun Xiaoyao still stood with one foot on Jun Xiaoyao's chest, his other hand clasped behind his back, white robes fluttering, unstained by dust. The 5th sequence, actually pinned down completely. Is Jun Xiaoyao weak? Absolutely not. We all saw his might just now. We can only say Jun Xiaoyao is too strong, and he hasn't even used his full power, hasn't employed his supreme bone or sacred body phenomena. The cultivators discussed in shock. Jun Xiaoyao, remove your foot. Jun Xiaoyao's face turned purple as he roared in fury and humiliation. His response was Jun Xiaoyao pressing down even harder. Crack. Jun Wanjie spat fresh blood as his chest bone shattered. Wouldn't it be better to honestly remain your fifth sequence? You had to be so blind. Jun Xiaoyao's tone was light, yet each word cut like a blade. I haven't lost yet. Just give me time. Jun Wanjie's ferocious roar was cut short. I have no interest in defeated opponents. Give you 100,000 years, and you'd still only watch my back in vain, until you can no longer see me in the distance. Jun Xiaoyao responded calmly, his voice so cold it made the surrounding temperature plummet. Jun Wanjie's face flushed red then blue as he spat another mouthful of heart's blood, literally enraged to the point where his Dao heart nearly collapsed. In Nantian City, to be trampled underfoot like this before all the cultivator Sanyan would have collapsed on the spot, let alone Jun Wanjie, who was already proud and arrogant by nature. Jun Xiaoyao's casual word, trash, cut sharper than any blade, slicing through his Dao heart inch by inch. Once, he had fought through thorns and brambles, climbing step by step through blood and sweat to reach the position of the Jun family's fifth sequence, but now Jun Xiaoyao had kicked him back into the abyss, leaving only surging blood and humiliation in his chest. Jun Xiaoyao, you. Jun Wanjie's voice was hoarse, his entire body trembling uncontrollably, his mental state on the verge of complete collapse. Jun Xiaoyao looked down at him, his tone flat, yet unquestionable. That supreme technique you possess, the tribulation crossing heaven Arthas, some use to me. As his words fell, his hand shot out like lightning, retrieving a jade slip from Jun Wanjie's waist. With a flash of spiritual light from his fingertips, he completely absorbed all the cultivation methods of the tribulation crossing heaven art imprinted within the jade slip. Jun Xiaoyao wasn't lacking in supreme techniques, but this particular art involved heavenly tribulations, which could serve as reference when he eventually faced the tribulation of the ancient sacred body. The jade slip disappeared into his storage, and Jun Wanjie's chest heaved with surging qi and blood, yet he could only watch helplessly, his roars of anger tinged with blood. Feeling unconvinced, Jun Xiaoyao lowered his gaze, his eyes cold and indifferent. Let me think, if I killed you directly, how would the family punish me? This seemingly casual remark instantly froze Jun Wanjie's rage. He frantically searched his mind, arriving at only one conclusion: nothing would happen. Jun Xiaoyao was the Jun family's divine son, the zero sequence, far beyond what he, a mere fifth sequence, could compare to. Even if he died here, the clan would probably just put on a show, with no one truly seeking justice for him. A chill spread from the soles of his feet, and Jun Wanjie felt his blood nearly freezing. For Jun Xiaoyao, killing him would come at no cost, but for him, it would mean eternal termination. Seeing the panic in Jun Wanjie's eyes, Jun Xiaoyao's lips curved into a barely perceptible arc. How many people in this world aren't afraid of death? Though he said this, he was too lazy to invite trouble for no reason. The branch family elders and various sequences of the Jun family were already watching from the shadows with covetous eyes. If he casually killed his own family's sequence members, while there would be no substantial punishment, it would inevitably give rise to gossip. Since he neither wanted to release a tiger back to the mountains nor deal with loose ends, there was only one solution. Now, I'll give you two choices. Jun Xiaoyao raised his eyes, his voice cold and hard. Submit to me and accept the slave mark, or die. Jun Wanjie's face instantly turned deathly pale, his teeth nearly grinding to pieces. He understood clearly that even if he died here, no one would seek justice for him. But if he bowed his head, his Dao heart would completely collapse, and he would only be able to serve as Jun Xiaoyao's slave from then on. My patience is limited. I'll only give you 3 breaths. Jun Xiaoyao frowned slightly, impatience already creeping into his tone. On the first breath, Jun Wanjie trembled all over. On the second breath, he struggled to prop up his blood-stained body. On the third breath, he suddenly dropped to his knees heavily, his forehead striking the broken stones as blood seeped out. He didn't want to die, because deep in his heart, there was still an unfulfilled obsession. Oh, unexpected. Jun Xiaoyao raised an eyebrow, his gaze sweeping over the kneeling figure. He had originally thought Jun Wanjie would choose death over submission. Jun Wanjie is willing to submit to young master. The difficult words emerged from his mouth. Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly as a soul slave mark formed within the divine palace in his mind. Jun Wanjie's divine palace was currently in an open state, and the slave mark silently descended, instantly taking root. From this moment on, Jun Xiaoyao held complete power over Jun Wanjie's life and death, eliminating all future troubles. This mark could only be planted with willing consent. Forced imposition was absolutely impossible. Your choice surprises this divine son. Jun Xiaoyao gazed at Jun Wanjie, his eyes calm yet profound. Jun Wanjie lowered his head, a flash of dejection crossing his brow before he finally sighed softly. Reporting to young master, I have a younger sister. She was sent to the lower realm when she was young, and I swore to bring her back to the immortal domain. So, I cannot die. His voice was low but couldn't hide his urgency. Jun Xiaoyao raised an eyebrow, understanding immediately. Another cliched tale of separated siblings and arduous cultivation to reunite with family. The entire world was divided into 9 heavens and 10 earths, 9 heavens immortal domain suspended above, with the desolate heaven immortal domain being just one of them. The 10 earths were 10 vast continents in the lower realm. The barriers between the two realms were strict, and sending someone to the lower realm required enormous sacrifice and was limited by cultivation level. No wonder Jun Xiaoyao cultivated desperately and climbed relentlessly, all to break into the lower realm to find his sister. This matter can be discussed later. Jun Xiaoyao's tone was indifferent, yet he dropped a promise. If this divine son has the opportunity to descend to the lower realm, I can bring your sister back as well. Since Jun Xiaoyao had already become a servant with no threat, why not give him a sweet reward? As the words fell, Jun Xiaoyao was first stunned, then excitement surged in his eyes, and his previous unwillingness and resentment instantly melted away. Thank you, young master. Xiaoyao was blind and overestimated himself before. His forehead struck the ground with a clear, firm sound. His earlier submission was forced by life and death, but now it was wholehearted. Not far away, Jun Zhangjian and Jun Xiuhuang exchanged glances, both taking deep breaths. The usually domineering and unruly fifth sequence troublemaker, Jun Xiaoyao, had actually submitted. Young master's martial prowess and strategy are both astounding, Jun Linglong softly remarked. Despite priding herself on her 7-aperture exquisite heart, she still felt overshadowed in Jun Xiaoyao's presence. With this, the internal conflict within the Jun family dissipated completely. The fifth sequence Jun Xiaoyao had thoroughly surrendered, and together with Jun Zhangjian and Jun Xiuhuang, 3 of the 10 great sequences had pledged their loyalty. Jun Xiaoyao mused silently. Grandfather had worried about other sequences causing trouble, but perhaps before long, all 10 great sequences would submit. However, the truly troublesome ones were those ranked higher, some in seclusion, others out training, none having appeared yet. Among them were those with double pupils and those bearing forbidden inheritances, top-tier prodigies beyond ordinary comparison. Let's return and await the opening of the Yuantian Supreme's secret treasury. Jun Xiaoyao raised his sleeve, his robes fluttering as his figure departed like an exiled immortal riding the wind. He eagerly anticipated the upcoming sign-ins at the secret treasury. After the incident involving Jun Xiaoyao came to an end, news of it spread throughout the entire Nantian city. Within half a day, every tea house and tavern buzzed with tales of how Jun Xiaoyao had effortlessly suppressed the 5th sequence and forced their submission. Everyone sought to gauge the true combat prowess of this divine son of the Jun family through these rumors. On the western side of Nantian City stood an exquisite pavilion built along the river, its lights blazing brightly tonight. The entire establishment had been reserved for a banquet hosting young prodigies from various great orthodox lineages. The air was filled with the mingled fragrances of wine and spiritual fruits, while colorfully dressed servants weaved between the guests, serving platters of rare demonic beast meat amid the lively atmosphere. At the center of the main hall, a young man sat alone in the seat of honor, like the moon surrounded by stars. His golden robes bore intricate patterns that shimmered with faint celestial radiance at the slightest movement. His features were handsome, his skin fair as jade, and his entire being possessed an almost dazzling purity. Most striking of all was his right arm. The sleeve casually rolled up revealed divine light flowing along the bone, with faint runic patterns coiling around the joints like living creatures breathing. This was Ji Xian, the renowned prodigy of the ancient Ji family. In this Yuantian Supreme's secret treasury expedition, Brother Ji Xian will surely claim first place, declared a prodigy clad in blue-patterned battle armor, raising his cup with a voice full of flattery. Indeed, Brother Ji Xian bears the title Little Saint and serves as the holy son of the Sacred Spirit Academy. How could anyone else compare? Another immediately chimed in. The crowd nodded in agreement. To them, Ji Xian was not only a prodigy of the ancient Ji family, but also the holy son of the Sacred Spirit Academy. The Sacred Spirit Academy boasted ancient heritage and profound foundations, with its graduates scattered throughout the major powers of the desolate heaven immortal domain. Both immortal divine dynasties and ancient aristocratic families would send their descendants there to study, and only the most exceptional could be crowned as holy son. Glancing around the gathering, many secretly cast their gazes toward Ji Xian's luminous right arm. Rumors about that limb had long circulated. It contained a fused segment of a Saint King's hand bone. Beyond the saint realm, Saint Kings far surpassed ordinary saints, capable of sweeping across the 4 seas once they emerged. Though Ji Xian remained only at the Unity realm, his possession of a Saint King's handbone meant that even wielding just 10% of its power was enough to look down upon his peers. This was precisely why the world called him Little Saint. Amid the clinking of cups and exchanging of toasts, the crowd continued their endless flattery. Speaking of status and position, it reminds me of that divine son from the Jun family, suddenly remarked one prodigy in a soft voice. As his words fell, The previously boisterous banquet suddenly fell silent for a moment, the very air seeming to freeze. An indescribable sense of oppression began to permeate the atmosphere. Everyone present had heard of the recent events in Nantian City. Jun Wanjie had been effortlessly suppressed by Jun Xiaoyao, with the fifth sequence immediately bowing in submission. To them, never mind Jun Wanjie, even Jun Zhangjian was already beyond their reach, while Jun Xiaoyao, who could suppress Jun Wanjie, seemed like the sun and moon hanging high in the heavens, only to be gazed upon from afar. In the silence, many once again turned their gazes toward the seat of honor. Ji Xian's expression remained calm as he gently toyed with his wine cup, faint golden light flowing from his fingertips. His formidable strength was beyond question, but compared to Jun's, unknown dared draw conclusions in their hearts. They had just been praising Ji Xian's lofty status, but compared to Jun Xiaoyao, it all seemed rather insignificant. Ji Xian's expression remained largely unchanged as he picked up a cup of wine and sipped it slowly, though his eyes held profound depths. The amber liquid swayed gently under the lamplight, but his thoughts had already drifted to the turbulent events beyond Nantian City. The divine son of the Jun family. He murmured, almost inaudibly. Upon hearing that Jun Xiaoyao had appeared in Nantian City, the fighting spirit in his heart was completely ignited, not merely for personal honor, but for the weighty glory of his family. In the desolate heaven immortal domain, there existed a saying among the ancient families about the three imperial houses. These three imperial houses were the most renowned, with the deepest foundations and the most outstanding young prodigies among all ancient families. The strength of the younger generation served as an important measure of the three imperial houses' status, for only with flourishing bloodlines and emerging talents could a family's legacy continue. Once, the Ji family had been counted among the three imperial houses, but now, the new three imperial houses had become the Jun family, Jiang family, and Yi family. The Jun family had always been blessed with abundant talent. The previous generation alone, with just Jun Wuhui, had established the Jun family's position as the leader of the three imperial houses. The current generation boasted 10 sequence members, plus Jun Ziyasuk, a heaven-defying anomaly that their prominence was unmatched. The Jiang family was equally formidable, with the innate Dao embryo Jiang Xingyi, the primordial spirit Dao body Jiang Luoli, and several top-tier king body talents, making their foundation ever more profound. As for the Yi family, king bodies like Yi Xingyu needed no elaboration, while Yi Guqin, the reincarnation of the sword demon, had extended the Yi family's fortune for 10,000 years. Thinking of this, Ji Xian couldn't help but feel a surge of unwillingness. Did the Ji family truly lack geniuses? His fingers tightened slightly around the wine cup before relaxing again. As the most renowned young powerhouse of the Ji family, possessing the hand bone of a saint king, he believed himself no weaker than any peer, and certainly wouldn't cower at the mere mention of Jun Xiaoyao's name. During the banquet, someone noticed the subtle change in his mood and quickly laughed to smooth things over. Haha, why bring up the Jun family's divine son? Surely brother Ji Xian is no less capable than the Jun family's divine son. Exactly. Brother Ji Xian once defeated a Jun family sequence member, another young prodigy chimed in. The crowd wasn't merely flattering blindly. Ji Xian had indeed fought Jun Zhangjian before, relying on his slightly higher cultivation level to gain the upper hand within a few moves. Now his cultivation had advanced further, but his opponents couldn't have remained stagnant either, especially that Jun Xiaoyao. Holding his wine cup, Ji Xian's gaze swept across the candlelight's shadows as he thought to himself. If Jun Xiaoyao doesn't provoke me first, I need not make the first move. Moreover, the clues I found at the Holy Spirit Academy are what truly matter. It had been by chance. In the depths of the Holy Spirit Academy's scripture pavilion, he had discovered a damaged ancient text that contained a Yuan Tian Supreme token and an ancient talisman. The text vaguely recorded the deeds of the Yuan Tian Supreme. Deep within his secret treasury lay something capable of forging an invincible young Supreme. From that moment, Ji Xian had kept this opportunity firmly in his heart, silently waiting for the chance when the secret treasury would emerge. Now, the time had finally come. As long as I seize this opportunity, I, Ji Xian, can soar to great heights and stand at the peak of the desolate heaven immortal domain's younger generation. When that time comes, I alone will sweep through all the young supremes of the three imperial houses. Who could possibly stop me? Imagining the scenes that might unfold, he took a deep breath, light surging in his eyes as his fingertips lightly tapped the wine cup, as if playing a prelude to the storm about to be unleashed. Meanwhile, outside the gates of Nantian City, a cloaked and hooded figure stepped into the city. The heavy cloak concealed his form, revealing only steady, powerful steps. Among the crowd, he slowly raised his head, revealing a handsome and refined facade with Xiao Chun. After days of sleeping rough under the open sky, Xiao Chun finally arrived at Nantian City. The moment he stepped through the city gates, various discussions about Jun Xiaoyao flooded his ears. That divine son of the Jun family had grown even stronger than before. The thunderous news roared in his mind. and Xiao Chen's face instantly turned pale. His knuckles dug deep marks into his palms, and his jaw was nearly clenched to breaking point. That overwhelming sense of powerlessness, like facing an insurmountable mountain, struck him once again like an ant trying to shake a tree. Xiao Chun, steady your mind, came the voice of Azure Dragon Ancestor echoing in his consciousness. Your strength is no longer weak. If you can obtain the ancient dragon bones within the Supreme Secret Treasury, surpassing Jun Xiaoyao is not impossible. Xiao Chun took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the restlessness in his chest. Ancestor speaks truly. This disciple has let his mind waver. I will certainly seize this opportunity. His eyes revealed tenacity and unyielding spirit. It was precisely this resilience that had carried him this far. However, he failed to notice that at the end of the street behind him, a woman in flowing gauze robes was quietly following. Her face was veiled, revealing only a pair of clear eyes like autumn waters. It was Wu Mingwei, the eldest princess of the Panwu divine dynasty, who had secretly escaped from the palace. It seems Xiao Chen won't encounter danger for now, she murmured to herself. Her gaze then shifted to the distance as another name that had been causing quite a stir recently surfaced in her mind: Jun Xiaoyao. The legendary divine son of the Jun family can supposedly suppress the Jun family's fifth sequence member with ease. Truly formidable. Even as the eldest princess of a divine dynasty, she felt that such status was beyond reach, requiring her to look up in admiration. They say his appearance is like an immortal descending to the mortal realm. I'd quite like to see for myself. Wu Mingyue wasn't simply infatuated with looks. Otherwise, she wouldn't have taken interest in Xiao Chun. It was just that Jun Xiaoyao had been described so extraordinarily that her curiosity was inevitably piqued. In Nantian City, within the Jun family pavilion, Jun Xiaoyao sat cross-legged on his couch, regulating his breathing while awaiting the emergence of Yuan Tian Supreme's secret treasury. Moments later, Jun Zhantian and other clan elders returned, having learned of his conflict with Jun Wanjie. Xiaoyao, you handled this matter correctly, Jun Zhantian said directly, his tone approving. Sometimes thunderous methods are indeed necessary to secure the position of the zero sequence. Will the other clan elders have objections? Jun Xiaoyao asked in a calm voice. Objections? Who would dare? Jun Zhantian laughed. You are the divine son sequence personally appointed by the 18th ancestor, and you possess unparalleled talent. Let alone making Jun Wanjie a slave. Even if you killed him, no one would dare touch you. This aligned with Jun Xiaoyao's expectations, and he nodded slightly. Regarding Yuan Tian Supreme's secret treasury, the major immortal lineages have reached an agreement. The treasury will open in a few days, and we will seal heaven and lock earth, allowing only the younger generation to enter. That place will be your stage, Jun Zhantian declared with resounding conviction. Grandfather can rest assured. Xiaoyao will never disgrace the Jun family's reputation, Jun Xiaoyao replied with steady resolve. Haha, grandfather has complete faith in you. Jun Zhantian laughed heartily, his confidence in his grandson evident. Several days later, in the Taiwang forest, 1,000 li beyond Nantian City, sudden tremors began to emerge. A supreme aura spread outward, accompanied by wisps of eerie black mist that began creeping through the deepest reaches of the primordial wasteland forest. Gray fog churned and surged like tidal waves through the sea of trees. Wherever it passed, demonic beasts, ancient remnant species, and pure-blooded creatures all raised their heads in howling roars. Crimson spread rapidly through their pupils, as if a bloodthirsty switch had been flipped, driving them into instant madness. This doesn't seem right for Yuan Tian Supreme's secret treasury. Shadows flickered in the high sky as several towering figures appeared half-hidden. The speaker was an old Taoist from the Dao Jitian sect, the guardian of Nan Yuan Dao province's Dao Jitian sect, and the coordinator of this expedition. The old Taoist gazed down at the gray mist, his grizzled eyebrows slightly furrowed. Why does this gray fog feel somewhat similar to the dark matter from foreign realms? The elegantly robed elder Ji Banjin, an elder of the ancient Ji family, and Ji Xian's protector on this journey, spoke hesitantly. Several powerful figures felt their hearts tremble. After a moment of contemplation, the Jun family ancestor Jun Zhantian shook his head in denial. It bears some resemblance, but falls far short of true dark matter. Real dark matter would at minimum drive living beings to madness and mutation, or at worst, cause death and the dissolution of their Dao. Though this gray fog is sinister, it hasn't reached that level. If your Jun family is afraid, you're welcome to play the coward. The elder from the Azure Dragon lineage had green horns sprouting from his head, his sky-blue robes fluttering as his mocking voice carried the lingering resonance of dragon roars. Jun Zhantian snorted coldly. What's this? Do you, green-scaled loach, wish to follow in the footsteps of that black-scaled loach? The legendary feat of the Jun family's 18th ancestor, slaying the Nether Dragon Supreme with 3 sword strikes, remained vivid in memory. The opponent's face darkened, and he could only grunt heavily before falling silent. The ancestral dragon nest knew it lacked the strength for large-scale conflict with the Jun family before proper preparations were complete. On another side, A tall, thin elder from the ancient Jiang family's eyes flickered as he inquired. Given such strange developments, should this trial continue? His charge on this journey was none other than the Jiang family's divine maiden, Jiang Xinjin, nominally Jun Xiaoyao's young aunt, yet only 24 years old and a prodigious talent. Of course it continues. Ji Bongyin's tone was resolute. If they retreat at the first sign of difficulty, these prodigies needn't bother when the imperial road opens. Though his words sounded noble, his true calculation was to use this opportunity to make Ji Xian famous. The leaders of several immortal orthodox traditions exchanged glances, and after brief, calm deliberation, they reached their final decision. The secret treasury trial would proceed as planned. In Nantian City, Jun Xiaoyao and the others likewise detected the disturbance in the primordial wasteland forest. Is it finally beginning? The young man stepped through the door, his white robes pristine as snow. Standing beneath the eaves, his gaze pierced through layers of buildings toward the forest in the distance. In another pavilion within the city, the little Saint Ji Xian also slowly rose. His right arm, fused with the Saint King's hand bone, was clasped behind his back, joints subtly moving as dark gold patterns flickered in and out of view, revealing his confident composure. With the Yuan Tian Supreme token in hand, ancient talismans in his possession, and advanced knowledge of the treasury's secrets, he was a step ahead of all other explorers. Let me establish the reputation of our Ji family's prodigy in the Yuan Tian secret treasury. A confident smile spread across his lips. Meanwhile, in a tavern somewhere in Nantian City, Xiao Chun patted the spatial pouch at his waist, settled his bill with the server, and immediately stepped outside, his gaze burning as it locked onto the direction of the primordial wasteland forest. The supreme secret treasury and the ancient dragon bone's eye, Xiao Chun, will claim them all. At the same time, on the other side of the primordial wasteland forest, flocks of azure-scale flying dragons soared through the sky with beating wings, stirring up fierce gales. Atop the largest dragon at the front, Long Bichi stood with her hands clasped behind her back, her azure battle armor outlining her tall and powerful curves. Two jade-green dragon horns protruding from her hair gleamed brilliantly, accentuating her heroic bearing. The secret treasury is finally about to open. This dragon maiden wants to see if the Jun family's divine son truly has extraordinary abilities. Long Bichi raised her delicate eyebrows, her eyes blazing with fighting spirit. She neither underestimated Jun Xiaoyao nor believed him to be invincible in this age of great competition, where prodigies rise and kings contend for supremacy. Who dares claim to be undefeatable? Even if she couldn't suppress Jun Xiaoyao, she was confident she could retreat unscathed. Besides Long Bichi from the ancestral dragon nest, young kings from the nine-headed lion clan and powerhouses from the heaven-devouring sparrow clan had also gathered here. The auras of these supreme ancient royal clans intertwined above the mountain forest like a battle net ready to snap, taut, at any moment. Nantian City. As Jun Xiaoyao and his group stepped into the air from the city tower, exclamations erupted around them before their figures had even disappeared. His reputation now blazed like the midday sun wherever he appeared. He became the center of attention, though he himself couldn't be bothered to care. Just then, a voice like an aureole emerging from a valley called out through the air. Xiaoyao, it's been so long. Jun Xiaoyao paused mid-step and looked back. A spirit boat emerged from the clouds, led by a snow-robed young woman with flowing black hair and garments white as snow, appearing like a banished immortal descending to the mortal world. Her skin was lustrous white, her eyebrows like distant mountains, and her eyes seemed to hold 1,000 scrolls of poetry. Due to her innate Tao embryo harmonizing with the great Tao, her entire being radiated in indescribable harmonious beauty. Who else could it be but Jiang Xingyi, the divine maiden from the Jiang family? All eyes turned toward her, and many male cultivators were stunned by her beauty. Little Jun Xiaoyao began, but Jiang Xingyi let out a soft hum, as if reminding him. Sister Xingyi. Jun Xiaoyao corrected himself. That's better. Jiang Xingyi smiled, revealing pearly white teeth. Though more mature than Jiang Luoli, she was still a young maiden in her prime, her every gesture radiating liveliness. Jun Xiaoyao had originally expected the Jiang family to send Jiang Luoli, but unexpectedly, it was Jiang Xingyi who came. Seeing his subtle expression, Jiang Xingyi teased. What? Disappointed not to see Luoli? No. Jun Xiaoyao answered honestly, didn't particularly care about that little short legs. She was forcibly confined to the clan grounds by the family to cultivate, and couldn't come see you. She's quite upset about it, Jiang Xingyi said with a gentle smile. Then let her focus on her cultivation. Sister Xingyi, shall we travel together on this journey? Jun Xiaoyao asked. If necessary, he wouldn't mind looking after this distant cousin of his mother's. Such a precocious little one who knows who'll be taking care of whom. Jiang Xingyi gave him a sideways glance, her expression charmingly flirtatious. Then I'll be counting on Sister Xingyi. Jun Xiaoyao's tone was casual and never needed anyone's protection anyway. Witnessing their relaxed conversation, all the men present looked on with envious eyes. The female cultivators, on the other hand, envied Jiang Xingyi for being able to converse with Jun Xiaoyao. For a moment, everyone present didn't know whom they should envy. Suddenly, the booming voice of the old Taoist from the extreme heaven sect echoed from above Nantian City. Everyone, as the Yuan Tian Supreme's secret treasury opens, the immortal Tao lineages have sealed heaven and earth. Older generation cultivators are forbidden from entering. The treasury is extremely perilous, and those with weak cultivation should wisely retreat if they wish to preserve their lives. Before his words had fully faded, a brilliant streak of light shot up from the city toward the clouds, stopping above the great desolate forest. It was a massive mirror that gleamed like jade green water. That's our Jun family's ancient saint weapon, the heaven-gazing mirror, Jun Zhangjian explained. The heaven-gazing mirror reflected heaven and earth, allowing distant observation of the treasury's interior. Jun Xiaoyao understood that this was the various immortal Tao lineages' way of protecting their prodigies from perishing in the treasury if danger arose. They could intervene promptly through this mirror. Let's go, Jun Xiaoyao said with a wave of his sleeve. Yes. Jun Zhangjian, Jun Xuahuang, Jun Wanjie, and Jun Linglong responded respectfully, like attendants and maidservants following at his side. Jiang Xingyi also followed with several Jiang family prodigies, her expression showing some surprise. It seems my nephew's influence is beginning to take shape. As Jun Xiaoyao's group set out, the entire Nantian city erupted in excitement. Though the old Taoist had emphasized the dangers, the four words Supreme Secret Treasury still made countless rogue cultivators' hearts surge with excitement. Even finding just a small opportunity would be enough to defy fate and change their destiny. In the Ji family's camp, Ji Xian led a group of Ji family prodigies as they departed. At the city gate, the hooded Xiao Chun looked up at the retreating figures of Jun Xiaoyao's group, hatred and determination flashing in his eyes. Jun Xiaoyao, just wait. With that, he too rushed toward the great desolate forest. In the shadows, Wu Mingyue quietly followed. She was worried about Xiao Chun venturing alone into such a dangerous place. On the ancient imperial clan side, Long Bichi, Nine-Headed Lion, and Heaven-Swallowing Sparrow also took to the sky. In an instant, heroes from all sides gathered around the great desolate forest. Nantian City was less than 1,000 li from the great desolate forest, and in just a quarter hour, Jun Xiaoyao's group arrived at the forest's edge. Looking ahead, the forest stretched endlessly, shrouded in gray mist and emanating an ominous chill. In its deepest reaches, the Supreme's aura flickered faintly while strange phenomena arose. That was where Yuan Tian Supreme's secret treasury lay. Only those bearing Yuan Tian Supreme's token could venture into the core. Other cultivators could only try their luck in the outer areas. With a low shout, countless cultivators swarmed into the forest. At the same time, ancient remnant beasts roared from within. The wood pure-blooded creatures, corrupted by the gray mist, had their battle power explosively increased, and fights erupted everywhere. After Ji Xian arrived, he cast a glance toward Jun Xiaoyao from afar. Jun Xiaoyao sensed it and turned to meet his gaze. That must be the Ji family's little saint, he said with an indifferent tone. Jun Zhangjian gritted his teeth slightly, his expression darkening. Humph, he relied on his higher cultivation to suppress me for a few moves, then went around boasting that he had defeated a Jun family sequence. Oh, so that's what happened, Jun Xiaoyao replied casually. But his gaze had already fallen on Ji Xian's right arm. Wrapped, there was a faint ring of sacred radiance. A Saint King's armbone. Should I snatch it or not? Jun Xiaoyao studied Ji Xian with a gaze as sharp and predatory as if he were sizing up a piece of meat on a chopping block. Ji Xian returned the look, his eyes revealing a hint of gravitas. Jun Xiaoyao stood shrouded in intertwining immortal radiance and mist, his features indistinct but adding an air of profound mystery that stirred unease in Ji Xian's heart. In the next moment, Ji Xian's gaze shifted to Jun Zhangjian, and a faint smirk appeared at the corner of his lips. Facing Jun Xiaoyao, he dared not be overly confident, but against Jun Zhangjian or Jun Xuahuang, he believed his odds of victory were far better. I really want to pound Ji Xian into the ground. Jun Zhangjian growled, his face darkening with fury as he noticed the trace of mockery in Ji Xian's expression. His fists clenched so tightly that the sound of knuckles cracking echoed in the air. Stay calm. We'll deal with this once we reach the supreme treasure trove, Jun Xiaoyao remarked indifferently, his tone betraying no emotion as he weighed his options internally. If Ji Xian behaved, he might only seize the opportunity while sparing the man's life. However, should Ji Xian deliberately provoke him, Jun Xiaoyao wouldn't hesitate to personally offer him a harsh lesson. The group forged deeper into the Taiwan forest. Leading at the forefront, naturally, were Jun Xiaoyao and the other peerless prodigies from the immortal orthodoxic sects, followed by teams from various top-ranked sects and first-tier forces. The chief disciple of the Daoji Tianzong trailed cautiously behind Jun Xiaoyao, adhering to the long-standing injunction of his sect's elder. If you want to stay safe, follow Jun Xiaoyao closely. Roar. A monstrous roar reverberated through the thick, gray fog as a three-meter ghost-faced bear lunged forth, its massive form resembling a black mountain. It swung a colossal paw, instantly obliterating several disciples at the Divine Bridge realm into mere powdery remnants. Suddenly, a golden sigil streaked through the air, emitting a deafening boom as the ferocious beast was demolished into chunks of flesh in the blink of an eye. Retracting his palm, Jun Xiaoyao uttered only 2 words with indifference: "Move on." Jun Jiangjian and the rest of their faction were unsurprised, already familiar with the terrifying capabilities of Jun Xiaoyao. The chief disciple trailing behind him, however, couldn't help but swallow nervously, his heart pounding in awe. As expected of the Jun family's divine scion, crushed a ghost-faced bear that most Divine Bridge realm cultivators would struggle against with a single strike. Meanwhile, in Ji Xian's direction, the air was likewise painted with blood. With a casual motion of his arm, divine runes erupted on his right forearm with blinding brilliance, casting light as sharp as swords that instantly skewered a beast ahead with ruthless precision. Onlookers from first-tier sects murmured in low tones, remarking on Ji Xian's fearsome right arm, into which the hand bone of a Saint King had been fused. Even without any advanced techniques, a casual strike from him carried immense, earth-shaking power. The title of the Ji family's little saint is well-deserved, one of them concluded. Besides the leading immortal sect prodigies, other unanticipated talents emerged within the crowd. Some noticed a cloaked and hooded figure with an enigmatic demeanor. The person remained wordlessly hidden, their face obscured, but when they struck, flashes of azure dragon patterns surged from their fist, effortlessly destroying the ferocious beast ahead. This surprised quite a few people, as no one expected such a dark horse to emerge. TSK, the leaks are finally showing themselves, growing so promisingly. They haven't disappointed me. In the crowd, a cultivator murmured quietly. On the other side, Jun Xiaoyao sensed something and caught sight of the cloaked figure from the corner of his eye, immediately recognizing it as Xiao Chun. He made no move, only sneering inwardly. Xiao Chun wanted to hide his identity and play the pig to eat the tiger, seizing opportunities in the secret realm to rapidly increase his strength before challenging him publicly. Unfortunately, ideals were full while reality was harsh. Xiao Chun thought Jun Xiaoyao was still on the 1st level, unaware that Jun Xiaoyao had already reached the 5th level with everything under his control. Xiao Chun, I'll give you one more chance to dream. When it's time to harvest the leeks, don't blame me for showing no mercy. A faint smile curved Jun Xiaoyao's lips. Under his hood, Xiao Chen's expression was resolute, and slightly excited. He felt his rise was about to begin. Jun Xiaoyao, once I fuse with the ancient dragon bone and master the Azure Heaven Dragon transformation art, I will publicly crush you underfoot, he vowed silently. Meanwhile, fierce battles raged in the primordial wasteland forest. The cultivators who had entered were locked in deadly combat with demonic beasts, leaving broken branches and bloodstains throughout the mountains. Except for Jun Xiaoyao and a few others who could push through unimpeded, the other prodigies from major forces and rogue cultivators suffered heavy casualties. We're simply not on the same level as those heirs of immortal lineages. A wounded rogue cultivator muttered bitterly, gazing at the transcendent white-robed figure in the distance with eyes full of dejection. Jun Xiaoyao moved like a white-robed divine king, his presence invincible. The demonic beasts along his path could barely withstand 2 or 3 moves before being suppressed. Moments later, he led the group deep into the forest's heart. There, a massive pitch-black fissure stretched across the ground like a wound in the earth, with eerie gray mist continuously pouring out. Jun Jiangjian and the others quickly activated their spiritual power to shield themselves from the mist, but the consumption was enormous, and their internal spiritual energy felt suppressed. Jun Xiaoyao, however, stood with his hands behind his back, not activating his true essence. The ancient sacred body was supremely young and rigid, with golden blood qi surging, impervious to all evils, making various sinister forces completely ineffective against him. The supreme secret treasury lies beneath this fissure, though some strange anomaly seems to have occurred. He murmured thoughtfully. Before his words faded, heaven and earth shook once more. A giant ape, pitch black all over with a single horn on its head and flesh wings on its back, soared through the air. Its massive feet stomped down, shattering a cliff dozens of zhang high into pieces. An ancient remnant species, the demon ape. The surrounding cultivators cried out in alarm. Ancient remnant species carried ancient bloodlines, making their combat power far superior to demonic beasts of the same level. This demon ape was shrouded in baleful energy and had reached the Unity Realm. Even prodigies from immortal lineages at the Unity Realm would struggle to slay it. Yet, Jun Xiaoyao's cultivation was only at the Divine Bridge Realm. Roar! The gray mist corruption had turned the demon ape's eyes blood red with violent madness. It charged forward recklessly, causing mountain ridges to collapse one after another, heading straight for Jun Xiaoyao. Everyone's gaze focused intently, not daring to blink. Above the primordial wasteland forest, the heaven-observing mirror was broadcasting this scene in real time. Your Jun family's divine son seems to be in trouble. Elder Ji Bangyin of the Ji family said with a slight smile. Even Ji Xian would find it challenging to deal with an ancient remnant beast at the Unity Realm, let alone Jun Xiaoyao, who was at a lower cultivation level. Outside the Supreme Secret Treasury, the shattered battlefield was shrouded in thick murderous aura, with debris flying everywhere and spiritual springs flowing backward. Ji Bangyin stood with his hands behind his back, and though he didn't mock aloud, his gaze clearly carried the look of someone watching a show. Jun Zhantian remained calm, and even nodded with a smile. He knew Jun Xiaoyao's true capabilities better than anyone. In the distance, the demon ape roared and crushed massive stones underfoot, its blood qi surging like a tide. Jun Xiaoyao's divinely handsome face remained completely unmoved as he raised his palm. Within his body, an endless golden spiritual sea churned, transforming his vast magical power into towering waves. In the blink of an eye, the void condensed thousands of divine weapons, swords, spears, halberds, axes, hooks, and forks, their cold gleams layered upon each other, thundering through the air. This was the Jun family's martial divine technique, the military conquest art. Go, Jun Xiaoyao uttered softly. 10,000 weapons flowed together, forming a golden torrent that crashed toward the charging demon ape. The ape's body shuddered violently as black malevolent energy surged, instantly condensing a layer of pitch-black armor across its surface. Boom! The heavens shook as the armor was shattered inch by the military conquest art, yet it still failed to shake the demon ape's bronze sinews and iron bones. Jun Xiaoyao raised an eyebrow slightly. Truly worthy of being an ancient remnant beast. The response came in the form of runes blazing from the black horn on the ape's forehead. A pitch-black beam of light tore through the air, carrying an aura of annihilation and carving a long, narrow ravine across the earth. From all directions, the cultivators who had rushed over looked up in unison. Ji Xian and Xiao Chun, who had just arrived, along with Wu Mingyue hidden in the shadows, all turned their gazes toward the battle. Jun Xiaoyao's expression remained calm as he activated the Divine Elephant Prison Suppressing Force once more. Accompanied by thunderous roars, a pitch-black underworld god phantom expanded from around his body, emanating bone-chilling coldness. Underworld god protection. Bang! The light beam struck the underworld god phantom, creating ripples upon ripples, yet it could never penetrate the defense. The demon ape's blood-red eyes flickered with disbelief. A human at a lower realm than itself had actually withstood its ultimate technique. In the next instant, demonic wings spread behind Jun Xiaoyao's back, dark lights swirling furiously as his speed exploded. His figure flashed, and he was already pressing close to the demon ape's face. Forming hand seals, heaven and earth lost their color. A magnificent figure that connected the azure heavens above and the 9 netherworlds below stretched across the sky, its imperial majesty suppressing all directions. The human king seal. Boom! Like an ancient divine mountain falling, the golden giant seal slammed the demon ape into the ground, shattering its black armor and sending flesh and blood flying. Before the miserable howls had even faded, Jun Xiaoyao raised his fist again. The first punch fell, its force carrying spatial storms that cracked mountain walls. The second punch fell, dust waves shot skyward and sun and moon dimmed. The third punch fell, the entire battlefield seeming to be struck by a heavenly hammer. Bang! 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 After 3 punches, the ancient remnant beast that had possessed such terrifying might was no more, leaving only a pile of mangled flesh and blood. The entire scene fell instantly silent. Even the wind ceased. The crowd of cultivators stared in shock at the young man whose robes remained spotless, his features ethereally beautiful, yet he had used the most violent method to pulverize the terrifying remnant beast into dust. Ji Xian's gaze became unprecedentedly grave. Wu Mingyue in the shadows drew in a sharp breath, and Xiao Chen clenched his fists tightly, his eyes a mixture of unwillingness, shock, and barely concealed fear. Xiao Chen had believed that through these years of cultivation, he had completely caught up to Jun Xiaoyao. However, the outcome now showed that Jun Xiaoyao's strength still filled him with despair. Wu Mingyue, who was secretly observing the battle, couldn't help but restrain her aura as her autumn water-like eyes flashed with shock. Truly, great reputation is never without merit. Above the great desolate forest, Ji Bangyin opened his mouth, but couldn't squeeze out a single word. Beside him, Jun Zhantian stroked his silver-gray beard, grinning from ear to ear. Ah, my grandson is good at everything, except he doesn't know how to keep a low profile. This remark left Ji Bangyin so choked that his face turned green, feeling uncomfortable all over. Fortunately, Ji Xian's performance today was passable, otherwise he would have wished to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. In this age of great contention, I fear it will be the Jun family's divine son's stage alone, sighed an elder from the Jiang family lightly. He bore no ill will. After all, Jun Xiaoyao was the son of Jiang Rou and could be considered half a member of the Jiang family. However, an elder from the Azure Dragon lineage coldly reminded, the outcome is not yet decided. It's too early to draw conclusions now. Meanwhile, outside the Supreme Secret Treasury, winds and clouds surged turbulently. Long Beachy from the ancestral dragon nest, the young Supreme from the nine-headed lion clan, and members of the heaven-swallowing sparrow lineage all rushed over from the other side of the great desolate forest. In an instant, powerful beings gathered outside the Yuan Supreme Secret Realm, and the air seemed to condense into sharp blades. Long Beachy was the first to lock onto Jun Xiaoyao. It wasn't intentional on her part, but Jun Xiaoyao standing there was like the center of heaven and earth, naturally drawing all gazes. Are you Jun Xiaoyao? She looked down from the void, her voice cold and clear. Jun Xiaoyao raised his eyes and calmly assessed her. The woman had dragon horns on her head, making her identity obvious. I am Long Beachy of the Azure Dragon lineage from the ancestral dragon nest, she announced her name, her words carrying innate arrogance. Jun Xiaoyao's expression became strange, and after a moment he replied, truly a wonderfully fragrant name. Long Beachy was stunned, clearly not understanding this comment. On the other side, golden divine radiance tore through the sky as a mighty lion stepped through the air. 9 heads swayed as rolling blood energy roared like a tide. 9 lion mouths roared simultaneously, their thunder-like sound waves causing many human cultivators' faces to turn pale. The young supreme of the 9-headed lion clan. Exclamations rang out from the crowd. The 9-headed lion lineage had once caused great upheaval in ancient times, until finally subdued by a Buddha emperor who made them into mounts and guardian deities. In recent ancient times, the supreme being, 9-spirit Yuan sage, had revitalized this clan, making their reputation rise again. Could this be a descendant of the 9-spirit Yuan sage? Someone wondered in secret alarm. The 9-headed lion looked down at Jun Xiaoyao, 9 pairs of pupils cold. Not bad, young supreme of the human race. You are strong enough to be qualified to follow this king. Before the words finished, demonic wind swept from the horizon as a black giant bird blotted out the sky. Its wings were like hanging dark clouds, its eyes like 2 blood moons, and wherever it passed, the stench of blood assaulted the Sensiza, heaven-swallowing sparrow. The human race doesn't even qualify to be followers, only fit to be blood food. Its hoarse voice carried bloodthirsty intent. The heaven-swallowing sparrow clan was naturally fierce and loved to devour human flesh and blood. In its eyes, Jun Xiaoyao's ancient sacred body was no different from a peerless great medicine. Only its wariness of the Jun family's protectors prevented it from immediately attacking. Facing these several ancient beings who spoke so arrogantly, Jun Xiaoyao tilted his head slightly and spoke with seemingly genuine puzzlement. Are all you ancient races this brainless? Upon hearing these words, the heaven-devouring sparrow, 9-headed lion, and Long Beachy all froze in stunned silence. Jun Xiaoyao, standing alone, had just publicly insulted the entire primordial race. What? Are my words incorrect? His tone carried no anger, calm as drifting clouds. Yet this attitude of looking down upon all living beings instantly enraged the 9-headed lion and other primordial creatures. In the human camp, Ji Xian and others were equally shocked. He knew he wouldn't dare provoke both the 9-headed lion and heaven-devouring sparrow simultaneously. Either one of these beings could cause him endless trouble. Human, even if you're a divine son of an ancient sacred family, you must pay the price today. The heaven-devouring sparrow roared furiously, spreading its wings as a black storm erupted from the ground. The sinister winds carried violent currents, sending weaker cultivators tumbling. The 9-headed lion was equally enraged, its 9 heads roaring skyward in unison, the thunderous sound waves shaking the earth. Does this Jun family divine son truly have confidence, or is he seeking death? Though Long Beachy also felt anger, she remembered her Azure Dragon lineage ancestors' warnings and didn't act immediately. She calculated silently. Even she would find it extremely troublesome to face these 2 primordial fierce beasts simultaneously. After all, both the heaven-devouring sparrow and 9-headed lion possessed the strength to overwhelm 80% of human prodigies. Anyone in Jun Xiaoyao's position would feel fear. The black storm howled toward him. Jun Xiaoyao's body manifested the protective shadow of the nether god as he stepped into the void, hands clasped behind his back. His crystalline hair danced in the wind, each strand radiating divine light. His extraordinarily handsome face remained calm as still water. Such bearing made many female cultivators' hearts flutter as they secretly prayed for him. Still putting on an act at a time like this? Below, Xiaoqin snorted coldly. He would never admit that he envied not only Jun Xiaoyao's status, but also that face. 2 mere beasts dare to rebel. Jun Xiaoyao spoke coldly, finally moving. The Divine Elephant prison-suppressing force erupted at full power as 70,000 giant elephant particles awakened simultaneously within his body. In an instant, golden blood energy surged forth, rolling across the sky and condensing into the shadow of a golden divine elephant capable of crushing stars. He threw a punch, the divine elephant swinging its trunk in support, and the force of his fist tore the pitch-black storm clean in half. The heaven-devouring sparrow shrieked, Beating its wings again as countless black feathers shot forth like world-ending black rain. This was the heaven-devouring sparrow clan's great divine ability, black feather arrows. Any ordinary divine bridge realm prodigy caught in this attack would be pierced through with no chance of survival. Jun Xiaoyao's expression remained calm, not even bothering to defend as he charged straight forward. Seeking death, the heaven-devouring sparrow shouted coldly. The next moment, its blood moon eyes suddenly froze, and all its black feathers stood on end. Dense metallic clashing sounds rang out continuously, the sound of arrow feathers striking Jun Xiaoyao. Yet these arrows, capable of piercing through royal weapons, couldn't even break his skin. Is this all you have? Jun Xiaoyao sneered coldly, demonic wings extending from his back as his figure instantly appeared before the heaven-devouring sparrow. Without any fancy moves, he threw a fierce punch straight down. Golden fist light surged like a tide, instantly illuminating half the sky. The punch force slammed into the heaven-devouring sparrow's wing, shattering its wing bones inch by inch as blood sprayed wildly from the feather tips, while piercing screams tore through the heavens. Human, you're too arrogant. The nine-headed lion snapped back to its senses, shaking off its fear and charging forward ferociously. Its 9 lion heads roared simultaneously, sending visible sound waves rippling outward in layers, distorting the void ahead into gray-white waves. This was the great divine ability, Lion's Roar, of the 9-headed lion lineage. The earth-shattering roar that could split the heavens forced nearby cultivators in the mountain forest to quickly seal their 7 orifices with spiritual power, yet some still bled from their nose and mouth, staggering and nearly falling. At the center of the sound waves, Jun Xiaoyao remained expressionless. The Nether God's protection formed a dark barrier, and though the sound waves created ripples upon impact, they couldn't shake it in the slightest. Taking advantage of the lingering aftershocks, he raised his hand and clenched his 5 fingers, condensing endless spiritual power into a pitch-black Nether God spear, which he hurled forward, piercing through the heaven-devouring sparrow's chest and abdomen. Blood gushed forth as feathers scattered through the air. The heaven-devouring sparrow let out a sharp, mournful cry, and in the next moment, Jun Xiaoyao's figure flashed forward. With both palms pushing horizontally, he grabbed hold of its massive beast body, and with a ripping sound, tore it in half, a scene that made everyone's scalp tingle. Linglong, when we return, make some shredded chicken. He casually tossed the split carcass toward Jun Linglong behind him. The cultivators looked at each other in bewilderment. A mighty ancient fierce bird had been treated as mere cooking ingredients and dubbed shredded chicken. This was truly excessive arrogance. You're too arrogant. The 9-headed lion's fury blazed to the heavens. Though it had no deep friendship with the heaven-devouring sparrow, as fellow ancient races, the sorrow of seeing its kind perish made its killing intense surge. Jun Xiaoyao spoke indifferently. You're not qualified to be my follower, but you could barely serve as a mount. These words made all 9 lion heads growl in unison. The word, mount, was an eternal shame in the 9-headed lion bloodline. Their ancestors had once been tamed by the Buddha Emperor as mounts. Seeking death, fearless lion seal. The 9-headed lion completely lost control. Golden flames erupted from within its body as a golden ancient seal formed above its head, with runes falling like a galaxy, shaking the void and trembling heaven and earth. This move's power approached that of a true dragon's great divine ability, making distant prodigies like Long Bichi and Ji Xian feel chilled to the bone, knowing they would pay a terrible price if faced with such an attack. Jun Xiaoyao remained calm as ever. The supreme bone in his chest blazed with brilliant white light, like a small sun rising within his body. In the next instant, a dazzling divine radiance burst from his chest, like heavenly tribulation descending, creating black ripples in the void along its path as mountain ranges crumbled one after another. The supreme bone's great divine ability, heaven's tribulation light. He had already fully comprehended the complete form, hand of heaven. But at this moment, the tribulation light alone was sufficient to settle the battle. Boom. The tribulation light descended, clashing head-on with the fearless lion's seal, instantly shattering the ancient seal into pieces before sweeping across the 9-headed lion with undiminished force. The 9-headed lion's fur stood on end as it fled in terror, but despite its desperate attempts to dodge, it was still half a step too slow. 4 of its lion heads were severed by the tribulation light, rolling and crashing to the ground. Immediately, blood gushed like a fountain. Roar! The 9-headed lion let out an agonizing wail as 4 of its heads were severed in one strike, leaving it severely wounded. Blood sprayed like fountains as its remaining 5 lion heads trembled in unison, their vertical pupils filled with terror. This human, before it was like an ancient true dragon wearing human skin. Had it not known that Jun Xiaoyao was the divine son of an ancient sacred family, it would have suspected this was a true dragon in human form. Though the ancient sacred body was renowned for dominating all ages, the terrifying physical power before it now surpassed even that of the ancient races. The 9-headed lion roared furiously as blazing divine light erupted across its body. divine radiance surged from the four severed wounds, and within the remaining channels, new lion heads seemed ready to sprout, displaying the vigorous vitality of its race. Witnessing this scene, many human cultivators gasped in shock, but immediately realized that, even so, it was still nothing before Jun Xiaoyao. Don't use your limited imagination to fathom this divine son's capabilities, Jun Xiaoyao said calmly, his steps never pausing as he threw another punch. Without any divine techniques, just the most primitive heavy blows. Each punch seemed to condense 10,000 thunderbolts, shattering the nine-headed lion's bones and tendons, causing its massive body to continuously buckle. In the void, an elder from the Jiang family's eyes flickered as he couldn't help but sigh softly. Truly worthy of the ancient sacred body, invincible in close combat. As the wind from his fists dissipated, Jun Xiaoyao stood with his hands behind his back. Now, are you willing to become my mount? I am a descendant of the nine-spirit primordial saint. Even in death, I will never suffer such humiliation. The lion's remaining 5 heads roared in unison, their voices carrying unyielding defiance. Jun Xiaoyao raised his eyes and struck again. Within moments, another lion head shattered, leaving only 4. Don't think you can make me submit, it continued to roar. Half a quarter hour later, 3 lion heads swayed precariously, its arrogance finally eroded by fear. Divine son of the Jun family, have the courage to fight again another day. Its blustering words were filled with panic. After a few more moments, 2 more lion heads flew off. It knew clearly that once all 9 heads were destroyed, there would be no hope of recovery. Even immortals couldn't save it then. Divine son, stop. Don't cut off any more of my heads. There's only one left. If you cut this one too, I'll be bald. The final anguished cry echoed as it was smashed to the ground, blood covering its entire body, with only a single lonely lion head remaining. It could neither cry nor howl properly. The mighty 9-headed lion had been forcibly reduced to a single-headed lion. The cultivators below exchanged glances, speechless. The fierce beast that had sworn to die rather than submit moments ago now crouched like a fat orange cat, wagging its tail. The contrast was staggering. Do you submit? Jun Xiaoyao placed one foot on its last remaining lion head. I submit, I submit. Divine son, please don't kill me. The 9-headed lion trembled violently, its dignity as an ancient royal race completely shattered. It understood that Jun Xiaoyao would absolutely dare to kill it. With the Jun family's background, even the 9-spirit primordial saint might not be able to cause much trouble. Barely acceptable. Become my mount then, Jun Xiaoyao said indifferently as he withdrew his fist. If it weren't for facing him, any other prodigy in the world would find it impossible to torture a 9-headed lion to this state. Yes. The 9-headed lion lowered its head, its voice barely audible. Witnessing this scene, the hearts of countless cultivators surged like raging seas. Tearing apart the sky-devouring sparrow with his bare hands, and subduing the 9-headed lion, these were feats that ordinary people would consider impossible. Yet Jun Xiaoyao accomplished them with effortless ease. Long Bichi took a deep breath, her chest rising and falling dramatically as her heroic eyes filled with wariness. Only now did she understand why her ancestor had so solemnly warned her Long Haoyan's death was not unjust in the slightest. At the same time, she thought of Long Haoyan, still in seclusion, fusing 7 dragon cores and possessing imperial dragon blood, and couldn't help but wonder, could that prodigy truly contend with the Jun family's divine son? Meanwhile, Ji Xian, Xiao Chun, and the others silently raised Jun Xiaoyao's threat level to the maximum in their hearts. As everyone's thoughts churned, the great fissure ahead stirred once more. With gray mist rolling and radiance surging, the supreme secret treasury had finally opened. All cultivators and primordial beings immediately became fully alert. Jun Xiaoyao gazed down at the fissure, but his mind had yet to hear the system's check-in prompt. It seems I need to venture deeper into the Yuantian's secret treasury, he thought to himself. Let's go. Ji Xian's eyes flashed as his magical power surged, protecting his entire body before he leaped down first. With someone taking the lead, the other cultivators quickly followed. Long Bichi looked up and met Jun Xiaoyao's gaze for a moment, ultimately restraining her hostility. I originally wanted to use this opportunity to deal with Jun Xiaoyao and enhance our ancestral dragon nest reputation, but now it seems I thought things were too simple. I should focus on finding the ancient dragon bones first. She had initially prioritized provoking Jun Xiaoyao, but now consciously adjusted her goal to the ancient dragon bones, obediently jumping into the fissure. Seeing this, Jun Xiaoyao chuckled softly. How sensible of her. Let's go. He raised his hand and, riding the 9-headed lion, descended first, with Jun Zhangjian, Jun Shuohuang, Jun Linlong, Jun Wanjie, and Jiang Xingyi following closely behind. Upon entering, thick gray mist rushed toward them, far more intense than outside. Many cultivators who rashly entered were instantly corrupted in mind, their eyes turning blood red as they roared madly. The mist was so dense that even protective magical power couldn't completely block it out. Boom. Jun Xiaoyao casually struck with his palm, turning several frenzied cultivators into bloody mist and forcibly carving out a path straight to the bottom of the fissure. Before them lay a magnificent underground palace, with overwhelming supreme pressure emanating from its depths. Jun Xiaoyao released his soul power, roughly probing with his divine sense. The entire palace was divided into inner and outer layers, the outer layer accessible to all, while the inner layer likely required the Yuan Supreme token to pass through. To check in, I need to break inside, he judged silently. At this moment, Ji Xian was already rushing toward the palace, his lips curling upward as he flew, unable to hide his excitement. Jun Xiaoyao caught this expression and pondered thoughtfully. Could he have inside information? Excellent, I'll let you be my treasure-hunting mouse. On the other side, Xiao Chun was also charging toward another entrance. Jun Xiaoyao knew clearly that this prodigy blessed with fortune would surely gain great rewards. With this thought, he turned his head and instructed, Wanjia, I have a task for you. Yes, young master, please speak. After a brief telepathic exchange, Jun Wanjia received his orders and vanished into the depths of the gray mist with a flash. Jun Xiaoyao clasped his hands behind his back, gazing at the churning palace passages, his lips curving into a faint smile. Heh. The entire Yuantian secret treasury is within my grasp. Jun Xiaoyao stood with hands behind his back, full of confidence. Jun Xiaoyao and his companions began venturing deeper into the underground palace. This palace, renowned as the Supreme Secret Treasury, was now filled with eerie gray mist. Even a fool could see that some sinister transformation had occurred within the gloom, and ominous aura had almost taken physical form. With each footstep, the stench of ancient decay assaulted their senses. Ghostly winds wailed, mist churned violently, and broken walls and ruins lay scattered everywhere. The ground was littered with pitch-black corpses. The most disturbing aspect of these corpses was that their withered skin was covered in black scales, as if they had been forcibly mutated. As waves of cultivators entered the palace, these demonic corpses suddenly sprang to life simultaneously, their blood-red eyes fixated on the living. In the next moment, they let out shrieks and charged forward. Their claws were sharp as blades, easily piercing through the protective spiritual barriers of divine bridge realm cultivators. In an instant, countless cultivators screamed and collapsed, blood splattering everywhere. Jun Xiaoyao's side remained calm and composed. He raised his hand and struck casually, turning the charging demonic corpses into pulp with a single palm strike. As for the life and death of other cultivators, he neither wanted to care nor bothered. To wasn't anyone's babysitter, nor was he some righteous hero. With great power comes great responsibility had nothing to do with him. Jiang Xingyi, Jun Linglong, Jun Xiaoyao, and the others quietly followed behind. They weren't standing idle by choice, they simply had no opportunity to act. Jun Xiaoyao casually carved out a clear path, and no demonic corpse could obstruct his advance. On another branching path, Long Bichi, Xiao Chun, and others had long since vanished from sight. Jun Wanjia also hadn't traveled with Jun Xiaoyao. In the main hall, Ji Xian glanced at Jun Xiaoyao from the corner of his eye. Seeing that the other party hadn't noticed him, he swiftly slipped into a side passage. The moment Ji Xian left, Jun Xiaoyao's lips curved into a cold smile. He wasn't ready to harvest Ji Xian just yet. The timing wasn't right. As time passed, the number of cultivators rapidly dwindled. The vast majority fell to the demonic corpses, their blood staining the entire corridor. Jun Xiaoyao suddenly spoke. Xua Huang, Zhangjian, secretly find Ji Xian, but don't alert him. Jun Zhangjian and Jun Xua Huang exchanged glances, slight shock flickering in their eyes. The divine sun had set his sights on Ji Xian. Thinking of the fate that awaited those targeted by Jun Xiaoyao, both couldn't help but feel some pity for Ji Xian. Jiang Xingyi, however, voiced her concern. Xiaoyao, are you really going to make a move against Ji Xian? He possesses the Saint King's hand bone. If he fights back desperately, she wasn't worried that Jun Xiaoyao would lose, but rather that the opponent's dying strike might injure him. Is Sister Xingyi worried about me? Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly. Jiang Xingyi bit her lip and huffed. I'm your aunt. If I don't worry about you, who will? Jun Xiaoyao laughed heartily. There's no need. Among the younger generation of the immortal domain, there was no one who could make me wary in the past. There's no one now, and there never will be in the future. If I still act timid and hesitant, I might as well smash my head against a block of tofu. With his unparalleled talent and the system at his disposal, this wasn't arrogance, it was simply fact. Jiang Xingyi rolled her eyes at him, yet couldn't suppress the curve at the corners of her mouth. His confidence was indeed quite attractive. Let's go. This underground palace surely contains some treasures. We shouldn't let them go to waste. Jun Xiaoyao flicked his sleeve, his gaze already turning toward the deeper black mist. Next, Jun Xiaoyao rode the nine-headed lion and moved forward together with Jiang Xingyi. Jun Zhangjian and Jun Xiefeng went to secretly track down Ji Xian. Meanwhile, deep within the underground palace on the other side, Xiao Chun wore a hood and was draped in a black cloak, moving swiftly along the dark stone walls. The surrounding corridors crisscrossed like a maze, with cold wind carrying dust and debris seeping into his collar, bringing waves of chilly dampness. Xiao Chun, go left, then straight ahead. I can already sense the aura of the ancient dragon bones theory just ahead. The urgent voice of Azure Dragon Master exploded directly in his mind, trembling with excitement. Even Azure Dragon Master, who had reached the Supreme Realm, could barely contain his emotions, which showed just how significant these dragon bones were. If he could truly obtain them and refine them with various rare materials, he would be able to reconstruct his physical body, not only returning to his peak, but even stepping into the supreme sovereign realm, a goal that would no longer be just a pipe dream. If Azure Dragon Master was this excited, how much more so was the young and ambitious Xiao Chun? Excitement flickered in his eyes as he unconsciously quickened his pace, his cloak fluttering behind him. After about half an incense stick's time, he had eliminated several demonic corpses along the way and dealt with a few cultivators who had attempted to follow him, finally breaking into a massive underground cavern. The cavern's dome soared high above, with stalactites hanging down like densely packed fangs. Xiao Chen's breathing became rapid as his gaze swept across the space, only to see 5 enormous dragon skeletons lying quietly in the center. 4 of them were a deep, dark gold color, their bone surfaces covered with intricate and mysterious runes. Even though only skeletons remained, they still emanated an aura that commanded all living beings, causing Xiao Chen's spirit to tremble violently and almost compelling him to bow down in worship. These are the ancient dragon bones. His fingertips trembled as wild joy filled his chest just from that vast draconic might alone. He was certain that the ancient dragon bones would be enough to transform his very essence. Suddenly, Azure Dragon Master gasped. Could that be the legendary Supreme Ancestral Dragon Bone? Supreme Ancestral Dragon Bone? Xiao Chen's head snapped up as he looked toward the final skeleton. This skeleton was different from the 4 dark gold bones. Its entire form had a warm, jade-like luster, as if carved from celestial jade in one seamless piece. Its bone surface was densely covered with runes that flowed like the orbits of celestial stars, both mysterious and majestic. Though the 4 ancient dragon bones were powerful, they seemed like subjects bowing before an emperor in its presence. The Supreme Ancestral Dragon Bone is the remains of a dragon clan supreme with ancestral dragon bloodline. Its value and power far exceed those of ancient dragon bones. Azure Dragon Master's speech quickened, almost shouting with excitement. Xiao Chen took a deep breath, his chest rising and falling unsteadily. How terrifying was ancestral dragon bloodline? The ancestral dragon nest was named after the ancestral dragon, and in ancient times, the true ancestral dragon emperor could even suppress some human emperors. Though the skeleton before him couldn't possibly be the remains of a pure-blooded ancestral dragon, pure-blooded ancestral dragons were extremely rare even in the ancestral dragon nest. Even if it contained only a portion of ancestral dragon bloodline, it would still be a priceless treasure. I've struck it rich. I, Xiao Chun, am going to strike it rich. His breathing became rapid as his entire body trembled slightly with excitement. Cultivating the Azure Heaven Dragon transformation art, if he could fuse with the Supreme Ancestral Dragon Bone, to what terrifying level would his strength soar? By then, forget about dominating an era sweeping through the younger generation of the entire desolate heaven immortal domain would be no problem. Xiao Chun, this place isn't safe for long stays. Collect all 5 dragon bones first. Azure Dragon Master reminded him. Right. Xiao Chun immediately snapped back to attention, wanting nothing more than to collect all the dragon bones immediately, find a hidden place to refine them, then slap Jun Xiaoyao in the face and take his revenge with overwhelming force. However, just as he raised his hand, a surprised female voice suddenly echoed from the edge of the cavern. Those are ancient dragon bones, and even a supreme ancestral dragon bone. At the sound of that voice, Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat as he whipped his head around. At the end of the passage, a beautiful woman clad in azure battle armor approached through the air. Her dragon horns gleamed with an eerie light, her phoenix eyes sharp and commanding, radiating an imposing presence. Those azure dragon horns silently proclaimed her identity. Long Bichi of the ancestral dragon nest. Xiao Chen's heart sank slightly. He had suspected she might come for the dragon bones, but hadn't expected her to locate them so quickly. Between Long Bichi's slender fingers was a piece of azure bone fragment, its surface etched with obscure patterns. It was through this bone's resonance that she had tracked them here. In the center of the cavern lay 5 dragon skeletons, one emanating supreme draconic might that made the very air tremble. Seeing this, Long Bichi's eyes flashed with burning desire. Supreme ancestral dragon bones were rare, even within the ancestral dragon nest. If she could bring this back, her mission would be complete. At this thought, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Though she hadn't managed to deal with Jun Xiaoyao, at least there was hope of completing her task. After composing herself, she finally noticed Xiao Chun standing guard before the dragon bones. I didn't expect a human to arrive before me. Long Bichi raised her hand dismissively, her tone indifferent. Since this dragon lady is in a good mood, scram. The woman's arrogance made Xiao Chen's brow furrow, his voice steady but tinged with anger. Miss, aren't you being rather overbearing? I, Xiao Chun, am not someone you can dismiss with a single word. Consider you worthy of my attention? Long Bichi tilted her head slightly, a mocking smile playing at her lips. Do you think you're Jun Xiaoyao? This dragon lady fears him, but I certainly don't fear an ant. The name Jun Xiaoyao once again stung Xiao Chun. Rage surging, he roared. Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao. Am I, Xiao Chun, truly inferior to him? His furious shout reverberated off the stone walls, even causing Long Bichi to freeze momentarily. What dragon lady, you'll all bow before me? Before his words finished, Xiao Chen struck like lightning. Lowly human brat, seeking death. Long Bichi's eyebrows shot up as she raised her palm to counter. The two figures collided instantly, unleashing torrents of spiritual power that cracked the cavern walls. After dozens of exchanges, Long Bichi suddenly focused intently. Your cultivation level. She realized her opponent was at the middle stage of the Divine Bridge realm, comparable to top-tier prodigies, while she herself was only at the peak of Divine Bridge realm. Boom, boom. Fists and palms flew as neither could gain the upper hand. At that moment, Azure Dragon Elder's urgent voice rang in Xiao Chen's mind. Xiao Chun, end this quickly. Seize the dragon bones, first any delay will bring complications. I cannot intervene, or it will alert the elders of those immortal traditions outside the secret treasury. Understood. Xiao Chen steadied his resolve and let out a long howl as azure light erupted around his body. Long Bichi's gaze trembled in shock. She watched as fine azure scales rapidly covered his body surface. Bone spikes tore through his battle robes to form wings on his back, and his entire being seemed to boil with dragon blood as his aura soared to the Unity realm. This is our ancestral dragon nest's Azure Heaven Dragon Transformation Technique. How did you obtain it? Long Bichi stood frozen in place, unable to believe her eyes. She never would have imagined that a human could cultivate the Azure Heaven Dragon Transformation Technique to such a degree. The surprises are just getting started. Long Bichi's astonishment was clearly reflected in her eyes, stirring a hint of satisfaction in Xiao Chen's heart. He suddenly threw a punch, and 100 azure dragon light patterns surged like a tide, his fist radiance piercing the sky. But Long Bichi was no pushover. She had completely refined 2 dragon cores, making even Long Haoyan wary of her. She raised her hand with a sweep, her fingertip magic condensing into a true dragon's tail swipe, sending vast arrays of runes cascading forth to collide with Xiao Chen's fist radiance midair, erupting in explosive shockwaves. The two forces remained deadlocked, shaking the void until it was riddled with fine cracks. This wretched woman is truly troublesome. Xiao Chen's brow furrowed deeply, yet he still couldn't suppress Long Bichi. In the midst of this stalemate, a blinding streak of magical energy swept diagonally from nearby, cracking the earth wherever it passed. Long Bichi's heart trembled as she hastily dodged sideways, but was still grazed by the force on her fragrant shoulder. She let out a muffled groan, blood seeping from the corner of her lips. Who? Fury blazed in her eyes. As the dust settled, a breathtakingly beautiful woman appeared, her face veiled in white gauze, her eyes clear as autumn waters. Mingyu, is that you? How are you here? Xiao Chen's face showed complete surprise and delight. Wu Mingyu's arrival was entirely unexpected. Xiao Chen, are you alright? Wu Mingyu first looked over Xiao Chun with concern, then her gaze turned cold as it fell upon Long Bichi. Who are you? Long Bichi watched warily, keenly sensing that this white-veiled woman was not to be underestimated, whether in cultivation or status. Leave. What's here is not for you to covet. Wu Mingyu's tone was cold, yet carried the natural authority of a divine dynasty's eldest princess. You dare interfere in ancestral dragon nest affairs. Long Bichi's eyes grew even colder. So what if the ancestral dragon nest is powerful? Wu Mingyu showed no fear, standing tall and straight as she faced off against Long Bichi from afar. Wu Mingyu's willingness to stand up for him stirred Xiao Chen's heart, and he secretly vowed to marry her someday and cherish her deeply. As tensions escalated, a voice laced with coldness suddenly rang out. These dragon bones belong neither to the ancestral dragon nest nor to you two, but to the divine sun. As the voice fell, Long Bichi, Wu Mingyu, and Xiao Chen all changed expressions. A silver-armored youth approached through the air, his handsome face marred by crisscrossing scars, radiating chilling intent, with lightning runes swirling around him. Jun family's 5th sequence. Jun Wanjia. Jun Wanjia, how did you appear here? Long Bichi's phoenix eyes trembled in shock. Thanks to this little white mouse. Jun Wanjia's eyes held mockery as he glanced toward Xiao Chun. Earlier, Jun Xiaoyao had secretly instructed Jun Wanjia to follow Xiao Chun. Initially, Jun Wanjia was puzzled. What use was tracking an ordinary youth? Only after witnessing those 4 primordial dragon bones, and that supreme ancestral dragon bone, did he become completely convinced. Could the young master actually divine heavenly secrets? How else would he foresee this boy's fortune? He marveled inwardly. but now his sole objective was seizing those 5 dragon bones. With Jun Wanjie's appearance, Xiao Chen's face flushed red, veins bulging at his temples, his chest feeling as if consumed by flame. She knew all too well that he'd been outmaneuvered by Jun Xiaoyao once again. At this thought, Xiao Chen suddenly turned to Wu Mingyu and shouted urgently, "Mingyu, please, help me suppress this man together." Xiao Chen was truly livid with rage. Jun Xiaoyao loomed over him like an inescapable nightmare, constantly hanging above his head and making it nearly impossible for him to breathe. However, the opportunity before him was far too important, directly tied to his future achievements and destiny. The 4 ancient dragon bones had already set his eyes ablaze with desire, and that supreme ancestral dragon bone was something he was determined to obtain. Yet with his current strength, trying to seize the dragon bones from under Jun Wanjie's nose would be nothing short of a fool's dream. With no way forward or back, Xiao Chun could only swallow his pride and quietly seek help from Wu Mingyue. Upon hearing his request, Wu Mingyue bit her lower lip lightly, her eyes dimming slightly. While she felt no fear facing the dragon jade pool of the ancestral dragon nest, confronting Jun Wanjie still stirred a hint of hesitation in her heart. The Jun family's might was feared throughout the entire desolate heaven immortal domain. As one of the 3 imperial families, the Jun family's intimidating power even surpassed that of the ancestral dragon nest. She wasn't afraid for her own safety, but worried about implicating the Panwu divine dynasty behind her, which would be an unbearable price to pay. Mingyue, Xiao Chen noticed her hesitation, his expression freezing. Even the grand princess of the Panwu divine dynasty feared the Jun family? Was Jun Xiaoyao truly terrifying to such an extent? Looking at Xiao Chen's handsome face filled with determination and endurance, Wu Mingyue ultimately couldn't bear to refuse. She clenched her jade hand slightly and made her decision. "All right, Xiao Chun, Mingyue will help you." Though brief, these words made Xiao Chun beam with joy. Indeed, she still cared for him. You are." Jun Wanjie's gaze fell upon that exquisitely beautiful face covered by light gauze, his brow furrowing slightly. That undisguised aura of nobility was certainly not something an ordinary cultivator could possess, and he naturally could tell that Wu Mingyue's identity was extraordinary. With Wu Mingyue's support, Xiao Chen's heart steadied. He glanced toward Long Bichi and immediately proposed, "Dragon Lady, though we had conflicts before, why don't we join forces now to first suppress the Jun family's 5th sequence? As for how to distribute the 5 dragon bones, we can discuss that afterward." This proposal for alliance had been on his mind for quite some time. Long Bichi raised an eyebrow and sneered coldly. Xiao Chun pressed further. "Your ancestral dragon nest has always been at odds with the Jun family. Would you really let the snipe and clam fight while the fisherman benefits?" After brief consideration, Long Bichi nodded. "Fine, let's deal with the Jun family's 5th sequence first." The 3 immediately formed a united front, striking out almost simultaneously as violent magical power tore through the sky. As if I'd fear you." Jun Wanjie had fought his way up from the bottom ranks to the 5th sequence and possessed his own pride. Except for Jun Xiaoyao, he yielded to no one. With an angry roar, 8 Thunder Prohibition, Heavenly Thunder Strike descended instantly, thunderous magical power bursting forth magnificently as brilliant light tore through the void. Xiao Chen showed no weakness either. Azure Dragon Devour. His palms shot forward as 100 azure dragon light patterns converged into a massive dragon head that opened its maw to tear through the thunder light. Wu Mingyue waved her jade palm gently, her magical power blooming like millions of silk ribbons, dyeing the space into a dazzling sea of light. Long Bichi flipped her hand to summon a dragon-scale whip, and with one lash, layers of void cracked like thin paper. The 3 killing moves converged, and even Jun Wanjie couldn't ignore them, his brow furrowing deeply. Though he was formidable, the 3 before him were equally not to be underestimated. Xiao Chun was a heavens-chosen protagonist blessed with great fortune. Wu Mingyue was the eldest princess of the Panwu divine dynasty. Long Bichi was a dragon maiden from the azure dragon lineage of the ancestral dragon's nest. Together with Jun Wanjie, the 5th sequence of the Jun family, these 3 young supremes could each individually give their peers headaches, let alone when all 3 unleashed their battle intent simultaneously. Rumble. Magical power surged like raging waves through the cavern, causing the rock walls to crack inch by inch as debris rained down. Jun Wanjie was forced back 3 steps, a crimson line trickling from the corner of his mouth. Clearly the hidden injuries from the battle at Nantian City had yet to fully heal. "Ha, you're injured? It seems the Jun family sequences aren't much after all." Xiao Chen caught this scene, his eyes blazing with sudden brightness as resentment churned in his chest. Being able to take revenge on Jun Xiaoyao's relatives first would be equally satisfying. Insolent. How dare a mere nobody question my Jun family sequences? Jun Wanjie roared in fury, lightning exploding from his eyes as he pushed his Thunder Tribulation battle body to its limits. Boom! Blazing white arcs of electricity coiled around his body, instantly revealing the terrifying might of the Tribulation crossing heavenly art. He's getting serious, then hold back. Long Beachy cried out delicately, her dragon essence surging as she fiercely cracked the golden whip in her hand. The whip's shadow transformed into the roar of an azure dragon, its phantom crossing the sky. Azure Dragon Heaven-rending Claw. Xiao Chun likewise unleashed his great divine ability, his arms transforming into claws covered in cold azure scales. Wu Minghua hesitated slightly in her heart. If she used the martial arts of the Panwu Divine Dynasty, her guardian would surely notice. But the dragon bone was crucial to Xiao Chun, so she ultimately flipped her jade hand and instantly struck out thousands of palm shadows. Boom. The void overturned as the overwhelming palm force of the primordial scattering hand swept across the entire scene. The primordial scattering hand, a divine ability of the Panwu Divine Dynasty. Jun Wanjia's gaze Sharpanetta had once fought against the champion Marquis, a prodigy of the Panwu Dynasty, and remembered this technique vividly. The three great prodigies unleashed their divine abilities simultaneously, their combined might as terrifying as the collapse of heaven and earth. Even if Ji Xian himself were present, he would find it difficult to escape unscathed. Amid the deafening collision, Jun Wanjia was forced back dozens of steps, his old wounds tearing open and new injuries piling on, finally coughing up fresh blood. Across from him, Xiao Chun, Long Beachy, and Wu Mingyue were also thrown back by the force, their clothes charred in multiple places, their chests heaving with exertion. Impressive. No wonder he is from the fifth sequence of the Jun family. Long Beachy thought to herself, secretly astonished. Even with the three of them working together, they were still struggling to subdue Jun Wanjia in such a short time. Xiao Chen's expression darkened. If he couldn't handle Jun Xiaoyao, it was frustrating that he couldn't even take down Jun Wanjia now. At that moment, Wu Mingyue bit her lower lip lightly and discreetly transmitted her voice. Xiao Chun, I have a treasure that can temporarily bind Jun Wanjia. Take this chance to seize the dragon bone. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up with determination as he nodded firmly. Today, as long as I, Jun Wanjia, am here, you will not take away the dragon bone of the divine sun. Jun Wanjia said coldly, raising his eyes to shoot out a 3-foot beam of lightning. Before his words could finish, Wu Mingyue gracefully lunged forward, golden light flashing as a golden rope transformed into a spirit snake, instantly wrapping around Jun Wanjia. What is this? Jun Wanjia desperately tried to unleash his thunder, but found his spirit sea suppressed, struggling to channel his power. The protective treasure of the Panwu Divine Dynasty's eldest princess was certainly not simple. The binding golden rope was enough to restrain a true monarch for a short time. Xiao Chun quickly, Wu Mingyue urged again. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Xiao Chen's azure dragon wings unfurled behind him, turning into a shadow that lunged toward Jun Wanjia. The claws of the azure dragon raised high, coming down with a vicious strike. Jun family sequence, perish. Trapped, Jun Wanjia's expression remained cold, devoid of fear, only harboring a longing and regret for his sister whom he might see again. Just as the claw shadow approached, smack! A massive golden palm appeared in midair, slapping Xiao Chen away, causing his chest to crack and blood to spurt violently. A cold yet teasing voice floated with the wind of the palm, acting so decisively and ruthlessly. You certainly have the demeanor of a protagonist, but unfortunately, you don't have the life of a protagonist. Hearing this voice, Xiao Chen's pupils constricted, feeling as if he had fallen into an ice cave, a chill spreading through his entire body. In just a few breaths, the situation had shifted multiple times. Initially, even Wu Mingyue hadn't anticipated that Xiao Chun would unhesitatingly attempt to kill Jun Wanjia in front of every Yonia key member of the Jun family's prodigy sequence. If he died here, the entire desolate heaven immortal domain would be shaken. Had he perished in normal sparring, the Jun family might have swallowed their anger, but with Jun Wanjia bound helplessly by the golden binding rope, his death would seal Xiao Chen's fate. Even she, Wu Mingyue, and the Panwu Divine Dynasty behind her, would be unable to escape the consequences. She had never imagined that the gentle, soft-spoken young man who always wore a warm smile could harbor such ruthless depths. Just as her mind was in turmoil, a dull thud echoed as Xiao Chun was sent flying by a palm strike. Immediately after, a dignified and clear voice rang out from the distance. Almost instantly, Wu Mingyue thought of one possibility. Could it be that the Jun family's true prodigy had arrived? Following the voice with her gaze, she saw a peerless figure in white robes approaching on rays of light, surrounded by immortal radiance, his bearing so elegant, he seemed like a jade statue carved by divine hands. Who else could it be but Jun Xiaoyao? It's Jun Xiaoyao. Long Beachy's expression tightened as her aura instantly peaked. Wu Mingyue also drew a sharp breath. The Jun family's divine son had truly come in person. Young master. The bound Jun Wanjia's face lit up with joy. He had secretly sent word to Jun Xiaoyao upon seeing the supreme ancestral dragon bone, and the latter had come alone, arriving just in time to witness Xiao Chen's attack. Xiao Chun rolled to his feet, wiping blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes burning with hatred so intense it seemed to take physical form, the kind of venomous resentment only destined enemies could harbor. Wu Mingyue recalled Xiao Chen's earlier mention of his nemesis and couldn't help but ask in a low voice, Xiao Chen, the person you spoke of. It's not the Jun family's divine son, is it? Who else would it be? Xiao Chen's voice was ice cold. I, Xiao Chen, made a 3-year pact, and today I will finally have my revenge. The once weak and helpless youth was no more now had the confidence to face Jun Xiaoyao directly. Of course, the safest approach would be to first refine the supreme ancestral dragon bone before engaging in mortal combat, but there was clearly no time for that now. As his words fell, Wu Mingyue felt her ears ringing, her face instantly turning deathly pale. She had originally thought that if they truly encountered Xiao Chen's enemy, she wouldn't mind lending a hand given her status as the eldest princess of the Panwu divine dynasty. The forces in the desolate heaven immortal domain that could make her wary were few and far between. A single word from her could destroy an entire sect. But now, facing Jun Xiaoyao, even the slightest move on her part would be tantamount to declaring war on the entire Jun family. This was no longer a question of whether it was possible, it was simply impossible. Never mind her being a mere eldest princess. Even if the true supreme ruler of the Panwu divine dynasty came in person, they wouldn't dare touch a single hair on Jun Xiaoyao's head. The ancient ancestors slumbering in the Jun family's ancestral shrine were no mere decoration, and the 18th ancestor alone could suppress half the desolate heaven immortal domain. How could this be? Why did it have to be him? A profound sense of helplessness suddenly welled up in Wu Mingyue's heart. The fact that a princess of an immortal divine dynasty could feel so powerless clearly demonstrated that Jun Xiaoyao's status was among the most prestigious throughout the entire desolate heaven immortal domain. He paid no attention to the dying Xiao Chen, instead stepping directly over him and fixing his gaze on the 5 dragon bones suspended in midair. For were merely ordinary ancient dragon bones, which Jun Xiaoyao dismissed with a brief glance. What truly caught his eye was the one radiating supreme pressure, the ancestral dragon bone. Supreme bones containing ancestral dragon bloodline were exceedingly rare, even within the ancestral dragon nest itself. Not bad. He nodded slightly, a satisfied smile playing at the corners of his lips. Xiao Chen truly is my lucky star. Xiao Chen gritted his teeth, his eyes reddening with fury. Jun Xiaoyao, you knew all along that I entered the Yuan Tian Supreme's secret treasury? What do you think? Jun Xiaoyao looked up with a smile, responding with a casual counter-question. Recalling everything that had transpired along the way, Xiao Chen suddenly felt his proud opportunities had become nothing but a joke. You didn't act then because you wanted me to find the opportunities, so you could reap the benefits later? It seems you're not completely stupid after all. Jun Xiaoyao's tone was like a bucket of cold water poured over his head. Rage completely tore through Xiao Chen's rationality. He threw back his head and roared, his voice shaking the cavern as azure divine radiance erupted from him. Azure dragon demon suppression. Pressing his palms together, he conjured a coiling azure dragon phantom that formed into a mountain, pressing down toward Jun Xiaoyao with tremendous momentum. Jun Xiaoyao merely raised his arm and delivered a clean, decisive golden punch. Bang! The dragon mountain, formed by the azure dragon phantom, shattered instantly. Xiao Chen's face turned deathly pale, unable to believe it. That was a supreme divine technique from my azure heaven dragon transformation art. Jun Xiaoyao casually brushed off his sleeve. Stop deceiving yourself. You know perfectly well that in this lifetime, you can only gaze up at this young master's back. Before his words had finished, he extended his palm again, with power like the collapse of heaven itself. Immovable azure dragon bell. Xiao Chen's hair stood on end as he hastily summoned his final defense. Azure dragon patterns condensed into a massive bell in the void, completely encasing him within. Ridiculous. The power of 70,000 giant elephant particles instantly flowed into Jun Xiaoyao's palm as 700 million pounds of divine force crashed down. Boom. Dust scattered and blood mist exploded. Xiao Chen. Wu Mingyue cried out as she landed, her expression changing drastically. When the dust settled, the massive bell lay shattered, and Xiao Chen collapsed in a cracked crater. Large patches of azure scales had fallen away, and fresh blood gurgled from the gaps in his fractured bones. Had it not been for the physical enhancement from the azure heaven dragon transformation art, he would already be a corpse. Even so, he had essentially lost half his life. Long Bichi's expression darkened as if water could drip from it. Jun Xiaoyao remained calm, walking to the captured Jun Wanjia's side and tearing away the golden rope with one hand. The rope shattered with a crash as golden light scattered. Quite a nice treasure indeed. He casually examined the rope in his palm. Wu Mingyue helped Xiao Chen up, looking at his blood-covered body with eyes full of anxiety and heartache. Jun Xiaoyao watched the pair with an amused expression. At this moment, Jun Wanjia quietly reminded him, "Young master, that woman used martial arts techniques from the Panwu divine dynasty." "Oh, the Panwu divine dynasty. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes lit up, then revealed even deeper intrigue. He hadn't forgotten that there was still a check-in mission at the Panwu Mausoleum, and if he wanted to quickly awaken his second sacred body phenomenon, he would need to make a trip there as well. However, before dealing with Xiao Chun and this princess of the Panwu divine dynasty, he still had to handle another incidental problem. Jun Xiaoyao turned around, his gaze falling on Long Biqi, whose expression remained uncertain. Long Biqi, are you still standing there in a daze because you're tired of living? Upon hearing Jun Xiaoyao's words, Long Biqi's face turned ashen with rage and trembling fury. As a dragon maiden from the azure dragon lineage of the ancestral dragon nest, she held an exalted position and had been surrounded by admirers since childhood. When had she ever suffered such contempt? Had it been anyone else, she would have already lashed out with her whip, but now, as her gaze fell upon that peerless figure wreathed in celestial light, an indescribable wariness welled up in her heart, and even fear. This emotion of cowering before battle had never appeared in her before, leaving her astounded at herself. Seeing Long Biqi hesitate to move, Jun Xiaoyao's brow furrowed slightly. His command for her to scram wasn't born of mercy, simply didn't want to waste time here. Since she refused to take the hint, he couldn't be bothered with more words. Curling his fingers slightly, he directly formed the human king seal and struck out with his palm. Boom! Blazing white spiritual power erupted like thunder, the seal's light tearing through the sky and shaking the earth until it cracked. Long Biqi's expression changed drastically as she hastily mobilized her dragon chi to defend. But the moment their powers collided, her chest felt as if struck by a massive mountain. Her blood chi churned violently within, and with a muffled groan, she spat blood wildly, her entire body flying backward to crash heavily into the nearby cliff face. The rocks cracked frantically as debris rained down. Ungrateful fool. Jun Xiaoyao's expression remained indifferent, not even bothering to lift an eyelid. Long Biqi collapsed among the scattered stones, coughing up blood violently. Her eyes filled with terror. She couldn't even withstand a single move from Jun Xiaoyao. That oppressive feeling was like death itself gripping her throat, sending chills straight down her spine. Abandoning all dignity, she suddenly sprang up and fled. Even with several protective treasures on her person and guardian elders stationed outside the secret realm, she felt no sense of security whatsoever. She understood clearly that standing opposed to Jun Xiaoyao rendered any backing utterly useless. If the outside world knew that the dignified dragon maiden of the ancestral dragon nest had fled in such disgrace, countless jaws would drop in shock. Watching Long Biqi disappear, Wu Mingyue and Xiao Chen's hearts simultaneously sank. Jun Xiaoyao's dismissal of Long Biqi clearly indicated other intentions, and they had become his new targets. Divine son of the Jun family, what do you intend to do? Wu Mingyue stepped forward half a pace, positioning herself in front of Xiao Chun. Though she was the lofty eldest princess of the immortal divine dynasty behind her white veil, before Jun Xiaoyao, that innate nobility suddenly dimmed, as if she were a mortal woman gazing up at a celestial immortal. What do I intend? Jun Xiaoyao tilted his head slightly, studying her with interest, his gaze like someone selecting a suitable tool. Locked onto by that profound stare, Wu Mingyue felt as if all her secrets had been laid bare, cold sweat seeping from her spine. The divine son of the Jun family is truly terrifying, she thought with a chill. Remove your veil. This divine son dislikes having people hide their faces before me. Jun Xiaoyao's voice carried no warmth, as if casually issuing a command. You? Wu Mingyue bit her lip. No matter how much she endured, she had her limits. Yet his tone clearly treated her like a servant to be ordered about. Shall I do it myself? Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flashed coldly. Then it won't be as simple as just removing a veil. Wu Mingyue's mind flashed to the scene of Long Biqi being sent flying with a single strike. With her strength, she would fare no better than Long Biqi. At this thought, Wu Mingyue swallowed her humiliation and raised her jade hand to remove the veil from her face. In an instant, a breathtakingly beautiful face appeared before Jun Xiaoyao. Her eyes were like autumn waters, her brows painted with ink, her skin smooth as jade, and her teeth arranged like pearls. Truly a woman of unparalleled beauty. Jun Xiaoyao remained calm, his tone lazy. So she's a great beauty. No wonder she has that boy Xiao Chun completely bewitched. Divine son of the Jun family, don't insult me. Wu Mingyue's voice was cold as ice. Xiao Chun treats me well not because of my appearance. She would never allow anyone to defile her feelings. Jun Xiaoyao chuckled softly and stepped closer. Without releasing even a trace of his aura, he naturally possessed the overwhelming presence of one who looked down upon all living beings, making Wu Mingyue's breath catch. He's merely lusting after your body, while wanting to use the power behind you to deal with me. Jun Xiaoyao, shut your mouth. Xiao Chun roared in fury, yet couldn't hide the guilt in his eyes. He did genuinely like Wu Mingyue, but he also harbored ulterior motives, and Jun Xiaoyao had exposed it all with a single sentence. Annoying. Jun Xiaoyao raised his hand and struck out with his palm. Xiao Chun was sent flying again, blood streaming from his nose and mouth. completely powerless to fight back. Jun Xiaoyao, stop! Wu Mingyue's face turned pale as he grasped her chin, unable to break free. Xiao Chun lay in a pool of blood, watching helplessly as the goddess in his heart was restrained by another, his eyes splitting with rage, his organs burning like fire. He had never even touched a single finger of Wu Mingyue's. Though he harbored desire, he knew she was the eldest princess of the Panwu divine dynasty and dared not cross that line. Ancestor, please act and kill Jun Xiaoyao. Xiao Chen screamed in his mind. However, the Azure Dragon Elder gave no response, as if his plea had sunk into the ocean. If the Jun family elders detected him now, this quasi-supreme soul would likely be thrown into the soul refining tower to suffer a fate worse than death. Getting no response, Xiao Chun grew both anxious and furious. Jun Xiaoyao looked down at him from above, seeming genuinely moved. Xiao Chun, I really must thank you. The first time, you gave me my fiancé and dragon energy. This time, you've delivered a beauty and 5 dragon bones. I truly don't know how to repay you. His tone was sincere, even carrying a hint of reluctance. Jun Xiaoyao Yu. Xiao Chen's face turned iron blue with rage, his whole body trembling, as if he had fallen naked into a 10,000-year-old frozen spring in the depths of winter. Ah! His impotent fury caused blood to rush to his head, and he fainted again. Xiao Chun. Wu Mingyue seized the opportunity to break free and reached out to check on him. Confirming he still had life in him, she breathed a slight sigh of relief, though her expression remained grave. Divine son of the Jun family, what exactly do you want? If it's the dragon bones, just take them. Jun Xiaoyao stood with his hands behind his back, saying indifferently, if I'm not mistaken, you are the eldest princess of the Panwu divine dynasty Wu Mingyue. That's correct. With no point in hiding anymore, Wu Mingyue admitted it openly, hoping her status would make him wary. However, Jun Xiaoyao's expression remained unchanged, as if the title of eldest princess carried no weight in his eyes. You've seen this Xiao Chen's hatred toward me. If I kill him, do you object? His voice suddenly turned cold. You cannot kill him. Wu Mingyue's face changed dramatically. Jun Xiaoyao reached out toward Xiao Chun, and Wu Mingyue erupted with all her magical power, blocking his path. You still dare protect him? What eldest princess kneel before this divine son? Jun Xiaoyao's golden spiritual sea surged, and 700 million pounds of divine force crushed down like an ancient divine elephant trampling through the sky. Wu Mingyue fell to her knees, her kneecaps nearly shattered, fresh blood staining her silk robes at the corners of her lips, creating a pitifully beautiful sight. The dignified eldest princess of an immortal divine dynasty now knelt before Jun Xiaoyao, like a common mortal woman kneeling before a banished immortal. This scene went unnoticed by the outside world. However, if anyone could imagine it, countless cultivators would be left utterly stunned. Wu Mingyue, the most revered eldest princess of the younger generation in the desolate heaven immortal domain, was now forced to kneel with blood trickling from the corner of her mouth before Jun Xiaoyao. Wu Mingyue had always been the center of attention wherever she went, able to reduce top-tier orthodox sects to ashes with a single word. Yet now, in this desolate valley bound by restrictions, her pride and dignity were trampled to pieces beneath Jun Xiaoyao's foot, like something thrown into a muddy swamp. Wu Mingyue desperately mobilized the spiritual sea within her body, her surging spiritual power frantically crashing against her meridians, but she remained firmly suppressed by the phantom of that golden primordial divine elephant. The divine elephant towered high, its muscles and bones like mountain ranges, its 6 tusks gleaming with cold light, its massive hooves seemingly capable of crushing both heaven and earth. Jun Xiaoyao stood with his hands behind his back atop the elephant's head, his white robes whiter than snow, appearing like a young deity who ruled over heaven and earth. Jun Xiaoyao. Under the immense pressure, Wu Mingyue's delicate shoulders trembled as humiliation and despair intertwined in her heart. She had never imagined that one day she too would find herself in such a wretched state. Jun Xiaoyao spoke indifferently. Wu Mingyue, don't try to intimidate others with your status as the divine dynasty's eldest princess. Others might show deference, but to this divine son, that casual carried more contempt than 1,000 words of scorn. When it came to background, he had never feared anyone. His paternal clan was the desolate ancient Jun family. His maternal clan, the desolate ancient Jiang familias, the young master jointly revered by 2 great desolate ancient families. There were precious few in the desolate heaven immortal domain who could stand as his equal. Wu Mingyue bit her red lips with her pearly teeth. Only now did she truly understand that Jun Xiaoyao had no fear whatsoever of the Panwu divine dynasty, nor would he show mercy because of her peerless beauty in his eyes. She was no different from a village girl. At this thought, she felt for the first time the complete loss of her negotiating position. Taking a deep breath, Wu Mingyue suppressed her churning emotions and let her voice return to calm. Jun Xiaoyao, speak plainly. What will it take for you to spare Xiao Chun? Jun Xiaoyao raised an eyebrow with a half smile. Oh, you truly wish to protect him? Inwardly, however, He sneered coldly. The fish had indeed entered the net. State your conditions, Wu Mingyue urged coldly. Jun Xiaoyao slightly lifted his chin. To tell you the truth, this divine son has always been kind-hearted and magnanimous toward others, certainly no devil. Sparing Xiao Chun is not impossible. Wu Mingyue was stunned, her gaze sweeping over Xiao Chun, who lay barely breathing in a pool of blood, fury surging in her chest. Kind-hearted? Magnanimous? If not for the formidable enemy before her, she would have loved nothing more than to bite him. State your conditions directly, why beat around the bush? Her tone grew even colder. Jun Xiaoyao's gaze fell upon her snow-white silk dress stained with blood, her graceful curves still unable to conceal her elegance, her absolutely beautiful face pale with anger. Wu Mingyue couldn't help but frown. What are you looking at? Heh, are all you princesses and imperial daughters so narcissistic? Jun Xiaoyao shook his head lightly. That by you were from the Vermilion Bird ancient country was like this, and you, this divine dynasty's eldest princess, are the same. Truly all spoiled rotten by palace life. As his words fell, Wu Mingyue's face showed slight embarrassment, yet she couldn't refute him. Very simple, Jun Xiaoyao uttered 4 words indifferently. Obey my commands. Wu Mingyue's delicate body trembled as all color completely drained from her face. Jun Xiaoyao actually wanted her to submit and obey his orders? She was the divine dynasty's eldest princess. Jun Xiaoyao, that condition is far too excessive. Wu Mingyue's complexion shifted from white to livid, clearly quite infuriated. After all, she was a princess of the immortal divine dynasty. How could she possibly do such a thing? If word got out, it would be a scandal that would bring shame upon the entire Panwu divine dynasty. Do you think you're still in a position to negotiate with me? Jun Xiaoyao's tone was indifferent as he raised his palm toward the unconscious Xiao Chun on the ground, spiritual energy surging, his palm wind sharp as a blade. Stop! Wu Mingyue's voice trembled slightly. Jun Xiaoyao paused midair, his gaze falling upon her. Wu Mingyue bit her lip, her heart torn in an internal struggle, before finally surrendering with a resigned whisper. Fine, I agree. A cold smile curved Jun Xiaoyao's lips. Wu Mingyue, if you dare play any tricks, this divine son will take Xiao Chen's life immediately. Wu Mingyue's fingertips turned white, but she could only nod. She couldn't bear to watch Xiao Chun die before her eyes. Jun Xiaoyao, I can obey your commands, but you must spare Xiao Chun. She raised her head, her tone resolute. This divine son swears by his Tao heart. Should I break this oath, may my Tao heart shatter, and heaven and earth punish me together. Jun Xiaoyao raised his hand in oath. Tao heart vows were extremely severe, with serious consequences for breaking them. But in Jun Xiaoyao's view, this was merely empty words. With the system's assistance, he was destined to triumph all the way and dominate the era. When that time came, even the heavens would be beneath his feet. What need was there to fear so-called punishment by heaven and earth? Wu Mingyue knew nothing of this inner truth. Hearing the oath, she breathed a slight sigh of relief, then opened her divine palace, allowing Jun Xiaoyao to take control. TSK, such devotion that even this divine son is moved. Jun Xiaoyao chuckled softly. With this, Wu Mingyue was completely subjugated. Looking at this young man before her, beautiful as a banished immortal, yet with the heart of an azure, Wu Mingyue's body trembled slightly, humiliation surging in her chest. Jun Xiaoyao, you have the face of a banished immortal, but the heart of an azure demon. Watch your status and attitude. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes turned cold, his pressure bearing down like a mountain. Wu Mingyue's face instantly paled, struggling to remain standing. With a casual wave, Jun Xiaoyao collected all 5 dragon bones. After completing this task, he glanced again at the unconscious Xiao Chun, then at Wu Mingyue's humiliated expression, a meaningful smile playing at his lips. A new game had been set, with Wu Mingyue as the key piece. The target of his scheme was the Panwu divine dynasty. For the sake of an ant destined to die, she had gone this far. Truly foolish, but it suited his purposes perfectly. Next, he could use this opportunity to implement long-term plans against the Panwu divine dynasty. Everything was under his control. He turned to leave, thinking to himself, right, next it's time to harvest another Li Jixian. After collecting the dragon bones and resolving the matters concerning Xiao Chun and Wu Mingyue, Jun Xiaoyao was ready to depart. He had already laid long-term plans within the Panwu divine dynasty, like casting an invisible net, quietly waiting for future harvest. Now, his attention turned to another, Li Jixian. Jun Xiaoyao was certain that this person held secrets about Yuan Tian Supreme's hidden treasure. Wu Mingyue, take good care of Xiao Chun and get him out of here. Don't let him die. Jun Xiaoyao's lips curved with amusement. As his words fell, he turned around with his hands clasped behind his back. Jun Wanjie quickly followed, striding away. Jun Xiaoyao's final mocking words made Wu Mingyue clench her jade hands until they turned white, fury boiling in her heart. Not content with the humiliation, he had to twist the knife further. This Jun Xiaoyao was truly a master of sarcasm. Young master, are we really letting that Xiao Chun go? Though he's just an ant, he's still a minor trouble. Jun Wanjia inquired in a low voice. He now held absolute loyalty to Jun Xiaoyao. I have my own plans for him. When the time comes, crushing him will be simple. Jun Xiaoyao spoke casually. To him, oath constraints meant nothing. He could kill Xiao Chun whenever he wished. However, he vaguely sensed that Xiao Chun might deliver an even greater surprise, something more valuable than Wu Mingyue and the 5 dragon bones combined. For this reason alone, he was willing to spare Xiao Chun's life for now. If that person ever became worthless, even Wu Mingyue's interference wouldn't stop him from crushing the man with a casual gesture. Jun Xiaoyao's group gradually disappeared into the distance. In the cavern, Wu Mingyue knelt down and fed several healing elixirs to the unconscious Xiao Chun. Moments later, Xiao Chen's eyelashes trembled as he slowly awakened. As consciousness returned, he suddenly sat up, chest heaving, his voice hoarse yet filled with hatred. Where is that Jun Xiaoyao? Calm down first. He's already gone. Wu Mingyue soothed him gently. Gone? He didn't kill me? Xiao Chun was stunned. A thought flashed through his mind as he frantically looked around. The cavern was empty, containing only scattered stones. The supreme ancestral dragon bone was gone, and the 4 ancient dragon bones had vanished without a trace. The dragon bones are gone. Xiao Chen's face instantly turned purple with rage, blood rushing to his head. He didn't even leave me scraps? Before he could finish speaking, sharp pain struck his chest as his injuries, temporarily suppressed by the medicine, erupted again. A mouthful of fresh blood splattered onto the ground. Don't rush. As long as there are green hills, there's no fear of lacking firewood. Wu Mingyue supported him, whispering words of comfort. Xiao Chen's face alternated between pale and flushed, his knuckles cracking as he clenched his fists. Jun Xiaoyao had first stolen his dragon qi, then seized the 5 dragon bones. He had practically become a treasure-delivering boy. But why had that malicious Jun Xiaoyao spared his life? Thinking of this, he suddenly turned to Wu Mingyue, his voice urgent. Mingyue, that Jun Xiaoyao. He didn't do anything to you, did he? How did he leave? If Wu Mingyue had also ended up like Baiyu. Xiao Chun felt his chest constrict with pain, nearly driving him mad. Wu Mingyue bit her pearl-like teeth secretly. The fact that she had been marked with a servant's seal, if revealed, would not only ruin her reputation but also damage the dignity of the Panwu divine dynasty. This must never be disclosed. Nothing happened. She forced a smile. I threatened him with the Panwu divine dynasty's backing, so he agreed to let you go. Though she said this, her heart ached because she had already become Jun Xiaoyao's servant. However, to keep Xiao Chun alive, she was willing to do anything. Phew, that's a relief. Xiao Chun let out a long breath, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Isn't Jun Xiaoyao supposed to fear nothing? Even he's wary of my Mingyue now. As his frustration and anger dissipated with his words, he secretly glanced at the girl beside him. As long as Wu Mingyue was there, Jun Xiaoyao wouldn't dare deliver a killing blow. But Wu Mingyue felt even more ashamed upon hearing this, pressing her lips together as she whispered, Xiao Chun, I'm afraid I can't stay by your side anymore. Deep reluctance flickered in her eyes. Why? Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat as he urgently pressed for an answer. My guardian must have sensed that I used the martial arts of the Panwu divine dynasty. Wu Mingyue lowered her head, her voice barely audible. I have to return for the consort selection. She had originally fled home precisely to resist this arrangement, but now that her identity was exposed, the guardian could arrive at any moment. Mingyue, you're my woman, no one else can lay a finger on you. Blood rushed to Xiao Chen's head as he declared passionately. When the Panwu divine dynasty holds its consort selection, I'll go there myself and marry you with honor. In his heart, Wu Mingyue was already his forbidden treasure, not to be coveted by others. Moreover, he secretly calculated if he could become the Panwu divine dynasty's consort, he would gain power sufficient to rival Jun Xiaoyao, and with the dynasty's cultivation, he was confident he could eventually catch up to that unreachable figure. Xiao Chen. Wu Mingyue's bright eyes shimmered, a trace of emotion creeping to the corners of her eyes. But thinking of the mark Jun Xiaoyao had placed on her, shadows still lingered in her heart. When the time comes, Jun Xiaoyao surely won't cause trouble, right? Deep within the Yuantian secret treasury, ruins stretched everywhere, with numerous ancient teleportation arrays scattered about. Before one damaged grand formation, a golden-robed youth quietly materialized. He possessed a phoenix-like countenance and dragon-like bearing, his right arm emanating divine radiance with runes cascading down, exuding sacred pressure. This was the Ji family's little saint, Ji Xian. Finally made it here, he murmured, producing a Yuantian supreme token. From here on, only those bearing this token can use the array to enter the deepest depths and claim the greatest opportunity. Buzz. The broken formation suddenly blazed with runic light, space twisted, and the golden-robed figure vanished instantly. After Ji Xian departed, 2 figures emerged from the darkness: Jun Zhangjian and Jun Xiefeng. Jun Xiefeng's eyes flashed. Zhangjian, I'll follow Ji Xian first. You send word to the divine sun. Understood. Jun Zhangjian nodded. Jun Xiaoyao moved with lotus steps to the erase center, likewise producing a Yuantian Supreme token. Space rippled, and her form dissolved as well. Jun Zhangjian then retrieved a communication jade slip from his sleeve, and with a flash of spiritual light, sent the message into the distance. In another corner of the secret treasury, within a dilapidated palace where rubble lay in heaps and dust drifted, Jiang Xingyi and the nine-headed lion searched for opportunities. Hasn't Master arrived yet? The nine-headed lion swished its tail, its lion eyes curious. After becoming Jun Xiaoyao's mount, it had grown accustomed to its errand boy status. Xiaoyao said he went to harvest leeks. Jiang Xingyi frowned. What does harvesting leeks mean? The nine-headed lion coughed twice, revealing a somewhat lecherous smile. Ahem, Goddess Jiang doesn't know leeks are very good for men. Before it could finish, a gentle, calm voice drifted from outside the hall. Good for what? The nine-headed lion instantly bristled, quickly retracting its 9 lion heads with an awkward laugh. Nothing. Nothing. Master has arrived. In the distance, 2 figures entered side by side, Jun Xiaoyao and Jun Wanjie. Xiaoyao, Jiang Xingyi turned her head, her eyes crystal clear. Are leeks for eating? Are they really good for the body? Her expression was too pure, leaving Jun Xiaoyao momentarily speechless. He could only glare at the lion. Ahem, it's talking nonsense. Just then, he suddenly sensed something and retrieved a communication jade slip, his lips curving into a familiar arc. More leeks to harvest. Deep within the Yuantian secret treasury, thick gray mist permeated the air. The silence was so profound it seemed as though time itself had stopped, with even dust particles frozen in place. In this deathly stillness, a figure wreathed in golden radiance broke through the fog. Ji Xian had arrived. Though the Yuantian Supreme's secret treasury showed signs of anomalous changes, Ji Xian showed no fear. He understood the layout of this treasury like the back of his hand, even more thoroughly than many of the older generation. Moreover, in the scripture pavilion of the Holy Spirit Academy, he had fortuitously obtained an ancient talisman closely connected to this place. Should he truly encounter a desperate situation, he also carried a great teleportation talisman that could whisk him away in an instant. Even if it meant losing this opportunity, he could preserve his life. With multiple trump cards in hand, he could hardly imagine falling into real danger, so he proceeded with complete confidence and composure. Regarding the master of this treasury, the Yuantian Supreme had once swept through the ancestral dragon's nest, torn apart the Supreme of the 10,000 Phoenix Spirit Mountain, and shaken all the heavens, yet ultimately fell into obscurity and vanished into the dust of history. Legend had it that before his death, he had ventured to foreign realms and brought back a peerless treasure. If one could obtain that item, it would be enough to forge an invincible young Supreme. As Ji Xian walked, he murmured to himself all this intelligence came from ancient texts. He couldn't completely verify its authenticity, but the ancient talisman in his possession made him believe it was likely true. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks, his gaze growing somber as he slowly turned to stare into the gray darkness behind him. That patch of blackness was as silent as a dead sea. A cold smile played at the corners of Ji Xian's lips as he raised his right palm and pressed down forcefully. Golden divine radiance exploded outward, runes fell like rain, and a blazing giant hand of magical power pressed across the void. This was the power of a Saint King's hand bone. Boom. The darkness was instantly torn apart, and a slender figure darted out, bringing with it a sweeping chill that spread frost so intense it seemed to freeze space itself. The newcomer was Jun Xiaoyao. No wonder I felt someone following me all along, so it was you, Jun Xiaoyao. Ji Xian's expression remained calm. When did you notice? Jun Xiaoyang's delicate brows furrowed slightly, but her tone remained steady as ever, showing not the slightest hint of panic. I noticed long ago, I just couldn't be bothered to call you out. I never expected you would follow me all the way here. Ji Xian replied indifferently. So, what do you plan to do now? Jun Xiaoyao stood gracefully in the mist, her ice blue eyes calm and unruffled. If it were anyone else, being exposed while tailing someone would surely cause panic. But she was the Jun family's 7th sequence, with enough confidence to face off against Ji Xian. What do I plan to do? Ji Xian sneered coldly. Originally, I had no desire to cause trouble with the Jun family, but your surveillance has gone too far. Before his words had finished, he reached out directly toward Jun Xiaoyao. He truly hadn't wanted to clash with the Jun family after all. Jun Xiaoyao's reputation was thunderous, and no one could completely ignore such a threat. But now the Jun family was clearly trying to reap benefits from behind his back, and further retreat would mark him as a coward. In terms of foundation, the Ji family was in no way inferior to the Jun family. With this thought, Ji Xian struck without hesitation, launching his palm forward. Jun Xiaoyao raised an eyebrow and counterattacked as well. It must be said that Ji Xian's right arm, fused with the Saint King's hand bone, was truly sacred and transcendent. That blazing, yet solemn aura acted like a natural barrier, completely blocking out the erosion of the gray mist. In contrast, Jun Xiaoyao had to dedicate a considerable portion of her cultivation to resist the gray mist, and the mist itself carried a strange suppressive effect that reduced her combat power by at least 30 to 40%. Under such circumstances, Ji Xian's advantage was immediately apparent as he remained almost unaffected thanks to the Saint King's handbone. Fist of the Kingly Way. Ji Xian clenched his 5 fingers and thrust his right arm forward, delivering a devastating punch. The Kingly Will carried by his fist light overwhelmed everything, compressing the air until it seemed solid. Jun Xiaoyao gracefully waved her delicate hand, instantly forming a crystalline ice shield in front of her. Boom. What followed was a crisp yet piercing crack. The ice shield shattered into countless ice fragments, and the impact force struck Jun Xiaoyao directly, forcing her to retreat several steps. A trace of crimson blood spilled from her jade lips, clearly indicating she had been injured. Jun Xiaoyao, in the depths of this gray mist, you are no match for me, Ji Xian said coldly. Also, tell that Jun Xiaoyao not to set his sights on me, otherwise might end up losing more than he bargained for. Are you threatening our divine son? Jun Xiaoyao's gaze turned sharp. You can think of it that way, Ji Xian replied indifferently. Holding the ancient talisman and standing within Yuan Tian Supreme's secret treasury, he was confident in his advantageous position. If Jun Xiaoyao dares to touch what's mine, he will pay a heavy price. Not wanting to be entangled with Jun Xiaoyao any longer, he quickly scanned his surroundings from the corner of his eye. In the pitch-black depths, weathered coffins lay scattered about, emanating a cold, putrid smell from beneath thick layers of dust. According to ancient records, this place might have once sealed great evils tainted by the gray mist. With this thought, Ji Xian suddenly shifted his attack, striking one of the coffins with his palm. Rumble. The coffin exploded, releasing billowing black qi, and from within crawled creatures covered in black fur and reeking of decayed demonic corpses. Ji Xian revealed the ancient, dark talisman in his hand, its complex runes flickering with ghostly light. The demonic corpses showed instinctive fear toward the ancient talisman and dared not approach, instead turning their crimson gazes toward Jun Xiaoyao. Ji Xianyu. Jun Xiaoyao's face paled as she shouted angrily, her voice filled with barely contained killing intent. Hee, I'm not killing you myself. Ji Xian chuckled as he retreated. Whether you can survive this depends entirely on you. With those words, he flicked his sleeve and his figure was swallowed by the deep darkness. Jun Xiaoyao watched his silhouette disappear, feeling frustrated but having no choice but to forcefully gather her spiritual power. Though these demonic corpses had deteriorated over the years and were far weaker than in life, they remained vicious. She could only deploy her divine abilities while carefully retreating. Roar! The demonic corpses shrieked and howled like ghosts, surging forward like a tide. Ice blue spiritual light clashed violently with putrid black corpse qi in the gray mist, with ice fragments and black blood occasionally splattering through the air. Jun Xiaoyao was forced to fight, while seeking an opportunity to escape. Meanwhile, in the outer layers of Yuan Tian's secret treasury, Jun Xiaoyao, having received Jun Zhongjian's message, was rushing over with Jiang Sheng-yi and Jun Wanjie. Nine-headed lion and Jun Ling Long, lacking the Yuan Tian Supreme token, could not enter the deeper areas and could only seek their own opportunities in the periphery. Before long, an ancient transmission array covered in cracks came into view. Jun Zhongjian was already waiting there, and upon seeing Jun Xiaoyao appear, he clasped his fists in salute. Divine Son, you've arrived. Where is Jun Xiaoyao? Jun Xiaoyao's expression darkened slightly. She went alone to track Ji Xian and instructed me to wait here to receive the Divine Son, Jun Zhongjian reported truthfully. Upon hearing this, Jun Xiaoyao frowned slightly. Ji Xian would never enter Yuan Tian's secret treasury unprepared. If Jun Xiaoyao is careless, she might face danger. With these words, he stepped onto the transmission array. This trip served two purposes: to ensure Jun Xiaoyao's safety, and to see what sign-in rewards he might obtain. Jun Xiaoyao, Jun Zhongjian, Jun Wanjie, and Jiang Shengyi each produced a Yuan Tian Supreme token. These tokens only allowed individual teleportation, so Jun Xiaoyao couldn't bring Jun Ling Long and the nine-headed lion along. As the tokens glowed with pale golden patterns, the surrounding void twisted violently, and the four figures vanished in an instant. When they opened their eyes again, they stood in the deepest part of the Yuan Tian secret treasury. Dense gray mist churned at their feet, while the dim ceiling above seemed saturated with some kind of corruption, oppressive and bone-chilling. Jun Xiaoyao stood with his hands behind his back, his white robes pristine as snow, surrounded by immortal radiance as golden divine light emanated from his body. The ancient sacred body was naturally immune to all evil, and the gray mist couldn't even touch him. Around Jiang Shengyi, natural Tao patterns manifested in the void like suspended stars, blocking the corrosion. The foundation of the innate Tao embryo was in no way inferior to the ancient sacred body. Jun Wanjie's entire body crackled with lightning arcs, the thunder restraining the sinister forces within the mist. Only Jun Zhongjian appeared most disheveled. Though the immortal sword body was powerful, it couldn't completely block the gray mist, forcing him to channel his spiritual power to form a protective barrier around himself. He sighed self-deprecatingly. Compared to the divine sun and the others, I'm truly too ordinary. Jun Xiaoyao stood quietly in place when suddenly the system's distinctive mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding! You have arrived at the Yuan Tian Supreme Secret Treasury. Would the host like to check in? Indeed, only by entering the deepest part of the treasury could the reward be triggered. With a thought, he responded, check in. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained a 5-star reward, the Yuan Emperor Dao Sword. As the system's voice faded, a series of profound and mysterious techniques flooded into Jun Xiaoyao's consciousness. Within his divine palace, a brilliant divine chain rapidly condensed. Simultaneously, an illusory vision appeared before his eyes. A golden, towering figure stood between heaven and earth, with rules flowing at the center of his brow, transforming into an even more dazzling chain of order. The divine chain transformed again, becoming a golden short sword about an inch long. Though small, the sword's light flashed and tore through the cosmos. Mountains and rivers crumbled, lakes and seas evaporated, and all existence instantly turned to dust. This power was in no way inferior to the Jun family's immortal slaying sword art that the 18th ancestor had once unleashed. 5-star reward. The Yuan Emperor Dao Sword, Yuan Tian Supreme's signature ultimate technique, one of the 5 great divine arts, renowned alongside the Jun family's immortal slaying sword art. This sword wasn't a physical entity but rather a chain of order that could manifest the Dao or destroy worlds, mysterious beyond measure. In the past, Yuan Tian Supreme had used it to storm the ancestral dragon's nest and slay dragon bones, tread upon the 10,000 phoenix sacred mountain, and cut down divine phoenixes, achieving godhood in a single battle. After the Supreme's fall, the Yuan Emperor Dao Sword was lost with him, becoming one of the immortal domain's great regrets. Many elders in the immortal domain lamented that an invincible inheritance had been severed. Little did anyone expect that this long-lost inheritance would be obtained by Jun Xiaoyao through his sign-in system. A 5-star reward, he mused silently, his tone calm without a trace of disappointment. While 7-star or 8-star rewards would certainly be better, 5 stars was hardly low, and combined with the formidable power of the Yuan Emperor Dao Sword, he was already thoroughly satisfied at least this extinct inheritance could be revived through him. At this moment, his expression grew slightly focused as he quietly sensed the newfound power within his body. Deep within his divine palace, an order divine chain emanating pale golden radiance floated silently, like a slumbering true dragon. He knew that with patient cultivation in the future, this divine chain would become increasingly sharp. Xiaoyao, what's wrong? Jiang Xingyi turned her head, her dark hair swaying gently as her gaze fell upon his face. Since just now, Jun Xiaoyao had been standing in place as if lost in thought. Nothing, he replied softly, coming back to his senses. The innate Dao embryo within Jiang Xingyi was extremely sensitive to the laws of the great Dao. In that brief moment, she had clearly caught a trace of sharp Dao rhythm from between his brows, yet it vanished instantly into nothingness. She didn't press further, only sighing inwardly. This nephew of mine grows more mysterious by the day. A sudden chill surged from the depths of darkness, accompanied by terrifying fluctuations of magical power. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes sharpened. Snow Phoenix is in trouble. As his words fell, he stepped across the void, with Jiang Xingyi and the Jun Zhangjian siblings immediately following. Boom! Stone fragments flew as a demon corpse struck out, forcing Jun Xiefeng to retreat several steps. Blood trickled from the corner of her lips, her breathing chaotic. Around her, more than 10 demon corpses surged forward, forming layers of encirclement. At this moment, even a Dao integration realm expert would likely struggle to escape unscathed. Damn it! Should I use the Great Teleportation Talisman? Jun Xiefeng gripped the talisman tightly, her chest heaving. She wasn't afraid of death, but as a Jun family sequence member, she was unwilling to retreat easily, much less give up before reaching true desperation. The demon corpses roared as baleful energy surged like a tide. A flash of determination crossed Jun Xiefeng's eyes as she was about to activate the talisman. In the next instant, thunderous roars shook the ruins. A golden runic giant palm swept across from the horizon, like an ancient god beating heavenly drums, or a golden divine millstone crushing the sky. Wherever it passed, the earth cracked, ruins were completely destroyed, and the charging demon corpses were forcibly blasted into bloody mist. Divine Sun. Jun Xiefeng's ice blue eyes lit up with joy. She turned to see Jun Xiaoyao approaching through the air in white robes like an immortal, with Jiang Xingyi and the other 2 following beside him. He landed before her, his voice gentle. Sorry, I'm late. Those brief words were worth more than 1,000. Jun Xiefeng's heart warmed, and even her injuries seemed to lighten. Thank you for your concern, Divine Sun. Snow Phoenix is fine, just minor injuries. She smiled. The remaining demon corpses roared and charged forward. Jun Xiaoyao casually raised his palm and struck out, his golden magical power overwhelming as he effortlessly smashed them into pulp. The ancient sacred body was inherently divine and naturally restrained demon corpses. In moments, the corpse mist dispersed. What happened? He inquired. Jun Xiefeng recounted everything in detail. The strange disturbances from the depths of darkness, the demon corpse's attack, and the entire process of how she became surrounded. After listening, Jun Xiaoyao's lips curved into a smile, yet it was cold as ice. Threatening me? Since when did a mere blade of grass learn to make threats? Originally, Jun Xiaoyao harbored no great hostility toward Ji Xian. Though Ji Xian had some minor conflicts with Jun Zhangjian in the past, they were trivial matters. At most, Jun Xiaoyao would have seized Ji Xian's opportunities and snatched his Saint King's hand bone, nothing more than petty disputes. But now the situation had changed entirely. Ji Xian had not only threatened him directly, but also forced Jun Xiefeng into perilous danger. Jun Xiaoyao was never a saint to begin with, nor did he allow himself to be bound by conventional notions of good and evil. With his background, strength, and talent, if he still had to act cautiously, he might as well become a monk at Little Western Heaven and spend his days chanting, "Great mighty heavenly dragon, world-honored Xidagarba," with a bunch of bald heads. Jun Xiaoyao lived by only one principle. Those who follow me prosper. Those who oppose me perish. Let's go. I'm curious to see what waves Ji Xian can stir up, Jun Xiaoyao said with a smile, his hands clasped behind his back. His white robes fluttered in the wind, and though his words were calm, they carried a bone-chilling coldness. Hearing this soft laughter, Jun Xiefeng and the others silently mourned for Ji Xian in their hearts. The group followed the ancient path shrouded in gray mist toward the deepest part of the secret treasury. Meanwhile, outside the Yuantian secret treasury, dark clouds hung low over the Taiwang forest. Elders from several immortal forces still sat cross-legged in the void, their auras deep as abyssal waters. Who would have thought that the gray mist in the secret treasury, combined with the special domain, could even block the heaven-gazing mirror? The Jiang family elder shook his head, his gray-white hair trembling slightly in the wind. Jun Zhangtian nodded slightly. We underestimated this supreme secret treasury. However, I don't think the heaven-gazing mirror is necessarily needed. He glanced around. Those immortal lineage inheritors who entered the treasury all carry protective treasures or great teleportation talismans. Even without constant monitoring, their lives shouldn't be in danger. Jun Zhangtian, you're worried about your Jun family's divine son, aren't you? If he perishes in the secret treasury, that would be an irreparable loss for the Jun family, sneered an elder from the Azure Dragon lineage of the ancestral dragon nest, his smile not reaching his eyes. Jun Zhangtian snorted coldly, lifting his chin slightly. Rest assured, even if you die, my grandson will be perfectly fine. In his view, a secret treasury of this level posed no threat to Jun Xiaoyao. At worst, Jun Xiaoyao still carried the protective divine talisman personally bestowed by the 18th ancestor, ensuring his safety. The Azure Dragon lineage elder stroked his beard, his voice dripping with sarcasm. I just hope your divine son won't be taught too harsh a lesson by our dragon maiden. He had complete confidence in Long Baishish had refined 2 dragon cores, far surpassing Long Haoyan's capabilities. Just as his words fell, the gray mist of the Yuantian secret treasury churned violently, and a graceful figure burst out in a disheveled state. The newcomer's azure armor was cracked inch by inch, with threads of blood seeping through the fissures. Her hair was disheveled, blood stained the corner of her lips, and her breathing carried traces of terror and chill. Who else could it be but Long Bichi? She stumbled with unsteady steps, her eyes still harboring deep fear of Jun Xiaoyao. Had she been half a breath slower, her life and death would have been uncertain. Isn't that the dragon maiden from the Azure Dragon lineage of the ancestral dragon nest? Why did she come out so quickly, and in such a state? Could she have encountered some great evil? Did that Supreme's corpse revive? Outside the Yuantian secret treasury, tens of thousands of people who couldn't enter due to insufficient cultivation could only observe from afar. Seeing Long Bichi's wretched appearance, discussions erupted with endless speculation. In the void above, the mocking smile on the Azure Dragon lineage elder's face froze, his entire expression becoming unnatural. How did their dragon maiden escape so quickly? And in such a disheveled state? Clearly she'd been driven out and forced to flee. You green-scaled loach, where's your laughter now? Why so quiet all of a sudden? Jun Zhangtian threw back his head and roared with laughter, his chest heaving as if he'd just downed a jar of fine-aged wine. The Azure Dragon lineage elder's face turned ashen, bloodshot eyes flashing as he appeared beside the dust-covered Long Bichi in an instant. Bichi, what happened? Where are the dragon bones? His voice carried barely concealed anxiety. They could endure other losses, but the dragon bones were absolutely essential. Long Bichi's breathing was ragged as she bit her pale lips, her voice so low only the elder could hear. Gone. 4 ancient dragon bones, and 1 supreme ancestral dragon bone. All gone. What? There was a supreme ancestral dragon bone too. The elder staggered, nearly fainting from rage. That was the dragon ancestor's nest's most precious treasure, with only a handful in existence. And now it had simply vanished. Who was it? Who took them? He ground his teeth, his knuckles white with fury. Jun Xiaoyao. Long Biqi's voice trembled, still shaken by the memory of that devastating palm strike. She remembered clearly that Xiao Chun and other prodigies were present, but before Jun Xiaoyao, they were mere playthings. It was him. The elder's expression froze. Earlier, he had boastfully hoped Jun Xiaoyao wouldn't be taught too harsh a lesson by Long Bichino. His face burned with the irony, as it was their own dragon maiden who had been thoroughly defeated. So she was driven out by the Jun family's divine son. No wonder. Indeed, Long Haotian also died at the Jun family divine son's hands. Long Biqi is lucky to escape with her life. The surrounding cultivators whispered among themselves. Though shocked, they weren't surprised. For the younger generation, the Jun family's divine son was practically synonymous with invincibility. Jun Jiantian called out triumphantly. Well then, green-scaled loach, do you submit or not? With his precious grandson performing so magnificently, this grandfather's face beamed with pride. The azure dragon lineage elder's nostrils flared, nearly driven mad with rage, his throat working but unable to utter a single harsh word. Trying to reclaim the dragon bones from the Jun family would be harder than ascending to heaven. Forgive me, elder, for disappointing you. Long Biqi's eyes were dim, like a lotus struck by frost, her former majesty completely gone. In truth, she hadn't even had a chance to properly fight Jun Xiaoyao before being sent flying with a single palm strike, and fleeing in panic if word of this reached the clan, she'd be utterly disgraced. In the sky, Ji family elder Ji Bangyin stood with hands clasped behind his back, shaking his head with a sigh. It seems the azure dragon lineage's dragon maiden is nothing special after all. Jun Jiantian turned his head with a sneer. Ji Bangyin, you'd better pray that your Ji family's champion doesn't clash with my grandson, or else. TSK. Ji Bangyin remained composed, a smile playing at his lips. Jun Jiantian, do you really think that dragon maiden can compare to Ji Xian? He's planned thoroughly for this expedition. If conflict truly arises, it should be your Jun family's divine son who worries. The bone-deep confidence in his voice seemed to make the very air grow heavier. Jun Jiantian raised an eyebrow, eyeing him suspiciously. Oh, don't tell me your Ji family's little saint can actually make some waves this time. While the outside world buzzed with discussion over Long Biqi's defeat, deep within the Yuan Tian secret treasury, Ji Xian walked forward in magnificent robes, an ancient talisman in his palm emanating faint divine radiance. He moved with measured steps toward the very depths, where an ancient and imposing black divine tower stood like a pillar supporting the heavens, surrounded by such dense temporal aura, it seemed almost tangible. The final great opportunity lies here. Ji Xian's eyes flickered with barely contained joy. After so much planning, he had finally reached his destination. However, just as he stepped forward, a coldly amused voice suddenly rang out from behind him. Ji Xian, I must thank you for playing the treasure-hunting rat and leading the way. Upon hearing this voice, the joy on Ji Xian's face vanished instantly. He didn't panic, merely turned his body slowly around, his wide dark sleeves tracing an arc through the air. Within his line of sight, Jun Xiaoyao and 4 others stood quietly 30 feet away. Jun Xiaoyao clasped his hands behind his back, his white robes spotless, his expression calm as usual. Yet within those profound eyes, bone-chilling coldness had condensed. Ji Xian's actions had placed himself in complete opposition to Jun Xiaoyao, and Jun Xiaoyao never showed mercy to enemies. What slightly surprised Jun Xiaoyao was that Ji Xian's first reaction upon seeing him wasn't fear, but composure. His breathing remained steady, and his eyes even held a trace of confidence. This alone revealed the gap between Ji Xian and Xiao Chun. Both were prodigies blessed with tremendous fortune, but Xiao Chun hailed from the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom, and no matter how first-rate that lineage was, it couldn't compare to an immortal tradition. Ji Xian, however, was born into an ancient primordial family, surpassing Xiao Chun in both vision and temperament. Because of this, Jun Xiaoyao found himself more interested in the coming conflict, feeling this confrontation might not be too dull. Ji Xian, seeing this divine son appear, you don't seem surprised? Jun Xiaoyao's tone was calm, yet carried unquestionable authority. Jun Xiaoyao, I originally had no desire to be your enemy, but you've gone too far. Do you really take me, Ji Xian, for some treasure-hunting rat? Ji Xian's eyes darkened, sharp edges concealed within. What else? Isn't that precisely where your value lies? Jun Xiaoyao replied indifferently. Ji Xian's eyes trembled slightly. He was the Ji family's little saint. When had he ever endured such mockery? Jun Zhangjian and the others had long grown accustomed to this. Though Jun Xiaoyao usually appeared ethereal in his white robes, untainted by worldly dust, when he truly began speaking, he could infuriate people to the point of spitting blood. Xiao Chun was a typical victim of verbal warfare. Even the mighty Jun family's divine son resorts to bullying with numbers. Ji Xian's eyes flashed as he surveyed the scene. He stood alone, while facing 5 opponents. The situation required no further thought. Ji Xian, I know what you seek. You merely want to force this divine son into single combat. Honestly, I wouldn't mind bullying you with numbers, but dealing with you's truly unnecessary. Jun Xiaoyao saw through Ji Xian's intent with a single statement. The world says the Jun family's divine son is arrogant. Whether that's true or mere rumor can only be determined through battle. Ji Xian's eyes revealed cold light. As a top-tier prodigy, without truly crossing hands, neither would submit to the other. He naturally wanted to seize this opportunity to compete with Jun Xiaoyao. Ignorant. Jun Xiaoyao's gaze sharpened. In an instant, the golden spiritual sea within his dantian boiled, countless waves surging forth thunderously. Vast golden magical power transformed into shocking torrents, pressing down across the wilderness like an overwhelming tide, making even the air seem to solidify. Jun Xiaoyao raised his hand and struck out. Without employing any martial techniques or divine abilities, just a single palm strike seemed to contain the power to topple heaven itself, capable of crushing ordinary divine bridge realm prodigies into meat paste on the spot. As this overwhelming force rushed toward him, Ji Xian's expression finally grew grave. When still, Jun Xiaoyao was like a banished immortal, untainted by mortal dust. When in motion, he resembled a divine king descending, a war god manifesting in the world. That terrifying aura made one's heart and spirit tremble. He hesitated no longer, extending his right arm. That limb had long since fused with the Saint King's hand bone, and now mysterious light surged between the joints, containing world-destroying power. A Saint King was an existence surpassing saints, standing at the pinnacle even among the saint realm. Such a section of Saint King hand bone was invaluable, its might absolutely formidable. At Ji Xian's cultivation level, this was practically cheating. His right arm had fused with a fragment of a Saint King's bone, like a newbie player stumbling upon a divine artifact in the starter village. His combat power should have skyrocketed, forging him into an invincible prodigy. However, boom, their palm strike and fist energy collided midair, brilliant light exploded, and ripples of spiritual power tore outward in all directions. The one forced back was actually Ji Xian. He staggered dozens of steps backward, his feet carving deep grooves in the ground. Blood churned in his chest, the metallic sweetness rising to his throat before he forcibly swallowed it down. When he looked up, his eyes were filled with disbelief. He clearly possessed the Saint King's bone, so why was he the one injured? Across from him, Jun Xiaoyao raised an eyebrow slightly, seeming mildly surprised. Truly worthy of being a Saint King's bone, to withstand one of my strikes with only minor injuries. He was accustomed to crushing enemies with absolute force. 8 or 9 out of 10 couldn't withstand a single slap from him, and only the remaining 20% were worth him changing tactics. That Ji Xian could survive the first strike made him acknowledge the weight of the Saint King's bone. But Ji Xian grew increasingly bewildered. He should have been the one to send Jun Xiaoyao flying. Yet now he was being casually praised with a not bad. What kind of not bad was this? Unfortunately, the Saint King's bone is ultimately an external object, not yours, so it can never be perfect, Jun Xiaoyao said. Before his words finished, he formed the human king seal with his 5 fingers, thunder roaring in his palm as the seal pushed forward horizontally. Ji Xian couldn't fully activate the sacred bone's power, especially since it wasn't his own bone. In contrast, Jun Xiaoyao's supreme bone was obtained through the system's sign-in, seamlessly integrated with his flesh, without the slightest flaw. Jun Xiaoyao, stop acting so high and mighty. How could you possibly know the true power of the Saint King's bone? Ji Xian raged in humiliation, his fist momentum like a dragon. The sacred bone burst with divine radiance. Arm bone runes flowing as he activated the Ji family's great divine ability, the kingly fist, his fist edge tearing through the void, with royal might pressing forward. Jun Xiaoyao unleashed his human king seal, a towering imperial shadow manifesting, its pressure making heaven and earth hum. He then layered on the divine elephant suppressing prison force, billions of elephant particles surging through his palm lines, that seal seeming ready to shatter the heavens. Boom. The sound shook the depths of the secret treasury, stone walls crumbling chaotically. In this second ultimate collision, a figure was once again sent flying, still Ji Xian. Midair, he finally couldn't help but spray out a line of blood, his face deathly pale upon landing. He barely endured the first strike, but was completely defeated by the second. How is this possible? He pressed his left hand firmly against his trembling right arm, the joints seeming ready to shatter, the entire arm shaking uncontrollably. In the distance, Jun Zhongjian, Jun Xiuhuang, and others watched with surging hearts. They knew the divine son wouldn't lose, but hadn't expected such overwhelming dominance. Even the proud Ji Xian, a lesser saint in their eyes, still couldn't withstand him. Jun Xiaoyao stood with hands behind his back, speaking indifferently. Now, do you understand how foolish it was to challenge this divine son? Ji Xian opened his mouth, but found no words. He hadn't expected the ancient sacred body to be powerful to such an extent. Flames of unwillingness rolled in his eyes. How could he admit defeat like this? His wrist turned subtly as he grasped a piece of dark metal. Shadowy radiance spreading as the intent of life and death reincarnation silently permeated the air. He raised his head, his gaze cold and sharp. Jun Xiaoyao, take this punch. Ji Xian struck again, but this punch carried a completely different intent than before. His fist was wrapped in the cold essence of life and death, annihilation and reincarnation, making it several times heavier than his previous kingly Dao punch. Jun Xiaowang, Jun Zhangjian, and the others immediately sensed the dangerous aura, their hearts tightening as they called out almost simultaneously. Divine Son, be careful. Xiaoyao, watch out. Jiang Xingyi also frowned as she warned him. Jun Xiaoyao remained calm, his gaze fixed on the whistling fist approaching him, a flash of surprise crossing his eyes. The moment that fist intent spread, the supreme bone in his chest suddenly trembled lightly, as if drawn by some mysterious force. What kind of reaction is this? Could it be that whatever Ji Xian holds is connected to my supreme bone? He pondered silently. His supreme bone had already awakened the heavenly tribulation light and the complete version of the hand of heaven, yet he knew clearly that its true potential was far from exhausted. Now that the supreme bone resonated with his opponent's fist intent, it sparked his curiosity even more. His thoughts flashed like lightning as he clenched his 5 fingers. 70,000 giant elephant particles resonated in unison. Golden divine power surged forth like a flood, condensing into an ancient divine elephant that could suppress the universe. Immediately after, he activated the divine technique from the ancestral dragon, Nest Dragon Fist. Azure dragon-shaped dragon chi spiraled along his arm, coexisting with the elephant's shadow. This azure dragon originated from Shao Chen's dragon chi, and now with dragon and elephant standing together, Jun Xiaoyao's aura suddenly soared, every gesture carrying the power to shatter heaven and split earth. He thrust out his fist and palm, dragon roars and elephant trumpets interweaving as the air was forcibly expelled, creating a vacuum passage ahead with thunderous rumbling. Annihilation Fist. Ji Xian roared, channeling all his divine power and spiritual energy into the Saint King's hand bone. The void was immediately branded with runes as Saint Realm pressure spread. The dark metal in his grasp drew upon the power of life, death, and reincarnation, making this strike like the final chapter of night, carrying the meaning of utterly ending all things. The 2 ultimate fist strikes collided thunderously. Bang! Divine power swept like a tsunami, instantly leveling the ground as thick cracks spread like a spider web. Dust and debris surged up like walls, even collapsing the distant ruined halls. At the center of the violent tremor, Ji Xian was sent flying dozens of zhang, crashing through several ruined halls before coming to a stop. His wrist bones shattered inch by inch, his entire arm twisted, skin and blood vessels torn by the fierce divine power, blood flowing freely. The dark metal he had been gripping was also shaken loose, cutting through the air as it flew upward. Jun Xiaoyao raised his hand in a grasping motion, and the metal was drawn by an invisible force, landing steadily in his palm. Jun Xiaoyao, give it back to me. Ji Xian staggered to his feet, blood continuously pouring from his mouth, shock and fury intertwining as his eyes filled with unwillingness. He had never expected that even after exhausting all his resources, he still couldn't withstand a single exchange with Jun Xiaoyao, and had even handed over that crucially important item. Jun Xiaoyao paid no attention to his opponent, only lowering his head to examine the metal in his hand. The longing from his supreme bone grew increasingly distinct, as if it might break free from his body at any moment. This metal, could it be reincarnation Dao Gold? Jun Xiaoyao raised an eyebrow. Coming from an ancient aristocratic family, his knowledge was naturally extraordinary. He had seen quite a few rare treasures and precious materials himself. The reincarnation Dao Gold was a type of immortal metal that could be used to forge an emperor's enlightenment weapon, making it extremely rare. A piece the size of a fingernail would be enough to drive a group of saints to fight to the death in the outside world. Unfortunately, this small fragment of reincarnation Dao Gold had already lost its essence, leaving only traces of reincarnation intent. It was precisely by relying on this residual aura that Ji Xian had made his life-extinguishing fist more formidable, yet it still proved utterly inadequate before Jun Xiaoyao. Ji Xian, I'm surprised you possess such a thing, Jun Xiaoyao said with an indifferent gaze. Give it back to me. Ji Xian's face turned ashen. Jiang Xingyi spoke from the side. I've heard that within the Holy Spirit Academy, there's an ancient reincarnation Holy Spirit that has been worshipped since antiquity. This item is most likely just scraps shed from that spirit's body, isn't it? Jun Xiaoyao suddenly understood, thinking to himself. Ji Xian is indeed the holy son of the Holy Spirit Academy, so it's not surprising he could obtain this piece of Dao Gold. If this is true, I must visit the Holy Spirit Academy in the future, as this concerns the transformation of my supreme bone. His thoughts racing, Jun Xiaoyao looked at the fragment in his hand with a calm expression. I thought it was some priceless treasure, but it's merely scraps. Does this even deserve to be called a treasure? With those words, he clenched his 5 fingers, and with a crack, the essence-depleted reincarnation Dao gold crumbled to dust and scattered in the wind. Ji Xian's eyes turned blood red, anger and humiliation intertwining. Yet an irrepressible sense of powerlessness arose within him. Just moments ago, he had still harbored hope that even if he couldn't defeat Jun Xiaoyao, he could at least hold his own for a while. But reality cut like a blade. There was an insurmountable chasm between him and Jun Xiaoyao. A lesser saint was less than dust before the Jun family's divine son. No, I haven't lost yet. Ji Xian suddenly raised his head, his chest heaving. The entire secret treasury is still under my control. As long as I obtain that treasure, surpassing Jun Xiaoyao in the future isn't impossible. With this thought, he rallied his spirits and took out an ancient talisman, pouring his vast magical power into it. In an instant, with the pitch-black divine tower as the center, formation patterns spread across the ground like stellar orbits, instantly covering the depths of the secret treasury. Boom! The earth shook as hundreds of demonic corpses burst from the ground. Guided by the ancient talisman's aura, they bypassed Ji Xian entirely and charged toward Jun Xiaoyao's group. Any ordinary prodigy would have been scared out of their wits, but Jun Xiaoyao merely stood with his hands behind his back, his expression serene. This is your trump card? He asked with a half-smile. Ji Xian gritted his teeth and snorted coldly. Jun Xiaoyao, accept this grand gift. The next time we meet, I might just be the one crushing you. With those words, his figure flashed as he disappeared into the pitch-black tower. Ridiculous. Jun Xiaoyao chuckled softly, raising his palm as the magical power within his body surged and terrifying sword intent spread outward. A silver-white sword beam pierced through the air, its intent so overwhelming it seemed to manifest immortal and divine phantoms, tearing through space wherever it passed. Swoosh! The sword beam swept across, carving a deep furrow in the earth as over 100 demonic corpses instantly vanished into smoke. Though they might have been formidable in life, after death their magical power had dissipated and they had been corroded by gray mist. While they could still threaten prodigies at the Divine Bridge or Unity Realm, they remained utterly inadequate before Jun Xiaoyao. Inside the pitch-black divine tower, Ji Xian watched this scene through a tower window, cold sweat instantly, soaking his back when fighting him. Jun Xiaoyao hadn't even used his immortal slaying sword art. How could the crops I intend to harvest escape from my grasp? Jun Xiaoyao spread his demon wings, the black gold feathers beating as his speed exploded, charging directly toward the divine tower. Inside the tower, Ji Xian dared not delay, executing the Ji family's great divine ability, Void Treading Steps. His form became like a phantom shuttling through the void as he desperately rushed toward the tower's peak. Victory and defeat would be decided. This was the final gamble. Within the pitch-black divine tower, thick gray mist churned and rolled. Deeper into the tower's interior, the gray mist rapidly transformed into inky darkness, like spilled ink cascading down, creating an almost impenetrable blackness. Ji Xian's entire body surged with true essence as he gripped tightly the Saint King's finger bone in his palm. The milky white bone radiance formed a protective barrier, completely isolating the corrosive black mist. Behind him, Jun Xiaoyao stepped lightly and slowly, also entering the divine tower, while Jiang Xingyi and the others remained outside, slaying the wandering demonic corpses to buy them time. In the blink of an eye, Ji Xian had already leaped to the tower's summit. His gaze immediately locked onto the Centera massive coffin of pure black, suspended quietly in midair. Hundreds of golden chains, each as thick as a thumb, coiled around the coffin, their surfaces flickering with runic symbols that emitted crisp chiming sounds. From within the coffin emanated a supreme pressure that seemed to overlook all 8 directions, the very source of the oppressive aura that permeated the entire Yuan Tian secret realm. Finally found it, exactly as described in the ancient texts. Ji Xian murmured in a low voice, his breathing slightly quickened with excitement. If the ancient records were accurate, the treasure he sought on this journey lay hidden within this very coffin. Yet the continuously churning gray mist also seeped from within the coffin, indicating unknown mutations that stirred a sense of caution deep in his heart. A figure in white robes then appeared with measured steps, his garments spotless, as if illuminating the entire dim divine tower. Jun Xiaoyao. Upon seeing the chain-bound coffin, he raised an eyebrow slightly. Yuan Tian Supreme's corpse should be within, but why would such sealing restrictions still be necessary? The combination of golden chains and ominous gray mist allowed him to quickly deduce several clues. Then, withdrawing his thoughts, his indifferent gaze fell upon Ji Xian. Do you believe that in this divine son's presence, you still possess any power to resist? Jun Xiaoyao's tone was calm, yet carried an undeniable authority. Ji Xian's expression darkened, though he forced himself to remain composed. Jun Xiaoyao, I entered this place with thorough preparations. Do you truly believe you can control everything? Before his words finished, he activated the ancient talisman in his hand. The talisman paper burst forth with blinding light rain, countless runic symbols weaving into an array that surged toward the chains. Clatter! The golden chains trembled in unison, and the massive coffin resonated with thunder-like rumbling. Jun Xiaoyao stood with hands clasped behind his back, never making a move. Ji Xian couldn't hide his surprise and couldn't help asking, Jun Xiaoyao, you're actually not stopping me? Stop you? Why would I stop you? Jun Xiaoyao's tone was leisurely. Since you've entered the Yuan Tian secret realm, you must be here for some tremendous opportunity, and that opportunity is most likely within this coffin. This divine son is too lazy to act personally. You open it for me. I'll simply take what's inside. Isn't that more convenient? Ji Xian's expression shifted between light and dark. A purely martial opponent wasn't frightening, but if the opponent also possessed strategic cunning, that made them truly formidable, and Jun Xiaoyao before him clearly belonged to the latter category. Humph, so you're just going to watch me seize the opportunity? Ji Xian said coldly. Wouldn't it be nicer if I just robbed you directly? Jun Xiaoyao chuckled lightly, his tone casual, yet it made Ji Xian's chest tighten, his face alternating between green and purple. If not for his inferior strength, he would have already thrown a punch. With the ancient talisman protecting me, you'll be the one who truly suffers. Ji Xian sneered inwardly, continuing to pour more spiritual power into his efforts. Suddenly, those hundreds of golden chains finally shattered completely. In an instant, the coffin lid was blasted open, and a terrifying black mist surged forth like billowing smoke. The dark fog carried with it extreme malevolent energy and supreme pressure, causing the air to freeze instantly. Even Ji Xian, who knew some of the inside story, felt his heart racing with unease. In contrast, Jun Xiaoyao merely frowned slightly, his expression remaining composed. The black mist churned as a towering figure slowly stepped out. The newcomer wore an ancient golden robe, his square face silently radiating overwhelming malevolent energy, while his hollow eyes brimmed with blood-red light. Black hair covered his entire body, making him look no different from the demonic corpses outside the tower. Yuan Tian Supreme. Jun Xiaoyao whispered under his breath, his palm tightening slightly. How could such a mighty supreme have fallen to this state? Roar! The supreme demonic corpse raised its head and howled, the sound waves becoming tangible as they spread, instantly shattering the top of the pitch-black divine tower. Ji Xian's legs went weak, nearly collapsing on the spot. This pressure was enough to shatter the meridians of ordinary divine bridge realm cultivators. A supreme was truly terrifying even reduced to mere bones. It still inspired bone-chilling fear. Jun Xiaoyao remained unmoved, forming a stark contrast to Ji Xian's terror. Just a supreme demonic corpse that's been dead for who knows how long. If he were facing a true peak supreme, even with his heaven-defying abilities, he would have no power to resist. The current Yuan Tian supreme demonic corpse had lost all its magical power, its body corroded by the black mist, retaining only 1/10th of its former strength. Though extremely weakened, it was still not an existence that Divine Bridge Realm, or even Unity Realm prodigies could match. Roar! The demonic corpse howled again, its blood-red eyes first locking onto Ji Xian, who was closest. Ji Xian hastily raised an ancient talisman, causing the bloodlight to pause slightly, before the demonic corpse's gaze turned to Jun Xiaoyao. Boom! It pushed forward with both hands, black mist carrying space-daring power surging toward him. Jun Xiaoyao raised an eyebrow, ready to test this corpse's combat power. He activated the Divine Elephant Prison-Suppressing Force, with the phantom of an ancient divine elephant suspended above him like a golden mountain suppressing all directions, as 700 million gene of divine power erupted. Immediately after, the desolate ancient sacred body was fully activated, golden qi and blood surging turbulently. Its natural restraint against demonic beings instantly reduced the demonic corpse's power by another 30%. Dragon qi surged as azure light spread beneath his skin, forming dragon-scale inner armor. The defensive aspect of the Divine Elephant Prison-Suppressing Force deployed alongside the Nether God's protection. His left hand formed the Human King seal, while his right unleashed the Dragon Fist. Two of his strongest attacks launched simultaneously. Offense, defense, and bloodline power were all pushed to their limits. Jun Xiaoyao rarely fought with such full force. In mere moments, Jiang Shengyi, Jun Xiuhuang, and others outside the Divine Tower detected the terrifying aura churning within. A supreme demonic corpse. Jiang Shengyi's face changed drastically. That level of pressure could even crush veteran powerhouses of the heaven-reaching and divine fire realms. Jun Xiuhuang and Jun Zhangjian's hearts trembled as they shouted, Divine Son. They couldn't imagine that Jun Xiaoyao would actually clash head-on with a supreme-level demonic corpse. Ji Xian's pupils first contracted sharply, then a cold smile appeared at the corner of his lips after being frustrated by Jun Xiaoyao multiple times. Could he finally witness his miserable defeat? Boom! Under everyone's watchful eyes, Jun Xiaoyao at full power collided head-on with the supreme demonic corpse. Space rippled visibly, as if heaven and earth were collapsing. The golden divine radiance of the desolate ancient sacred body and the overwhelming malevolent energy of the supreme demonic corpse spread out together. The collision was like planets crashing together, creating terrifyingly violent shockwaves that swept through the entire depths of the secret treasury. Jiang Xingyi and the others felt their eardrums explode with sound, their minds buzzing as their faces instantly turned deathly pale. Their opponent was a supreme-level demonic corpse. Even though this corpse's current strength was less than 1/10th of its peak power, it was still far beyond what any divine bridge realm cultivator could contend with. Xiaoyao. Jiang Xingyi's snow-white face became pale, as if drained of blood. If something truly happened to Jun Xiaoyao, how could she face Jiang Ro? She had originally promised to watch over Jun Xiaoyao within the secret treasury, yet now she could only watch helplessly. Jun Zhangjian, Jun Xiaohuang, and Jun Wanjia's hearts were also pounding wildly, their knuckles turning white from gripping too tightly. On the other side, Ji Xian rushed toward the coffin while frequently glancing back at the battlefield. He refused to believe that Jun Xiaoyao could escape unscathed this time. The thunderous roar gradually subsided as dust and smoke billowed. In the next moment, two figures each retreated several zhang before finally stopping. Jun Xiaoyao was the first to come into everyone's view. His white robes remained spotless, his long hair black as ink, his expression calm as an ancient well, though his brow was slightly furrowed, revealing a rare solemnity. His chest surged with turbulent qi and blood. His arms felt slightly numb, yet no external injuries were visible. Opposite him, the supreme demonic corpse also revealed its form. Its black armor was covered in corrosion marks, but showed no signs of breaking. Having been a supreme expert in life, even with its physical body weakened countless times, how could ordinary attacks damage it? Seeing Jun Xiaoyao completely unharmed, Jiang Xingyi almost forgot to breathe, her eyes glistening as wild joy instantly bloomed across her face. She moved with lotus steps, transforming into a streak of light as she rushed toward Jun Xiaoyao. The divine sun is unharmed. Jun Zhangjian, Jun Xiaohuang, and Jun Wanjia exclaimed in unison, their faces filled with surprise and joy, their eyes burning with fanatical worship. Their divine son had confronted a supreme demonic corpse with merely divine bridge realm cultivation, not only surviving, but without even sustaining minor injuries. If this news spread, it would surely shake the entire immortal domain. Looking through 10,000 years of the immortal domain's history, had anyone ever fought against a supreme-level expert at the divine bridge realm even if it was just a corpse? Absolutely not. This is absolutely ridiculous. Even the usually composed Ji Xian completely lost his composure, unable to help but curse aloud. Was Jun Xiaoyao even human? Divine bridge realm against a supreme demonic corpse, yet completely unscathed? Who would believe such a thing? Even ghosts wouldn't believe it. He almost suspected that Jun Xiaoyao was the reincarnation of some ancient great emperor otherwise. How could such heaven-defying combat power be explained? Monster, Jun Xiaoyao is a complete and utter monster. Ji Xian felt his chest tighten, his rationality on the verge of collapse as he cursed inwardly. With such a prodigy existing, how could other geniuses of this era compete? Who could possibly contend with Jun Xiaoyao? Even that peerless talent from their Ji family who had now become the current holy maiden of the human immortal sect would probably pale in comparison. Can't worry about all that now. Must find the treasure first. Ji Xian's thoughts raced as his gaze refocused on that coffin. He had completely abandoned any notion of competing with Jun Xiaoyao, wanting only to seize the great opportunity within the coffin before the other could free his hands, then immediately withdraw. If he obtained that opportunity, perhaps he might still have a fighting chance against Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao naturally noticed Ji Xian's movements and turned his head, saying, Zhangjian, Shuahuang, Wanjia, go deal with that Ji Xian and don't let him escape with the treasure. What about you, divine son? Jun Shuahuang frowned as she spoke. She, Zhangjian, and Wanjia had originally planned to face the supreme demon corpse together. I'm sufficient here, Jun Xiaoyao said calmly. Jiang Xingyi suddenly stepped forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with Jun Xiaoyao. I'll help you. That's a supreme demon corpse site's too dangerous. Jun Xiaoyao's brow furrowed slightly. If I don't help you, who will I help? Jiang Xingyi smiled with pursed lips, her eyes bright and clear, obviously not intending to back down. Jun Xiaoyao nodded gently without further persuasion. All right. He silently took note of this moment and scene. Roar. Black mist churned as the supreme demon corpse lunged again, its malevolent aura surging like a tide. The pressure alone could shatter the divine palace of a divine bridge realm prodigy. This demon corpse is quite troublesome indeed, Jun Xiaoyao said quietly, making Jiang Xingyi both laugh and cry what others saw as a desperate threat. He merely called troublesome. In the next instant, he raised one arm, dragon Qi erupting as a lifelike true dragon materialized in the void ancestral dragon nest divine technique. True dragon heaven-binding art. His other arm extended, unleashing the military conquest formula. Countless golden divine weapons gathered in the air, forming a torrent of blades, spears, swords, and halberds that crashed toward the demon corpse with thunderous force. Boom. Human figures intertwined with dragon shadows. Divine weapons clashed with malevolent Qi atop the tower. The Supreme Demon Corpse possessed no magical powers or divine techniques, relying purely on its decayed, yet nearly immortal flesh to clash heat-in with Jun Xiaoyao. Under their collision, the air seemed torn apart. If Yuan Tian Supreme's mere 1/10th of his living strength is already this formidable, just how powerful was a true peerless Supreme? Jun Xiaoyao sighed inwardly, yet remained confident he could reach such heights in the future. After another fierce exchange, both he and the demon corpse retreated. Jun Xiaoyao's arms felt slightly numb, his chest surging with roiling blood Qi. This was the first time he'd felt such overwhelming pressure that made his bloodline boil, yet he still hadn't reached the point of injury or coughing blood. This novel experience only intensified his fighting spirit. Jiang Xingyi raised her palm and sleeves, spiritual light transforming into white lotuses to assist Jun Xiaoyao in restraining the demon corpse. Meanwhile, atop the divine tower, Ji Xian had discovered an ancient, simple wooden box within the coffin. Apart from this item, the coffin contained nothing else. This is it. His eyes burned with fervor. Whoosh. Lightning suddenly struck, forcing Ji Xian to dodge sideways, his expression darkening abruptly. You dare touch what our young master wants. Jun Wanjie arrived through the air with Zhang Jian and Shui Huang. Damn it. Instead of helping Jun Xiaoyao, do you want him to die at the hands of the Supreme Demon Corpse? Ji Xian said coldly. We believe in our young master's strength. Jun Wanjie blocked his path, his tone frigid. You cannot possibly take that wooden box. Below, the demon corpses not yet completely cleared began climbing up the tower walls. Sensing the ancient talisman on Ji Xian's body, they turned to attack Jun Wanjie's trio instead. Zhang Jian, Shui Huang, block those demon corpses. I'll entangle Ji Xian. Jun Wanjie quickly assigned roles. Understood. The two responded, blade light and phoenix flames erupting simultaneously. The tower top immediately split into multiple battlefields. Jun Xiaoyao and Jiang Xingyi confronting the Supreme Demon Corpse the main battlefield. Jun Wanjie intercepting Ji Xian to prevent the wooden box from being seized. Jun Zhangjian and Jun Shui Huang slaying the climbing demon corpses, securing the perimeter. Ji Xian calculated inwardly. He only needed to stall until Jun Xiaoyao was severely injured by the demon corpse. Then he could seize the wooden box in the chaos. This was an open strategy, so he boldly taunted aloud. Jun Wanjie, stop this futile effort. Once Jun Xiaoyao is defeated, I'll naturally leave. Our young master's abilities are beyond your comprehension. Jun Wanjie's gaze was ice cold. Huh. If he's truly strong enough to slay a supreme demon corpse, I, Ji Xian, will do a handstand and piss. Ji Xian sneered, his mockery undisguised. You'll regret this, Jun Wanjie said, his eyes profound. Deep within the supreme secret vault, terrifying waves of magical power permeated the air. Jun Xiaoyao was bathed in blazing golden blood, resembling an ancient war god descending to earth. His fist and palm techniques emerged endlessly, with thunderous roars shaking the entire secret realm. In contrast, the Supreme Demon Corpse unleashed towering demonic flames, its malevolent energy condensing into a pitch-black torrent. Any casual strike from it could turn even Divine Bridge Realm or Unity Realm prodigies into bloody mist. If not for the presence of an incomprehensible monster like Jun Xiaoyao, few in this world could withstand its edge. Even more intimidating was Jiang Xingyi standing at his side. Blessed with the innate Dao embryo, she could manifest great Dao runes with a mere gesture, her magical power surging like tides and causing space itself to subtly distort. During the fierce battle, Jun Xiaoyao noticed that his ancient sacred body seemed to be further activated under the influence of her aura. This reminded him of that ancient great emperor who possessed the innate sacred body Dao embryo. If these two supreme constitutions could overlap, a qualitative transformation might truly occur. He didn't dare hope for an instant metamorphosis into the innate sacred body Dao embryo, as that would require heaven-sent fortune. However, if he could briefly amplify his sacred body with Jiang Xingyi's power, it might be enough to suppress the supreme demon corpse before him. With this thought, he rapidly transmitted his voice through divine consciousness. Sister Xingyi, I need your help. What kind of help? Jiang Xingyi responded. Channel your innate Dao embryo power into my body, Jun Xiaoyao said directly. Jiang Xingyi was slightly stunned. Xiaoyao, do you want to directly forge that constitution? This isn't something that can be achieved through simple power transmission. I only seek to borrow your power to amplify my sacred body, not permanently, just to suppress the demon corpse first, he explained again. Jiang Xingyi nodded to show her understanding. Just then, the Supreme Demon Corpse suddenly shifted its offensive, launching a palm strike carrying a destructive storm toward Jiang Xingyi. Though her physical body was strong, it could hardly withstand this blow. Jun Xiaoyao stepped forward in one stride, forcibly blocking her path. Boom! Two tremendous forces collided, sending him staggering back several zhang, the rocks beneath his feet cracking inch by inch. Jiang Xingyi caught him just in time. Xiaoyao, focus your mind, she called out, fully activating the innate Dao embryo within her body. The great Dao's qi instantly spread outward. Jiang Xingyi's skin radiated a crystalline luster, like warm, immortal jade. Countless runes and Dao patterns manifested around her body, condensing into flowing bands of light, as if heaven and earth were spontaneously paving a great Dao path for her. So this is the power of the innate Dao embryo. Jun Xiaoyao murmured in admiration. No wonder this constitution was not inferior to the ancient sacred body, it was inherently one with the great Dao itself. In the next moment, Jiang Xingyi gathered that torrent-like power of the innate Dao embryo into a beam of platinum light, pouring it unreservedly into Jun Xiaoyao's body. In an instant, the golden blood qi of the ancient sacred body and the pure great Dao aura of the innate Dao embryo violently merged within him. The two torrents resonated with each other, their harmonious vibrations shattering the very air. Jun Xiaoyao felt his blood boiling and bones thundering, as if lightning raced through his body. That unprecedented vast power nearly burst his physical shell, yet it also gave rise to an indescribable sense of control. This sensation was both foreign and violent, yet it genuinely brought him surprise and confidence. Jiang Xingyi's complexion flushed slightly red. Jun Xiaoyao felt his ancient sacred body growing even more formidable, his muscles and bones resonating like thunderous drums, while his true essence surged through his bloodstream, as if infused with boiling medicinal power. Across from him, the Supreme Demon Corpse instinctively sensed danger, its blood-red pupils contracting sharply as the surrounding black mist churned with unease. Ji Xian and the others watched from afar, their hearts tightening simultaneously. The power of the innate Dao embryo. What exactly was Jun Xiaoyao planning to do? Ji Xian caught a whiff of impending doom. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao's entire body was enveloped in immortal radiance, with golden divine light and great Dao runes flickering around his skin. Though he had yet to achieve the true innate sacred body Dao embryo, he was already countless times stronger than a mere ancient sacred body. He raised his gaze, his voice calm. It's time to end everything. As his words fell, he stood like an immortal overlooking all living beings, his eyes cold and resolute, maintaining unwavering confidence in victory even when facing the Supreme Demon Corpse. The power of the ancient sacred body was fully unleashed, and suddenly, countless human figures materialized in the void. Each one emanated sacred realm pressure, like ancient sacred lords standing in the heavens. In the blink of an eye, 10,000 phantom figures arranged themselves across the sky, the sacred body vision. Jiang Xingyi suppressed the strange feelings in her heart, and upon witnessing this scene, her pupils still trembled with shock. She understood that the terror of the ancient sacred body lay not only in its unparalleled physical prowess, but that the sacred body vision was its ultimate trump card. Jun Xiaoyao had never used it since stepping onto the battlefield, not because he was unwilling, but because no one before had been worthy of him employing this technique. Now, for the Supreme Demon Corpse, he finally revealed his strongest card, 10,000 saints paying homage. Moreover, the vision was enhanced by the great Dao power of the innate Dao embryo, making its might unimaginable. Yuan Tian Supreme, dust to dust, earth to earth after death, you should rest in eternal peace. Jun Xiaoyao stood in the void with his hands behind his back, his expression cold. In the next instant, all the saint phantoms in the sky simultaneously bowed down to him in reverence, as if paying homage to the one true heavenly Dao. Boom! An invisible tremendous force pressed down, golden divine radiance illuminating all directions. Ordinary demon corpses instantly exploded into powder under this power, unable even to scream. The Supreme Demon Corpse was also firmly suppressed, its strength dropping by another 40%, its black mist hissing as it was burned by the divine light. The ancient sacred body naturally restrained evil forces and amplified through the vision. The effect was doubled. The gray mist deep within the supreme secret treasury was likewise dispelled by the radiance, vast gray waves dissolving into wisps of smoke. At the same time, above the great desolate forest, the heaven-observing mirror that had long been obscured by gray mist reappeared. The mist on the mirror's surface dissipated, clearly projecting the scene from deep within the Yuan Tian secret treasury into the sky. Look! The heaven-observing mirror is moving. Is that Yuan Tian Supreme's corpse? It's actually been demonized. Heavens, pinch me. The Jun family's divine son is actually fighting a supreme demon corpse. Holy shit, this is way too outrageous. The moment the heaven-observing mirror projected the scene, the entire great desolate forest erupted in chaos. Tens of thousands of cultivators stared in stunned disbelief, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets, as if witnessing an impossible miracle, momentarily speechless. Even the several elders from immortal orthodoxies who had been sitting cross-legged in the sky suddenly widened their cloudy old eyes, nearly losing their balance and falling from the air. The elderly Taoist from the Dao Jitian sect stared blankly, his aged face frozen in disbelief as he opened his mouth slightly and stammered, "Is that really the divine son of the Jun family?" This veteran who had cultivated in the saint realm for many years now had dilated pupils and a shaken state of mind, showing just how shocking the scene before him was. "That's right, it's the divine son." The elder from the Jiang family's fingers trembled slightly, his voice filled with barely contained excitement. Since Jun Xiaoyao carried Jiang Ro's bloodline, he was considered half a member of the Jiang family. Now, to think he could directly confront a supreme-level demonic corpse while still in the divine bridge realm, this made the Jiang family elder ecstatic with joy. "We must strengthen our ties quickly. The marriage alliance with Luo Li would be an excellent method," he calculated secretly, wishing he could immediately bind Jun Xiaoyao completely to the Jiang family. After all, throughout history, prodigies who could contend with supremes while in the divine bridge realm could be counted on one hand. Elder Ji Bangyin from the Ji family stood like a clay statue, his throat dry, unable to squeeze out a single word. The elder from the ancestral dragon nest and Long Bichi were similarly frozen in place. Long Bichi's gaze was locked onto that white-robed figure in the heaven-observing mirror, her chest tight with suffocation. Jun Xiaoyao had manifested the sacred body phenomenon of 10,000 saints paying homage, suppressing the demonic corpse with casual gestures, making her entire body tremble uncontrollably. She had once been confident that powerhouses like Long Outyin in seclusion could contend with, or even defeat Jun Xiaoyao. But now she felt as if the sky was collapsing, unable to even stand steady. Even if Long Outyin emerges from seclusion, he won't be able to defeat him. The thought rolled through her mind like muffled thunder, leaving her face deathly pale. Jun Zhantian was initially stunned, then wild joy nearly overflowed from his features. Originally, he had only hoped his grandson would make a name for himself in the secret treasury, but Jun Xiaoyao's performance could only be described as miraculous, shocking even this old ancestor who had weathered countless storms. Soon, news of this would spread throughout the desolate heaven immortal domain, and Jun Xiaoyao would become synonymous with invincibility among the younger generation, naturally elevating the Jun family's prestige. Tens of thousands of other cultivators gathered before the heaven-observing mirror, their gazes firmly captured by that white-robed figure surrounded by 10,000 saints, their souls trembling. One cultivator gasped, "Even if the supreme-level demonic corpse of Yuan Tian retains less than 1/10th of its former power, it's absolutely not something people our age could withstand." A nearby elder at the Divine Fire realm shook his head and sighed. Forget young people even reaching heaven, and Divine Fire powerhouses would find it difficult to deal with that demonic corpse. The Jun family's divine son is terrifyingly powerful. Discussions rose and fell like waves, everyone's scalp tingling, unable to calm down for a long time. The female cultivators were even more emotionally stirred. That pristine white robe, that transcendent immortal bearing every sweep of that handsome figure's sleeves, made their hearts overflow with emotion. Countless faces flushed red as they secretly fantasized about being Jiang Shengyi, able to stand alongside Jun Xiaoyao in intimacy. At this moment, within the supreme secret treasury, Jun Xiaoyao was completely unaware of the outside commotion. All his mental energy was focused on the supreme, demonic corpse. It had to be said that the effect of the sacred body phenomenon far exceeded Jun Xiaoyao's expectations. He had originally thought it would be impressive enough to weaken the supreme demon corpse by just a few levels of strength. However, pleasant surprises kept coming one after another. The sacred body's vital energy, along with its manifestations, continuously purified the swirling black mist and evil qi within the demon corpse. In just a few breaths, the supreme demon corpse was suppressed to its absolute limit. Jun Xiaoyao stepped forward, and the void beneath his feet shattered like a mirror surface as golden blood qi stirred up raging waves. He clenched his 5 fingers together and struck with the devastating power of the ancient sacred body, landing squarely on the supreme demon corpse's chest. The blazing sacred blood light cut through the corrupted black mist like sharp blades, and under the suppression of the manifestations, the black mist was forced out through the pores, transforming into wisps of white smoke. Crack! Large patches of black hair fell from the demon corpse's body, and those blood-red eyes quickly dimmed. Finally, only 2 flickering soul flames remained in the eye sockets, like candles wavering in the wind. Jun Xiaoyao could see clearly this was the last remnant of Supreme Yuantian's consciousness. "Young one, is it you? Who grants this Lord release?" Fragmented divine thoughts emanated from the soul flames and entered Jun Xiaoyao's sea of consciousness. "Indeed, this junior is here to assist." Jun Xiaoyao responded with his divine thoughts. "Ancient sacred body, No, an ancient sacred body that has broken free from its shackles. Supreme Yuntian's amazement was undisguised. Even his divine thoughts trembled slightly. Jun Xiaoyao seized the opportunity to inquire. Senior, how did you fall to become a demon corpse? Foreign domain, upheaval, the source of darkness. The fragmented words carried a bone-chilling coldness, his voice breaking and continuing intermittently. Foreign domain? Source of darkness? Jun Xiaoyao's brow furrowed slightly. This lord seems to see a figure in white robes, back turned to all living beings, single-handedly suppressing the end of darkness. More scattered fragments came through, but they were difficult to piece together into complete meaning. Jun Xiaoyao speculated that Supreme Yuntian's demise was inseparably connected to that so-called source of darkness and dark matter, but this was a level he couldn't yet reach. After a moment, Supreme Yuntian's divine thoughts solidified again. On your brow lies this lord's inheritance, the Yuan Huang Dao sword. Jun Xiaoyao felt slightly surprised. With merely a remnant soul, he could still perceive the inheritance mark truly worthy of a supreme. Since there is inheritance, there is fate. That item is within the wooden box. The rest may be in the lower realm, continent. Each word seemed to drain the last strength of the remnant soul. Jun Xiaoyao silently committed it to memory. Her family is also in the lower realm. That ancient talisman serves as a token. Please look after them. This sentence resolved Jun Xiaoyao's earlier confusion. So the ancient talisman that Ji Xian held was a token between Supreme Yuantian and his Dao companion, which was why the demon corpse never attacked Ji Xian. His Dao companion's family had also ended up in the lower realm. The remnant soul trembled once more. Finally, let this lord return dust to dust, earth to earth. After speaking, Supreme Yuantian actually bowed deeply to Jun Xiaoyao. Inside and outside the secret treasury, countless gazes converged. They couldn't hear the divine thoughts, but they clearly saw a Supreme's corpse bowing to the Jun family's divine son. Shock, fear, and awe rapidly fermented through the crowd. Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly and returned the courtesy with his divine thoughts. Senior, rest assured, this junior will do everything in his power. Rest in peace. The next instant, he raised his hand and waved, golden magical power surging like a tide. The Supreme's corpse, offering no resistance, was engulfed by the sacred radiance and instantly turned into a handful of fine dust that scattered with the wind. A mighty Supreme of a generation thus took his final bow. Outside the secret treasury, the crowd gasped in shock, their scalps tingling. The Jun family's divine son was truly unfathomable. Inside the secret treasury, Jun Xiaoyao restrained his aura, his eyes calm as he silently memorized all the clues. Meanwhile, Ji Xian, witnessing this scene from the other side, felt his heart sink to rock bottom, his entire body trembling with despair. From the moment Ji Xian witnessed Jun Xiaoyao suppressing the supreme demon corpse with his sacred body manifestation, he sensed trouble brewing. Now, as the demon corpse was completely annihilated in a blaze of divine radiance, his face instantly turned ashen white, like someone thrown into an icy pond in the depths of winter, his teeth chattering uncontrollably. He had originally planned to seize the wooden box on the stone platform and escape using the great teleportation talisman, but Jun Wanjie clung to him relentlessly, making even lifting his hand a struggle. Ji Xian, didn't you say that if the young master could defeat the supreme demon corpse, you'd do a handstand and piss? Come on, I'm watching. Jun Wanjie sneered as he closed in. The piercing mockery cut like a blade against his ears. Ji Xian's face shifted from white to green, his cheeks burning hot, his heart ready to explode with humiliation. Damn it! I must have that wooden box, he cursed inwardly, his knuckles turning white from clenching his fists. The methods Jun Xiaoyao displayed had nearly shattered his Dao heart. The supreme demon corpse destroyed it well. Who in this world could still contend with him? He understood clearly that only by obtaining what was inside that box might he have a chance to face Jun Xiaoyao again in the future. Otherwise, he would spend his entire life living in Jun Xiaoyao's shadow. At this thought, bloodshot veins bulged in his eyes as he suddenly activated the Ji family's forbidden technique. In an instant, blood mist erupted around him, his vital energy burning as his cultivation soared, approaching the great perfection of the Unity realm. Get out of my way. With a roar, his right arm fused with the Saint King's hand bone, his fist gleaming like black gold as it carried destructive force toward Jun Wanjie. Caught off guard, Jun Wanjie grunted and was forced back several zhang. Jun Zhangjian and Jun Xiaohuang in the distance finally reacted, but it was too late to intervene. Ji Xian flashed toward the stone platform and grasped the wooden box in his palm. Haha, the greatest opportunity in the supreme secret treasury is mine. Jun Xiaoyao, next time we meet, prepare to see me in a new light. Amid his wild laughter, he raised his hand to activate the great teleportation talisman. However, just as the wooden box came into his possession and hope seemed within reach, he saw Jun Xiaoyao's lips curve into a barely perceptible cold sneer. How does it feel to experience bone-deep despair at the moment of your greatest hope? Jun Xiaoyao's voice was low but carried a bone-chilling coldness. His divine palace between his brows suddenly blazed with light, and a brilliant divine ray shot forth, carrying intense Tao rules. Within the divine ray, a chain of order transformed into a golden short sword about an inch long. Aimed directly at Ji Zenit was the primordial Emperor Tao sword. This technique, one of the 5 great divine arts alongside the immortal slaying sword art, commanded respect even though its current power was far from what the primordial Heaven Supreme had wielded in the past. The short sword whistled through the air, and where the Tao principles passed, space seemed torn by a sharp blade, emitting continuous piercing shrieks. Everything happened too quickly before anyone could react, and before Ji Xian could activate any protective treasures. Piercing pain exploded from his right shoulder as blood sprayed. He watched helplessly as his right arm, along with the Saint King's hand bone, flew high into the air. No! His heart-wrenching roar echoed through the cavern. In the next moment, Jun Xiaoyao's demon wings spread wide behind him, black feathers beating as he closed the distance in a single sweep. He reached out, his 5 fingers like iron clamps, seizing the Saint King's arm, the wooden box, and the ancient talisman all at once. All of this happened in mere moments. No one had expected Jun Xiaoyao to have such a trump card hidden up his sleeve. Outside, the observation mirror's light screen spread like water, capturing every detail of that sword strike without reservation as countless cultivators held their breath. Could that be one of the 5 great divine arts, the Yuan Emperor Tao sword? Impossible. That's Yuan Tian Supreme's ultimate technique. It was lost ages ago. Perhaps the Jun family's divine son obtained some fortune in the secret treasury. Discussions erupted everywhere, but what left people even more dazzled was the next scene. Ji Xian's Saint King arm was severed clean off by that single sword strike. Many cultivators cried out in shock. Earlier, the gray mist had obscured their view of the battle details, but now they finally understood that Jun Xiaoyao had destroyed Ji Xian's greatest trump card with just the Yuan Emperor Tao sword alone. Such ferocity made their scalps tingle. In the sky, Ji Bongyin's face turned ashen. Earlier, he had been confident that Ji Xian was well prepared, mocking that Jun Zhantian should worry about Jun Xiaoyao instead. Yet in the blink of an eye, his own prodigy had lost an arm. This reversal filled him with rage beyond control. Jun Zhantian snorted coldly. Don't worry, my grandson isn't a demon, won't take Ji Xian's life. Before his words had finished, sword light blazed again in the observation mirror. Jun Xiaoyao turned the Yuan Emperor Tao sword around, its edge pointing directly at Ji Xian's head, clearly intending to kill. Jun Zhantian looked up at the sky, simply pretending not to see. At the moment between life and death, Ji Xian gritted his teeth and activated a great displacement talisman. Ripples spread through the void as his figure vanished instantly. In the depths of the secret treasury, only a faint afterimage remained. Jun Xiaoyao calmly sheathed his sword and shook his head lightly. Ji Xian's Tao heart was shattered. Even if he survived, he posed no further threat. More importantly, he had obtained what he wanted: the Saint King hand bone, the wooden box, and the ancient talisman. That wooden box particularly intrigued him. What exactly was this great fortune that Ji Xian had been so obsessed with? Considering the observation mirror was still monitoring, Jun Xiaoyao didn't open the wooden box on the spot. He understood all too well that wealth shouldn't be flaunted. Though few dared target him given his status, if the fortune was too great, it would still attract the covetous gazes of immortal forces. With this in mind, he stored all the spoils of war in his spatial artifact. Jiang Xingyi had no objections to this. Suppressing the Supreme Demon Corpse had relied almost entirely on Jun Ziyash had merely assisted, so it was only natural that the fortune belonged to him. Jun Xiaohuan and the other 2 sequence prodigies also showed no signs of dissent. Everyone, let's head out. This secret treasury expedition can be considered a perfect conclusion, Jun Xiaoyao said with a smile. 4 ancient dragon bones, 1 supreme ancestral dragon bone, the wooden box, the Saint King hand bone, plus a mount perfect wasn't even sufficient to describe his gains. The group withdrew from the depths of the secret treasury and reunited with Jun Linglong and the 9-headed lion. Prodigies and cultivators from various major forces also began their exodus. However, just as Jun Xiaoyao and his companions stepped out of the supreme secret treasury, 2 overwhelming pressures exploded almost simultaneously. One from the Ji family's Ji Bangyin, and another from an elder of the Azure Dragon lineage from the ancestral dragon nest. Looks like there's still a bit of trouble ahead, Jun Xiaoyao said with his hands clasped behind his back, a faint smile playing at his lips, his demeanor calm and composed. At the entrance to the supreme secret treasury, Jun Xiaoyao and his companions appeared. The young man wore flowing snow-white robes that billowed like clouds, his features clear and refined, as if he had just returned from a leisurely spring outing rather than battling through carnage and bloodshed. Not a single drop of blood stained his pristine white garments, making his calm and carefree demeanor all the more striking. The female cultivators around could no longer contain themselves, their shrill cries of excitement rising one after another. their gazes burning with passion and admiration in their hearts. Jun Xiaoyao was an irreplaceable idol. But before this infatuated commotion could fully erupt, two overwhelming Saint Realm auras descended like tsunamis. The oppressive presence from Ji Bangyin and the elder of the Azure Dragon lineage pressed down like two heaven-devouring mountains, forcing the once bustling Great Desolate Forest into deathly silence. The powerhouses of various factions tensed, understanding that today's confrontation would not end easily. Jun Xiaoyao had always acted without restraint, first beating the dragon maiden of the ancestral dragon nest into humiliating retreat, then severing the arm of the Ji family's little saint with a single sword strike. Had any other prodigy from another faction committed such acts, they would likely have been slain on the spot by the elders of the ancestral dragon nest and Ji family the moment they appeared. Only the divine son of the Jun family could force these two Saint Realm old monsters to restrain themselves somewhat. Jun Xiaoyao, one should always leave room for future encounters. Isn't your conduct going too far? Ji Bongyin's face was ashen, his icy gaze almost materializing into substance. Beside him stood Ji Xian, who had been forcibly transported out by a great teleportation talisman. The young man stood in a daze, his complexion ashen, eyes vacant, his left hand pressed tightly against the bleeding void where his severed arm had been, looking like a soulless walking corpse. Anyone with eyes could see that his Dao heart had been completely shattered. For a prodigy, defeat wasn't terrifying, but once the Dao heart was destroyed, there would be no chance of recovery. One must remember how high-spirited and radiant Ji Xian had been when he first entered the primordial heaven secret treasury. Seeing him reduced to this state, Ji Bongyin's fury was naturally imaginable. Going too far. Jun Xiaoyao raised his eyes, his voice calm. I was merely sparring with others. If their skills were inferior, should I be blamed for being heavy-handed? Under the overwhelming Saint Realm pressure, his expression remained unperturbed. Even the terrifying oppression of a supreme-level demonic corpse couldn't suppress him. What was one saint worth? You old fool, what do you intend to do to my grandson? Along with these words, Jun Zhantian's figure flashed, steadily positioning himself before Jun Xiaoyao, his sharp gaze locking onto Ji Bangyin like a blade. At the same time, an elder from the Azure Dragon lineage arrived through the air with Long Bichi. Long Bichi hid half her delicate face behind the elder, her slender shoulders trembling slightly, her gaze toward Jun Xiaoyao still filled with terror. Though not as completely shattered as Ji Xian, her Dao heart had also been wounded, and Jun Xiaoyao had already left an indelible shadow in her heart. Jun Xiaoyao, setting aside what you did to our dragon maiden. The Azure Dragon elder's voice was deep, rumbling like thunder across the sky. That dragon bone was originally taken from our ancestral dragon nest by the primordial heaven supreme. Shouldn't it now be returned to its rightful owner? The ancestral dragon nest had always been domineering. If anyone else possessed the dragon bone, they would have likely acted directly by now. But since the opponent was the divine son of the Jun family, he had to show some restraint. The ever-tyrannical ancestral dragon nest is actually talking reason today? Jun Xiaoyao's lips curved into a cold arc. I obtained this dragon bone through my own abilities. Why should I return it? The Azure Dragon elder's face twitched slightly as he finally suppressed his anger. Fine, we'll let the 4 ancient dragon bones go, but that supreme ancestral dragon bone must be returned. Hearing this, Jun Xiaoyao sneered even more coldly. Ancestral dragon nest, don't be so shameless. Have you already forgotten the pain of the Dark Dragon Supreme so quickly? You insolent brat, how dare you? Jun Xiaoyao's public exposure of the ancestral dragon nest's humiliation made Elder Songlong's face turn ugly, and he couldn't help but shout in rebuke. However, just as Elder Songlong was scolding him, from the distant void, a sharp and piercing Qin melody suddenly rang out. The melody transformed into a killing blade, tearing through the void and striking directly at Elder Songlong with devastating force. The fierce momentum made even saints feel their scalps tingle. Uft! The Qin blade flashed past, directly slicing through half of Elder Songlong's body, causing brilliant crystalline dragon blood to spray out. With one strike, a saint was severely wounded. Shocked exclamations erupted from all directions. Elder Songlong retreated violently, his eyes showing unprecedented terror. Which great master has made a move? Elder Songlong asked in a trembling voice. However, there was no response. Instead, Jun Zhantian's eyes showed a hint of intrigue as he said, Xiaoyao, it seems your guardian has taken action. Guardian? Jun Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows slightly. This guardian of his was quite mysterious, not even showing himself. However, using Qin melodies as an attack method was rather novel. Your guardian has quite an impressive background. You'll understand in the future, Jun Zhantian said mysteriously. Jun Xiaoyao's gaze sharpened. Just who was this guardian that the Jun family had assigned to him? However, while the speaker was casual, the listener was attentive. All the surrounding cultivators who heard this conversation had horror hidden in their eyes. The Jun family had actually assigned such a powerful guardian to Jun Xiaoyao. It should be known that ordinary immortal forces would at most assign saint-level guardians to their clan's prodigies. It seems the Jun family's divine son truly holds an extraordinary position within the Jun family. Many people sighed. Elder Tsunglong endured his injuries and kept his mouth tightly shut, not daring to say another word. He feared that if he spoke one more sentence, he might find himself in the netherworld the next moment. Ji Bongyin's expression changed even more dramatically, showing extreme wariness, and he too dared not say anything further. The trouble was thus easily suppressed. It seems both of you have nothing more to say, so I shall take my leave. Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly. Before leaving, he didn't forget to add a mocking remark, truly cutting to the heart. Elder Tsunglong and Ji Bongyin's faces turned purple, but they forcibly held back and didn't say a single word. The Jun family members, along with the Jiang family and others, departed together. Only after they had left did Elder Tsunglong and Ji Bangyin let out furious roars that shook 3,000 li. The two great immortal forces had never suffered such humiliation before. Sigh, truly worthy of being one of the three imperial families. The Jun family has completely suppressed two immortal lineages without them daring to show any temper. Some cultivators remarked with emotion. The Yuantian secret treasury thus came to an end with such a conclusion. Although from the beginning, many people had speculated that the Jun family's divine son would be the most outstanding performer in this secret treasury, no one had expected him to be outstanding to such an extent. He had almost completely overshadowed all other prodigies. The ancestral dragon nest's dragon maiden, the Ji family's little saint, the ancient royal clan's nine-headed lion, the heaven-swallowing sparrow, and others, none were a match for Jun Xiaoyao. In the end, Jun Xiaoyao had even suppressed the supreme demon corpse. This simply astounded everyone. Once word spread, half of the desolate heaven immortal domain would be shaken. There were already rumors that Jun Xiaoyao would be one of the few people standing at the peak of the immortal domain in this era. It could be said that through this journey to the Yuantian secret treasury, Jun Xiaoyao had completely made his name known throughout the desolate heaven immortal domain. However, while some rejoiced, others worried. Within Nantian City, two figures appeared, a man and a woman, who were none other than Wu Mingyue and Xiao Chun. What qualifies those few who stand at the pinnacle? With Jun Xiaoyao's malicious thoughts, scheming nature, and cold cruelty, does he even deserve it? Xiao Chun trudged along his journey, constantly hearing various rumors about Jun Xiaoyao decisive in killing, ruthless in nature. With each tale he heard, his expression grew darker, until he finally couldn't help but curse under his breath. Wu Mingyue remained silent throughout, her delicate brows furrowed, clearly troubled by heavy thoughts. She gradually realized that Xiao Chen wasn't as perfect as she had imagined. His previous ruthless attack on Jun Wanjia had shown her a stranger's face, and now the hatred on Xiao Chen's features stemmed more from deep-seated jealousy than anything else. Even so, Wu Mingyue didn't distance herself from Xiao Chen, remained steadfast and unyielding, and quite considerate toward her. Seeing Wu Mingyue's melancholy expression, Xiao Chen assumed she was worried about returning to court and asked softly, "Mingyue, is there truly no other way?" Wu Mingyue shook her head gently and replied softly, "My guardian must already be searching for me." As soon as she finished speaking, ripples surged across the sky, and an elderly woman in palace robes descended through the air, appearing before them in an instant. A saint. Xiao Chen's mind reeled in shock. That overwhelming pressure spoke volumes, without words. The elderly woman in palace robes bowed slightly. "Your Highness, you've given this old servant quite the search." "Nanny Gui, you've come as expected." Wu Mingyue sighed softly, unsurprised. "Princess, you've had your fun. It's time to return." Nanny Gui's tone was gentle, yet brooked no argument. Wu Mingyue laughed coldly. "And after I return, will you have me marry that arrogant, conceited champion marquis with his countless concubines?" "Not necessarily. Only the most exceptional man deserves you. The divine dynasty will host a grand feast, inviting outstanding talents from across the desolate heaven immortal domain, and then decide on a consort." Nanny Gui paused, then added with a knowing smile, "This old servant has also heard that the Jun family's divine son is among them. If your Highness knows him, he might be a fine choice." At these words, Wu Mingyue's face flushed slightly. Know him? She had already become Jun Xiaoyao's servant, though only she and Jun Xiaoyao knew this secret. "Humph, is Jun Xiaoyao even worthy of one of Mingyue's fingers?" Xiao Chen interjected angrily. Nanny Gui's gaze turned cold. What insolent brat dares speak to this old servant in such a manner? Overwhelming saint-level pressure crashed down upon him. How could Xiao Chen possibly resist? His chest tightened, blood spurted wildly, and his entire body was sent flying backward. "Nanny Gui, stop!" Wu Mingyue's expression changed drastically. "Princess, who is this boy?" Nanny Gui restrained her aura. "The Grand Prince of the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom." Wu Mingyue spoke rapidly. "Ah, merely a prince from some minor kingdom." Nanny Gui nodded dismissively, her contempt plain to see. Xiao Chen struggled to his feet, wiping the blood from his lips, his eyes sharp as cold blades. "That old hag. Rage burned uncontrollably in his heart. Xiaochen, I'm sorry. Are you alright? Wu Mingyue hurried to his side, guilt evident in her voice. Nanny Gui remained unmoved and spoke calmly. Your Highness, please remember your station. Such a prince from a minor kingdom is unworthy to stand beside you. Your husband must at least be someone like the Jun family's divine son with powerful backing and extraordinary strength, a supreme prodigy. Enough. Nanny Gui, stop talking. Mingyue, go back with her. Wu Mingyue ordered her to be silent, as she had already noticed Xiao Qin's terrifyingly dark expression. Princess, please. Nanny Gui couldn't be bothered with Xiao Chun and stepped forward first. Wu Mingyue glanced up at Xiao Chun, then had no choice but to follow. Xiao Chun clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white, shouting in a low voice. Don't look down on me. When Mingyue chooses her consort, I, Xiao Chun, will surely enter the Divine Dynasty's imperial palace. Ha! An overconfident ant. Nanny Gui turned back coldly, pulling Wu Mingyue away as they departed. Before leaving, Wu Mingyue looked back, her lips parting slightly, but unable to speak. She gazed at Xiao Qin's resolute face, her heart filled with bitterness. If she told him now that she had become Jun Xiaoyao's slave, he would probably explode with rage on the spot. She could only sigh inwardly. She would take things one step at a time, and if there was a chance, she would ask Jun Xiaoyao to remove the slave mark. Xiao Chun watched the two figures disappear into the distance as blood dripped from between his fingers, staining the ground red. Ancestor, now that we've lost the dragon bone, what should we do? He urgently inquired in his mind. Without being able to advance the Azure Heaven Dragon transformation art further, his strength had stagnated. What could he use to compete for the bride? His head. At this thought, his heart sank. Sigh, that divine son of the Jun family is truly terrifying. Even the Azure Dragon ancestor couldn't help but sigh. Compared to him, although Xiao Chun was excellent, he was still far behind. Ancestor, I must become stronger, marry Mingyue, and become the consort of the Panwu Divine Dynasty. Otherwise, I'll never be able to deal with Jun Xiaoyao. Xiao Chun gritted his teeth and swore. There's only one last method. The Azure Dragon ancestor's tone was somber. Please tell me, ancestor. As long as there's even a glimmer of hope, I won't give up. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. Do you know where this Azure Heaven Dragon transformation art came from? The Azure Dragon ancestor suddenly asked. Please enlighten me, ancestor. This technique was obtained when I accidentally entered an ancient nest's secret realm years ago. Deep within that ancient nest, there's very likely an ancient prodigy from the ancestral dragon nest sealed away. The Azure Dragon ancestor explained. Ancestral dragon nest? Ancient prodigy. Xiao Chen was surprised. Some peerless geniuses, due to various circumstances in their respective eras, sealed themselves in immortal sources or divine sources, waiting for the right opportunity to emerge and prove their Tao. They're called ancient prodigies. Each one once dominated their generation. If they're only separated by a few eras, they can still be compared to contemporary geniuses. But if they've been sealed for dozens, or even hundreds of eras, they're almost beyond conventional measure. The Azure Dragon ancestor explained. That ancient nest is extremely well hidden. Even the ancestral dragon nest might not know of its existence. The Azure Dragon ancestor added. Then ancestor, the opportunity you mentioned is? Xiao Chen pressed. If you can find the supreme blood of the Azure Dragon lineage in that ancient nest, the Azure Heaven Dragon transformation art might still have a chance to reach completion. The Azure Dragon ancestor stated directly. Excellent. I'll venture into that ancient nest in the future. Xiao Chen clenched his fists, unable to contain his excitement. Remember, if you awaken that ancient prodigy, the entire immortal domain might tremble. No one among the younger generation would likely be able to match them. The Azure Dragon ancestor warned solemnly. When ancient prodigies emerge, they can suppress contemporary geniuses to the point of breathlessness. Before the Azure Dragon ancestor could finish speaking, Xiao Chun was already intoxicated by the prospect of obtaining the supreme blood. At this moment, he only thought about becoming stronger and competing for the bride, completely fearless of the potential consequences for what might happen if he awakened an ancient prodigy. What did that have to do with him? Within Nantian City, with the Yuantian secret repository matter settled, the clamor in the streets and alleys gradually subsided as powerful figures from all sides withdrew and departed. Jun Xiaoyao prepared to return with the Jun family, while Jiang Xingyi was also about to set off for the Jiang family. Sensing the subtle atmosphere of parting, Jun Zhangjian and the other guards tactfully retreated several zhang away, not daring to disturb them. Jiang Xingyi wore snow-white robes that fluttered gently, her slender figure resembling a solitary lotus on a snowy peak. Her skin was crystalline, and her features naturally carried a soft radiance. The phenomenon of her innate Tao embryo made her appear transcendent, as if she might transform into Tao light and ascend at any moment, causing others to feel ashamed of their own appearance in her presence. Jun Xiaoyao, however, remained composed and smiled teasingly. Sister Xingyi, your constitution is truly enviable. Standing beside you, I'm practically on the verge of enlightenment and ascension. His aura matched, or even surpassed Jiang Xingyi's, making the atmosphere feel relaxed. Jiang Xingyi laughed softly in response. Then if I accompanied you every day, wouldn't that mean you'd achieve enlightenment daily? Jun Xiaoyao's smile faded as he spoke earnestly. I owe much to Sister Xingyi's assistance in the secret repository. Without you, I might not have been able to suppress that demonic corpse alone. I merely provided some minor help. Jiang Xingyi gently shook her head. After brief pleasantries, the two bid farewell. Jiang Xingyi returned to the Jiang family group, where an elder hurried forward and spoke in low tones. Xingyi, our Jiang family must deepen our relationship with the Divine Sun. Do you think you could arrange for Luoli and the Divine Sun too? The elder gestured as he spoke, his intentions obvious. Jiang Xingyi's expression paused momentarily, then she forced a smile. Of course, I'll arrange an introduction when the opportunity arises. Haha, that's wonderful. The elder withdrew, satisfied. On the other side, Jun Xiaoyao returned to the Jun family. He had no interest in marriage alliances or Dao companions. His ambition was to suppress the current age and stand proudly above the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Thinking of the opportunity within the wooden box, he was already eager to return. Grandfather, let's go back. Very well. Jun Zhantian nodded, and the Jun family members immediately set off, stepping onto the teleportation array back to the Imperial Province. In Xian Province, one of the 3,000 Dao provinces, at the ancient Ji family stronghold. As an ancient aristocratic family, the Ji family possessed profound foundations. At this moment, Ji Bangyin escorted the corpse-like Ji Xian back to the estate, immediately causing tremendous upheaval. The clan elders of Ji Xian's lineage were furious beyond measure, wishing they could storm the Jun family's mountain gate that very day. Though the other lineages were equally angry, they barely maintained their composure. However, after the commotion subsided, the Ji family ultimately remained inactive. To wage war against the Jun family over the already ruined Ji Xian would be to provoke an immortal war that would shake the entire immortal domain. Moreover, Ji Xian had been defeated in fair combat, not through treachery. Life and death struggles among the younger generation were commonplace, and the Ji family could find no sufficient justification. Therefore, they could only swallow this bitter pill in silence. But Ji Bangyin couldn't swallow this humiliation. With rage boiling in his chest, he strode through the Ji family's forbidden grounds until he reached the entrance to the immortal Spirit Valley, hidden in the deepest part of their ancestral lands. Thin mist swirled around the valley entrance, where immortal light shimmered softly and vegetation remained eternally green. Ancient trees drooped their emerald branches, with spiritual birds singing endlessly from their boughs, as if this place existed as its own eternal spring paradise. Miss Qingyi, are you present? Though his voice wasn't loud, it carried the suppressed gravity of a saint, echoing clearly through the mist. The fact that Ji Bangyin would lower himself before a junior spoke volumes about her exalted status. From within the mist came a voice as crisp as a nightingale's song. Qingyi is here. What brings you, elder? Though she hadn't yet appeared, that single response rang like clear spring water striking jade, its lingering notes echoing beautifully. Ji Bangyin bowed respectfully and said in a heavy voice, Please, Miss Qingyi, you must restore the Ji family's honor and reclaim face for Ji Xian. The young woman he was entreating was none other than Ji Qingyi, the most dazzling prodigy of the current Ji generation and simultaneously the holy maiden of the immortal sect, human immortal sect. These dual identities made her virtually unrivaled among the younger generation throughout the desolate heaven realm. Ji Bangyin then recounted the entire primordial heaven secret treasury incident from beginning to end. Within the valley, the spiritual mist stirred slightly, as if listening. After a long pause, Ji Qingyi's voice, gentle as flowing water, came again. Qingyi understands. However, I must soon return to the human immortal sect to study the remnant immortal inscriptions. I will keep this matter in mind. Good. Miss Qingyi's affairs naturally take priority. Ji Bangyin secretly breathed a sigh of relief and departed. Behind the misty veil, Ji Qingyi murmured softly to herself, the Jun family's divine son? He sounds like quite an interesting character. I wonder how much surprise he might bring Qingyi. Several days later, Jun Xiaoyao, Jiang Luoli, and the others successfully returned to the Jun family in Imperial Province. However, a small incident occurred along the way. The Jun family's mountain gate stood majestically like a colossal dragon coiled atop the mountain peaks. At this moment, a 9-headed lion phantom towering 10,000 zhang high stood outside the gate. Ancient pressure rolling forth it was none other than the 9-spirit primordial saint, a supreme existence from the 9-headed lion clan. Yet when the mountain gate opened, people witnessed Jun Xiaoyao leisurely riding out on the back of a 9-headed lion. Though the lion's mane still bristled, it was forced to lower its head to the ground, allowing itself to be ridden, riding his descendant right in front of the 9-spirit primordial saint. Many observing cultivators exchanged glances, silently calling this a naked provocation. Under everyone's watchful eyes, however, The nine-spirit primordial saint restrained all his ferocity and, with a solemn expression, scolded the nine-headed lion. Go Sheng, being chosen by the Jun family's divine son is your fortune. Follow him, and you'll want for nothing. At these words, the scene seemed frozen in time. The once supremely domineering nine-spirit primordial saint had instantly become as meek as a house dog. Grandfather you. The nine-headed lion froze like a stone carving, its tail rigid, wishing it could dig a hole and bury itself on the spot, not to mention having its shameful real name exposed. Jun Xiaoyao raised an eyebrow with a smile. So your real name is Go Sheng? The nine-spirit primordial saint quickly forced a laugh. The divine son jests. Our clan has difficulty reproducing, so we give humble names for easier rearing. It's an old tradition. The nine-headed lion wanted to cry, but had no tears, feeling every strand of its mane trembling. What kind of social suicide challenge was this? This scene gave all the cultivators a more direct understanding of the Jun family's foundation. Even the nine-spirit primordial saint, who dominated the desolate heaven realm, dared not act presumptuously at the Jun family's gate, instead actively offering his descendant for service. The disturbance thus settled, and Jun Xiaoyao peacefully returned to the Jun family's core, the Heavenly Emperor Palace. It's time to explore the mysteries of this wooden box. He produced the ancient, simple wooden box with a flick of his hand, anticipation gleaming in his eyes. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes carried expectation. The great opportunity that Ji Xian had been desperately scheming for was ultimately plucked away by Jun Xiaoyao. If the box turned out to be completely empty, it would have made a mockery of all Ji Xian's elaborate plotting. With this thought, Jun Xiaoyao raised his hand, true essence flowing from his fingertips as he gently pried open the unremarkable wooden box. As the lid lifted, a wisp of dust scattered in the beam of light. His eyes immediately fell upon a dark, golden ancient scroll, its surface seemingly layered with gold leaf, bearing archaic patterns weathered by countless ages. This is... Jun Xiaoyao's eyebrows rose slightly, carrying a trace of barely perceptible surprise. He flicked his wrist to unfurl the scroll. In an instant, countless ancient characters emerged from within, each stroke radiating blazing divine light, like stars of the Milky Way spinning before his eyes. A single glance would cause an ordinary person's eyes to bleed profusely, yet Jun Xiaoyao's gaze remained sharp as a blade. Golden divine radiance from his ancient sacred body burst forth from his pupils, sweeping away all the runes. The more he read, the more solemn his expression became. For someone usually so composed and serene to show such astonishment spoke volumes about how earth-shattering the scroll's contents must be. Could it be one of the 9 heavenly scriptures? Jun Xiaoyao murmured to himself, his voice carrying disbelief even he could hear. In the immortal domain, no cultivator was unaware of the legend of the 9 heavenly scriptures. They had existed since the very beginning of the 9 heavens' immortal domain, written neither by cultivators nor passed down through any ancient lineage. Some speculated they came from the hands of immortals, while others believed they were manifestations of the heavenly Tao itself. But one thing was certain: even great emperors could never forge such miraculous artifacts. Each heavenly scripture represented the ultimate mastery of a great Tao. The void scripture corresponded to the Tao of space, the time scripture to the Tao of time, and the scroll before him was one of the 9 heavenly scriptures, the body scripture, containing the supreme mysteries of physical cultivation's ultimate realm. Legend had it that anyone who could gather all 9 heavenly scriptures and unite them would find the ultimate path to immortality. For this very reason, throughout countless eons, countless powerhouses had exhausted their life's blood without ever glimpsing a single volume. Forget gathering all 9, even the occasional appearance of one scroll was enough to drench the immortal domain in blood and chaos. Jun Xiaoyao had never imagined that within this worthless wooden box lay hidden a copy of the body scripture. The body scripture, it's naturally compatible with my ancient sacred body, he murmured. Thinking of how he had first obtained the Divine Elephant Suppressing Prison Force and now acquired the body scripture, Jun Xiaoyao couldn't suppress the smile tugging at his lips. Could it be heaven's will for me to prove my Tao as great emperor through physical cultivation? However, after the initial joy, he noticed the scroll was damaged. Upon closer inspection, while the beginning and middle sections were intact, the end was clearly torn away. Only the upper volume remained. Jun Xiaoyao's brow furrowed slightly as he recalled the words of Yuan Tian Supreme's remnant soul. That thing is in the wooden box, but the remaining parts may have fallen to the lower realm continents. The lower volume of the body scripture is in the 10 lands. After a moment's contemplation, he had made up his mind. This scroll was of paramount importance to him. A journey to the lower realm was inevitable. If he could use his ancient sacred body to master the Divine Elephant Suppressing Prison Force and comprehend the complete body scripture, his physical strength would likely far surpass even those great emperors of ancient times who proved their Tao through physical cultivation. Inside the wooden box, besides the body scripture, there was also a fragment of damaged bronze. Compared to the unified scripture, This bronze fragment appeared quite unremarkable. With jagged edges and a mottled surface, it looked like nothing more than ordinary ancient bronze, lacking both the flowing radiance of celestial metal and the sharp, cold aura of a blade. Yet when Jun Xiaoyao held it in his palm and secretly applied pressure with his knuckles force enough to crush ordinary royal weapons, it left not even the slightest mark. The bronze fragment remained completely unmoved, instead emanating an oppressive weight through his fingers. Something strange about this. I should take it back for grandfather and the others to examine, he thought to himself, storing the fragment in his spatial pouch. He then turned his attention to the spoils of war he had already sorted and arranged as Saint King's finger bone and 5 dragon bones. The Saint King's finger bone had been completely stripped clean, its surface gleaming white as jade. Upon closer inspection, one could see dense Tao patterns flowing across it like a pulsing galaxy. Even lying there quietly, it emanated Saint Realm pressure, as if the very air was being compressed layer by layer. It was precisely with this bone that Ji Xian had been able to stand out among countless prodigies. Fusing someone else's bones into my own body. It just feels unsettling. Jun Xiaoyao shook his head. His ancient sacred body was already one of the strongest constitutions, and once fully matured, its power would far exceed that of a mere finger bone, making such measures unnecessary. However, forging this bone into a weapon would be an excellent choice, he noted mentally. Looking at the 5 dragon bones next, for came from ancient true dragons, which he planned to bestow upon Jun Zhangjian and others as reward for their assistance in the Yuantian secret treasury. The remaining supreme ancestral dragon bone he kept for his own refinement. With his decision made, he activated the hell furnace. The obsidian furnace mouth opened like an abyss, swallowing the supreme ancestral dragon bone before sealing shut with a thunderous sound. In the next instant, surging essence exploded within the furnace, flooding into his body like raging ocean waves. Crack! His bones resonated like 10,000 thunderclaps. Within Jun Xiaoyao's body, giant elephant particles lit up one by one. 80,000. 90,000, until reaching 100,000. As the final particle burst with golden light, waterfall-like golden divine radiance erupted around his entire body. Behind him, a golden divine elephant as solid as reality reared its head proudly, trunk swaying as it roared toward the heavens, as if to suppress all 8 directions and bring down the stars themselves. With this, the divine elephant prison suppressing force entered the minor completion stage of its first phase. Jun Xiaoyao casually raised his palm, and 10 billion gene of brute force surged forth, as if capable of shattering stars with a single punch or toppling primordial mountains. Truly worthy of being a supreme ancestral dragon bone, this energy is simply immense. He exhaled a breath of turbid air, his gaze burning with intensity. Next, once all 100,000 giant elephant particles transformed into dragon elephant particles, his strength would increase tenfold again, reaching a terrifying 100 billion gene of divine power, a prospect that sent chills down one's spine just thinking about it. An even greater surprise awaited the ancestral dragon blood marrow remaining in the dragon bone rapidly fused with the dragon chi within his body, causing dramatic changes to his close-fitting dragon scale inner armor. Blue gold scales grew from within outward like a second skin, covering his entire body with even more intricate patterns. With a mere thought from Jun Xiaoyao, a sleek, form-fitting suit of blue gold dragon armor materialized in the blink of an eye. Its defensive capabilities were at least 10 times stronger than his previous dragon scale inner armor. Clad in the dragon armor, he lost some of his banished immortal aura but gained the cold, proud majesty of a war god. Standing alongside Long Hao Yin of the ancestral dragon nest, he would likely appear more like the true dragon emperor. I'll call this armor the Azure Heaven Ancestral Dragon Armor. Jun Xiaoyao raised his hand, watching the blue-gold runic patterns flow across the armor like living creatures, and nodded with satisfaction. Originally, this Azure Heaven Ancestral Dragon Armor should have been something Shao Chun could condense. But since both the Dragon Chi and the Supreme Ancestral Dragon Bone had been seized by Jun Xiaoyao, it instead became his achievement. Jun Xiaoyao had achieved minor mastery in the Divine Elephant Prison Suppressing Force, and the Azure Heaven Ancestral Dragon Armor had also taken shape. He drew all the remaining tremendous power from the Supreme Ancestral Dragon Bone into his body to break through to the next realm. Spiritual energy surged through his meridians like a tide as his aura climbed layer by layer, naturally stepping into the Unity realm and breaking through 3 barriers in succession, stabilizing directly at the late Unity realm. Bottlenecks seemed to never exist for him. After just this brief cultivation session, his combat power had surged dramatically compared to before. After finishing his practice, Jun Xiaoyao raised his hand to retrieve the upper volume of the body scripture, murmuring softly, "Now it's time to properly comprehend this body scripture." Among all the opportunities he had gained, the body scripture was the most valuable treasure. As one of the 9 heavenly scriptures, its cultivation difficulty was naturally extraordinary. Even with Jun Xiaoyao's monstrous talent, he couldn't master it overnight. A month passed in the blink of an eye. In the dim lamplight of the hall, Jun Xiaoyao sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, then suddenly opened them, divine light flashing in his pupils. I see, so there are methods like this. He had glimpsed the initial techniques using the 206 bones as foundation, refining each one into a Great Luo immortal bone, ultimately transforming into the Great Luo immortal body. Once achieved, this body would be nearly immortal and indestructible, inherently invincible. Even the famous golden body of Little Western Heaven would pale in comparison. However, forging Great Luo immortal bones was no easy task, requiring at least immortal source or equivalent energy materials for repeated refinement. Currently, he could only substitute with supreme divine sources, which were still a level below what was needed. Immortal sources are too rare. Even the Jun family's reserves are limited. I need to find another way, Jun Xiaoyao murmured to himself. He summoned Jun Lingling and asked her to consult Jun Zhantian about borrowing some immortal sources for cultivation. Moments later, Jun Lingling returned carrying a purple gold treasure box. When opened, radiant light shot skyward over 100 fist-sized immortal sources, representing nearly the entire Jun family reserves, now all in Jun Xiaoyao's hands. With resources secured, Jun Xiaoyao took a deep breath and entered seclusion again. He crushed the immortal sources, and milky white luminous mist transformed into torrents, infusing his bones. His flesh and blood resonated in the brilliant light, brilliant Dao patterns appearing between his joints as the bone-tempering process officially began. While Jun Xiaoyao cultivated in quiet seclusion, the vast immortal domain was stirring with turbulent winds and clouds. The ancestral dragon nest suddenly released shocking news. Their clan elders had performed divination and glimpsed the future, prophesying, when twin dragons emerge, the ancestral dragon shall rise. As soon as this prophecy spread, the desolate heaven immortal domain trembled. People speculated that one of the twin dragons clearly referred to Long Outyin, the most outstanding forbidden prodigy of this generation. But who was the other? More gazes inevitably turned toward the Jun family. The defeat at Yuan Tian's secret treasury had caused the ancestral dragon nest to lose face completely, and now this prophecy seemed to hint at the Jun family's divine son as well. Many young members of the ancestral dragon nest clamored continuously, questioning why Jun Xiaoyao had yet to appear. Some believed he was avoiding confrontation, but more people trusted that he was simply biding his time, and once he emerged from seclusion, he would surely shock the entire domain again. Besides the ancestral dragon nest, another renowned ancient imperial clan, the Myriad Phoenix Spiritual Mountain, also had young prodigies beginning to venture into the world. This ancient imperial bloodline was no weaker than the ancestral dragon's nest, and their relationship with the ancestral dragon's nest was exceptionally good. The way these two families interacted was quite similar to the close ties between the Jun family and the Jiang family, and even the rumors about them were strikingly alike. Some claimed that the ancestral dragon's nest and the 10,000 Phoenix Spirit Mountain planned to join forces to cultivate an invincible young supreme who would possess both ancestral dragon and true Phoenix bloodlines. Few believed this tale, as both the ancestral dragon and true Phoenix bloodlines were among the most dominant and overbearing, making true fusion nearly impossible. Meanwhile, the Panwu Divine Dynasty released momentous news. Princess Wu Mingyue would soon be selecting a consort. The dynasty would host a grand banquet, inviting various factions and young talents from across the desolate heaven immortal domain, with the consort selection to be decided directly at the feast. This announcement stirred considerable waves throughout the immortal domain. Everyone understood that those eligible to participate in this selection either possessed extraordinary talent or powerful backgrounds. The fairy tale of a commoner rising to marry a princess existed only in storytellers' tales. Many prodigies from major factions had already begun preparations to attend the Divine Dynasty on the day of the banquet. With the immortal domain situation still unsettled, the four ancient kingdoms Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise were also experiencing undercurrents of tension. Though these four kingdoms couldn't match the immortal orthodoxies, each controlled an entire state with deep-rooted foundations. Deep within the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom's palace and fire state, a tranquil hall glowed with gentle firelight. Inside, a woman in red robes sat cross-legged in cultivation. Her figure was graceful with elegant curves. Crimson hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her skin was snow white. A cinnabar mark between her brows added even more allure to her already peach blossom beauty. This woman was none other than Princess Bayuer. Vermilion Bird Divine Fire and Azure Dragon Qi intertwined around her body, her aura powerful and several levels higher than before she had reached the early stage of the Unity Realm. With her natural talent alone, she could never have achieved this realm at her age. It was entirely due to the opportunity casually bestowed by Jun Xiaoyao. After completing a cycle of her cultivation technique, Bayuer's eyelashes fluttered slightly as she slowly opened her crimson crystal eyes. Her gaze sparkled like rubies, yet couldn't hide her melancholy and longing. Since parting from that divine son, she hadn't seen him for many days. She had inquired about all of Jun Xiaoyao's recent achievements, tearing apart the sky-devouring sparrow with his bare hands, suppressing the nine-headed lion with a casual gesture, sweeping through the supreme secret treasury, and even subduing the supreme demon corpse. Each piece of news made her heart surge with excitement, as if that peerlessly elegant figure might push through the doors at any moment. She often used her brush to sketch Jun Xiaoyao's form, and now she gently unrolled a scroll, her fingertips caressing the ink marks as she whispered to herself, "The divine son may not care about me, but my heart belongs only to him." The image of Jun Xiaoyao on that scroll seemed to be branded deep within her soul. Suddenly, a maid's soft voice came from outside the hall. "Your Highness, there is urgent news to report. Enter." Taiyue put away the scroll and composed herself. The maid entered the hall, bowed, and said in a low voice, "Your Highness, a general has sent word that the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom has already gone to war with the White Tiger Ancient Kingdom and the Black Tortoise Ancient Kingdom." "What? How could this be?" Taiyue raised her eyes, the palace lanterns casting a faint glow in her pupils as her astonishment remained completely unconcealed. The news exceeded all her expectations. The Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom had always been formidable, ranking first among the four great ancient nations. Yet both the White Tiger and Black Tortoise kingdoms possessed equally profound foundations, their national strength hardly inferior. Apart from the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom, which had declined due to its ruler's old injuries, the other three nations had always maintained comparable power, which made the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom's sudden simultaneous assault on two nations all the more inconceivable. "What is the current situation?" Taiyue composed herself, her tone steady and calm. "Your Imperial Highness, the war was initiated by the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom. Their military force is unstoppable, and it's said that numerous mysterious masters of unknown origin have joined the battle." The maidservant replied, kneeling on one knee. "Such a thing actually happened." Taiyue gently caressed the sandalwood armrest, falling into deep contemplation. At this moment, the ruler of the Vermilion Bird Kingdom remained in seclusion. After using the Qilin Immortality Elixir to heal his old wounds, he had immediately attempted to break through to the Saint Realm. However, the Saint Realm was no simple matter. Even with profound accumulation and the aid of the Immortality Elixir, it could not be achieved in a short time. With the ruler still in seclusion, all national affairs fell upon Taiyue's shoulders. Having once saved the ruler, she now held the second highest position in the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom, answerable only to the ruler himself. "For now, we shall observe and wait. Our Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom will not interfere." She waved her hand decisively. Given the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom's current strength, they indeed could not afford to intervene. "Yes." The maidservant acknowledged the order and withdrew. The hall returned to silence as Taiyue furrowed her delicate brows. Why did the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom possess such audacity? Where did those mysterious masters come from? If she were still Xiao Chen's fiancé, she could rely on his influence and rest easy. But they had severed all ties and become bitter enemies. Under such circumstances, she couldn't help but worry whether the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom would next turn its attention to the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom. "I hope I'm overthinking this." She raised her hand to massage her temples, yet couldn't suppress the vague unease in her heart. Time passed. Deep within the Jun family's Celestial Emperor Palace, Jun Xiaoyao remained in seclusion. Following the methods recorded in the Body Cultivation Manual, he used Immortal Source Essence to temper his bones. After a full half-month, he had completely refined the first bone in his body into a Taiyue Immortal Bone. Compared to what he considered slow progress, others would likely need several years to achieve even one bone. When golden radiance flashed and that bone manifested profound runes, embedded in his arm, like divine metal forged, Jun Xiaoyao threw a punch, causing the air to explode with ripples. His power had increased several times over from before. "Though progress is slow, at least there are visible results," he murmured to himself. If one Taiyue Immortal Bone brought such significant improvement, how powerful would his Taiyue Immortal Body become once all 206 bones were transformed? With this thought, his resolve to continue secluded cultivation grew even stronger. While he continued his training, shocking news once again emerged from the Four Symbols Ancient Kingdoms. The Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom launched a devastating assault, breaching the gates of both the White Tiger and Black Tortoise Ancient Kingdoms with overwhelming force. Within mere days, the fortresses and watchtowers of both ancient kingdoms fell completely, as countless Azure Dragon battle banners blanketed the territories that once belonged to the White Tiger and Black Tortoise. Even their combined resistance could not withstand the mighty cavalry charge. This battle shook dozens of surrounding provinces, yet since it did not involve conflicts between immortal-level powers, it failed to disturb the overall balance of the immortal realm. When news reached Taiyue's ears, her gaze trembled slightly, and the unease already buried in her heart deepened further. In Jinzhou, at the White Tiger Ancient Kingdom's imperial palace. Within the great hall paved with golden bricks, the rulers of the White Tiger and Black Tortoise kingdoms stood side by side. Both possessed Saint Realm cultivation, yet their shoulders bore bloodstains and their faces were pale, the recent fierce battle leaving them unable to conceal their labored breathing. Shock and unwillingness intertwined in the depths of their eyes. At the hall's entrance, the Azure Dragon Kingdom's ruler stood with hands clasped behind his back, his expression indifferent. He too was at the Saint Realm, and in terms of personal strength, he did not surpass the other two by much. However, behind him stood four figures shrouded in pitch-black robes and silent stillness. It was precisely these four who had coordinated with the Azure Dragon ruler on the battlefield, crushing the armies of both kingdoms like withered leaves. Azure Dragon ruler, where exactly did you find such allies? The White Tiger ruler spoke in low tones, his voice carrying hidden resentment. Without these four, he could still have stood as an equal against the Azure Dragon ruler. The Azure Dragon ruler chuckled softly. Why inquire about such matters? I merely handle affairs for the young master. What? A sovereign of an entire kingdom actually running errands for another? Even more astonishing was that this young master mentioned sounded extremely young. The two rulers exchanged glances, both seeing deep confusion in the other's eyes. These four are also subordinates of that young master, the Azure Dragon ruler added. The hearts of the White Tiger and Black Tortoise rulers trembled. Four Saint Realm experts all belonged to this mysterious young master. What kind of power stood behind him? The Azure Dragon ruler's tone suddenly turned cold. Now, you need only agree to two conditions. First, surrender 1/4 of your respective compass fragments. Second, pledge your entire kingdom's allegiance to the young master. Those who comply shall live, those who refuse shall die. The compass fragments were symbols of the four ancient kingdoms' heritage. Though their true purpose remained unknown, they were tied to national destiny. Pledging entire kingdom's allegiance was an ultimate humiliation. Just as the two rulers were about to protest, the black-robed figures simultaneously stepped forward. Saint Realm pressure condensed like solid matter, making the air seem frozen. All words stuck in their throats. After a long silence, the White Tiger and Black Tortoise rulers' expressions grew dim as they slowly nodded. Receiving their response, the Azure Dragon ruler revealed a satisfied smile. The subsequent arrangements proceeded swiftly. Both kingdoms formally submitted their surrender documents, henceforth falling under the command of that mysterious young master. In the rear gardens of the White Tiger Palace, the great hall blazed with brilliant lights and swirling incense. Over 10 dancing girls moved around jade pillars, crimson curtains swaying with the rhythm. High above the hall's center, an ornately carved massive bed was elevated, with light gauze hanging low. Behind the silk curtains, a tall figure could be seen reclining among several graceful silhouettes. The Azure Dragon ruler entered the hall, opening his palm to reveal two ancient, weathered compass fragments lying quietly within, their bronze patterns reflecting dim luster. Young master, I have obtained what you requested. His tone carried additional reverence. From within the silk canopy, a powerful arm extended, 5 fingers closing to steadily draw the compass fragments into his grasp. Excellent, Azure Dragon ruler. You have not disappointed this marquis. Of course, it's only natural. When serving the young master, how could I not give my utmost effort? The Azure Dragon sovereign chuckled. Behind gauze curtains that hung softly, half concealing the oil lamp, a man's voice filled with amusement drifted from behind the screen. Excellent. With the compass fragment you've presented, I now possess 3 pieces. What remains is only the final piece from the ancient Vermilion Bird Kingdom. The ancient Vermilion Bird Kingdom? This. The Azure Dragon sovereign's expression faltered, a trace of hesitation flickering across his brow. What? Is there a problem? The voice suddenly turned cold, emotions churning like shifting winds, unpredictable and elusive. Fine beads of cold sweat slid down from the Azure Dragon sovereign's temples as he hastily bowed to explain. Young master misunderstands. In the past, the ancient Vermilion Bird Kingdom indeed had dealings with our ancient Azure Dragon Kingdom. But now we not only have no contact, we've actually formed a bitter enmity. The former prince consort Xiao Chun had been publicly rejected by the Vermilion Bird Princess Taiyue, shamefully expelled from the Jun family, and even had his dragon Qi, symbolizing fortune, stripped away. Naturally, the Azure Dragon sovereign harbored no goodwill toward the ancient Vermilion Bird Kingdom and Taiyue, even viewing them as mortal enemies. Oh, why this enmity? The figure behind the curtain inquired indifferently. I've heard that the Vermilion Bird Princess may have some entanglement with the Jun family's divine son. The Jun family's divine son? There was slight hesitation in that voice. In the desolate heaven immortal domain, few had seen Jun Xiaoyao, but countless had heard his name. A mere ancient Vermilion Bird Kingdom, the Jun family's divine son may not care about it at all. The figure behind the curtain spoke with flat indifference. The Azure Dragon sovereign said in a low voice, this subordinate merely wishes to warn the young master in advance. When Jun Linlong had originally subdued the ancient Vermilion Bird Kingdom, it wasn't done with fanfare. Apart from the Vermilion Bird Sovereign, Taiyue, and the ministers who witnessed it, no one else knew that the ancient Vermilion Bird Kingdom had already fallen under Jun Xiaoyao's command. Warn me of what? The man's voice carried impatience. Even if that kingdom truly has ties to Jun Xiaoyao, would I be afraid? The Azure Dragon Sovereign quickly agreed. Of course, of course. Young Master will surely reach the pinnacle of the immortal domain in the future, looking down upon all living beings. His flattering tone was unmistakable. Since that's the case, relay my command, mobilize the armies of the three kingdoms and march directly on the ancient Vermilion Bird Kingdom. Make them submit and seize the bronze compass fragment. As you command. The Azure Dragon Sovereign cupped his hands, his robes fluttering. Also, the Vermilion Bird Princess Taiyue is a rare beauty. Be sure not to harm her. Capture her alive and bring her back to be my concubine. Yes. The Azure Dragon Sovereign nodded, secretly feeling fortunate. Thank goodness Taiyue had already severed ties with Shao Chun. Otherwise, wouldn't he be personally putting a green hat on his own son? Rest assured, after this succeeds, you'll have your rewards. When the four ancient kingdoms merge into the four symbols ancient kingdom, you'll be the sole sovereign. The man behind the curtain chuckled softly. Thank you, young master. Wild joy flashed in the Azure Dragon Sovereign's eyes. This was exactly what he had long desired. The cold lamp flickered as he took his leave. Behind the curtain, the man murmured to himself. Once I gather all four components to form the complete bronze compass, I may be able to trace clues to that bronze immortal palace. If I truly succeed, I will surely gain great fortune. Then marrying Wu Mingyue will be within reach. I'll storm the Panwu Mausoleum, seize its opportunities, and gradually control the power of the Panwu divine dynasty. In the end, I, young Pan, will surely stand above the 9 heavens and 10 earths, at the pinnacle of all existence. That voice, filled with overwhelming ambition, echoed with laughter throughout the entire palace. Within mere days, the Azure Dragon Sovereign employed thunderous methods to integrate the remnants of the White Tiger and Black Tortoise armies. The three-nation coalition's banners filled the sky as they brazenly marched straight toward Fire Province. On the very day this news reached the ancient Vermilion Bird Kingdom, the court and the people were shaken. The ministers had already been anxious upon learning that White Tiger and Black Tortoise had been annexed. Now with the dust settled, the entire imperial city was thrown into chaos. Given the Vermilion Bird Kingdom's national strength, the Azure Dragon Kingdom alone posed a threat of national destruction, let alone a three-nation coalition. This was tantamount to a death sentence pronounced in advance. In the main hall of the imperial palace, all ministers gathered, placing their final hope on Taiyue. Your Highness Princess, please immediately send word to the Jun family's divine son to see if he can intervene. His Majesty remains in seclusion. Only the Jun family can save our Vermilion Bird Kingdom. With everyone urgently pressing her, Taiyue dared not delay and immediately produced a communication jade slip to contact Jun Linlong. Had no direct means of reaching Jun Xiaoyao. At the Jun family estate, Jun Linlong received the message but could only reply helplessly. Jun Xiaoyao was in seclusion at the Heavenly Emperor Palace and could not be disturbed. Her status was insufficient to mobilize the Jun family's forces. Upon receiving this news, Taiyue's heart sank as she relayed the message verbatim. Does heaven wish to destroy our Vermilion Bird Kingdom? Several key ministers turned pale as paper. Not necessarily. Taiyue suppressed her emotions. The Azure Dragon Kingdom might only wish to force our submission. When the time comes, we'll first test their intentions. Despite these words, the Vermilion Bird Kingdom still entered full war preparations. External forces unanimously predicted defeat, considering this an egg striking a stone. With only the timing in question, they did not know that the Vermilion Bird Kingdom was already listed among Jun Xiaoyao's private territories. Had they known this detail, they would not have made such definitive judgments. Within just a few days, the three-nation coalition's Iron Cavalry entered Fire Province. Cities along their path fell in an instant, with defending forces offering virtually no resistance. The Vermilion Bird Kingdom's main military forces all retreated to defend the imperial capital. Even facing their final hour, they would never sit idle awaiting death. The ultimate battle of the four ancient kingdoms was about to erupt. Meanwhile, within the Jun family's Heavenly Emperor Palace, terrifying auras surged, brilliant light shot skyward, and immortal radiance swirled in misty clouds, as if a supreme true immortal sat in meditation within. Outside the palace, Jun Linlong, Jun Xiaoyao, Jun Zhongjian, and Jun Wanjie stood side by side, their gazes burning with both shock and joy. The divine son was finally about to emerge from seclusion. Jun Xiaoyao rarely went into seclusion, but whenever he did, he would emerge completely transformed. Outside the Heavenly Emperor Palace, white jade steps led directly to the Golden Palace doors. Jun Linlong, Jun Zhongjian, Jun Xiefeng, and Jun Wanjie stood solemnly on the steps, their gazes unconsciously drawn to the tightly closed palace doors. The doors creaked open, and Jun Xiaoyao emerged with his hands clasped behind his back. His snow-white robes fluttered at the hem, his features were like a painting, and his skin resembled warm jade. Even just standing there casually, he seemed like a gentle breeze descending upon the world, making people's hearts tremble involuntarily. Compared to before, his entire aura had become more pure and transcendent, as if a true banished immortal had descended from the clouds. I feel like the divine sun might ascend on the wind at any moment. Jun Xiaoyao murmured softly. What they didn't know was that Jun Xiaoyao's dramatic transformation was due to his cultivation of the great Luo immortal body. As for the secrets related to the body cultivation manual, he still hadn't mentioned a word. The fewer people who knew about such matters, the better. Beyond the elevation of his temperament, it was the subtle yet overwhelming presence that was most shocking. Jun Wanjie considered himself the strongest among the four, being of the fifth sequence, yet facing this person now, he felt an instinctive sense of danger rising from the depths of his heart. The young master is even more unfathomable than before. I'm afraid I couldn't even withstand a single move from him now. Jun Wanjie clenched his fists secretly. Reflecting on nearly a year of seclusion, Jun Xiaoyao shook his head slightly. Over 100 rare immortal sources had only produced 6 great Luo immortal bones. Such consumption made even him secretly amazed. If it were anyone else, just gathering the resources would take countless years. If someone looked closely at this moment, they would notice divine radiance swirling around his right arm with immortal essence faintly visible. All 6 immortal bones were concentrated there, their power converging to unleash partial might ahead of time. Congratulations on your emergence from seclusion, divine son. The four bowed in unison. Jun Xiaoyao raised his hand to indicate there was no need for such formality, then light flashed from his sleeve. 4 ancient dragon bones, each as thick as a palm, appeared suspended before them, emanating heavy draconic might. Young master, this is... Jun Zhangjian and the others looked puzzled. These 4 ancient dragon bones, one for each of you, Jun Xiaoyao said in a calm tone. Young master, these are too precious. Jun Xiaofeng was overwhelmed by the honor. We're all family here. Take them, no need to refuse. The 4 exchanged glances and finally nodded solemnly. Yes, thank you, divine son. Their respect and loyalty in their hearts became even more unshakable. At this moment, Jun Linglong stepped forward. Young master, Linglong has something to report. Speak, Jun Xiaoyao replied briefly. Jun Linglong then recounted everything about the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom. I see, I understand, Jun Xiaoyao nodded lightly. Just then, the cold mechanical prompt echoed in his mind once again. Ding, congratulations host, a new check-in location has been refreshed. Please check in at the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom's Imperial Palace. Was the system offering freebies again? Jun Xiaoyao's gaze sharpened, his expression remaining utterly calm. He had already planned to personally visit the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom, and now that the system had issued this task ahead of time, it seemed particularly considerate. Young master, what should we do? Jun Linglong stood before the desk, inquiring softly. Her concern wasn't purely for Baiyuer, but because the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom was Jun Xiaoyao's private territory, any damage to it would directly affect his interests. Jun Xiaoyao raised his hand, his tone indifferent. Pass down my order. Mobilize the Jun family's wind, forest, fire, and mountain guards, 10,000 from each division. As he spoke, he produced a golden token and placed it in Jun Linglong's palm. The token radiated divine light. It was the Divine Sun token, symbol of his status. The hall fell silent for a moment. Jun Zhangjian and the others exchanged glances. Unable to hide their shock, was actually mobilizing all 4 guard divisions at once. These 4 forces were the Jun family's elite troops. The Wind Shadow Guards excelled in stealth and surprise attacks. The Imperial Forest Guards protected orthodoxy. The Fire Cavalry Guards were iron-blooded and unstoppable. The Mountain God Guards defended territories. They had followed the Jun family in campaigns across all directions, sweeping through like an unstoppable torrent of steel. Even the most ordinary soldiers had cultivation at the Nirvana realm, while experts of the heaven-reaching and divine fire realms were countless. Other Jun family prodigies would need layers of approval to mobilize these 4 guards, with strict limitations on numbers. Only Jun Xiaoyao, with his Divine Sun token, could deploy them freely without conditions or limits. Divine Sun, let us go as well. Consider it training. Jun Zhangjian cupped his hands in request. Jun Xiaoyao pondered briefly, then nodded. Very well, go prepare yourselves. Yes. Everyone received their orders and dispersed to make preparations. Jun Xiaoyao stood with hands behind his back at the window, gazing into the distance, murmuring softly. The 4 symbols ancient kingdoms are among the forces I plan to gather. Who dares to steal peaches from under my nose? He didn't believe that the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom alone could suppress the other ancient kingdoms. Jun Linglong had already warned him that mysterious forces seemed to be manipulating events behind the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom. Who was this hidden hand? Was their purpose merely to unify the 4 symbols ancient kingdoms? The 4 ancient kingdoms likely harbored unknown histories. When the time came, Questioning by Yuer would reveal some of these mysteries. With this thought, he turned toward the clan's rear hall where Jun Xiaoyao was waiting for him. The turmoil in the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom was merely an interlude to him. Even if it were destroyed through momentary negligence, he would only feel slight regret. Bai Yuer was nothing more than a chess piece he had placed. Currently, what truly captured his attention was the bronze fragment in the wooden box. For this, he had specifically come to see Jun Xiaoyao. When the bronze fragment was presented before Jun Xiaoyao, the old man's previously calm gaze instantly grew grave. Xiaoyao, where did this fragment come from? He asked in a deep voice. From within the Yuantian secret treasury. It should have been brought back from a foreign realm by the Yuantian Supreme. Jun Xiaoyao answered truthfully, never concealing anything from his grandfather. Jun Xiaoyao's fingertips traced the bronze surface, his brow furrowing deeper. This involves matters far too profound. This was the first time Jun Xiaoyao had seen Jun Xiaoyao display such an expression, intensifying his curiosity. Grandfather, what exactly is the origin of this bronze fragment? Jun Xiaoyao looked up, his tone somber. Xiaoyao, have you ever heard of the 7 great mysteries of the immortal domain? The 7 great mysteries? Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flashed. Jun Xiaoyao was quite familiar with these 7 great mysteries. In the vast immortal domain, almost no one hadn't heard of these 7 enigmatic phenomena. The so-called 7 great mysteries referred to 7 extremely bizarre legends that had been passed down for ages. One of the most famous examples was the phantom ship of the starry sky. It was said that at the edge of the star sea, an ancient vessel often drifted. Anyone who laid eyes upon that ship, even saints with heaven-defying cultivation, would inexplicably fall under its spell, lose themselves, board the vessel, and ultimately sail toward the end of the underworld's far shore. Another legend spoke of the headless swordsman. A headless shadow dragged a rust-covered, blood-dripping sword as it wandered aimlessly throughout the immortal domain. Anyone who encountered it, from ordinary cultivators to supreme beings, would inevitably face great calamity and accursed fate. Such terrifying rumors collectively formed the 7 great mysteries. Each legend represented a forbidden corner of the immortal domain. Touch it, and face disaster. Often, a single moment of carelessness would result in death and the destruction of one's cultivation path, which was why most people avoided these places entirely. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao examined the bronze fragment in his hand, a question arising in his heart. Grandfather, are you saying this fragment is related to one of the 7 great mysteries? As he spoke, his eyes flickered slightly. Jun Xiaoyao nodded, his tone steady. Exactly. Among the 7 great mysteries, there's something called the Bronze Immortal Palace. This fragment very likely came from there. Bronze Immortal Palace? Jun Xiaoyao raised an eyebrow. It was an extremely ominous ancient palace. Though outsiders called it an immortal palace, in most people's eyes, it resembled more of a living tomb. Since ancient times, 8 or 9 out of 10 intruders never emerged again. Yet it remained incredibly alluring for no other reason than the palace supposedly contained something related to immortals. Anything connected to the word immortal was enough to make cultivators flock to it like moths to flame. Young supremes, domain overlords, saint-level powerhouses, countless individuals had rushed forward one after another, seeking just a glimpse of immortal secrets. The result was that nearly all perished. The very few cultivators who escaped alive remained tight-lipped, as if fearing some invisible restriction. This was precisely why the Bronze Immortal Palace was listed among the 7 great mysteries. Jun Xiaoyao's expression grew grave as he repeatedly warned, Xiaoyao, your talent is unparalleled. Even following the conventional path, you could become a saint or even reach the imperial realm. Don't push yourself into danger out of momentary curiosity. The current Jun Xiaoyao was already the Jun family's most important core member. If anything happened to him, the loss would be immeasurable. If he truly intended to seek out the Bronze Immortal Palace based on a single fragment, Jun Xiaoyao would never allow it. Jun Xiaoyao chuckled softly, waving the fragment in his hand. Don't worry, grandfather. I was just asking casually. I never expected this fragment to have such origins. Just as his words fell, a cold, mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. A new check-in location has been refreshed. Please check in at the Bronze Immortal Palace. Jun Xiaoyao was momentarily stunned, thinking to himself, is the system trying to dig a pit for me? The Bronze Immortal Palace isn't a place just anyone can enter and exit safely. Nevertheless, his curiosity was completely ignited. After organizing his thoughts, he currently had 3 check-in locations: Panwu Mausoleum, the Imperial Palace of the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom, and the Bronze Immortal Palace. The Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom's Imperial Palace would be the simplest to check in at, requiring little time. The Panwu Mausoleum would take some effort, but wouldn't be too difficult either. As for the Bronze Immortal Hall, there wasn't even a trace of it now. No one knew where the Bronze Immortal Hall would appear next. Jun Xiaoyao felt no urgency at the moment, as he still had sufficient time to improve his strength. He bowed respectfully to Jun Xiaoyao. Thank you for your guidance, grandfather. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave now. Xiaoyao, remember to investigate the 7 great mysteries alone. If you must go, at least inform your grandfather beforehand, Jun Xiaoyao cautioned. Understood. Jun Xiaoyao nodded solemnly before turning to leave through the Jun family's mountain gate. Outside the gate, for dense formations had already assembled beneath the vast sky of wind, forest, fire, and mountain guards, each numbering 10,000, totaling 40,000 troops. The wind shadow guards wore blue armor and curved sabers, their forms swift and agile. The imperial forest guards donned golden armor and long halberds, their formation like an impenetrable wall. The fire cavalry guards bore crimson armor atop flaming divine steeds, wielding long spears. The mountain god guards wore pitch-black heavy armor, equipped with massive shields and battle axes. The warriors of all 4 guards stood with imposing bearing, their killing intent rising like steam. Jun Xiaoyao surveyed them with great satisfaction. Young master, the wind, forest, fire, and mountain guards are ready for departure. Jun Lingling presented the Divine Sun's token. Jun Xiaoyao accepted the token with a slight nod. Excellent. I'll be counting on all of you for this journey to the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom. The 4 guards clasped their fists in unison, half kneeling as they roared. The Wind Shadow Guards pledged to brave fire and water for the Jun family and the Divine Sun. The Imperial Forest Guards pledged to brave fire and water for the Jun family and the Divine Sun. The Fire Cavalry Guards pledged to brave fire and water for the Jun family and the Divine Sun. The Mountain God Guards pledged to brave fire and water for the Jun family and the Divine Sun. Their thunderous roars shook the 9 heavens, shattering the clouds above. Jun Xiaoyao felt his blood surge with excitement. With such a mighty army, what could not be accomplished? He mounted his golden war chariot as 9 lions spread their wings and tore through the sky. Jun Zhangjian, Jun Xuehuang, Jun Wanjie, and Jun Lingling each led a guard unit in close pursuit, their iron torrent surging majestically across the heavens. Along the way, numerous factions and cultivators looked up to witness the spectacle. Those are the Jun family's wind, forest, fire, and mountain guards. Where are they heading? The Jun family hasn't mobilized their army in years. Could they be suppressing a rebellion? No. Look, those pulling the chariot are 9 lions from a supreme ancient royal clan. The Jun family's divine son stands upon that war chariot. The cultivators gazed at that immortal figure standing with hands clasped behind his back, collectively gasping in shock. The divine son was marching to war. Who was about to meet their doom? At that same moment, the 3-nation allied army led by the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom had already driven deep into the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom's heartland. Cities along their path offered virtually no resistance and were razed to the ground. Taiyue knew well that with their current national strength, they couldn't defend the entire territory. They could only concentrate their forces outside the imperial capital for a final decisive battle. After more than 10 days, the 3-nation allied army finally approached the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom's imperial capital. Outside the capital, the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom's banners fluttered in the wind as 100,000 soldiers stood in strict formation, resembling a wall of steel. Taiyue had exchanged her formerly gentle attire for crimson soft armor that accentuated her graceful curves, her fiery red hair bound up, adding a touch of heroic spirit to her alluring beauty. The surrounding generals wore grave expressions, their unease barely concealed. Suddenly, the earth began to tremble. Boom, boom, boom. In the distance, a dark mass of humanity surged forward like a black torrent covering heaven and earth. The Vermilion Bird generals' faces instantly turned ashen, while the civil officials' hearts sank to the depths. The Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom is finished, an elderly minister whispered in despair. Taiyue gripped her sword tightly with jade-white hands, a trace of desperation appearing on her exquisite face. Truly, was there no way out? She raised her eyes to gaze into the distance, as if hoping for a certain figure to suddenly appear. But there was nothing. A mighty torrent of steel surged forward like a black tide. Looking up, the entire horizon seemed swallowed by dark silhouettes, with battle banners densely packed and cold light gleaming ominously. The generals of the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom didn't need a closer look to judge the combined forces of the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, and Black Tortoise Kingdoms numbered at least 10 times their own army, conservatively estimated at over 1 million troops, while the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom could muster only 100,000 soldiers at most. In sheer numbers alone, they were utterly crushed. Even more deadly was the gap in high-level combat power. The ruler of the Vermilion Bird Kingdom remained in seclusion, while all 3 rulers of the allied kingdoms had achieved sainthood. Moreover, behind the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom lurked a mysterious force providing secret support. Should that force intervene, the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom would be like eggs in a crumbling nest, ready to collapse at any moment. Even with Taiyue's unwavering determination, when she gazed upon that endless military formation, she couldn't hide the despair in her eyes. Rumble. On the distant horizon, Another 200,000 troops thundered forward with iron hooves, dust clouds rolling as the army of the Black Tortoise Ancient Kingdom approached. Before the Vermilion Bird Formation, a middle-aged man clad in crimson armor squinted into the distance. He was the Grand General of the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom and also a Void God Realm expert. Above the Divine Fire Realm lay the Void God Realm. Yet even on such a massive battlefield, a single Void God would struggle to turn the tide between Void Gods and Saints, or even Quasi-Saints lay an insurmountable chasm. The Black Tortoise Ancient Kingdom, what are they planning? Yuer's eyes flickered. At the forefront of the Black Tortoise Formation, a general spurred his horse forward and shouted across the field, Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom, I am the Grand General of the Black Tortoise Ancient Kingdom. I offer you one chance, lay down your weapons and surrender to avoid needless slaughter. Yuer couldn't help but question coldly. Why does the Black Tortoise Ancient Kingdom submit to the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom? Even a proud ancient kingdom, should it face defeat, wouldn't bow so low. The Black Tortoise General snorted coldly. What my Black Tortoise serves is the young master. His origins are beyond what ordinary people can fathom. His gaze swept toward Yuer. Yuer, you are the one the young master has personally chosen. Surrender willingly, become the young master's concubine, and hand over the compass fragment, and the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom may remain unharmed. What? Yuer was first shocked, then anger surged within her. What kind of divine powers did this young master possess to suppress 3 kingdoms? Even more infuriating was that he wanted her to debase herself as his concubine. Her beautiful face turned murderous, her eyes ice cold. The Vermilion Bird Grand General also roared in fury. Insolence! How dare you defile our Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom's princess? Throughout the Vermilion Bird army, everyone burned with righteous indignation. This was clearly naked humiliation. The Black Tortoise General sneered. Being able to become the young master's concubine is your good fortune. If you insist on resisting, it will only result in rivers of blood. Yuer retorted coldly. I belong to the Jun family's divine son. Aren't you afraid of offending the divine son and being annihilated by the Jun family in the future? At these words, the Black Tortoise General's expression finally changed. The reputation of the Jun family and the Jun family's divine son carried immense weight, let alone the Black Tortoise Ancient Kingdom. Even if all 4 celestial beast ancient kingdoms joined forces, they couldn't withstand the Jun family's wrath. But thinking of the terrifying power of the young master behind him, he forcibly steadied himself. He sneered coldly. Princess of the Vermilion Bird, stop putting on airs. How could the divine son of the Jun family care about a nobody like you? If he truly cared, he would have come to your aid long ago. The mockery from the Xuanwu Ancient Kingdom's general pierced Yuer's heart like fine needles. She knew clearly that in Jun Xiaoyao's eyes, she was nothing more than a dispensable chess piece. Her life or death probably wouldn't even cause a ripple in that divine son's heart. Yet as she looked down at her sword-gripping hand, another obsession surged within her heart. The divine son may not care about me, but that doesn't mean I don't care about him. She secretly vowed that for this lifetime and all eternity, whether as servant or maid, she would only wish to serve Jun Xiaoyao. Could she ever become another's concubine? Yuer's gaze suddenly turned fierce as she raised her sword high, its cold gleam pointing straight at the heavens. You want me to surrender? Impossible. If you want war, then let's fight. Sigh, what a pity. The Xuanwu general shook his head disdainfully and waved his hand. Xuanwu army, heed my command, kill. Boom. 200,000 Xuanwu cavalry advanced simultaneously, their black armor gleaming with cold, hard light under the sun. Yuer stood firm with her sword raised, her slender waist bending like a drawn bow as she commanded. All generals, heed my order, protect our ancient kingdom, kill. 100,000 Vermilion Bird soldiers roared with her, their crimson battle flags fluttering fiercely. But when the black torrent crashed into the red defensive line, the battlefield instantly became a scene of flying flesh and blood. Severed limbs were thrown into the air, blood splattered everywhere, and shouts, screams, and the clash of weapons merged into a canvas of carnage and bloodshed. The disparity in numbers and equipment was brutally unforgiving. The Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom had long since fallen to the bottom of the 4 great ancient kingdoms. 100,000 against 200,000 before the steel beast-like Xuanwu army. Their defensive line retreated step by step. The Xuanwu general shouted coldly. All generals, heed my command, capture Princess Yuer of the Vermilion Bird alive. Yuer was someone that young master had specifically chosen. The Xuanwu army could not possibly let her go easily. Protect the princess. The Vermilion Bird Grand General roared, leading his officers in a desperate charge to block them. But the numerical disadvantage was too great. One by one, the Vermilion Bird generals fell beneath hooves and blades. Yuer watched with her heart breaking like a knife. All these people were dying because of her. Humph, can't even capture one woman. A cold snort suddenly exploded from the void. Sacred realm pressure crashed down like a falling mountain, causing all Vermilion Bird soldiers to tremble and nearly suffocate. a black-robed figure descended from the sky, the Xuanwu Kingdom's ruler. It was over. With even a saint arriving in person, the Vermilion Bird Army's morale instantly plummeted into the abyss. Bai Yuer was also completely swallowed by despair under a saint's might. She couldn't even draw her sword to end her own life. The person my young master wants cannot be allowed to escape. Come here. The Xuanwu ruler reached out, and a massive hand of magical power stretched toward Bai Yuer. At this critical moment, a long howl suddenly rang out from deep within the Vermilion Bird capital. Blazing flames shot skyward, transforming into a winged vermilion bird. From the center of the sea of fire, a red-robed figure broke through his seclusion, walking on flames with a voice like rolling thunder. Who dares invade my Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom? The Vermilion Bird ruler. And moreover, he had successfully stepped into the Saint Realm. The Vermilion Bird soldiers wept tears of excitement, and Bai Yuer felt as if she had found life on a deadened road. The Vermilion Bird ruler struck out with his palm, directly shattering that magical giant hand to pieces. Everyone cheered wildly. The Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom was saved. However, just as joy began to rise, another black tide of reinforcements surged from the horizon, accompanied by two equally vast saint-level Orast Azure Dragon ruler and the White Tiger ruler. Three saints pressed forward together. The Vermilion Bird ruler's expression darkened even as a newly advanced saint. He could hardly withstand a three-way siege. The flame of hope in Bai Yuer's heart was instantly extinguished. She gazed at the battlefield under its oppressive dark clouds, sorrow in her eyes condensing into frost. From despair to hope, then to even deeper despair, this was more cruel than death itself. Could it truly be heaven's will to destroy the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom? Bai Yuer bit her jade lips until they bled. In the distance, the remaining armies converged into a massive black tide that made one's scalp tingle with dread. Iron armor and battle banners formed a steel torrent under the sunlight, while two figures descended from the sky, standing proudly above the military formation with overwhelming sacred might. They were the Azure Dragon Sovereign and the White Tiger Sovereign. Together with the Black Tortoise Sovereign who had already been positioned nearby, three saints stood side by side, confronting the Vermilion Bird Sovereign from afar. The Vermilion Bird Sovereign's expression shifted rapidly. Having just ascended to the Saint Realm, he should have been filled with pride, yet instead he faced the hellish battlefield of a three-nation allied siege. What surprised him even more was that the three ancient kingdoms, which had always fought independently, would actually join forces to encircle and annihilate the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom. Father Emperor, below, Bai Yuer transmitted her voice through divine consciousness, briefly recounting everything that had transpired during this period. So that's how it is. The Vermilion Bird Sovereign's pupils trembled slightly. That mysterious young master's background was so formidable that he could make the three great ancient kingdoms bow in submission. Moreover, their Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom could not withstand the million-strong Iron Army, and he himself could hardly match three saints. Not to mention that behind this battlefield, perhaps that young master's forces were still lurking in the shadows. Even with his breakthrough to sainthood, he was powerless to turn the tide. Vermilion Bird Sovereign, I never expected that not only have you recovered from your injuries, but you've also stepped into the Saint Realm. The Azure Dragon Sovereign spoke with surprise in his voice. The news had been completely sealed, and only now did he, along with White Tiger and Black Tortoise, learn of the Vermilion Bird Sovereign's breakthrough. Would the mighty Azure Dragon Sovereign also serve as someone's dog? The Vermilion Bird Sovereign's face darkened as he coldly retorted with mockery. Those who understand the times are wise. Before that, young master, you are nothing but a mantis trying to stop a chariot, the Azure Dragon Sovereign sneered. The Vermilion Bird Sovereign spoke indifferently. Do you know that my Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom has long served one person as master? Oh, who? The Azure Dragon Sovereign frowned slightly. The Jun family's divine son. These four short words caused the three-nation allied army to fall temporarily silent, as if this name carried invisible pressure. The Azure Dragon Sovereign's pupils also contracted, and he snorted coldly. Trying to use a tiger's skin as a banner again? How could the Jun family's divine son care about a mere Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom? Whether you believe it or not is up to you. You'll regret it sooner or later. The Vermilion Bird Sovereign's tone was ice cold. Even so, we also have a young master backing us, so stop trying to intimidate us with the Jun family's divine son. The Azure Dragon Sovereign's face darkened. His subordinate Xiao Chun had once been crippled by Jun Xiaoyao, so he already harbored resentment toward Jun Xiaoyao. No need for more words. Let the million-strong army sweep through the imperial capital and capture Bai Yuer alive. The Azure Dragon Sovereign waved his hand, his military order absolute. The rolling iron torrent pressed forward once again like a bursting flood, charging straight at the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom's military formation. In the sky, the White Tiger Sovereign and Black Tortoise Sovereign joined forces, their sacred power interweaving to suppress the Vermilion Bird Sovereign, while the Azure Dragon Sovereign extended a giant palm of magical power, reaching directly for Bai Yuer. Princess, be careful. The Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom's Grand General suddenly pushed Taiyue away and was himself pulverized into a blood mist by the giant palm, leaving no trace of his remains. Grand General. Taiyue's eyes blazed with fury, her heart pierced with agony. Princess, flee quickly. We'll hold them back. Many generals roared as they blocked the Azure Dragon Sovereign's path. Ants. The Azure Dragon Sovereign swept his sleeve, and terrifying sacred power exploded. One by one, the generals instantly burst apart, their blood raining down. The might of a saint could not be stopped by anyone. In the sky, the Vermilion Bird Sovereign retreated repeatedly, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. After all, he had just broken through to the saint realm, and his cultivation was still unstable, while being besieged by two great saints. Before long, the Vermilion Bird Nation's ruler was forced back, blood spilling from his mouth. Below, the 100,000 troops of the ancient Vermilion Bird Nation were being slaughtered and scattered. The impact of a million-strong army was truly terrifying. In just a quarter of an hour, only 30 to 40,000 remained of the Vermilion Bird Nation's 100,000 soldiers. The army was being crushed. The high in combat power, the Vermilion Bird Nation's ruler, was severely wounded. Those generals were all slapped to death by the Azure Dragon Nation's ruler with a single palm strike. Was the ancient Vermilion Bird Nation truly doomed? At this moment, Taiyue's heart was filled with utter despair. Just surrender. The Azure Dragon Nation's ruler's expression was indifferent as he reached out his hand. Taiyue closed her beautiful eyes, tears sliding down from the corners. But just then, heaven and earth seemed to suddenly fall silent for an instant. All sounds appeared to vanish. In this silence, an incomparably cold and indifferent voice rang out. You dare touch my people? Azure Dragon Nation's ruler, are you tired of living? A cold whisper, as if echoing from the netherworld. The entire battlefield instantly fell into deathly silence, as if frozen. The ears of all million soldiers on the field seemed to echo with these words. Who is it? Who dared speak to a saint in such a tone? Hearing this voice, Taiyue's delicate body suddenly trembled. Then she abruptly opened her beautiful eyes and looked into the distance. From the distant horizon came terrifying tremors, and the clouds scattered. For terrifying armies with murderous aura like rainbows appeared. Banners fluttering, blades gleaming, war chariots thundering, divine steeds neighing. Their killing intent soared to the ninth heaven and pierced the nine depths. The terrifying murderous aura emanating from these four armies even made the million-strong army below feel chilled to the bone, as if falling into an ice cave. In front of these four armies, a mighty and majestic nine-headed lion, as if cast from gold, roared toward the sky. The terrifying sonic waves of the lion's roar shook the four corners in 8 directions, making everyone's blood run cold. And on the golden war chariot pulled by the nine-headed lion, a figure shrouded in hazy immortal light stood with hands behind his back, expression indifferent, like the son of a deity. Cold and domineering words came from his mouth. The ancient Vermilion Bird Nation belongs to this divine son. Whoever dares make another move shall be executed without mercy. The phrase, executed without mercy, caused heaven and earth to change color, filling the air with unprecedented killing intent. Jun Family Shadow Guards, heed the command. Jun Family Imperial Guards, heed the command. Jun Family Fire Cavalry, heed the command. Jun Family Mountain God Guards, heed the command. The 4 guards of wind, forest, fire, and mountain all shouted in unison, descending from the firmament. With a thunderous crash, the entire earth seemed to tremble 3 times. Though it was clearly an army of only 40,000, it made the faces of the 3 ancient nations' million-strong coalition turn pale with terror. Those were the Jun family's 4 guards of wind, forest, fire, and mountain. Heavens, it's the Jun family's army. The Jun family has come. When they saw clearly the character Jun on the banners, the soldiers of the 3 ancient nations all turned deathly pale, their expressions filled with panic. After all, the Jun family's prestige was too overwhelming. Wind, forest, fire, and mountain were also the Jun family's ace troops, with intimidation power off the charts. It's the Jun family. The Azure Dragon Nation's ruler and others also showed shocked expressions. Jun Xiaoyao's words made the Azure Dragon Nation's ruler's face turn ugly. Meanwhile, on the Vermilion Bird Nation's side, everyone was shocked, stunned, and disbelieving. Finally, they showed expressions of amazed joy and wild delight. It's the Jun family. The Jun family's divine son has come to save us. An elderly minister of the Vermilion Bird Nation wept tears of joy. Taiyue's delicate body trembled, her jade hand covering her red lips, so excited that tears kept sliding from her eyes. That figure she had longed for day and night had finally appeared. Still dressed in white as pure as snow, still so transcendent and otherworldly. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao seemed like a savior. He was the only god in Taiyue's heart. High above in the heavens, 9 lions pulled a golden chariot. The golden carriage gleamed brilliantly under the scorching sun, while the 9 lion heads roared thunderously. Jun Xiaoyao stood atop the chariot in flowing white robes, hands clasped behind his back as he faced the wind, his garments billowing like a divine being who ruled over heaven and earth. Below, Taiyue and the remnant forces of the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom gazed upward, their eyes burning with fervor and excitement. Save for you in pristine white. Who else in this world deserves such purity? Someone cried out in awe. All soldiers of the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom regarded Jun Xiaoyao as their sole savior. Jun Xiaoyao was their god. The rulers of the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, and Black Tortoise kingdoms hovered in midair. These three saints, who should have commanded overwhelming presence, now bore slightly pale complexions. The ancient Jun family stood unshakable, feared even by Supreme Sovereign Shou, much more so for these mere three kingdoms. Now, even without the Jun family saints appearing, Jun Xiaoyao alone was enough to strike fear into their hearts. Young master, Taiyue and the others looked up to the heavens with pure joy. The Vermilion Bird Kingdom's ruler secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Though he had harbored reservations about his kingdom's submission to Jun Xiaoyao, those lingering doubts now completely vanished in times of crisis. They could only rely on Jun Xiaoyao to save the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom. Jun Xiaoyao lowered his gaze, looking down at the Vermilion Bird forces reduced to mere tens of thousands, and gently raised his hand. Wind, forest, fire, and mountain guards. 40,000 armored soldiers responded in unison, transforming into 4 roaring torrents that charged directly toward the three kingdoms' million-strong allied army. Each guard unit moved like wind, like forest, like fire, like mountain formations, precise, killing intent blanketing the sky. 40,000 against 1 million seemed almost unimaginable. Yet upon first contact, the allied forces' front ranks were torn open with massive gaps. Another collision sent countless soldiers tumbling in terror. In just a few brief exchanges, the Three-Kingdom Alliance had already lost over 100,000 men. Demons, they're demons. Run for your lives. The million-strong army instantly scattered in all directions, while the surviving Vermilion Bird soldiers seized the moment to counterattack with furious roars. High above, the Azure Dragon ruler and his companions stood frozen in shock. They hadn't expected the Jun family's forces to be so terrifyingly powerful. A mere 40,000 had instantly caused their million-strong alliance to crumble. Jun family's divine son, what exactly do you want? The Azure Dragon ruler spoke in a heavy voice. What do I want? It's simple. Jun Xiaoyao's lips curved in a smile, eyebrows slightly raised, his gaze ice-cold. Either retreat, or I'll exterminate your 9 generations. Those words fell like thunderclaps. Every soldier among the millions was stunned. Such words should come from an emperor's mouth, yet when spoken by Jun Xiaoyao, no one found them out of place. How could the status of the Jun family's divine son compare to that of mere kingdom rulers? Jun Xiaoyao, you. The Azure Dragon ruler's face alternated between green and white as his saint's aura involuntarily erupted. This divine son stands right here, giving you the chance to strike. Hito, you dare? Jun Xiaoyao flicked his sleeve and stepped across the heavens, positioning himself directly opposite the Azure Dragon ruler. Though he possessed only Unity Realm cultivation, he showed no fear whatsoever when facing the Azure Dragon nation's ruler, who was at the Saint Realm. His commanding presence as he gazed down made everyone mistake Jun Xiaoyao for the true sovereign, while the Azure Dragon ruler seemed like a subordinate awaiting orders. The divine son of the Jun family's overwhelming authority was fully displayed in this moment. On the platform below, the ministers and generals of the Vermilion Bird Ancient Nation trembled with excitement at this sight, their knees shaking. In Taiyue's crimson crystal-like beautiful eyes, worship and fervor were written all over. Jun Xiaoyao, don't go too far. The Azure Dragon ruler lowered his voice and spoke through gritted teeth. We have a young master backing us, the one who ordered us to do this. Unable to directly confront the Jun family, he could only invoke that mysterious young master as his shield. Oh, Jun Xiaoyao's eyes narrowed slightly. He had long suspected that another force stood behind the Azure Dragon Ancient Nation, and now it was confirmed. For someone to make the Azure Dragon ruler and others bow so submissively, that young master's identity must be extraordinary. But so what if it was extraordinary? Could it block his sword? I don't care who stands behind you, no one can bear the weight of this divine son's wrath. Cold light burst from his eyes as Jun Xiaoyao raised his hand, forming his fingers into a sword. In an instant, sword chi boiled between heaven and earth. An overwhelming sword intent surged like a bursting dam. A brilliantly radiant sword beam, accompanied by countless phantom images of immortals and gods, swept down from his palm. Immortals slaying sword art, first form, immortals fall. Boom. 10,000 zhong of sword light crashed down from the clouds, ruthlessly piercing through the million-strong allied army formation. Blood rained down as agonized screams filled the air. In just one breath, tens of thousands of soldiers were reduced to ash. The Three-Nation Alliance, already thrown into panic by the wind, forest, fire, and mountain guards, completely collapsed and scattered in all directions. Rage boiled within the Azure Dragon ruler's chest, and he nearly struck out. But thinking of the consequences of provoking the Jun family, he forcibly suppressed his anger. Retreat. Struggle flashed in his eyes before he finally gave the order. If this continued, who knew how many of the million-strong army would remain? Rather than dig their own graves, it was better to return and seek that young master's judgment. Once the young master arrived personally, there would be ways to deal with the Jun family's wrath. Hearing the retreat order, the White Tiger and Black Tortoise rulers quickly echoed it. In moments, only about 600,000 remained of the million-strong army, fleeing like homeless dogs in panic. The once mighty alliance disappeared at the edge of the battlefield in the blink of an eye. Jun Xiaoyao watched the three nations retreat without pursuing further. The Azure Dragon ruler and the others weren't important. The real prey was that mysterious young master who had united the four ancient nations. He wanted to understand this person's true purpose. Was it merely to gather forces, or was there another scheme? For this reason, he chose to cast a long line to catch that bigger fish. The remaining generals and soldiers of the Vermilion Bird Ancient Nation caught their breath amid the smoke, their faces filled with the wild joy and gratitude of survivors. Without Jun Xiaoyao, they would have either faced national destruction or been forced into submission today. Above the clouds, the Vermilion Bird ruler bowed deeply to Jun Xiaoyao. Thank you for your assistance, Divine Son. Without you, the Vermilion Bird Ancient Nation would have faced certain doom. Jun Xiaoyao raised his hand slightly. The Vermilion Bird Ancient Nation is my territory. Naturally, I wouldn't watch it fall. Lord Divine Son. Baiyue also bowed respectfully, her voice full of reverence. Don't celebrate too early. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes darkened slightly. That young master behind them surely won't let this matter rest, Jun Xiaoyao said. Upon hearing these words, the Vermilion Bird Nation's ruler's expression grew extremely grave. The young master who could make the three ancient nations bow their heads must possess extraordinary power. However, when he thought of Jun Xiaoyao standing right before him, the gloom in his heart instantly dissipated. No matter how noble that young master might be, could he be more noble than Jun Xiaoyao? No matter how powerful his backing, it couldn't surpass the ancient Jun family. With this thought, the Vermilion Bird Nation's ruler felt completely at ease. All right, let's return to the Imperial Palace first. I have some matters to discuss with you as well. Jun Xiaoyao raised his eyes and spoke indifferently. He had two purposes for this journey. First, to check in at the Vermilion Bird Ancient Nation's Imperial Palace. Second, to gather more intelligence. The Vermilion Bird Nation's ruler dared not show any negligence and personally stepped forward to lead the way. Divine Son, please. Jun Xiaoyao stepped onto the golden war chariot flowing with radiant light, its body flickering with runic symbols, crushing forward with thunderous sounds as it followed the Vermilion Bird Nation's ruler toward the imperial capital. Beside the chariot, several sequences walked in formation. Sigh, just when I was getting warmed up, it's already over. Jun Zhongjian flexed his wrist, still unsatisfied. Don't worry, I'm afraid they'll return within a few days. Jun Linglong reminded quietly. With her 7-aperture exquisite heart, her mind was sharp, and she was certain that young master would not give up easily. So what if they come? Before our young master, even dragons must coil and tigers must crouch. Jun Wanjie sneered coldly, his tone full of confidence in the ancient Jun family's profound foundation. The imperial capital's gates opened wide, and the citizens of the Vermilion Bird Ancient Nation knelt along the streets, their thunderous cheers overwhelming. We pay respects to Divine Son Jun. The waves of acclaim grew higher and higher. Jun Xiaoyao's expression remained calm. Though he appeared like a savior revered by thousands, in his heart he merely viewed the Vermilion Bird Ancient Nation as a chess piece that needed protection. Since people wanted to bestow upon him this reputation of a saint, he didn't mind accepting it. Besides, recently prodigies from various domains had been calling him a devil, so it wouldn't hurt to repair his image somewhat at most. He just enjoyed harvesting leaks. The imperial palace's golden tiles and red walls gleamed brilliantly in the setting sun. As Jun Xiaoyao stepped inside, a familiar notification immediately rang in his mind. Ding! You have arrived at the Vermilion Bird Ancient Nation's Imperial Palace. Would you like to check in? Check in. He thought to himself. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained a 4-star reward. Ancient Saint Weapon Ancient Qin Phoenix Cry at Mount Qi. In the next instant, a spatial fluctuation flashed within his spatial artifact. A crimson and gold ancient Qin floated quietly, its body elegant and elongated, carved with faintly moving phoenix and landscape patterns, with dark gold trim that was understated yet luxurious. 7 Qin strings gleamed like red crystal, refracting brilliant flame-like radiance. It's actually a Qin. Jun Xiaoyao's gaze flickered slightly. Did the system want him to cultivate his character? However, this Phoenix Cry at Mount Qi was a rare ancient saint weapon, far from an ordinary musical instrument. Typical saints at most wielded ancient saint weapons, and this artifact could both soothe with music and transform sound into blades. He remembered that mysterious Tao protector had once used Qin music to severely wound a saint, showing this Qin's formidable power. Not a bad deal. He nodded inwardly. Anyway, I heard plenty of famous pieces in my previous life, so I shouldn't have lost my touch. The Vermilion Bird Nation's ruler noticed Jun Xiaoyao's expression change slightly and carefully inquired, Divine Son, what's wrong? Seeing Jun Xiaoyao standing motionless, the Vermilion Bird Nation's ruler couldn't help but ask. It's nothing, let's go. Jun Xiaoyao's tone remained indifferent. Soon, the Vermilion Bird Nation's ruler personally led him through ornately carved corridors to a lavishly decorated pavilion. Jun Xiaoyao instructed Jun Zhangjian and the others to rest on their own, leaving only Jun Xiaoyao, the Vermilion Bird Nation's ruler, and Baiyue in the building. I have something to ask. Jun Xiaoyao raised his eyes. Please speak, Divine Son. The Vermilion Bird Nation's ruler bowed respectfully. Do your four ancient nations have any deep historical secrets? The Vermilion Bird Nation's ruler pondered for a moment before saying, to be honest, according to historical records, our four ancient nations originated from an ancient imperial dynasty that once approached immortal power. The Four Symbols Ancient Nation. Its founder, the Four Symbols Supreme, was a peerless supreme expert, and the Azure Dragon Master, White Tiger Master, Vermilion Bird Master, and Black Tortoise Master were his four disciples who later established their own nations, creating today's four ancient nations. Jun Xiaoyao raised an eyebrow slightly. So the four ancient nations shared the same origin. From this, he could deduce that the Azure Dragon Nation's ruler likely intended to reunify the four nations, rebuild the Four Symbols Ancient Nation, and establish himself as its ruler. But would the true intentions of that young master behind him really be satisfied with merely controlling the Four Symbols Ancient Nation? Baiyue clasped her fingertips and whispered, Divine Son, Yue has a theory. Let's hear it. That young master probably wants to collect the bronze compass fragments that each of the four ancient nations guards. Bronze compass fragments. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes narrowed slightly. The Vermilion Bird Nation's ruler added, the Four Symbols Supreme once obtained a bronze compass related to a great secret. After the news leaked, many powerful experts besieged the Supreme. Wounded, the Supreme divided the compass into four parts and secretly entrusted them to his four disciples. The disciples established their ancient nations, and the compass fragments were passed down through generations, becoming national treasures. Show me that fragment. Jun Xiaoyao's tone remained calm, but brooked no refusal. If anyone else had designs on the compass, the Vermilion Bird Nation's ruler would have turned hostile immediately, but hearing Jun Xiaoyao's request, he retrieved the quarter compass held by the Vermilion Bird Nation without hesitation. The ancient bronze gleamed with mottled green patina under the lamplight. Jun Xiaoyao immediately recognized it as the same material as the bronze fragment from the wooden box earlier, a fragment connected to one of the seven great mysteries, the Bronze Immortal Palace. I see. No wonder the Four Symbols Supreme was besieged. It was all about the Bronze Immortal Palace. Though waves surged in Jun Xiaoyao's heart, his expression remained unchanged. He now understood that young master's true objective too was targeting the bronze compass and the secrets of the Bronze Immortal Palace. This compass is interesting. Jun Xiaoyao's fingertips gently caressed it. The Vermilion Bird Nation's ruler immediately said, since the Divine Son likes it, please accept this offering. Jun Xiaoyao nodded, silently admiring the Vermilion Bird Nation ruler's wisdom. The other three fragments had likely fallen into that young master's hands, making a confrontation between them inevitable. At this thought, his lips curved into his characteristic smile. Those familiar with him, like Jun Zhangjian, would understand that this smile meant Jun Xiaoyao was about to start harvesting again. Thousands of miles beyond the imperial capital of the ancient Vermilion Bird Kingdom stood a city. Banners fluttered atop its walls, and within, the city had already fallen to the allied forces of the three ancient kingdoms, Azure Dragon, White Tiger, and Black Tortoise. The rulers of these three kingdoms stood side by side in the Great Hall, while armored soldiers below kept their heads bowed in silence. In the inner chambers above the hall, behind lowered silk curtains, a voice filled with cold fury pierced through the veils, causing the very air in the hall to seem frozen. You actually failed? A million-strong allied army, and you couldn't even conquer a small Vermilion Bird Kingdom. You brought neither the compass component nor Baiyue. Are you all useless? The angry roar echoed with bone-chilling coldness. The Azure Dragon ruler and his companions lowered their heads in silence, long accustomed to this young master's volatile temperament, yet still trembling inwardly. Being berated so harshly despite their sacred status, the White Tiger and Black Tortoise rulers' faces alternated between pale and flushed, their teeth clenched, yet they had no grounds for rebuttal. In the shadows of the pillars, four dark figures stood motionless, their oppressive presence extinguishing even the last embers of anger in their hearts. The voice behind the curtains continued with cold mockery. The Jun family's divine son, Jun Xiaoyao. Does he really think himself so important? No matter how powerful the Jun family is, they cannot rule the immortal domain alone. After a brief pause, The voice issued orders with icy words. Pass the command to reorganize the army. In 3 days, this young lord shall personally lead the campaign. I want to see whether that Jun family divine son will show this young lord proper respect. Yes, we obey. The 3 rulers clasped their fists, swallowing their bitterness as they hurriedly withdrew. Deep within the chambers, the young master murmured to himself, his gaze profound. Only one final component remains to complete the bronze compass. The key to exploring the bronze immortal Palacino one shall obstruct me, not even the Jun family's divine son. Deep into the night, in the depths of the Vermilion Bird Kingdom's palace, a pavilion adorned with carved railings and jade ornaments glowed with gentle lamplight. Melodious Qin music drifted from wooden windows like a refreshing breeze, causing palace servants to unconsciously soften their footsteps. Inside the pavilion, Jun Xiaoyao sat cross-legged on soft cushions, the phoenix cry at Mount Qi Qin resting across his knees. His pale fingers plucked the 7 strings, playing high mountains and flowing water with crystal clarity, dispelling all restlessness. Within the melody, he detected a faint trace of soul fluctuation, perhaps from his mysterious guardian. As the piece ended, the guardian remained hidden, but gentle knocking came at the door. Enter, Jun Xiaoyao said softly, red silk trailing behind her. Taiyue entered carrying a jade cup, her tone respectful. Divine son, please have some tea. She knelt to offer the cup, stealing glances at Jun Xiaoyao as he played, finding his temperament increasingly ethereal. Jun Xiaoyao put away the phoenix cry at Mount Qi and sipped the tea. Taiyue bit her lip gently, tentatively suggesting in a soft voice, Divine son, our Vermilion Bird Kingdom has a Vermilion Bird Spirit Spring, warm and spiritually nourishing. Would the Divine Son be interested in trying it? Very well. Jun Xiaoyao nodded, clearly just a hot spring, but he didn't mind. Delighted, Taiyue led Jun Xiaoyao through winding corridors. Deep within the palace walls, the spring bubbled with warm spiritual energy, mist swirling like a fairyland. She secretly congratulated herself on catering to his preferences. 3 days passed in a blink. Though the Vermilion Bird Kingdom remained on high alert, the presence of Jun Xiaoyao and his 4 guardians, wind, forest, fire, and mountain, greatly reassured the people. Jun Xiaoyao remained quite leisurely, playing the qin during the day and soaking in springs at night. At this moment, beside the Vermilion Bird Spirit Spring, Jun Linlong knelt on bamboo mats, boiling water for tea. Amid the sounds of bubbling spring water, Jun Xiaoyao reclined against the stone bank, saying casually, if that fellow doesn't come soon, I'll have to seek him out myself. Jun Linlong chuckled softly. He likely fears you, young master, yet won't easily give up. Before she finished speaking, Jun Xihuang's report came from outside. Reporting to the Divine Son, the 3 ancient kingdoms' allied forces are once again approaching the capital. Finally arrived. You've been waiting so long. Jun Xiaoyao rose from the water, droplets sliding down his fair skin. Jun Linlong immediately stepped forward to help him dress. Moments later, Jun Xiaoyao stood by the spring in pristine white robes, his garments spotless, a playful smile gracing his lips. Let this divine son see just what kind of divine being this so-called young master truly is. Outside the imperial capital of the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom, the mighty allied forces of the 3 ancient kingdoms advanced once more. The memory of being intimidated by the Jun family's 4 elite guards, wind, forest, fire, and mountain still lingered fresh. Many soldiers in the formation showed fear in their eyes, their palms still sweating as they gripped their weapons. Yet they did not scatter. Their commanders had already declared that a great figure would oversee this campaign, with mysterious forces providing covert support. Even if the Jun family's divine son arrived, it would not prevent the fall of the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom. Before the capital's walls, the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom had already formed their battle lines. Tens of thousands of armored Vermilion Bird soldiers stood shoulder to shoulder, forming an iron wall that gleamed coldly in the light. Atop the city tower, the Vermilion Bird Kingdom's ruler stood with hands clasped behind his back, while Princess Taiyue and numerous ministers attended him. Has the divine son arrived? Taiyue inquired in a low voice. Your Highness, the message has been sent. He should arrive momentarily, an attendant replied with a bow. Taiyue nodded slightly, yet her delicate brows remained furrowed until she could see Jun Xiaoyao with her own eyes. Her heart could not truly find peace. Meanwhile, the allied forces of the 3 kingdoms advanced to within 1,000 zhang of the capital. Above in the sky, the 3 rulers of the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, and Black Tortoise kingdoms appeared first, their auras surging like tides. However, what drew even more attention was the sight behind them in the void. A massive dragon bed forged from pure gold floated in midair, its 4-cornered dragon heads lifelike and vivid. Light golden silk curtains hung down, and the graceful silhouette barely visible within caused countless soldiers to stare in amazement. They actually refined a bed into a flying artifact. The Vermilion Bird ruler's pupils contracted slightly, but his heart sank heavily. Could it really be that person? If his suspicions were correct, even with the Jun family's divine son backing them, the situation would become extremely troublesome. Hee, Vermilion Bird Ruler, we meet again, the Azure Dragon ruler spoke with a smile, his expression full of confidence. Your treacherous hearts never rest. Wasn't the last lesson enough? The Vermilion Bird ruler showed no weakness, confident with his powerful backing. At that moment, a cold, arrogant, and lazy voice emanated from within the golden dragon bed. Vermilion Bird Ruler, this lord will give you one final opportunity. Submit. Hand over that item, and also. The voice paused, then continued with brazen arrogance. Let Princess Taiyue become this lord's concubine. The outrageous words shook heaven and earth. The Vermilion Bird soldiers' blood boiled with rage, their faces flushing red. The Vermilion Bird ruler's gaze turned completely icy. Hearing the speaker refer to himself as this lord, he confirmed his suspicions. It was almost certainly that person. The situation was about to explode. Suddenly, an even more domineering shout rolled down from the high sky. Make my woman a concubine? What kind of thing are you? From deep within the capital, golden divine light shot skyward. It was a mighty and majestic nine-headed lion pulling a golden war chariot, soaring through the air. A figure of peerless divine bearing stood upon the chariot, like a white-robed god king, his imposing presence shaking the very heavens. Behind him, Jun Xiaoyao and his three companions led the four guards of wind, forest, fire, and mountain, surging forward like four torrents of destruction. The Jun family's divine son had arrived. The sight of a top-tier primordial royal bloodline creatura, nine-headed lion being used as a mere mount stunned the allied forces of the three ancient kingdoms, instantly causing an uproar. The bloody memory from months ago, when the four guards alongside Jun Xiaoyao had annihilated tens of thousands with a single sword strike, still lingered in their minds. The shadow of that trauma remained in their hearts, and now they instinctively retreated. High above in the heavens, Jun Xiaoyao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his robes billowing in the wind, pale golden divine radiance swirling around him as if he stood at the center of the universe. His appearance with the four guards instantly calmed the panicked soldiers of the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom. Below the high walls, Taiyue's eyes sparkled with barely concealed joy. Those 5 words, my divine son's people, were tantamount to declaring her allegiance. Divine son. The ruler of the Vermilion Bird Kingdom raised his hands in respectful salute. Jun Xiaoyao merely waved dismissively, his gaze falling upon the brilliant golden dragon bed at the center of the great hall. His suspicions were already forming, and he was quite certain of his guess. The Jun family's divine son truly lives up to his reputation, arrogant, conceited, and looking down on everyone. A cold male voice emerged from within the dragon bed. Jun Xiaoyao's earlier rebuke had greatly displeased the speaker, who only refrained from exploding in rage due to his wariness of the Jun family's reputation. So you're the mastermind behind the 3 ancient kingdoms, Jun Xiaoyao said calmly. Mastermind? Haha, this lord merely wishes to gather a few subordinate forces, the voice replied with a light chuckle. A cold gleam flashed in Jun Xiaoyao's eyes. The so-called subjugation of forces was merely an excuse. The real objective was clearly the bronze compass inherited by the 4 ancient kingdoms. The speaker's self-reference as this lord made his identity quite apparent. This divine son dislikes those who hide in shadows. Show yourself. As his words fell, he raised his fist and struck out. Having reached the late stage of the Unity Realm, he was incomparable to his former peak Divine Bridge Realm self. Golden dragons coiled around his fist as dragon roars shook the air. A golden dragon burst through the void, striking directly at the golden dragon bed. Without even employing the Divine Elephant Prison Suppressing Force, this single punch could shatter mountains 1,000 zhang tall. Humph! Came a cold snort from within the dragon bed. A palm emerged, magical power surging like a tide, instantly transforming into countless palm shadows that caused the void to ripple and churn. Primordial Scattering Palm. Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself with certainty, the identity becoming even more confirmed. Boom fist force collided with palm shadows, erupting in thunderous noise as terrifying shockwaves swept in all directions. Countless cultivators below gasped in horror. This clash between Unity Realm prodigies possessed power nearly rivaling that of saints. Jun Xiaoyao's form remained unmoved, while the golden dragon bed was knocked back dozens of zhang. The silk curtains and gauze drapes were completely torn apart, golden fragments and blood mist scattering everywhere. The accompanying beauties screamed in agony from the aftershock before collapsing lifeless upon the bed. As the shredded curtains fell away, the figure at the center of the bed was revealed. Jade crown binding his hair, crimson gold royal robes, unremarkable features that were utterly forgettable, save for those icy cold eyes fixed intently on Jun Xiaoyao. As expected, it's you from the Panwu Divine Dynasty, the champion Marquis, Jun Xiaoyao said indifferently. Jun Xiaoyao had pretty much figured it out by now. The familiar primordial scattering palm technique, the constant references to this Marquis, And that incredibly luxurious golden dragon bed, all these details pointed to only one person, none other than the champion marquis of the Panwu Divine Dynasty. Speaking of champion Marquis Yang Pan, his rise to power was nothing short of legendary. Rumor had it that he started as a mere stable boy in some prince's manor, spending his days knee-deep in stable muck, enduring cold stares and mockery from everyone around him. His status couldn't have been lower. But one fateful day, he stumbled upon a divine sword in some forgotten corner, and his fortune completely turned around. That sword had an incredible origin. It was one of the three imperial swords of Panwu, the Panwu Life Sword, personally forged by Emperor Panwu himself. The moment Yang Pan grasped the life sword, it was as if he had seized fate by the throat. With it, he steamrolled through his peers. Opportunities came flooding in, and he eventually became the youngest champion marquis in the Panwu Divine Dynasty's history. Many in the Panwu Divine Dynasty even suspected that Yang Pan might be the reincarnation of Emperor Panwu himself. Though this rumor remained unconfirmed, it showed just how much weight he carried within the dynasty. Secret reports also suggested that Princess Wu Mingyue was about to choose a consort, with Yang Pan as the predetermined candidate. This clearly demonstrated the high hopes the dynasty had placed on this champion marquis. Now, as the champion marquis revealed his true identity, everyone except Jun Xiaoyao and a few others who had already guessed turned pale with shock. It really was him. Champion Marquis Yang Pan. The Vermilion Bird Nation's ruler gripped his armrest tightly and took a deep breath. This young man wasn't just terrifyingly powerful in battle. He was notorious for his unpredictable temperament. Coming from the bottom and suddenly striking it rich had given him an extreme sense of inflation, making him moody, arrogant, and completely unpredictable. Bai Yun'er's face went white as waves of fear washed over her. If Jun Xiaoyao hadn't appeared in time, she didn't dare imagine what fate would have awaited her in Yang Pan's hands. The champion marquis already had more than 3,000 concubines. To him, beautiful women were nothing more than trophies to be claimed at will, collecting one today if she caught his eye, forgetting and discarding her tomorrow. This was the typical mindset of a nouveau riche from the gutter. Not only was the Vermilion Bird Ancient Nation shocked, but the rulers of the White Tiger and Black Tortoise nations also changed color. Thinking of Yang Pan's volatile personality that could flip at any moment, both rulers silently cursed their luck. Comparatively, they would rather see Jun Xiaoyao rule over all three nations than cooperate with this champion marquis. With this revelation, the mastermind behind the three ancient nations had finally surfaced, and the situation became crystal clear. A confrontation between the Jun family's divine son and the Divine Dynasty's champion marquis was imminent. Jun Xiaoyao quietly observed the young man on the golden dragon bed, a strange glint flickering in the depths of his eyes. So that's how it is. She's aura. Certain suspicions began forming in his mind. Divine son of the Jun family. Our first meeting isn't exactly pleasant, is it? Yang Pan slowly raised his eyes, his voice ice cold. In that gaze, there was even a barely concealed trace of jealousy, not jealousy of Jun Xiaoyao's talent or background, but pure resentment toward his nearly perfect appearance. In comparison, Yang Pan's features could only be described as utterly ordinary. Forget competing with Jun Xiaoyuan standing next to Xiao Chun. He would pale in comparison. His humble origins hadn't changed his narrow mindset. Gaining power and status had only amplified his selfishness and obsession. Yang Pan remained narrow-minded and self-serving. Even after rising from a lowly stable boy to champion marquis, his character hadn't changed one bit. A mere stable boy dares to snatch peaches from this divine son's hands. Jun Xiaoyao's voice was ice-cold, carrying undisguised mockery. Ever since the day he took Bai Yun'er as his servant, he had decided to conquer the Four Symbols' ancient kingdom in the future, but now champion Marquis Yang Pan had interfered, which greatly displeased him. The moment the words stable boy fell, the entire battlefield instantly fell into deathly silence. That was the humiliation Yang Pan never wanted to recall back then. He tended horses for a royal mansion, being ordered around by others. After becoming champion marquis, he massacred his former master's entire household, eliminating hundreds of people, and since then no one dared mention his past. But now, Jun Xiaoyao had exposed it publicly, like a sword thrust straight into his heart. Jun Xiaoyao, you're seeking death. Yang Pan's eyes turned sinister, his face ashen as he finally lost control. He raised his finger and pointed out, crimson magical power surging forth, condensing into a heaven-supporting giant finger that came crushing down. This was the divine technique of the Panwu Divine Dynasty, the Haoyang Divine Finger. Who's seeking death? Jun Xiaoyao remained expressionless as the Divine Elephant prison-suppressing force thundered within his body. 100,000 giant elephant particles exploded within his flesh and blood, instantly generating 1 billion pounds of divine strength, his entire skeleton seeming to be illuminated by thunder. He reached out and grasped the pitch-black nether god spear, condensing in his palm, then hurled it forth, breaking through the air like black lightning. The nether god spear collided head-on with the Haoyang giant finger, like two meteors clashing violently, their magical power ripples tearing open the sky. The giant finger was instantly pierced through, the spear's momentum undiminished as it shot straight toward Yangpan. Your strength. Yangpan's expression changed drastically. Jun Xiaoyao's advancement to the late stage of Unity Realm had already shocked him, but now the power of this strike exceeded his expectations. He hastily formed hand seals and shouted loudly, Tiangang Divine Seal. Pushing out with both palms, a crimson gold great seal crashed toward the nether god spear. However, the terrifying force of 1,000,000,000 pounds came crushing down, causing the Tiangang Divine Seal to crack inch by inch. Puff Yangpan flew backward like a kite with its string cut, the nether god's spear landing on the golden dragon bed and instantly crushing it to pieces. Dragon bed fragments scattered everywhere as the scene fell silent once again. How is this possible? That's champion Marquis Yangpan. Many cultivators were stunned on the spot, their bodies rigid. The mighty champion Marquis of an immortal divine dynasty had actually been defeated with a single strike? It's not that the champion Marquis is weak, but that the Jun family's divine son is too strong. A general from the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom's eyes burned with fervor. The people of Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom's reverence for Jun Xiaoyao reached new heights. Even the champion Marquis couldn't withstand him. This was simply an invincible legend among the younger generation. However, some people showed doubt. That champion Marquis. Jun Wanji's gaze focused. Having fought Yangpan years ago, he knew the man's true capabilities well. Though Jun Xiaoyao was strong, Yangpan shouldn't be so fragile, especially since his strongest trump card, the Pan-Emperor life sword, had yet to be unleashed. As discussions rose and fell among the crowd, the next moment Jun Xiaoyao spoke indifferently, his voice calm, yet piercing. Yangpan, should I call you arrogant or foolish? A mere avatar dares to attack this divine son. As his words fell, everyone's expressions froze in unison. That champion Marquis Yangpan was actually just an avatar? When Yangpan had made his move earlier, though he was thoroughly outmatched by Jun Xiaoyao, the overwhelming aura he emanated still sent chills through everyone's hearts. Prodigies from ordinary immortal forces wouldn't stand a chance against Yangpan. Yet now Jun Xiaoyao's casual remark, the Yangpan before us is merely a clone, left everyone gasping in shock. If even a clone possessed such terrifying power, how horrifying must the true body be? Jun Xiaoyao's expression remained utterly calm. The moment he first encountered Yangpan, he had seen through the fact that this was only a clone. But in his eyes, whether it was the true body or a clone made little difference. Both could be suppressed with ease, perhaps requiring just a few extra moves at most. In the distance, Yangpan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his dark eyes turning sinister. To conquer the four symbols ancient kingdom, my true body need not have intervened. I simply didn't expect to encounter you. Fury surged in his voice. He was indeed a clone, with his true body still in the Panwu divine dynasty. By all logic, a clone's power should have been more than sufficient to conquer the four symbols ancient kingdom. Who could have predicted that the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom had Jun Xiaoyao backing them? This unexpected variable had completely disrupted his plans. Taking a deep breath, Yangpan spoke with cold menace. Jun Xiaoyao, since you know this Marquis is merely a clone, you should understand how powerful my true body is. Stop now, and there's still time. He knew clearly that this clone was no match for Jun Xiaoyao and could only resort to threatening him with his true body's might. Jun Xiaoyao stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Whether true body or clone, to this divine son, both are matters of a single palm strike. You? Yangpan's brows shot up sharply, cold light flickering dangerously in his eyes. Truly worthy of being the divine son. Taiyue and the others gazed at Jun Xiaoyao with reverence overflowing in their expressions. In the desolate heaven immortal domain, who would dare show such contempt for a divine dynasty's champion Marquis? Fine. You refuse the toast, so you'll drink the penalty wine. Yangpan roared. In an instant, four pitch-black figures materialized around him, each emanating suffocating and overwhelming pressure. It's those four saints. The rulers of the White Tiger and Black Tortoise kingdoms showed wariness on their faces. Without these four, they would never have suffered such complete defeat. Jun Xiaoyao glanced over casually and shook his head, for puppets comparable to the Saint Realm. Yangpan, you're quite fortunate. What? Puppets? The two kingdom rulers were stunned. Puppets or not, they're sufficient to suppress you all. Yangpan sneered coldly. He had no intention of personally killing Jun Xiaoyao if he resolved this with his own power. Even Jun Xiaoyao's powerful family would find it difficult to pursue the matter. But if he used saint-level puppets to kill, the Jun family would surely be enraged, and even the Panwu divine dynasty couldn't protect him. Though arrogant, he wasn't stupid. He need only use the puppets to suppress Jun Xiaoyao and the others. Then storm the Vermilion Bird Imperial capital, and the compass component would be within his grasp. Jun Xiaoyao, as long as the saint puppets pin you down, the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom will be mine. Whether that item or this Taiyue, both will ultimately belong to this Marquis. Yangpan glanced at Taiyue. a trace of burning, sinister desire flashing in his eyes. Bai Yuer was indeed breathtakingly beautiful, alluring, and enchanting, making Yang Pan's heart itch with desire. He had always harbored a peculiar obsession with collecting beautiful women, and Bai Yuer had already become a prized treasure he was determined to possess. Delusional fool, are you even worthy of a single finger of the divine sun? Bai Yuer coldly rebuked, her eyes filled with disgust. In terms of strength and status, Yang Pan wasn't weak, but when it came to appearance, character, and temperament, he couldn't even begin to compare with Jun Xiaoyao. One was like a celestial immortal, while the other was merely a common street dweller. How could such a gap even be compared? You wench, when you submit to this lord, let's see if you'll still speak so boldly. Yang Pan roared furiously, his sleeves billowing as 4 saint-level puppets trembled simultaneously, releasing terrifying aura that covered the sky. At that moment, Jun Xiaoyao's gaze swept toward the several nation lords, speaking indifferently. Will you continue following Yang Pan? As his words fell, the White Tiger Nation Lord and Black Tortoise Nation Lord's expressions changed drastically, their eyes exchanging rapid glances. Yang Pan was moody and unpredictable, having publicly insulted them as shite-eating trash. Rather than continue enduring such humiliation, it would be better to switch sides to Jun Xiaoyao. Moreover, in terms of identity and status, the Jun family's divine son was certainly no lesser. After brief consideration, the two flashed and directly changed camps. We are willing to submit to the Jun family's divine son. You? Yang Pan's eyes flickered with cold flames. However, the Azure Dragon Nation Lord's face remained iron blue as he continued standing beside Yang Pan. He had long-standing blood feuds with Jun Xiaoyao, and since this battle was led by his Azure Dragon Ancient Nation, the Vermilion Bird Ancient Nation would never forgive him easily. More importantly, he coveted the position of ruler over the 4 symbols Ancient Nations, and only by clinging tightly to Yang Pan's coattails could he possibly realize his ambitions. Seeing the Azure Dragon Nation Lord remain unmoved, Jun Xiaoyao merely glanced away indifferently. Would deal with Xiaoqin sooner or later, so taking his father as a subordinate now wouldn't be wise. Humph, do you too want your nations destroyed? Yang Pan threatened coldly, causing the White Tiger and Black Tortoise Nation Lord's expressions to turn ugly. However, Jun Xiaoyao calmly stepped forward. With me here, who dares destroy their nations? Jun Xiaoyao, don't get cocky. Yang Pan roared angrily. With the Azure Dragon Nation Lord on my side, I still have 5 saints, more than enough to suppress you all. As his shout ended, the Azure Dragon Nation Lord led 4 saint-level puppets charging forward with thunderous momentum. The Vermilion Bird, White Tiger, and Black Tortoise Nation Lords also began circulating their auras, preparing for battle. However, Jun Xiaoyao merely raised his hand dismissively, the corner of his mouth curving slightly. No need for now, just watch the show. Watch the show. The 3 nation lords were momentarily stunned. The next instant, the distant sky suddenly resonated with ancient zither music, sound waves condensing into thousand-zhong killing blades that swept across the heavens. The zither music sliced through the void, leaving behind pitch-black cracks, its momentum making one's scalp tingle. A Dao Protector. Yang Pan's expression changed drastically. He had only come with a clone this time, without bringing any Dao Protectors, never expecting Jun Xiaoyao to have one hidden in the shadows. The power of that strike was definitely beyond what ordinary saints could match. Damn it! The Azure Dragon Nation Lord's pupils contracted sharply, bone-chilling killing intent instantly enveloping his entire being. Even as a saint, he felt his hair stand on end under the pressure of the Zither's killing blade. Heavenly Dragon Emperor Fist. The Azure Dragon Nation Lord roared, unleashing all his Saint Realm power, as an Azure Dragon Phantom accompanied his fist strike, shaking the heavens. However, the result was uffed. The killing blade swept across, and a head rolled to the ground. The Azure Dragon Nation Lord was dead. The sovereign of the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom, leader of the 4 great ancient nations, was killed with a single strike to the throat, his head rolling to the ground. Blood gushed forth, staining the sky crimson in a scene both tragic and breathtaking that sent chills through every witness. Everyone stood frozen in Placino. One had expected a saint to be slain so effortlessly. The severed head rolled across the ground, the Azure Dragon Sovereign's face frozen in blood. Terror, confusion, and bewilderment all etched upon his features, as if even in death he couldn't comprehend how a mighty saint like himself could be eliminated with a single blow. Yet the deadly edge of the Qin's musical blade didn't cease there, its momentum undiminished as it instantly swept toward the 4 saint puppets in the field. Boom! With a deafening explosion, 2 puppets were brutally cleaved in half, while the remaining 2 were torn apart by tremendous force, left in pieces, barely able to stand, and completely stripped of their combat effectiveness. In an instant, the battlefield fell so silent you could hear a pin drop. Champion Marquis Yang Pan's pupils contracted violently, his eyes filled with disbelief. Jun Xiaoyao's accompanying guardian was actually this powerful? He had assumed the man was at most at the saint level, believing that no truly formidable being would willingly serve as a personal attendant. But the scene before him revealed that this opponent was no ordinary saint, possibly even a saint king. Yang Pan's face turned ashen. Since becoming champion marquis, he had never suffered such a devastating loss. At this moment, nearly all his high-end combat forces were destroyed, with only 2 broken puppets barely clinging to life. Meanwhile, Jun Xiaoyao sighed, not counting that terrifyingly powerful guardian, already commanded 3 saints, plus the defected armies of the White Tiger and Black Tortoise ancient kingdoms. The situation had completely reversed, and the champion marquis's cause was lost. Taking a deep breath, Yang Pan suppressed his rage and called out, Jun Xiaoyao, must you truly oppose this marquis? Why don't we both take a step back? He wasn't foolish. Continuing this fight would only bring him more losses. Huh, weren't you quite aggressive just moments ago? Now you want to compromise? Jun Xiaoyao sneered mockingly. Jun Xiaoyao, this marquis is showing you respect. Making an enemy of me will bring you no benefits. Yang Pan's expression flickered between light and dark as he tried to salvage the situation with words. I need your respect? I have plenty of enemies. I don't need one more horse-tending servant. Jun Xiaoyao's gaze was indifferent as he raised his hand, without further words. Boom. Golden qi and blood surged skyward like a raging river, condensing into a lifelike golden divine elephant that shattered the void and suppressed the universe. To deal with a mere avatar, Jun Xiaoyao couldn't even be bothered using complex divine arts. A single palm strike would suffice. Jun Xiaoyao, you're digging your own grave. Yang Pan roared, forcibly activating his divine arts. But without his true body and the Pan Emperor Life Sword's enhancement, his avatar was no match for the golden divine elephant. Splurt. The golden palm descended, and Yang Pan's avatar exploded into a blood mist, flesh and bone bursting apart, even the remnants pulverized into bloody foam. All observers felt their scalps tingle. A champion marquis's avatar had been crushed by Jun Xiaoyao's single palm strike. Many generals, despite having cultivation levels several realms higher than Jun Xiaoyao's, found their hearts trembling at his savage display. It was the kind of terror one felt when facing a primordial beast. At the very moment Yang Pan's avatar was destroyed, in the distant Pan Wu divine dynasty, within a magnificent palace hall gleaming with gold and purple qi, a furious roar suddenly erupted. Jun Xiaoyao, I, Yang Pan, am irreconcilably opposed to you. Upon hearing this voice, the maids and attendants outside the palace turned pale with terror. When his lordship flies into a rage, he becomes more terrifying than demons from hell. Someone whispered, their voice trembling uncontrollably. I think I heard the name of the Jun family's divine son. What grudge does his lordship hold against him? Several servants exchanged glances, their hearts pounding with fear. The palace doors stood half open, allowing a chilling aura to seep through. Yang Pan's icy voice cut through the air like a blade. Summon my men. Spread word of my command. I, Marquis Yang Pan, hereby challenge the Jun family's divine son, Jun Xiaoyao, to a duel atop the forbidden city of the Divine Dynasty's imperial palace. The date shall be set for Princess Wu Mingyue's selection of a consort. On that day, I will crush him beneath my feet before all the powers of the immortal realm. As his words fell, all the servants froze like statues, collectively gasping in shock. The champion marquis of the Panwu divine dynasty openly challenging the primordial Jun family's divine son. If this news spreads, the entire immortal realm will be shaken. Not to mention that day will already gather forces from all directions, and even the prodigies will likely converge there. An elderly servant leaned on his staff and sighed. Now that this golden age has begun, let us hope his lordship will have the last laugh. Above the vermilion bird ancient kingdom, the murderous intent had yet to fully dissipate. Jun Xiaoyao remained unaware that Yang Pan was seething with rage, but even if he knew, he would merely respond with a casual, dare to provoke me? A single palm strike is enough to suppress you. Below, countless cultivators' pupils still held traces of terror. Yet, Jun Xiaoyao's expression remained as calm as still water. Destroying Yang Pan's avatar with one move was merely child's play to him. Within the blood mist, a ring glinted with dark light. He raised his hand and grasped at the air, causing the ring to fall into his palm. The soul imprint upon it was obscure, but he simply activated the miniature version of his true spirit within his divine palace, and his vast soul power instantly crushed the seal. The ring's contents were dazzling pills, jade, cultivation techniques, and various miscellaneous items that he casually swept past with his gaze. What truly caught his attention were the 3 bronze compass components. As expected, they're all here. His smile was faint. Yang Pan. Oh Yang Pan, all your scheming has only made you my unwitting accomplice, practically Xiaoqian's twin. He stored the 3 components in his spatial artifact. Combined with the one he had obtained earlier, all 4 pieces of the compass were now in his possession. This wasn't the time for detailed study, so he composed himself and surveyed the battlefield below. In the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom's military formation, every face was deathly pale. Several commanders were seething with rage their sovereign had indirectly died at Jun Xiaoyao's hands. Jun Xiaoyao casually issued an order. By command of this divine son, execute all Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom officers of lieutenant rank and above. No, the officers cried out in alarm. But before the Vermilion Bird Sovereign could speak, the rulers of the White Tiger and Black Tortoise Kingdoms had already shouted their agreement and immediately ordered their armies into action. Soon, all Azure Dragon officers were slain, while ordinary soldiers threw down their weapons and knelt in surrender. With the situation settled, Jun Xiaoyao issued another decree. The four ancient kingdoms would be consolidated and henceforth known as the Four Symbols Ancient Kingdom, with the Vermilion Bird Sovereign ruling over all, and her successor would be heir. Thus, the turmoil of the four ancient kingdoms came to a temporary end. However, the true storm was only just beginning. The turmoil among the four ancient kingdoms, while not known across the entire celestial realm, has already thrown dozens of nearby provinces into chaos. Initially, no force placed their bets on the Vermilion Bird Kingdom. Almost everyone assumed it could only choose between submission or destruction. Yet, the final report stunned everyone. It was revealed that the divine son of the Jun family, Jun Xiaoyao, had arrived at the battlefield in person, bringing with him the formidable four guards of wind, forest, fire, and mountain, who struck with overwhelming strength and dominance. At the same time, the hidden backer of the Azure Dragon Kingdom emerged from the shadows. It was none other than the champion Marquis Yangpan of the Panwu Divine Dynasty. The subsequent battle reports sent chills down the spines of cultivators everywhere. Jun Xiaoyao decisively annihilated the avatar of the champion Marquis on the spot, and even the king of the Azure Dragon Kingdom was effortlessly slain at the front lines by Jun Xiaoyao's protector. The contest between the divine son of the Jun family and the champion Marquis of the Divine Dynasty concluded decisively in Jun Xiaoyao's favor. However, the world understood well that the arrogant and prideful champion Marquis would not swallow such a humiliation quietly. Sure enough, days later, the Panwu Divine Dynasty released a public statement. Champion Marquis Yangpan had issued a challenge to Jun Xiaoyao atop the Forbidden City, on the very same day as the grand wedding ceremony for the Divine Dynasty's Princess Royal, Wu Minghua, who would be choosing her consort. This news was like a boulder crashing into turbulent waters, causing massive waves to erupt instantly. On that day, all the major powers were bound to gather at the Panwu Divine Dynasty's ceremony. If Yangpan were to defeat Jun Xiaoyao in front of such an audience, the myth of Jun Xiaoyao's invincibility would shatter, while the champion Marquis would rise to unparalleled fame across the celestial realm. Many secretly nodded in agreement, acknowledging Yangpan's strategies and foresight. Discussions among cultivators across the provinces erupted like wildfire. Does the champion Marquis really stand a chance? Don't underestimate him. He's already been recognized as the master of the Panhuang living sword, and there's even a rumor that he's the reincarnation of the Panwu Great Emperor. Rumors can't always be trusted, but he is undeniably one of the top figures of his generation. Will the divine son of the Jun family accept the challenge? Let's wait and see. While everyone was waiting for Jun Xiaoyao's response, the divine son of the Jun family remained silent. Known for his high-profile, flamboyant behavior, could Jun Xiaoyao actually be backing down this time? Speculations swirled among the masses, unaware that Jun Xiaoyao was deep within the Vermilion Bird Kingdom's royal palace, calmly focused on studying a mysterious bronze compass. He had already assembled the four pieces of the compass into a complete artifact. The compass was ancient and intricate, radiating an indescribable aura of time-worn mystery. Yet, the array patterns carved into it were too profound to comprehend, leaving Jun Xiaoyao uncertain about how to activate it. Could it be that the time to truly unlock it has not yet come? He mused to himself. As he pondered, his thoughts drifted to the long-lost Bronze Immortal Hall, and he surmised, when the Immortal Hall reappears, perhaps this compass will play a key role. With that, Jun Xiaoyao raised his hand, storing the compass within his spatial artifact. Reflecting on his accomplishments from the journey, he couldn't help but murmur to himself, this trip has been quite fruitful. Chief among his gains was the complete bronze compass. Additionally, he had acquired the ancient sacred weapon Phoenix Cry of Mount Qi while signing in within the royal palace. Finally, he had successfully unified the four ancient nations of the four symbols. Today, the four symbols' ancient nations' power far surpasses what the previously scattered four ancient kingdoms could ever achieve. Though still inferior to the true, immortal orthodoxies, it has already joined the ranks of the most elite forces among the 3,000 Dao states. High above the Forbidden City, Jun Xiaoyao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze piercing through layers of crimson gold roof tiles as he seemed to muse to himself. A battle at the summit of the Forbidden City? Recently, news had spread throughout all states that the champion Marquis had declared his intention to fight Jun Xiaoyao before the consort selection ceremony. Jun Xiaoyao had long been aware of this, but had yet to respond. Most of his attention was immersed in studying the bronze compass. Even now, He remained silent, though his mind was already made up. On the day Wu Mingyue selected her consort, he would personally visit the imperial capital, and as for the champion marquis, he could simply crush him in passing. He smiled lightly, as if he could see across thousands of mountains and rivers to that child of destiny, Yang Pan. Though Yang Pan carried the Pan Emperor's spirit sword and possessed an extraordinary fate, in Jun Xiaoyao's eyes, he was merely a green leek waiting to be harvested. In Blackmore State, one of the 3,000 Dao states, barren mountains, wastelands, and yellow sands stretched endlessly, rarely visited by anyone year-round. At this moment, beneath a desolate mountain ridge, Xiao Chun knelt heavily on one knee, his 10 fingers deeply embedded in the scorched sand, blood vessels crawling across his eyes as he roared toward the heavens. After parting at the primordial heaven's secret treasury, he had followed the soul of venerable azure dragon to this state, searching according to a map for the ancient nest where that ancient monster from the ancestral dragon's lair slumbered. But just moments ago, a wandering cultivator he encountered brought devastating news: the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom had been annexed by the Four Symbols Ancient Nation, and his father, the Azure Dragon Kingdom's ruler, had also died at the hands of Jun Xiaoyao's protector. The former high and mighty Grand Prince now found even the word kingdom reduced to waste paper. The hatred of his father's murder and his nation's destruction was so thick it couldn't be dissolved. Jun Xiaoyao. Xiao Chun roared each word separately, his voice hoarse and fierce. I will skin you alive, extract your tendons, grind your bones to dust. If I don't fulfill this oath, I swear I'm not human. The soul of venerable Azure Dragon materialized, his white eyebrows tightly furrowed. He had once firmly believed Xiao Chun was the child of national destiny. But now the nation no longer existed, and worse still, that crucial treasure had changed hands. The bronze compass had surely fallen into the hands of the Jun family's divine son. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sigh. Jun Xiaoyao's schemes ran deeper than anyone could imagine. Rage surged wildly, and Xiao Chun nearly lost control as spiritual energy roared through his body. Xiao Chun, calm yourself. Your Dao heart is about to fall into demonic cultivation. Venerable Azure Dragon shouted sternly. But Xiao Chun only laughed maniacally, his face twisted with hatred. So what if I fall into demonic cultivation? I want to kill Jun Xiaoyao, even if it costs me everything. Venerable Azure Dragon reminded him gravely. You still have 2 trump cards: the Supreme Blood in the Ancient Nest, and Wu Mingyue with the Pan Wu Divine Dynasty. These words were like cold spring water poured over his head, and Xiao Chen's breathing gradually steadied. He looked up, the image of that absolutely beautiful woman floating in his mind. Yes, I still have Mingyue. He clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. I will marry her, and she will surely help me. With his father dead and his nation destroyed, the thought of still having a beloved companion helped pull him back from the brink of madness. However, he didn't know that Wu Mingyue had been hiding a cruel truth. She had long been Jun Xiaoyao's female slave. If Xiao Chun were to discover this truth in the end, it's unimaginable how utterly mad he would become. Ancestor, my apologies for losing my composure. Xiao Chun exhaled deeply, suppressing the turbulent emotions within him. At this moment, he had only one thought: to quickly find that legendary ancient nest, seize the Supreme Blood, and achieve his own transformation. Only with a surge in power could he stride proudly into the Panwu Divine Dynasty and marry Wu Mingyue. The Azure Dragon Master sat cross-legged in the void, his voice steady. Xiao Chun, for your plan to succeed, you must marry Wu Mingyue. But do you know who stands in your way now? Could it be? Xiao Chun raised an eyebrow slightly. Exactly. It's not Jun Xiaoyao, but the champion marquis, Yang Pan. The Azure Dragon Master declared firmly. A cold glint flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. Indeed, it's Yang Pan. Rumors say the position of Prince Consort has already been predetermined for him. But I will never hand Mingyue over to such a depraved scoundrel. In Xiao Chen's heart, Jun Xiaoyao was his greatest enemy, but Yang Pan was equally detestable. After all, the man coveted his woman. Champion marquis or not, Wu Mingyue's heart belonged to him. Xiao Chun, not Yang Pan. Thus, he secretly vowed, when the day came for Wu Mingyue to choose her consort, he would publicly crush Yang Pan underfoot. By defeating this man, the Panwu Divine Dynasty would surely reassess his worth. Let's go. That ancient nest lies deep within these wild mountain ranges. The Azure Dragon Master beckoned. Xiao Chun nodded, his figure flickering as he disappeared into the mountains. Several days later, guided by the Azure Dragon Master's divine consciousness, he followed a narrow mountain crevice deep underground. The space suddenly opened up, revealing a dark, yet magnificent subterranean world. The rocky walls were embedded with colorful mineral crystals, countless divine sources piled like glass, emanating misty spiritual radiance that left Xiao Chun dazzled. Even more shocking was the blood-red pool at the center. Supreme blood formed from ancestral dragon bloodline, churned viscously, radiating an ancient and domineering aura. It actually exists. Xiao Chun gasped. Just as he began circulating his cultivation technique to claim the blood pool for himself, a majestic and proud voice, like an empress descending upon the world, thundered through the silence. "Mortal, you dare touch what belongs to this palace." Xiao Chun immediately became alert. "Who's there?" The Azure Dragon Master urgently transmitted. "This is bad. It's likely that ancient prodigy sealed by immortal sources. Oh, there's also a powerful soul attached." The woman seemed slightly surprised. Xiao Chun gritted his teeth, ignoring her, and continued circulating his true qi to draw the supreme blood. "Mortal, how about making a deal with this palace?" The female voice spoke again. "As an ancient prodigy of the primordial imperial clan, what deal could you possibly make with me?" Xiao Chun replied coldly. "This palace has slumbered for many years, and the immortal source formation has withered. Go find the blood of 99 virgin boys and 99 virgin girls to restart the formation, and this palace will grant you one wish." Such a depraved request darkened Xiao Chen's expression. "I would rather die than commit such evil. Any wish at all. With this palace's word, the ancestral dragon nest will protect you." The woman's voice remained calm, yet carried unquestionable confidence. "Any wish." Xiao Chen's eyes dimmed slightly as a mad thought surfaced. What if he had this ancient prodigy kill Jun Xiaoyao in his place? He shook his head violently, forcibly suppressing the desire. "No need. I, Xiao Chun, will personally avenge my own grievances." With that thought, he ignored the woman completely, his blood and qi surging as he continued focusing on absorbing the supreme blood. Hehe, is that so? In this palace's view, human nature is utterly filthy. The cold, sinister female voice left behind a final murmur before falling into deathly silence. Xiao Chen suddenly breathed a sigh of relief, confirming that the ancient monstrosity in the ancestral dragon's nest was indeed bound by some restriction and temporarily unable to break free from its seal. He steadied his mind, resumed his cross-legged position, and closed his eyes to circulate his cultivation technique. "Jun Xiaoyao, just wait." The flames of revenge flickered in the young man's eyes. "Don't be frightened when we meet again." After the Four Symbols ancient kingdom was completely stabilized, Jun Xiaoyao should set off to return to the Jun family. The Panwu Divine Dynasty was where he would place his next strategic move in this grand game of chess. There lay the Panwu Mausoleum, the private treasure ground of the Panwu Divine Dynasty, which was both his check-in target and possibly held the key to awakening the next sacred body phenomenon. The problem was that this forbidden land would never be open to outsiders, let alone to someone with his sensitive identity as an outsider. No force in the world would willingly use their own opportunities to cultivate another family's prodigy. When leaving the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom, Bai Yuer's face was full of reluctance. "I'm entrusting the Four Symbols Ancient Kingdom to you and the Vermilion Bird Kingdom's ruler. Don't disappoint me." Jun Xiaoyao raised his hand and gently ruffled her hair. "Yes, Yuer will do her absolute best." The young girl's expression was resolute as she watched Jun Xiaoyao and his entourage soar into the sky. Meanwhile, within the Panwu Divine Dynasty, the matter of Champion Marquis' challenge continued to ferment, yet Jun Xiaoyao remained completely unresponsive. Thus, rumors spread some claimed the Jun family's divine son feared the Champion Marquis and dared not accept the battle. The rumormongers included both the Champion Marquis' lackeys and hidden agents of the primordial imperial clans, all with one purpose: to smear Jun Xiaoyao's reputation. However, Jun Xiaoyao's supporters were equally numerous, mostly young women. They firmly believed that the divine son simply couldn't be bothered to respond. In fact, these devoted fans had guessed correctly in Jun Xiaoyao's view. He could simply slap Yang Pan to death with one palm when the time came. Why make a big fuss about it? Several months passed in a flash, and Jun Xiaoyao had turned 12 years old. His figure appeared even more slender, and his appearance grew increasingly handsome. The only thing that gave him a headache was the resource gap for his great Luo immortal physique. The Jun family had continuously sent over a dozen immortal sources, but it was still a drop in the bucket. The great Luo immortal physique consumes even more resources than the desolate ancient sacred body. He helplessly toyed with those dozen or so crystalline immortal sources. "I never thought I'd have a day when I'd be short on funds." After pondering for a moment, he paused his cultivation and prepared to seek his own sources of wealth. The Panwu Divine Dynasty naturally became his biggest ATM. As the eldest princess, Wu Mingyue surely has plenty of resources. If she heard this, she'd probably scold me for having a devil's heart again. Jun Xiaoyao chuckled softly. "Well then, it's time to make a trip to the Panwu Divine Dynasty. I should set up the game in advance and let Xiao Chun and Yang Pan fight like dogs." His gaze grew profound as his lips curved upward. Wouldn't that be interesting? After finalizing his plans, Jun Xiaoyao set off alone, riding in a carriage pulled by 9 lions, leaving the Jun family to head for the Panwu Divine Dynasty. The 9 lions had golden coats, their 9 heads breathing out fierce winds wrapped in spiritual flames. The carriage had golden shafts and jade brakes, with mountains, rivers, sun, and moon carved on its walls. Jun Xiaoyao stood with his hands behind his back, his robes fluttering in the wind. No attendants followed behind him, not even Jun Zhangjian and Jun Linglong, who were close to him, accompanied him on this journey. He intended to handle everything alone. Less than a day after Jun Xiaoyao's carriage left the Jun family, ripples began to spread throughout the desolate heaven immortal domain. The Panwu Divine Dynasty released news. In half a month, they would host a grand banquet at the Purple Forbidden City in the imperial capital, inviting all forces from the immortal domain. At that time, they would select a consort for Princess Wu Mingyue from among the young talents from all sides. The news spread in all directions, and the previously quiet sky suddenly became lively. Colorful tower ships rose from the ground, rainbow-like carriages cut through the clouds, and various flying ancient beasts flapped their wings and roared, all heading toward the Panwu Divine Dynasty. As an immortal divine dynasty with deep foundations, forming a marriage alliance with its princess was equivalent to allying with the Panwu Divine Dynasty. Top-tier orthodox lineages hoped to use this opportunity to rise and consolidate their positions, while immortal forces also hoped to gain allies. Even forces as strong as immortal orthodox lineages risked being besieged if isolated. Thus, a single imperial invitation moved countless sects, all sending their disciples to compete for this thread of opportunity. Moreover, Wu Mingyue was renowned throughout the desolate heaven immortal domain for her peerless beauty, and her stunning appearance alone had tremendous appeal. The combined temptation of beauty and power made this banquet extraordinarily grand, sweeping across the entire domain before it even began. Meanwhile, the Champion Marquis Manor stirred up another storm. Champion Marquis Yangpan declared, if the Jun family's divine son dared not keep the appointment, he would personally visit the Jun family's mountain gate to challenge him. When this news broke, public opinion boiled over again. People marveled at the Champion Marquis's audacity. The last person who dared provoke the Jun family at their mountain gate, Long Haoyan, now had grass 5 zhang high growing on his grave. Female cultivators who admired Jun Xiaoyao were especially indignant. That ugly Champion Marquis is just jealous of our Xiaoyao's stunning beauty. So what if he's strong? This is an era where looks matter. Our Xiaoyao is invincible among his peers. What does that Champion Marquis amount to? In the depths of the ancient Jiang family's ancestral land. Hateful, hateful, so hateful. It's infuriating. The petite and delicate Jiang loli stamped her jade feet, her twin ponytails standing high with anger. Her delicate face was filled with an adorably fierce expression. Not far away, Jiang Xingyi approached with light steps, dressed in snow-white robes, her immortal bearing like the moon. Her tone carried a hint of helplessness. Luoli, if you don't cultivate properly, you'll have to stay confined in the ancestral land. Luoli can't swallow this insult. That so-called Champion Marquis dares to spread such news, trying to smear brother Xiaoyao's reputation. Jiang Luoli puffed out her cheeks and waved her fists in the air. Jiang Xingyi gently shook her head. It's just a petty person causing trouble. That Champion Marquis has always had a vile nature. There's no need to pay attention to him. Xiaoyao doesn't care about it either. The matter of the Champion Marquis challenging Jun Xiaoyao had already caused quite a stir. Although Jiang Luoli was in seclusion at the ancestral land, she could still receive news through her maidservants. No, I must leave seclusion and go to the Panwu Divine Dynasty, Jiang Luoli declared. Outside the bamboo grove in the early morning, the young woman's robes fluttered in the breeze, her eyes blazing with fierce determination. What are you going there for? To compete for the position of consort? Jiang Xingyi crossed her arms with a light laugh, her gaze twinkling with amusement. I'm going to suppress that Champion Marquis and stomp on his face to vent my anger. Let's see if he dares provoke brother Xiaoyao again. Jiang Luoli lifted her chin, her voice crisp and resolute. Oh, is that all? Jiang Xingyi's voice was gentle, yet it seemed to flutter across heartstrings like a feather, as if seeing through everything. Jiang Luoli's pretty face instantly flushed crimson. She lowered her head, her jade fingers twisting together at her chest as she whispered barely audibly. Of course, though I know brother Xiaoyao would never compete for any consort position, but just in case. What she truly feared was that Jun Xiaoyao might attend the banquet and form a marriage alliance with Wu Mingyue, the princess of the Panwu Divine Dynasty. Wu Mingyue was renowned throughout the world, unparalleled in her region, and few men could remain unmoved upon seeing her. That's your real purpose, isn't it? Jiang Xingyi hit the nail on the head. The little girl before her had already burned with jealousy like a protective hen guarding her food. Jiang Luoli's ears turned red from embarrassment, even her snow-white earlobes taking on a rosy hue. All right, then I'll take you there. Jiang Xingyi chuckled softly, reaching out to ruffle Jiang Luoli's silky long hair. Yay, Sister Xingyi is the best. Jiang Luoli's eyes curved like crescents, her laughter as clear as silver bells. Jiang Xingyi also smiled gently, though a barely perceptible shadow of melancholy flickered in the depths of her eyes. This girl truly loved Xiaoyao with all her heart. Meanwhile, at the ancestral grounds of the ancient Yi family, atop a solitary peak that rose from the earth, night winds howled. The blue-robed youth Yi Xingyun sat cross-legged in meditation, his features refined as a painting, his aura restrained. Above his head, the vast sky suddenly transformed into a pitch-black canopy, with a brilliant galaxy slowly flowing through the darkness, its blazing starlight accompanied by bone-chilling killing intent. 10 years ago, at Jun Xiaoyao's 10th birthday celebration, he had been trampled into the dust by that Jun family divine son, losing all face. Yet this misfortune had brought unexpected fortune, awakening certain mysterious memories within him. Since then, his arrogance had been tempered, and he had become increasingly composed. The Panwu Divine Dynasty, the champion marquis's challenge given Jun Xiaoyao's character, he would never be absent. Yi Xingyun's gaze grew dark, his thoughts churning. Character could change, but hatred had never faded. He would personally reclaim the humiliation Jun Xiaoyao had inflicted upon him. And Jiang Luoli, he would also seize for himself. Very well. This time he would make the journey to the Panwu Divine Dynasty and take the opportunity to gauge Jun Xiaoyao's true strength. With his decision made, he rose with a sweep of his sleeves and ordered butler Fu to prepare the carriage. In the depths of Qizhou, where clouds and mist rose like steam, a vast expanse of spiritual mountains stretched across heaven and earth. Among the towering peaks, colorful phoenixes danced and phoenix birds soared, the mountain range seeming to extend toward unknown heavens at its end. This place was none other than the primordial imperial clan that rivaled the ancestral dragon, nest the myriad phoenix spiritual mountain. In a secret chamber within the mountain's belly, an ancient and authoritative voice echoed, Huang Xuani, Feng Qingling, you too shall proceed to the Panwu Divine Dynasty. Remember, do not bring shame upon our myriad phoenix spiritual mountain. Yes, we respectfully obey the Grand Elder's command. Before the words had fully faded, a man and woman were lifted into the air, wrapped in blazing divine radiance. In an instant, two golden phoenix birds spread their wings and swept across the sky, pulling two ancient bronze carriages as they departed through the air. I wonder if we'll be able to see that legendary Jun family divine son this time. Inside the carriage, Feng Qingling rested her chin on her hand as she spoke softly, her voice clear and melodious. I'm also curious to see what kind of person this Jun Xiaoyao is, the one who has repeatedly caused the ancestral dragon nest to lose face. Huang Xuani's laughter was low and deep. However, we are not like that Long Haoyan and Long Bichi. Feng Qingling smiled lightly, her fingertips playing with the curtain hanging from the carriage window. If Jun Xiaoyao underestimates us, I'm afraid he'll suffer quite a bit. Huang Xuani's tone was also relaxed, carrying an air of confident composure. While the entire immortal domain was stirring with winds and clouds, Jun Xiaoyao, at the storm's epicenter, had already traveled through several interstate teleportation arrays and arrived at Panwu Dao State, with only the final stretch remaining to reach the imperial capital of the Panwu Divine Dynasty. At his current pace, he still had over half a month to spare, more than enough time to complete all his upcoming arrangements. Outside the imperial carriage, the nine-headed lion spoke in a low voice. Master, the imperial capital lies ahead. Jun Xiaoyao lifted the curtain to look. At the edge of the earth stretched a massive city spanning the horizon. Its walls resembled a great wall cast in gold, extending endlessly to both sides. Within the city, towers and pavilions stood in forests, markets bustled with noise, and crowds flowed like tides. Higher in the sky, floating islands scattered like stars, their surfaces lined with palaces in orderly rows. From afar, divine towers layered upon each other while immortal light surged and flowed. It truly lives up to the name of an immortal divine dynasty, Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself. All immortal lineages in the world were colossal powers of the immortal domain, each one formidable and not to be provoked lightly. For this very reason, despite the blood feud between the Jun family and the ancestral dragon nest, they had never truly erupted into an immortal wardo. Completely uproot an opponent was harder than ascending to heaven, especially since the ancestral dragon nest particularly feared the Jun family's profound foundation. The Panwu Divine Dynasty was no different, though no longer at its peak. It still stood firm and unyielding. Jun Xiaoyao descended from the high sky, with the nine-headed lion breaking free from its reins to follow. He glanced sideways with a reminder. Go Sheng, your appearance is too conspicuous. The lion's entire body blazed with golden radiance, so brilliant it was nearly blinding. He certainly didn't want to be gawked at like a monkey on display, especially considering the matters he needed to handle next required discretion. Master, could you please not use that name? The nine-headed lion muttered. Immediately, light and shadow rippled across its surface as its massive form shrank to knee height, finally transforming into a nine-headed Shiba Inu. Nine heads stacked together, looking both comical and bizarre. Jun Xiaoyao rubbed his temples and sighed softly. At least you're not eye-catching anymore. He clasped his hands behind his back and stepped forward, strolling leisurely through the city gates. The gate guards could see from afar the divine radiance flickering around him, the immortal essence, and Tao intent naturally flowing from his refined great luo immortal bone, his features veiled by hazy brilliance, making him appear increasingly profound and mysterious. The soldiers exchanged glances, but none dared step forward to obstruct him. Jun Xiaoyao thus entered the imperial capital openly and boldly. After his figure disappeared, a young guard couldn't help but whisper, "Captain, isn't the rule that all cultivators must have their identities verified?" The guard captain glared at him. "How could we possibly inspect such a figure? He's likely some prodigy from an immortal lineage, with presence no less impressive than the eldest princess." "Oh, I see." The young guard nodded repeatedly, his heart filled with lingering fear. When Jun Xiaoyao entered the imperial capital, the broad cobblestone streets were bustling with people, yet his presence commanded such an aura that silence naturally fell around him. Though a faint, ethereal mist veiled his features, the confident bearing of one who looked down upon his peers could not be concealed. Young maidens and female cultivators from various major factions pretended to browse the street markets while stealing glances at him from the corners of their eyes. In the desolate heaven immortal domain, countless people knew of the Jun family's divine son, but very few had actually seen him in person. Moreover, prodigies from immortal lineages often possessed king-grade or divine-grade physiques and frequently concealed their appearances with ethereal mist. Who could definitively say that every figure shrouded in immortal radiance was truly Jun Xiaoyao? Thus, while everyone was curious, none could see through his identity. As the crowd hesitated, a young girl in a plain blue-green dress steeled herself and stepped forward. The girl appeared to be around 15 or 16, with delicate features and a voice that trembled yet carried determination. "Young master, is this your first time visiting the Divine Dynasty's imperial capital? Qin Xian would be honored to guide you and introduce you to various matters." She had previously served many scions of powerful families, but had never encountered such a mysteriously imposing presence that made one dare not look directly at him. The other female cultivators only dared to observe from afar, not daring to approach. "Oh." Jun Xiaoyao's gaze fell upon Qin Xian, raising an eyebrow. Despite her young age, she had already reached the great perfection of the divine bridge realm. Her talent was quite impressive. Without saying much, he casually tossed her a fist-sized crystalline source stone. The supreme-grade divine source fell into Qin Xian's palm, radiating brilliant light that made the surrounding passersby's eyes nearly pop out of their heads. "Holy shit, supreme-grade divine source. This young master is incredibly generous. He must be the heir of some immortal faction. I should have approached him too." Amid the exclamations, many female cultivators stamped their feet in regret, lamenting their missed opportunity. Qin Xian opened her mouth in shock, overwhelmed by the unexpected favor, while Jun Xiaoyao remained utterly composed to him. Supreme-grade divine source was merely the most ordinary pocket change. Suppressing her excitement, Qin Xian guided him while quietly reporting recent events. "In a few days, the Divine Dynasty's eldest princess will hold a banquet to choose her consort. And that champion marquis will also challenge the Jun family's divine son atop the Forbidden City. It's said that the Jun family's divine son is invincible among his peers, like an immortal descended to the mortal realm." When she spoke the words, "Jun family's divine son," her eyes brightened with admiration and longing. The nine-headed lion following silently behind wore a peculiar expression. If this girl knew that the very person she worshipped was right before her, she'd probably faint on the spot. However, when the topic turned to the champion marquis, Qin Xian's expression suddenly darkened, her tone trembling with hatred. Jun Xiaoyao observed this and casually asked, "If the Jun family's divine son truly accepts the challenge, whom do you hope will win?" Qin Xian answered almost without hesitation, murderous intent surging in her eyes. "Qin Xian hopes the Jun family's divine son will triumph, and preferably kill the champion marquis. With your cultivation at such a young age, your background should be extraordinary. How did you end up reduced to guiding people for a living?" Jun Xiaoyao continued his inquiry. Qin Xian clenched her fists, her knuckles turning white, and said in a low voice, "I was originally the daughter of the Qin Tianhou manor. My father, Marquis Qin Tian, had guarded the Divine Dynasty for many years, and my mother was recognized as the capital's greatest beauty. Later, the champion Marquis developed wicked intentions and wanted to take my mother as his concubine. When father refused, he killed him on the spot. Mother died for love, and our manor was confiscated. I could only wander the markets, surviving by guiding people." Hatred in her eyes had almost taken physical form. Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly. There was too much suffering in the world. I was no saint and had no intention of passing judgment here. I apologize for sharing so many personal matters. I must have displeased you, young master. Qin Xian forced a smile. "Don't you want revenge?" "Revenge?" Qin Xian smiled bitterly and shook her head. "The champion marquis wields overwhelming power in the Panwu Divine Dynasty, ruling like a local emperor. Who could possibly touch him? Jun Xiaoyao walked with his hands clasped behind his back, his tone light as clouds and wind. Above the imperial city, atop the forbidden peak, when the time comes, you might want to look forward to it. With that, he continued walking ahead with unhurried steps. Watching his somewhat tall and slender figure, Qin Xian stood frozen in place. She couldn't quite understand what Jun Xiaoyao meant by those words. Through Qin Xian's introduction, Jun Xiaoyao gained a general understanding of the imperial city. During their casual conversation, he suddenly asked, "By the way, is there anywhere in this imperial city where I can obtain source stones?" Source stones. Qin Xian raised her eyes, giving him a half-smiling look. A young master who could casually produce supreme divine sources was actually short on source stones? "I'm talking about immortal sources," Jun Xiaoyao clarified. Immortal sources? Qin Xian drew in a sharp breath. At her level, supreme divine sources were already incredibly rare treasures, let alone immortal sources, which she wouldn't even dare to dream of. After pondering for a moment, her eyes suddenly lit up. "I remember now. In a few days, the Immortal Jade Pavilion will host a musical duel, presided over by the Immortal Dance Qin sect's pride and joy, the Heavenly Qin Maiden. Whoever can defeat her in the way of the Qin can win 300 immortal sources." 300 immortal sources. Jun Xiaoyao raised an eyebrow slightly. He naturally knew of the Immortal Dance Qin secta, renowned top-tier lineage in the desolate heaven immortal domain that practiced the Tao through music. Their sect master had once subdued 4 saint kings with Qin melodies alone, shaking the 8 wastelands. The Heavenly Qin Maiden was the sect's most dazzling beauty. "Can the Immortal Dance Qin sect really produce 300 immortal sources?" he questioned. Qin Xian smiled lightly as she explained, "The immortal sources aren't from the sect theory pooled together by the Heavenly Qin Maiden's admirers. The young master of the Myriad Treasures Commerce Guild, the third prince of the Panwu Divine Dynasty. They all want to win the beauty's favor through this." "Wait," Jun Xiaoyao's gaze sharpened. "You said the third prince of the Panwu Divine Dynasty is also one of her admirers?" "That's right." Qin Xian nodded. "But the Heavenly Qin Maiden has an ice-cold temperament and is extremely proud. Even the third prince can only pursue her desperately without any success. This isn't exactly a secret in the imperial capital." Jun Xiaoyao lowered his head in thought, a clear chessboard forming in his mind. "My Qin skills aren't particularly outstanding, but they're more than sufficient for a musical duel," he said with a confident smile playing at his lips. "If everything proceeds according to my plan, Panwu Ling is as good as mine." Scheming against an immortal force was no easy task, but in Jun Xiaoyao's eyes, it merely required some careful thought. Wu Mingyue was the first chess piece he had placed, and the third prince of the Panwu Divine Dynasty would be the second. As time passed, the Divine Dynasty's imperial capital grew increasingly lively, with outstanding young talents from top-tier lineages arriving almost daily. Before Wu Mingyue's selection of a consort and the Champion Marquis challenge, the Immortal Dance Qin sect's Heavenly Qin Maiden's musical duel stirred up quite a commotion first. The Heavenly Qin Maiden was likewise a renowned ice-cold beauty throughout the desolate heaven immortal domain. She remained unmoved by any young talent's advances, devoted solely to the way of the Qin. However, the Qin Dao was an obscure path, and there were precious few young people in the desolate heaven immortal domain who could master it, resulting in no one catching her eye thus far. There was even a popular saying, if any man could conquer the Heavenly Qin Maiden, he would surely be the god of the Qin Dao. Even so, her suitors remained endless, numerous as fish crossing a river. The 300 immortal sources for this musical duel were sponsored by Tianqi News' devoted admirers. Xinxiong Tower was renowned as the most extravagant pavilion in the imperial capital of the Panwu Divine Dynasty. Just stepping through its threshold required an entrance fee of 10 low-grade divine sources. Only disciples from top-tier lineages, royal nobles of the Divine Dynasty, and prodigies from immortal forces were qualified to enter. Today, the top floor of Xinxiong Tower was adorned with falling colorful petals and flowing celestial light, with hundreds of young elites gathered here. In terms of scale, it was second only to the upcoming grand feast for the eldest princess's selection of a husband. Among the scattered seats, the auras of heirs from immortal forces rose and fell, subtly clashing with one another. In the most prominent position of the VIP section sat a young man in a crimson gold brocade robe, handsome and composed, naturally radiating the aura of a superior, the third prince of the Panwu Divine Dynasty. At this moment, his eyes held infatuation as his gaze remained fixed unwaveringly on the high platform. The platform was wreathed in swirling mist, where a cold and beautiful woman in a bright red floral dress sat in the center. Her skin was whiter than snow, her fingers slender as scallions, her lips lightly tinted, with an elegant Qin resting across her knees. Each time she plucked the strings, it seemed to declare an inviolable nobility and composure, as if a goddess from a painting had stepped into reality. She was the pride of the immortal dance Qin sect Tianqi knew. This woman had entered the Tao through music, priding herself on her pure and untainted nature. Her jade-white hands, delicate as mutton fat, lightly caressed the strings, producing music that flowed like a clear stream, actually attracting spiritual birds to soar overhead and circle above Xinxiang Tower. Such music should only exist in heaven, rarely heard in the mortal world. The third prince listened in rapture, unconsciously murmuring in praise. His fascination with Tianqi Nu encompassed not only her beauty, but also the otherworldly temperament that emanated from her very bones. Listening to the fairy's music washes away all worldly dust, echoed another handsome, well-dressed young man from the side. He was the young master of the Wanbao Trading Association. This association was renowned throughout the Huangtian immortal domain, maintaining relationships with numerous immortal lineages. Of the 300 immortal sources, the Wanbao Trading Association had contributed nearly half. Though the immortal sources were precious, they were offered merely to win a beauty's smile. However, making Tianqi Nu smile was already difficult enough, and earning her special regard was like ascending to heaven. Suddenly, a clear phoenix cry echoed from the sky. A golden phoenix bird pulling a divine radiance-wreathed carriage cut through the heavens, approaching Xinxiang Tower. Seeing this spectacle, the prodigies on the top floor all turned their attention. That was the divine bird of Wanhuang's Spirit Mountain. Could it be that the heir of Wanhuang's Spirit Mountain had appeared? The phoenix stopped in midair, and a graceful silhouette, surrounded by crimson divine light, stepped down from the carriage. She bore phoenix wings on her back, her peerless beauty hidden within the luminous mist Feng Qingling. She and Huang Xian had just arrived in the imperial capital when they heard of the musical duel. Knowing she was also skilled in music, her competitive spirit was aroused, so she came alone. Tianqi Nu glanced indifferently at Feng Qingling without speaking. In terms of cultivation, she might be slightly inferior to this heir of the ancient imperial clan. In terms of musical skill, she was confident she would not lose to any prodigy from the immortal lineages. As time passed and elites from all sides gathered, the musical duel was about to begin. And just at this moment, a transcendent figure in white robes stepped into Xinxiang Tower. "Young master, are we really going in?" Qin Xian followed behind Jun Xiaoyao, standing before the ornate gates of the immortal Jade Tower. She gazed up at the magnificent building with its carved beams, painted rafters, swirling incense, and gleaming gold and jade decorations, feeling an unprecedented nervousness rise in her heart. This was her first time setting foot in such a luxurious establishment. How else can we participate in the musical duel? Jun Xiaoyao smiled, casually flicking his hand. A fist-sized supreme divine source stone, radiating flowing halos, traced a graceful arc through the air and landed steadily in the palm of a nearby servant. The servant felt his hands sink with the weight and froze in place, no longer daring to block their path. He quickly bowed and gestured them inside. Qin Xian took a light breath and nodded slightly. In her heart, she had long regarded Jun Xiaoyao as one of those talented young men who admired the heavenly Qin maiden. As for the musical duel, she had never harbored any hope of participating herself. The two ascended the jade steps paved with warm, lustrous stones, climbing straight to the top floor of the immortal Jade Tower. The moment they pushed open the doors, enchanting lights and the subtle fragrance of music wafted toward them. As the white-robed figure stepped inside, the entire floor seemed to vibrate with an invisible aura, and nearly every gaze focused on him simultaneously. Who was that? Such an extraordinary presence. Like an immortal descending to the mortal realm. The young elites from major powers whispered among themselves, their eyes flashing with surprise and curiosity. The young master of the Myriad Treasures Commerce Guild raised an eyebrow, while the third prince's gaze sharpened. Had long considered the heavenly Qin maiden his exclusive prize, and knew well that most men here today had come to admire her beauty. Yet this white-robed young master before him, divine as jade, instinctively made him feel like a mortal gazing up at an immortal god, filling him with both inferiority and wariness. What displeased the third prince even more was that the heavenly Qin maiden's cold eyes were also drawn to that white figure. Such remarkable aura. Even with her frost-like temperament, she couldn't help but feel slightly shaken, actually experiencing a trace of self-consciousness. Jun Xiaoyao paid no attention to the crowd's discussions, casually taking a seat by the window and lightly tapping the table with his fingertips. Qin Xian, however, felt the weight of countless gazes and lowered her head slightly, her heartbeat unconsciously quickening. In another elegant booth, Feng Qingling also noticed this white-robed young master. Crimson light gathered in her eyes as she tried to see through the ethereal radiance on his face. The moment her divine consciousness reached out, Jun Xiaoyao raised an eyebrow slightly, releasing a strand of soul power from his divine palace. Feng Qingling suddenly felt a sharp pain in her mind and frowned as she withdrew her divine sense. This person has some skill, she assessed silently, then stopped probing. Her true target for this visit was the heavenly Qin maiden, renowned as first in musical arts. Jun Xiaoyao glanced at Feng Qingling and thought to himself, people from the Myriad Phoenix Spirit Mountain are also making their move. First, it was the ancestral dragon nest, Now both lineages are united, all targeting my Jun family. At this thought, any favorable impression he might have had of Feng Qingling immediately vanished. Beside the high platform, an elderly woman from the immortal Dancing sect stood leaning on her staff, her aged voice echoing throughout the hall. Everyone, the time has come. The musical duel begins now. Haha, I'll make a fool of myself first. I humbly request the Heavenly Qin Maiden's guidance. A young man stepped forward with cupped fists, smiling confidently as he produced an ancient qin. The dark wood was lustrous and warm, its strings gleaming with flowing light. Please proceed. The Heavenly Qin Maiden replied coldly, each word falling like iced jade. The young man sat cross-legged, his 10 fingers gently caressing the strings. The qin's melody flowed like a babbling brook winding around stones, peaceful and flowing. Amid the melodious music, he looked up to observe her reaction, but saw that the Heavenly Qin Maiden merely sat quietly behind her qin table, her snow-white skin coldly beautiful, her eyes and brows as indifferent as cold stars, and the Heavenly Qin Maiden's cold, beautiful eyes remained calm and unmoved throughout. After the young man finished his piece, the Heavenly Qin Maiden finally moved her jade-like fingers to pluck the strings. The strings vibrated gently, and the sound waves fell like pearls onto a jade plate, instantly transforming into an ethereal melody. Sacred radiance immediately appeared before the altar, with wisps of smoke rising and converging into a luminous mist in midair. Divine light flickered within the mist, making the Heavenly Qin Maiden appear as if she were a fairy emerging from the qin itself. The third prince, the young master of the Myriad Treasures Commerce Guild, and others all watched in fascination, their already admiring hearts now further inflamed by the music's influence. When the piece ended, the lingering notes seemed to hover among the palace beams and pillars for a long time. This is truly celestial music, magnificent. Magnificent, someone couldn't help but exclaim in praise. More prodigies felt an indescribable stirring in their hearts, as if their souls had been cleansed. Though Qin Xianming knew nothing about the art of qin, her eyes grew dreamy as she whispered softly, "It really sounds beautiful." In stark contrast to them was Jun Xiaoyao's indifferent assessment. Not bad, I suppose. Though he hadn't specialized in the qin, his monstrous talent and memories of famous ancient qin pieces from his previous life had unknowingly brought him to the pinnacle of mastery, leaving him with only appreciable as his evaluation of this celestial piece. The young man who had previously challenged the Heavenly Qin Maiden stood up and cupped his hands. Truly worthy of being the foremost qin player among the younger generation of the immortal domain, I concede defeat. You're too kind. The Heavenly Qin Maiden replied with a serene expression, showing no joy at her easy victory. Several more prodigies stepped forward in succession, all retreating in defeat after their musical confrontations. The third prince, the young master of the Myriad Treasures Commerce Guild, and others at the side of the hall exchanged knowing smiles with no one able to win. No one could capture the Heavenly Qin Maiden's interest either. Just then, a voice tinged with subtle pride cut through the silence. Let Qingling challenge you, the supposed foremost qin player among the younger generation of the immortal domain. Feng Qingling rose, her fiery red dress clinging to her slender figure as she moved with graceful steps. Though divine radiance concealed her features, it couldn't hide her stunning beauty that captivated with just a glimpse. She raised her hand and produced an ancient qin of deep crimson, its strings seeming to curl with real flames, clearly a weapon of princely grade. I dare not claim to be the foremost qin player. Since Miss Feng wishes to challenge me, please proceed. The Heavenly Qin Maiden replied, her voice still calm, though her words carried subtle barbs. The two peerless beauties sat facing each other, their fingertips simultaneously touching the strings. Listen to my piece, Phoenix seeking Phoenix. Feng Qingling's slender fingers plucked the strings, and crimson runes erupted from them, burning patterns in midair before transforming into the cries of phoenixes. In the blink of an eye, a phoenix and a male phoenix gathered around her, their wings ablaze with flames as the divine birds soared, leaving the audience awestruck. The Heavenly Qin Maiden also began playing her signature piece, the Rainbow Feather Robe Melody. As the music flowed, the audience seemed to see an immortal palace materialize, with fairy maidens dancing gracefully with colorful ribbons on cloud steps and jade towers, celestial flowers falling, and golden lotuses sprouting from the ground. The mortal and immortal realms overlapped in the music, leaving people unable to distinguish where or when they were, only feeling intoxicated. The two ancient melodies intertwined in the void, probing each other before clashing intensely. The phantoms of fire phoenixes and immortal palaces layered upon each other in the air, with elemental energy roaring and sound waves forming surging tides. Finally, with a sharp snap, one of the strings on Feng Qingling's ancient qin broke. Her face paled slightly, her fingertips froze, and after her expression shifted several times, she finally lowered her hands. Truly worthy of being the foremost qin player among the younger generation of the immortal domain. If even I cannot defeat you, then probably no one can. Feng Qingling sighed and shook her head. Born of the myriad phoenix spirit mountain, she was naturally proud, but now she had to acknowledge her defeat at least in the art of Qin. In terms of actual cultivation, she was confident she far surpassed the heavenly Qin maiden. But since this contest was about Qin playing, she could only bow her head. Yet pride remained in her heart. If even she couldn't defeat the heavenly Qin maiden, then probably no one among the entire younger generation of the desolate heaven immortal domain could defeat her in the art of Qin. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.